Demon's Diary Chapter 547 to Chapter 601. The so-called divination was a way to ask about the direction of some events. In the immortal cultivation world, some people had the ability to know the secrets of heaven from birth. People called them divination masters. However, since divination was a nearly heaven-defying act, every divination would bring great damage to the divination master. The divination master had to consume a large amount of their own lifespan in order to calculate some vague future events. Moreover, they couldn't accurately predict the future. As a result, although there were many divination masters, there were very few who were willing to do divination for others. In addition, if the divination master and the person being divined were related by blood, the divination would be more accurate. Otherwise, the divination was often inaccurate. Therefore, some families often let the divination masters in the family consume their lifespan to divine the future prosperity and decline of the family in an attempt to make some countermeasures by knowing in advance. After all, the divination prediction was only the divination of the future situation at a certain point at that time. If there were some changes in the future situation would change accordingly. However, some very powerful divination masters could also have some premonitions of certain things inadvertently. They were often quite accurate, and they wouldn't take the initiative to consume their lifespan. The woman in purple clothes accidentally had some divination related to her during a whim of a powerful divination master of the Ouyang family who was close to her. She got the omen that there might be a big opportunity in the Xianxia market in the near future. Otherwise, with the status of the woman in purple clothes in the Ouyang family, how could she leave her family so easily? Thank you, Old Xiao, for your concern. You must have consumed a lot of spiritual power to host the array. Hurry up and take a rest. If that opportunity really does appear, then I'll need your help, the purple-robed woman said as a serious expression appeared on her face. Thank you for your concern, then I will leave first. Xiaozi immediately nodded and left when he heard the words. On the top floor of an inn in the market, in a spacious secret room, the young man in green clothes of the demon mystic sect was practicing controlling the 4 newly acquired puppet warriors. In the center of the room, the 4 golden armor puppets with a height of 10 meters faintly stood in a battle formation. Under the channeling of the young man in green clothes, their figures were blurred and constantly changing their positions. Their eyes flashed with red light, and their fists were waving tightly. There were almost no flaws in their attacks. All of a sudden, he waved his hand, and a gust of cold wind blew across the secret chamber. The 4 puppet warriors flashed with golden light, and they instantly turned into inch-sized yellow beads, then flew into his sleeve. At this time, the young man in green clothes showed a satisfied expression. He flipped his hand and took out a small ancient mirror fragment from his chest. After taking a closer look, he put it back and walked out of the secret room with a light smile. I can already operate these 4 puppets proficiently. If I use them together, their strength will reach the early stage of the crystallization period. I decided to leave alone for a while, so you don't have to follow me. The young man in green clothes said to the tall and muscular man of the crystallization period standing outside the door. Didn't Elder Dan Ting say that there may be treasures near the Xianxia market? I have been waiting here for half a year. I am really too bored. Now that I have these 4 guardian puppets, I plan to go around nearby to see if I can encounter the so-called opportunity. I will also kill a few Taiqing gate cultivators to vent my anger of being chased by that person. The young man in green robe snorted coldly. Now that I have these 4 guardian puppets, I plan to wander around nearby to see if I can encounter the so-called opportunity. I will also kill a few Taiqing sect cultivators along the way to vent my anger of being chased by that person before. The young man in green robe snorted coldly with a contemptuous expression. Then Mr. should be more careful, especially don't make a move too close to the Xianxia market. After all, there are powerhouses above the real pellet state in the market. The tall and muscular man didn't stop him, but he reminded him a little. After a while, in a dense green forest near the Xianxia market, a young man in green clothes appeared in a flash. After confirming that there was no one around, the young man in green clothes sneered and wiped his face with one hand. After making sure that there was no one around, the green-clothed youth chuckled and wiped his face with one hand. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds came from within the young man's body. His body suddenly doubled in size and instantly turned into a giant man. When he removed his hand from his face, it suddenly turned into a yin and yang face with alternating black and white. If there were Taichin Gate disciples here at this time, they would be able to recognize at a glance that the giant man with the yin-yang face was the 13th yin-yang strong demon on the life and death list. This person became famous because of his strange yin-yang face, but his cultivation technique of the devil path was truly extraordinary as well. Moreover, he possessed enormous strength, and he'd once annihilated 7 Taichin Gate outer court disciples from a distance by himself. His methods were extremely ruthless, and his strength was shocking to the extreme. Several years ago, Gu Tianqi, an inner disciple of the Taichin Gate, ran into him somewhere and chased him down. After fleeing for several days, although he luckily escaped by relying on some kind of strange technique, he was also seriously injured. Since then, he disappeared without a trace. Hee, those weeds of the Taichin Gate, let me sacrifice them to help my demonic technique to the next level. After the yin-yang face muscular man smiled ferociously, he licked his lips, then his figure blurred and disappeared in place. An hour later, dozens of miles away from the Changyang market, at the foot of a towering mountain peak, a short young man wearing an ordinary disciple costume of the Taichin Gate was chatting with another young man in a white robe while walking. Suddenly, a blacking wind blew past. The next moment, a muscular man with an ugly yin-yang face wearing a green cloth shirt suddenly appeared in front of the two. Yin-yang strong demon. The short young man almost blurted out when he saw this. Even an ordinary disciple like you who is only at the condensation period early stage knows my name. It seems that the Taichin Gate really attaches great importance to me. The muscular man with a yin-yang face laughed and teased. The short young man immediately took out a small green fan in horror. He fanned it gently, stirring up a gust of wind. It condensed into a transparent wind wall that circled around, then he took out a gray talisman and crushed it. A khaki light shield formed around him. Yin-yang strong demon just sneered, then he instantly turned into a green mist and disappeared in place. The next moment, the short young man suddenly felt a chill on his chest. A giant green claw had penetrated through the 2 layers of shields and directly pierced through his chest. Then a huge figure appeared behind him. It was the yin-yang strong demon. When the demon retracted his hand with a ferocious expression, the transparent wind wall and yellow shield that wrapped the short young man's body shattered inch by inch. After 2 crisp sounds, they turned into crystal light spots that dissipated in the air. From the short young man taking out the small fan to being killed by yin-yang strong demon, it was only a matter of 2 seconds. On the other side, the seemingly handsome young man in a white robe, in a panic, just took out a talisman and was about to crush it to escape, but when he saw his companion was killed so easily, he was so scared that he trembled on the spot. He didn't dare to make any more moves. You only have the cultivation of spirit apostle, you're not from the Taichin Gate, right? Yin-yang strong demon turned around and said faintly. I just met this friend by chance, and I don't know him, and I have nothing to do with the Taichin Gate. Please spare my life, Senior. The young man in a white robe looked very ugly at this time. He begged for mercy loudly, even his voice was trembling. You can only blame yourself for walking with the Taichin Gate. Yin-yang strong demon's mouth twitched a little. After letting out a cold snort, he grabbed at the young man in a white robe in the air, and a green mist claw whizzed at him. An ear-piercing scream came from the valley. A few days later, the news that evil cultivators appeared and frequently attacked cultivators related to the Taichin Gate came from the nearby area. In the next half a month, more than a dozen cultivators related to the Taichin Gate died one after another, and all their belongings were looted. For a while, the disciples related to the Taichin Gate in the market were panicking. Not long after, in a forging room in the backyard of the Bailian Pavilion, Lu Ming finally ended his retreat. After waving his hand to remove the enchantment in the room, he walked out of the room slowly. During this period, with the help of his multitasking technique, he continued to comprehend the ancient books while refining the spiritual weapon. After countless repetitive practice of the inscription restrictions, he finally mastered some simple refining techniques. Now, for low-grade spiritual weapons, he had added several layers of restrictions and additional attributes, and his success rate was as high as 90%. However, he was still not sure that he could upgrade the 9 Skulls shield to the prototype of the magic weapon in one go. After all, the materials were so difficult to collect. If the forging failed, his loss would not be small. Just as he was thinking about buying some inferior-grade spiritual weapons to practice, the disc array on his waist suddenly made a noise. Then shopkeeper Ye's panicked voice came out, "Envoy Lu, it's not good. Master Hua is in trouble." What happened to Master Hua? Lu Ming was shocked. He immediately made a gesture to activate the disc array. Master Hua went out this morning to purchase some materials for forging in the nearby mine. As a result, he just sent a message saying that he was ambushed by a muscular man with a yin-yang face on the way back with 2 colleagues. The situation is critical now. I hope Lu can go to rescue quickly. Shopkeeper Ye's voice was a little anxious. Okay, I'll go now. Lu Ming replied resolutely. As the disciple in charge of the Bailian Pavilion, he naturally wouldn't refuse when something like this happened. After Lu Ming asked about the approximate location of Master Hua, he put away the disc array without saying a word, left the Bailian Pavilion, and rushed toward the exit. As soon as he left the market, he immediately flew into the air, stuck a talisman on his body, and immediately blasted in a certain direction. After a quarter of an hour, he rushed to a low valley more than 100 miles away from the market. According to shopkeeper Yi, Master Hua and the others were ambushed nearby. Lu Ming released his mental power and began to search without saying a word. Boom. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound of spiritual power impact in the woods in the distance. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. As he made a gesture, the black light changed its direction slightly and flew toward the forest. After a while, a black light flashed above the forest, and his figure appeared. When he looked down, he was startled. On a high ground in the forest, the man surnamed Hua and another middle-aged cultivator of the Bailian Pavilion were waving a formation flag with sweat all over their heads, and they were channeling a temporary defensive array together. More than a dozen white light beams shot out from the messy formation flags around them, forming a white light curtain that protected the 2 of them. Beside the 2 of them, there was a man in a gray robe with his eyes closed. He was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Outside the array, a muscular man with a yin-yang face was waving his huge fist with a grin on his face, and he kept hitting the light curtain. In the loud rumbling sound, the entire light curtain looked like it was about to collapse. However, when the whistling sound came, the 2 people in the array naturally noticed Lu Ming's escape light, and they couldn't help turning their heads to look. Envoy Lu. When the man surnamed Hua saw Lu Ming, he immediately shouted with joy. After a few flashes, Lu Ming stopped above the array. After looking down to see that the person was fine, he was relieved. Then, he glanced at the muscular man with the yin-yang face. This person didn't use any spiritual weapon, and he could shake the entire defensive array with his huge strength alone. Lu Ming didn't dare to underestimate him too much. Although there was nothing special about this array, it was specially given to some disciples stationed outside by Taiqing Gate for temporary defense when encountering a strong enemy. Generally speaking, if someone below the crystallization period wanted to break it, it was not something that could be broken overnight. However, when Lu Ming's gaze fell on the black and white face of the muscular man, his expression moved slightly, and he suddenly said, "Yin-yang strong demon. Oh, you actually recognize me. It seems that you are also a disciple of Taiqing Gate, and you are an outer disciple. Very good. Looks like I've reaped quite a harvest today." Hearing this, the giant man with the yin and yang face paused his giant fist. He raised his head and looked up and down at Lu Ming. A hint of killing intent flashed across his bell-like eyes. Lu Ming snorted coldly and didn't answer. The black gas on his body flourished, and he jumped down from the air. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the giant man's head with a series of afterimages and punched down. Immediately, a black fist shadow flashed out. The yin and yang-faced giant didn't seem to expect Lu Ming to move so fast. A trace of surprise flashed across his ugly face, but he was also not afraid. He also threw a punch upwards, and there was a faint green flame in the huge fist shadow. Boom! With a loud sound, the black light and green flame separated upon contact. The yin and yang-faced giant took a dozen steps back in a row before standing firm. His face suddenly became gloomy. On the other side, Lu Ming's figure turned in the air lightly, and he turned the yin and yang-faced giant's strength into invisible. He landed gently in front of the enchantment like a catkin in the wind. This method of borrowing power was extremely skillful. It was the skill that he practiced in the countless battles with the demonized Xianxia and the elusive demonic pupil's illusion. At this moment, as the black gas tumbled on his body, it transformed into two mist dragons and a fierce tiger, roaring at the yin and yang-faced giant. Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. The yin and yang-faced giant seemed to recognize this technique immediately. His big black and white face twisted slightly. He sneered a few times, then he turned around and flew away in a green light. Lu Ming was slightly startled seeing this. He turned his head and said to the two beside him, "Master Hua, your spiritual power has been exhausted. Go back to the market quickly. I'll go after the evil man." After speaking, without waiting for the two to answer, a black light flashed on his body. He instantly rose into the air and chased in the direction where the yin and yang-faced giant escaped. This ranked 13th yin yang strong demon had a bounty of 30,000 contribution points from Taiqing Gate. He naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to earn contribution points easily. After all, he was still carrying such a large debt of contribution points. On the high ground in the woods, Master Hua and Master Hua looked at each other. This sudden change happened so quickly. Before the two could react, Lu Ming and the yin and yang-faced giant had already left. They disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The two of them escaped from death, so they didn't dare to stay here any longer. They hurriedly put away the formation flags on the ground, took the unconscious man, and immediately flew in the direction of the market. Lu Ming and Yin Yang strong demon had flown more than 100 miles in a moment. He looked at the green light in front of him, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. From the beginning of the escape, Yin Yang strong demon's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Now it was even slower. It seemed that he wasn't really escaping, but he wanted to lead Lu Ming far away from the Changyang market. Although Lu Ming didn't know what the other party was planning, he had already noticed that this person was also at the condensation period later stage when he fought with him. Facing a cultivator of the same level, he naturally wouldn't have the slightest fear. He immediately activated the escape light and continued to follow. After another 10 minutes, the green light in front suddenly stopped over a mountain top. The light faded, and the figure of Yin Yang strong demon appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back with a grin. More than 100 meters away, a black light flashed. Lu Ming also stopped the escape light and confronted the giant man. As soon as he landed, he released his huge mental power and carefully searched the surrounding area of a few miles. As a result, he found that this place was barren. There were not even a few wild beasts around, and there were no traces of ambush. He looked at the giant man faintly. "You are cultivating the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison of Taiqing Gate, so you should be an inner disciple, right?" TSK, I haven't killed an inner disciple before. Today is the first time." The giant man gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He sneered. "You led me here because you are afraid of attracting the attention of those Jin Dan state masters, right?" Lu Ming replied calmly when he heard the words. "Since you have figured it out, then go to hell." Yin Yang strong demon glanced at Lu Ming with some surprise, then he sneered. As soon as he spoke, the giant man's body blurred, and he instantly fell in front of Lu Ming. A layer of green flame appeared on the giant demon's claw, and he clawed down fiercely. Hew! Under the claw of the giant man, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared in a blur. It was just an afterimage. After the giant man missed, his face changed slightly. Suddenly, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he punched in the direction of his side. As a result, Lu Ming's figure just appeared on the other side. As he just stood still, he saw a huge fist coming toward him. Lu Ming's face also moved. He didn't expect this giant man's body to be so huge, but his speed was also so fast. As soon as an afterimage appeared, he disappeared like a ghost. With Lu Ming's movement technique in the illusion, he could withstand hundreds of rounds under the demonized Xianxia. Even though the giant man's movement was amazing, how could it really be compared with him, at this time, Yin Yang strong demon's face became ugly. Although he was not a pure physique cultivator, his speed had always been rare in the same realm. However, he couldn't even touch the opponent's shadow twice in a row, so he was obviously a little annoyed. His hands moved. As he was about to move, his divine thought suddenly couldn't sense the opponent's aura at all. His face changed immediately. At the next moment, a sharp hot wind suddenly appeared in the ears of the giant man. He saw a glimmer of white light from the corner of his eyes. As his mind turned sharply, his body suddenly made a 90-degree bend, barely dodging the attack. Even so, there was a burning pain on the giant man's face. He was obviously injured by the white light. Yin-Yang Strong Demon's body flashed in green light, and he immediately retreated more than 100 meters away. His back was already covered in cold sweat. If he didn't dodge fast, half of his head would be cut off by the white light. Sword light. Yin-Yang Strong Demon finally saw what the white light was at this moment. Not far away, looming in a green robe was standing there, but he didn't see any flying sword around him. "Are you a sword cultivator?" Yin-Yang Strong Demon said, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes at the same time. Although Lu Ming was expressionless and didn't intend to answer at all, he was a little surprised in his heart. Just now, he unexpectedly used the magical power of the finger sword, coupled with the ghostly movement technique that he practiced in countless battles with Lan Shi. He thought he could hit the opponent's vital point at once, but he didn't expect the opponent to dodge it. The Slayer ranked 13th on the life and death list really has some ability. Lu Ming's mind turned and without saying anything, he took a step forward. His figure rolled in the black gas and once again disappeared from where he stood. Seeing this, Yin-Yang Strong Demon's face changed. He spat out a small white bone flag and made a gesture. Suddenly, a layer of white light curtain appeared around him. Boom! As soon as he finished all this, the giant man felt the white light behind him tremble, and a loud noise suddenly burst out. A fist covered with purple dragon scales slammed on the light curtain. A click came out, and a spider web-like crack immediately appeared on the light curtain. Yin-Yang Strong Demon saw it, and a trace of horror finally flashed in his heart. Although his white bone flag was not a superb spiritual weapon, it was also an upper-grade defensive spiritual weapon with 24 enchantments, but it was almost shattered by Lu Ming in one blow. Lu Ming also frowned slightly. Obviously, the white light curtain in front of him was a little tougher than he expected. It actually blocked the blow of the heavy water droplet in his hand. However, he snorted coldly, and before the giant man in the light screen could react, a layer of black mist suddenly appeared on his arm, and it instantly thickened. The dragon scales on his arm were faintly discernible under the black mist, making him look a little sinister. With a low groan, his arm turned blurred and immediately transformed into a dense fist shadow. All of them hit on the light curtain. With a crisp sound, the white light curtain seemed to be broken in an instant. Seeing this, the giant man's face changed drastically. He was about to escape with a flash of green light on his body. Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly opened his 5 fingers and a few white lights appeared. In a flash, the white lights had already arrived in front of the giant man. Poochie sounds could be heard. A layer of strange green light immediately lit up on Yin-Yang Strong Demon's back, but it was instantly penetrated by the white light, revealing 5-finger-thick bloody holes. Blood immediately gurgled out. The giant man's body was also slightly stagnant for a moment, then he blasted out in a green light again. In a split second, Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. He raised his arm and slowly pointed at the air in front of him. Poof! A white sword chi that was obviously twice as thick shot out, and it went into the back of the muscular man in a blur as it rotated rapidly. Wow! Yin-Yang Strong Demon King screamed. He spouted a mouthful of blood, and he suddenly fell from midair. During the fall, countless green lights appeared on the muscular man's body and gathered at the wound. His huge body also shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few seconds, he turned into a young man in a green robe and fell to the ground. At the same time, the wound on his back had healed. Damn it, you dare to damage the yin-yang demonic body that I have been practicing for decades. Originally when I returned to the sect this time, I could step into the crystallization period in the yin-yang pool. Humph, pay with your life. The young man in green robe turned over and looked at Lu Ming in the air. His eyes were full of resentment, then he patted his waist. Suddenly, 4 golden lights rolled out from it, and they turned into 4 golden puppet warriors of 10 meters in size and landed in front of him. Isn't this the set of puppet warriors at the auction? Lu Ming couldn't help frowning when he saw these 4 puppet warriors. It turns out that the demon mystic sect cultivator who bought this set of puppet warriors is this person. Right, after this person's body returns to normal, his voice is indeed the same as the one at the auction. After Lu Ming thought about it, he already understood the cause and effect. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Previously at the auction venue, this person was followed by a crystallization period cultivator. It seems that I have to get rid of this person quickly. Otherwise, if the crystallization period cultivator comes and joins forces, it will be troublesome. While thinking, the young man in a green robe was chanting, and he waved his hand to launch 4 golden runes into the forehead of the 4 puppets. Suddenly, the 4 puppet warriors began to shine with golden light, and they suddenly exuded the spiritual pressure of the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming's face changed. He naturally wouldn't wait for the opponent to cast a spell to activate the puppets. His figure immediately turned blurred, and he pounced at the young man in a green robe. In midair, a crimson light flashed from his sleeve, and a crimson flying sword flew out, transforming into a crimson rainbow that swept toward the youth. The young man in green robe sneered. His figure shook slightly, and he once again cast a white light curtain to protect himself and the 4 puppet warriors. Astonishingly, it was the white bone banner that had previously been damaged. It was unknown when it had been retrieved, but it was once again activated. However, the power of the white light curtain had been greatly reduced, faintly showing signs of instability. It was obvious that it would not be able to resist for long. The young man in a green robe was just trying to buy some time to drive the 4 puppet warriors. Although each of these 4 puppets had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, it also consumed a lot of mental power. It would take a lot of effort for the young man to activate them. As a result, as soon as the white light barrier was formed, the crimson light whistled through the air, and the sword light, which was several tens of feet long, slashed down. Boom! The white light curtain suddenly trembled for a while, and the light dimmed a little again, but it did not immediately break apart. The young man in a green robe in the light curtain turned a deaf ear to this. He kept launching symbols on the 4 puppet warriors. The next moment, Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he had already appeared in front of the young man in a green robe. His arm was wrapped in black gas, and he slammed on the light curtain. Heavily. Bang, there was another loud noise. After the white light curtain trembled violently, it finally broke apart again. It's done. At this moment, the young man in a green robe laughed wildly. For golden light soared into the sky in front of him. The puppet warriors finally started to move. Seeing this, Lu Ming stomped the ground fiercely without saying a word. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind the young man in a green robe the next moment. He was about to make a move. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of him, and a figure of 10 meters tall blocked between him and the young man in a green robe. Immediately afterward, a huge golden light fist struck with a gust of wind. Bang, a muffled sound. Lu Ming's arm, which was covered with dragon scales, had collided with the golden armor puppet's fist. A huge force came. As Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, he immediately used the force to retreat for several tens of meters away. However, his body twisted slightly twice, and he had already resolved this force. Then he landed lightly. How is it? The taste of my puppet warriors isn't good, right? The young man in a green robe saw that Lu Ming was blown away by a punch for several tens of meters, and he couldn't help but slowly turn around with a smug smile on his face. After a few swoosh sounds, the other 3 tall golden figures also flew up in a blur, and they landed steadily. The 4 puppets stood in a square between the young man in a green robe and Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his brows, and his face showed a hint of contemplation. Obviously, these puppets were a bit more difficult to deal with than he expected. After the young man in a green robe glanced at the puppet in front of him with satisfaction, he looked at Lu Ming again. After a sneer, he waved his hand to launch 2 golden lights at the 2 puppets at the front. The 2 puppets in the middle suddenly turned into 2 golden lights and went straight to Lu Ming, while the other 2 put on a defensive posture to protect the young man in a green robe. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he was delighted in his heart. The essence of this puppet warrior was actually the four symbols array, which was mainly for defense and also had an offensive effect. If it was set by these four condensation period later stage puppets, the power would naturally increase by half. However, this young man in a green robe was either arrogant or ignorant. He actually separated the four puppet warriors. As a result, as long as one of them was broken, the four symbols array couldn't be set. After Lu Ming made up his mind, Lu Er tapped his feet on the ground without saying a word. His entire body rose into the air and retreated backward with a trace of afterimage. At the same time, he made a sword gesture, and the crimson flying sword in front of him shook lightly. It turned into a dazzling sword rainbow of several 10 meters long, blasting at the puppet in front of him. Seeing this, the young man in a green robe laughed wildly. His voice was full of disdain. The next moment, there was a boom. The crimson sword rainbow had already slashed heavily on a puppet on the left side. However, the golden armor puppet only paused slightly. It waved its fist to block the sword rainbow as if nothing had happened. It only left a shallow sword mark on its body, then it chased after Lu Ming again. At the same time, another golden armor puppet on the right side had already caught up a little. It opened its mouth and shot a thick golden light beam at Lu Ming at lightning speed. Lu Ming was shocked. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it easily, he immediately stopped. Dense dragon scales suddenly appeared on his arm, and he waved at the light beam. Another boom sound rang out, the golden light beam was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Amazing! Although he seemed to disperse the golden light beam easily, his arm was also faintly numb from the recoil. The power of this light beam was almost equivalent to the full blow of the condensation period later stage cultivator. As a result, in this moment, a puppet on the left side had already caught up with him. Its arm turned blurred, and a golden fist blasted at Lu Ming, leaving a long golden ripple in the air. Lu Ming's reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately twisted his body and dodged the punch with a rather awkward posture. At the same time, he turned sideways and punched at the puppet's head. Bang! The next moment, Lu Ming's fist covered in black gas collided with the other fist of the puppet. While the puppet soldier staggered back 2 steps, Lu Ming took the opportunity to retreat for several 10 meters. Before he could steady himself, another golden beam of light shot out like a bolt of lightning. In such a short time, the 2 puppet soldiers had already left the young man in a green robe for 100 meters under the intentional guidance of Lu Ming. The other 2 puppets guarded the young man in a green robe tightly and did not chase after him. It's about time. After Lu Ming once again defeated a golden light beam, he glanced at the young man in a green robe in the distance, then he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand. 2 clouds of black mist rushed out of the 2 bags respectively. As the black gas lingered, accompanied by a strange laughter, the demon flying skull turned a circle in the air and landed beside Lu Ming. The other cloud of black mist circled and landed beside Lu Ming's feet, and the figure of Bone Scorpion appeared as the mist faded. Demonic pet. The young man in a green robe saw Lu Ming's action, and he seemed to sneer. He didn't take it seriously, but he kept controlling the 2 puppets, trying to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Raising demonic creatures was naturally a common thing for their demon mystic sect. Not to mention that the subdued demonic creatures were generally much weaker than their masters, so their role in the battle was limited. Not to mention that they were facing the invulnerable puppet soldiers. Ordinary attacks couldn't cause any damage to these soldiers at all. Go, entangle these 2 puppets. Lu Ming moved his mind and ordered through divine thought while the golden armor puppets were attacking. As soon as Bone Scorpion received the order, its bull-sized body emitted a dark green air mass, and it became the size of a millstone. Its 6 hind legs bounced, and it suddenly bounced up. Its giant pincer slammed on the chest of a puppet soldier on the left. The puppet soldier was hit by this huge force, and it couldn't help but take a step back. As it was about to punch the scorpion away, there was a dense sound of chi-chi. Countless tiny black lines hit the face and chest of the golden armor puppet, making a shallow pinhole. Almost at the same time, Demon Flying Skull also rushed to a puppet on the right side. Countless green hair burst out, and there was a loud whistling sound. The golden armor puppet ignored the attack of the green hair. It opened its mouth and spat a golden light beam straight at Demon Flying Skull's face. The small heads on both sides of Demon Flying Skull opened and closed, and 2 green flames were spurted out. They collided with the golden light beam, and both of them disappeared. At the next moment, the hair in the sky suddenly curled and turned into a big green net, covering the puppet tightly. The strength of the golden armor puppet couldn't be underestimated. Although it didn't get out of the trap with its arms, a lot of hair was broken by it. At the same time, Lu Ming had already taken out the yellow turban soldier talisman, and he clasped it in his palm. A majestic spiritual power surged into the talisman. With a dazzling golden light flashed in front, a golden figure of 10 meters tall appeared. Go! As Lu Ming commanded, he flicked his sleeves at the same time, and a golden light blasted out. It extended and turned into a golden python of several 10 meters long. In a flash, it entangled the puppet warrior that was entangled by the hair. The golden armor rune soldier had already rushed to the puppet warrior at this moment, and it punched the head of the immobile puppet warrior. The puppet warrior was caught off guard, and it was knocked to the ground. Seeing this situation, the young man in green robe couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ming's 2 demonic pets to be so strong. Judging from the spiritual power fluctuations, they actually have the strength of the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming's previous behavior was clearly to deliberately lead his puppet to a distance. You dare to destroy my puppet, I will tear you into pieces. The young man in green robe shouted fiercely. His body was shining in green light, and he immediately rushed forward with the other 2 puppets. But Lu Ming had already appeared in front of the puppet entangled by the demon flying skull and the yellow turban soldier in a blur. The flying sword in his hand flashed, stabbing at a golden rune mark on the puppet's left chest like lightning. For the structure of the puppet, Lu Ming also had a lot of research. He knew that as long as the place where the core supplied spiritual power was destroyed, no matter how strong the puppet was, it would immediately become a dead thing. Through his previous observation, he had naturally found the core. Chi, the crimson flying sword pierced deeply into the mark on the chest of the puppet warrior at lightning speed. The tall body of the puppet warrior suddenly flashed with golden light, and there was a clicking sound inside. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but then it changed slightly. The internal mechanism and spiritual power flow of this puppet did not stop completely. The golden head was still emitting golden light, but the aura was obviously weaker than before. It turns out that this puppet warrior actually has 2 cores. No wonder it is so agile. As Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, he made a sword gesture, and the crimson flying sword shot out again. After a circle, it pierced into the puppet's forehead. Pung, a sound was heard. The golden armored puppet finally came to an abrupt halt, and the crimson light in its eyes dimmed as it crashed heavily to the ground. From the moment Lu Ming released his magical pet to trap the enemy to the moment he destroyed a golden armored puppet, only a few breaths had passed. Until the golden armor puppet fell to the ground, the young man in green robe brought the other 2 puppets to the front again. However, when he glanced at the puppet that collapsed on the ground like a dead thing and the other puppet that was still fighting with Bone Scorpion, he immediately paused. His face was livid, and he looked at Lu Ming with strong killing intent. Lu Ming smiled lightly, waved his hand, and launched a symbol. The golden fallen sand that entangled the puppet suddenly collapsed. After a circle, it turned into a golden light and fell into his hand. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you can't use the 4 symbols formation? The green-robed youth sneered. Lu Ming smiled and said nothing about this, but he quietly instructed the demon flying skull and the yellow turban strongman through divine thought. Swoosh swoosh, 2 air-piercing sounds came. Demon flying skull and the yellow turban strongman suddenly blasted out, pouncing on the 2 puppet soldiers behind the young man in green robe. At the same time, Lu Ming made a sword gesture, and a crimson sword light flashed in front of him, slashing at the young man in green robe. Courting death. The young man in green robe shouted fiercely. His hands flashed in black light, and a pair of pitch-black gloves appeared. He punched at the sword light in front of him. Boom, the crimson flying sword was knocked back by the punch, and the young man in green robe couldn't help but take 2 steps back under the huge counterforce. Just when the young man in green robe stabilized his figure and wanted to punch out again, a sneer suddenly came into his ears. The young man only felt a blur in front of him, then a black shadow had slammed heavily on his chest. Bang, the young man in green robe was caught off guard. His protective aura was shattered in an instant, then there was a burning pain in his chest. He was knocked into the air for more than 100 meters away, then he fell heavily on the ground like a broken sack. Wah! The young man in green robe spat out a big mouthful of blood. His chest was even sunken, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain even when he breathed. This is impossible. The young man in green robe turned over and stood up. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He was a genius inner disciple that was admired by thousands of people in the demon mystic sect, and there was a big backer behind him. He could be said to be powerful in the sect. He had never been so embarrassed before. Not far away, one of the 4 puppet soldiers that he relied on the most had been damaged, and the other 3 were entangled by the opponent's spiritual pet. They couldn't break free for a while, let alone come and protect him. The young man in green robe endured the pain in his chest and struggled to stand up with a groan. A black shadow flashed in front of him, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lu Ming. Seeing this, the young man in green robe finally showed a trace of fear in his eyes, but he suddenly opened his mouth, and a black light blasted out. There was no sign in advance, but it was a black needle that was a few inches long. Lu Ming didn't retreat, but his figure suddenly moved forward. At the same time, his head turned blurred, and the black needle phantasm flashed past. He flicked his sleeves, and golden light spots rolled out. They instantly condensed into a golden light blade, stabbing forward silently. At such a close distance, the young man in green robe couldn't dodge at all. It was too late for him to use other spiritual weapons to defend himself. He could only desperately dodge to the side to avoid the vital parts. As a result, with a flash of golden light, the young man in green robe's protective aura was broken. One of his arms was chopped off, and it instantly burst into a blood mist. Ah! The young man in green robe screamed. However, he was also a person with a firm mind. He gritted his teeth, and his figure suddenly retreated a few 10 meters away. He quickly took out a talisman and stuck it on the broken arm to stop the bleeding on the shoulder. After that, he waved one hand. A black light flashed, and a fan with more black than white appeared in his hand. It was the superb spiritual weapon, Soul Destruction Fan, that he bought at the auction. Lu Ming raised his brows slightly. If he remembered correctly, this fan should have as many as 30 enchantments. Under the desperate activation of the young man, its power shouldn't be underestimated. However, the auction had only lasted for 2 to 3 months. Since this young man had already sacrificial refined this set of puppets, and he didn't cast this fan at the first time, he should not have completed the sacrificial refining of Soul Destruction Fan. In this case, I don't have to worry too much. While he was thinking, the young man in green robe had already poured all his spiritual power into the Soul Destruction Fan with a ferocious expression. He seemed to feel that it was not enough, so he spat a mouthful of blood essence on the fan. Soul Destruction Fan suddenly burst into a burst of black and white light, then it fanned at Lu Ming fiercely. A purple mist surged out of the fan. As it condensed, it turned into a purple skeleton in an instant. It opened its mouth and swallowed Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly felt a soul-stirring feeling fill the surrounding space. His ears vaguely felt a piercing pain, as if they were being pricked by needles. His mind was immediately shaken. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. He suddenly turned his hand and took out a small silver lock. At the same time, he made a gesture with his other hand. With a flash of the small silver lock, his eyes suddenly emitted a bright silver light. A huge mental power that seemed to be substantial gushed out and went against the purple skeleton that was just about to arrive. Boom! The purple skeleton suddenly collapsed with a grimace. It once again turned into a rolling purple mist and slowly dissipated in the air. In the mist, a green figure just twisted, and it flashed out like a ghost. The next moment, it was already 30 meters away from the young man in green robe. No. I can't lose to a nobody like you. The young man in green robe's face was already as pale as paper at this moment. Seeing this situation, he roared desperately. He fanned the Soul Destruction Fan in his hand crazily, and countless black wind blades swept out. He wanted to fight desperately. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. A black gas flashed on his body. His whole body was like a snake, twisting and moving unbelievably. He actually passed through the wind blades in an instant. At the next moment, the young man in green robe felt a black strong wind whistling past him, then he felt a chill in his chest. He looked back subconsciously, but he saw a man in a green robe behind him. He was holding a palm surrounded by black gas, and a bloody heart was still beating slowly on the palm. Seeing this scene, the expression on the young man in green robe's face instantly froze. His eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. As he clenched his palm, the heart was crushed, and a cluster of blood burst out. The young man in green robe opened his mouth, and he made a few inaudible hoarse sounds in his throat, then his body fell to the ground softly. His eyes were completely devoid of luster, and only the big hole in his chest was still bleeding. Lu Ming retracted his arm blankly, and he shook off the blood on it slightly. At this moment, a cloud of black gas blasted out from the head of the young man in green robe. In a flash, it was several 10 meters away. It was about to escape into the distance. Lu Ming raised his brows. It was not the first time that the condensation period cultivator could still retain a trace of soul essence after death, so he naturally wouldn't let it escape. With just a wave of his hand, the crimson sword had already flown out and circled around the black gas. A shrill scream suddenly came from within the black gas, and then it shattered into specks of black light that scattered in all directions. Just when Lu Ming was about to withdraw the flying sword with a relaxed expression, a blood light as thin as a hair suddenly flew out from the black light. With just a flash, it went into his body. The speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge at all. Lu Ming was shocked suddenly. He immediately channeled his mental power to search his body. Soon, he saw a faint red line deep in the meridians of his body. His heart sank. He remembered some strange demonic techniques recorded in the classics of Tai Ching Gate. Many of them were vicious techniques that were launched with one's own blood essence. He remembered that there was a kind of demonic mystic art called septic sword. It was to burn one's own blood essence to turn into a blood sword. As long as it touched the enemy's body, it could immediately invade the enemy's vitality and soul. It would slowly nibble away the enemy's vitality like maggots until death. It was an evil technique that the demonic cultivator used to perish together with the enemy before death. Could it be that this blood is also a kind of spell? Lu Ming muttered in his mind, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not like it. Evil techniques like septic sword required a certain amount of essence and spiritual power to launch. When the soul essence was destroyed by the sword light just now, there seemed to be no sign of using spiritual power. Then, he immediately cast a spell to expel the blood in his body, but no matter how he mobilized his spiritual power, there was no effect at all. This blood seemed to not exist at all. It seems that this technique is definitely a special mystic art of the demon mystic sect. Forget it, let's wait until I return to the market, then I will deal with it slowly. Lu Ming couldn't do it for a while, so he could only frown and temporarily stop casting. Lu Ming kept the golden fallen sand in the sky. Then he picked up the soul destruction fan and a pair of black gloves that fell next to the young man in a green robe's corpse. Soul destruction fan was a genuine superb spiritual weapon. Although it didn't match his technique, it could be exchanged for more than 1,000,000 spirit stones if he sold it. The black gloves could withstand the flying sword, so it was naturally a good spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, one of them was destroyed by the golden fallen sand. If there was only one left, it should be exchanged for some spirit stones. After putting these two things away, he leaned over the young man in a green robe and collected them. Soon, he found a golden storage talisman from his waist. He stuffed the storage talisman into his arms, then he seemed to think of something. A red light flashed in his hand, and he cut off the head of the young man in a green robe. If the head of Yin Yang Strong Demon was brought to the Hall of Life and Death, it could be exchanged for 30,000 contribution points. It was just that Yin Yang Strong Demon had been appearing as a muscular man with a Yin and Yang face. He didn't know if the Hall of Life and Death knew the true appearance of Yin Yang Strong Demon. However, he had to give it a try no matter what. He immediately turned his hand and put it into a storage talisman. Then, Lu Ming looked coldly at the headless corpse. He flicked his sleeves, and a crimson fireball fell on it, turning it into ashes in a blink of an eye. On the other side, with the death of the young man in a green robe, the three puppet warriors also suddenly lost control. They collapsed to the ground motionlessly. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his hand to recall the demon flying skull, bone scorpion and the yellow turban warrior. Then he made a gesture and tried several methods to recall the puppets. Finally, after 10 minutes, the 4 puppets turned back into yellow beads, then he carefully put them into the sumeru ring. This set of puppets was equivalent to a master of the early stage of the crystallization period. Speaking of it, it was the best trophy he got after today's battle. Although the core of one of the puppets had been destroyed, he had a good grasp of propriety when he attacked and did not cause any irreparable damage to the puppet's body. As long as it was slightly repaired, it should be able to return to normal. After Lu Ming finished doing all this, he didn't stay here for long. He held up a black cloud beneath his feet and soared into the sky, heading towards the market. At the same time that the young man in green robe's soul was minced, in an inn in Xianxia market, there was a loud bang on the roof of the top floor, and a big hole was blasted. A black light flashed, and a tall and muscular man with a gloomy face was floating in the air with a black disc array in his hand. Such a big commotion attracted the attention of the people around the inn. The tall and burly man didn't care about the situation around him at all. He stared at the black formation plate in his hand without moving his eyes. Suddenly, he let out a roar and flew away in a black light. It was heading towards the place where the green-robed youth had perished. Lu Ming stepped on a black cloud, turned into an escape light, and galloped toward the Xianxia market. Along the way, he did not encounter other cultivators. When he was still a distance away from the market, his expression suddenly changed. In the sky ahead of him, a small black dot suddenly appeared, and in a few breaths of time, the black dot grew several times larger, showing just how fast it was. Lu Ming's face darkened. Although he couldn't see who the black spot was, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. Judging from the speed, the opponent's cultivation was obviously not low. It was very likely to be a crystallization period powerhouse, and the breath faintly exuded in this black light also gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Just as Lu Ming wanted to hide his tracks, a huge divine thought swept over without warning, and it shrouded Lu Ming in it. Lu Ming's face suddenly darkened. It was too late to hide at this time. He immediately snorted and continued to fly toward the market calmly. Not long after, a surging black gas swept over, and it suddenly stopped not far in front of Lu Ming. As soon as the black gas faded, a tower-like burly man appeared. He was looking at him coldly. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. The burly man in front of him was the crystallization period cultivator who was with the green-robed youth at the auction. May I know why Senior has stopped me? If there is nothing, I still have something important to do, so I will leave now. Lu Ming said slowly without changing his expression. The burly man looked up and down at Lu Ming. His eyes condensed coldly, and he took out a black disc array. What do you mean? Seeing this, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. The tall and muscular man turned a deaf ear to Lu Ming's question. He raised one hand and launched a black symbol at the disc array in his hand. The black formation plate instantly let out an ear-piercing screech. At the same time, a layer of blood mist appeared on it. After a tumble, it condensed into 7 or 8 octopus-like blood-red tentacles that waved at Lu Ming non-stop. Did you kill Mr.? Seeing this, the tall and muscular man's eyes flashed with killing intent. His eyes were even colder. What are you talking about? I don't seem to understand. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he said faintly. Humph, you have a wisp of Mr. Soul power remaining in your body. The soul-leading disc has already sensed it. If that's the case, then pay with your life. The tall and muscular man looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Ming's face finally sank. Since he had been seen through, this tall and muscular man obviously wouldn't let him go. He could only fight with him. However, from the burly man's words, he was able to confirm one thing. The red thread in the burly man's body should be the soul force that the burly man spoke of. It should be some sort of tracking mark. This made him heave a sigh of relief. This kind of power couldn't exist in the host for too long. While he was thinking, the tall and muscular man's body suddenly rolled with black gas. His figure shook, then he jumped up from the ground and went straight to Lu Ming. The next moment, a big hand as black as ink grabbed at the top of Lu Ming's head. This tall and muscular man obviously wanted to crush Lu Ming's head with one blow. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Black gas also appeared on his body. He stepped in the air and moved sideways with an afterimage, avoiding the blow of the muscular man. The tall and muscular man missed, and his face showed an unexpected look. He didn't seem to expect Lu Ming's speed to reach such a level. The muscular man waved his hand in an instant, and the 5 fingers on his big hand pulled out 5 half-foot-long black lights, grabbing at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His fist was covered with dense dragon scales, and he punched out like lightning on the big hand of the tall and muscular man. A muffled bang, Lu Ming was suddenly shaken back for more than 10 steps. After the black gas rolled on his body, he barely stabilized his figure. The tall and muscular man's body also shook slightly, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. He immediately groaned with some surprise, "You are also a physique cultivator?" This person cultivated some kind of demon mystic sex physique mystic art. Even among the crystallization period cultivators of the same level, few people could match him. He didn't expect this condensation period cultivator could take it head-on like nothing happened. Lu Ming sneered. He tapped his feet and immediately retreated. At the same time, he made a sword gesture, and a 10 meters long crimson sword light blasted out from his hand, slashing at the tall and muscular man in the air. Seeing this, the muscular man was furious in his heart. His killing intent couldn't help but increase a bit. Seeing the crimson sword light approaching like lightning, he didn't resist at all. A strange metallic sound was heard. The sword projection had already struck the burly man's shoulder, but it was bounced off as if it had struck an iron pillar. It reverted back to a small sword that was flashing with crimson light, leaving only a faint white mark. It didn't even manage to cut through the man's skin. The muscular man sneered. He opened his 5 fingers, and a thick black light rose from his hand. He grabbed forward abruptly. Chi-chi, there was a whistling sound. 5 black lights were ejected from his fingertips, and they condensed into 5 semicircular light slashes. They came in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He flicked his sleeves quickly, and a golden sand curtain appeared in front of him. It instantly turned into 5 layers of golden sand curtain blocking in front of him. Bang 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 bang, there were 4 crisp sounds in a row, the golden sand curtain was slashed 4 times in a row, and the weakened light slashes hit the 5th layer of sand curtain. After the sand curtain trembled violently a few times, it finally shattered together as the 5 light slashes turned into a burst of fluorescence and slowly dissipated. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the tall and muscular man. Obviously, he felt it was incredible that a condensation period cultivator could block his attacks consecutively. Lu Ming sighed secretly. As his mind turned sharply, he once again made a sword gesture to control the crimson flying sword to slash at the tall and muscular man. This time, he didn't use a powerful sword light, but he turned the flying sword into a long and narrow sword light. It shuttled around the muscular man like lightning, stabbing at the weak points such as the eyes and throat of the muscular man at a tricky angle. At the same time, his other hand quietly touched the leather bag on his waist. Although the tall and muscular man had no scruples about this sword light attack, he naturally didn't want to bear the flying sword attack at the weakest point of his body for no reason. He blocked with his arms, and the speed of his charge forward was slowed down. At this moment, 2 black gas rolled out from Lu Ming's waist. It was Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. As soon as they appeared, they flew to both sides of the tall and muscular man. Bone Scorpion just flashed, and it came to the left side of the tall and muscular man. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of purple flame. At the same time, the dragon-shaped tail hook behind it blurred, turning into dozens of dense black lines that stabbed at the muscular man. The tall and muscular man just waved his hand to deflect the crimson flying sword. A black light flashed on his body, and the purple flame that hit him was shattered. Then, he groaned and moved one hand. He went into the black lines as fast as lightning. He clenched his 5 fingers and grabbed the purple-black tail hook. But right at this moment, the tail hook suddenly blurred and disappeared from the large man's hand. Then, a faint hook shadow suddenly appeared behind the large man's head and silently pierced into it. The demon flying skull spewed out a large amount of green flame, instantly blocking the sight of the tall and muscular man. Then, its green hair suddenly curled and turned into countless fine threads that shrouded the tall and muscular man. The tall and burly man frowned. First, he suddenly punched backward, dispersing the faint hook shadow. Then, he moved his body and shot backward. However, right at this moment, a crimson sword light flashed and struck the burly man's shoulder. Even though it was unable to break through his defenses, it still caused him to stumble. Immediately thereafter, he felt his right arm tighten as countless green threads wrapped around it. Demon Flying Skull laughed strangely. Its head trembled, and 8 clones appeared beside it. Countless green hair turned into a large net, entangling the tall and muscular man even more tightly. The tall and muscular man's face changed. He struggled hard, but he couldn't get rid of it for a while. His body trembled, and black flames appeared on his body, trying to burn these hair. Right at this moment, a blurry figure silently appeared behind the tall and sturdy man. Then, golden light flashed, and a golden sawtooth blade suddenly appeared in front of the figure. The blade slashed toward the back of the tall and sturdy man, then abruptly pulled down. It was Lu Ming who took advantage of Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull attracting the attention of the muscular man. He quietly hid his breath, lurked over, and injected all his spiritual power into the golden fallen sand to launch a sneak attack. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the black flames of the muscular man's body protection was slashed, and a shallow and long wound was left on his back. Blood suddenly seeped out from it. The tall and muscular man only felt a tingling pain on his back, and he was instantly shocked and angry. Since he advanced to the crystallization period with his body refining demonic technique, he had never suffered such an injury. Moreover, the opponent was just a junior of the condensation period later stage. He let out a loud shout, and the black flames on the surface of his body instantly flourished, causing his green hair to crackle from the heat. Then, he struggled with all his might, and suddenly broke free from it. The Demon Flying Skull phantasms were caught off guard. Under the reaction force of the pull, they collapsed one after another. Only the Demon Flying Skull itself staggered back for a few 10 meters. The towering man suddenly turned around, raised his eyebrows, and opened his mouth to spit out a black light at Lu Ming. The black light was like an arrow released from a bow, carrying with it a terrifying and dangerous aura as it instantly attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He shook his sleeve quickly, and a shield with 9 skulls imprinted on its surface appeared in his hand, blocking the black light. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. Lu Ming felt an enormous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas surge over, and his entire body seemed as if it was struck by a sledgehammer as his figure abruptly shot out. He rolled repeatedly in midair before finally stopping, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. The impact of this black light was so strong that it was obviously a superb spiritual weapon. Fortunately, he had the 9 skulls shield to barely block it. After Lu Ming stabilized his figure, he took a closer look. Only then did he see the true appearance of the black light. It was actually a black jade hammer that was only the size of a palm. At this moment, it had flown back, and it was hovering around the muscular man's body in a flickering black light. The sleek hammer head was engraved with dense and complicated runes, exuding bursts of strong spiritual fluctuations. Seeing Lu Ming blocking this blow, the tall and muscular man couldn't help but be surprised. He was very clear about the power of this small hammer. Even he himself might not be able to resist it, but he didn't expect it to be defended by this condensation period junior again. The muscular man turned his gaze, and the next moment, he looked at the shield in Lu Ming's hand. Looking at the pure black light emitted by the 9 skulls shield, a greedy expression flashed in his eyes. Woo! A silver-white figure suddenly flew to the back of the muscular man. In the sound of chi-chi, countless black lines burst out. It was Bone Scorpion that was just thrown away by the muscular man. The tall and muscular man didn't even look back. Swoosh, he launched the small hammer in front of him. Bone Scorpion screamed, and it was sent flying by the black light. Lu Ming's face darkened. It was too late to help. Fortunately, he instantly confirmed that Bone Scorpion only suffered some superficial injuries through divine thought. Then he was slightly relieved. At the same time, the Demon Flying Skull on the other side also took advantage of the moment when the muscular man attacked Bone Scorpion. Its green hair burst out again. The tall and muscular man sneered. He grabbed the small hammer with one hand and swung it again. Compared with the scorpion, this demon in front of him annoyed him more. As a result, at this moment, a golden light flashed in front of him, and a 10 meters tall figure blocked in front of the demon flying skull. Pucci, the muscular man's small hammer and his arm smashed into the golden giant's chest, making a big hole. The muscular man was slightly startled, looking at the golden armor-ruined soldier that suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise. It was Lu Ming who quietly cast the yellow turban soldier talisman and blocked the blow. The flying head took the opportunity to laugh. It swung its head and once again used its green hair to wrap around the wrist of the tower-like man that was holding the hammer. At the same time, the yellow-turbaned strongman also suddenly moved his arms, and his two hands were like iron pincers that tightly grabbed the big man's arm. Seeing this scene, the tall and muscular man's face turned cold. His right arm suddenly thickened, and he pulled back violently. Boom! A few black lights suddenly burst out from the body of the yellow-turbaned soldier. The small black hammer and the muscular man's right arm slammed into its body. The body of the yellow-turbaned soldier suddenly collapsed. It wailed and turned into a talisman paper again. Just when the muscular man wanted to wave the small hammer to repel the demon flying skull that entangled his left arm, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. An extremely dangerous feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. He suddenly turned his head and saw a figure wrapped in a crimson sword light rushing into the sky where Lu Ming originally stood. After the sword light circled once, the figure inside it blurred and disappeared into the cold light. At the same time, the sword light suddenly swelled to several times its original size. After another blur, it arrived in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye, exuding an icy cold sword intent that swept toward him. The tall and muscular man only felt a creepy feeling surging from his heart. It was too late to dodge now. He could only shout, and strange black runes suddenly appeared on his face. At the same time, the black demonic flame on his body surged and gathered above his head in an instant, turning into a black light wall. At the same time, his body made a cracking sound, and his body grew again. He actually planned to take this blow head-on. Poof, the black light wall on the surface of the muscular man couldn't stop the sword light at all. A red light flashed, and the black light wall suddenly collapsed after a violent tumble. The muscular man's figure was revealed again. His left arm was still entangled by the demon flying skull's green hair. It was just that at this moment, the expression on the tall and muscular man's face had already solidified. The next moment, a thin red line appeared on his neck. Pudong, the burly man's head tilted to one side and rolled down. His face still retained an expression of disbelief. At the same time, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky from the headless corpse. After it suddenly dispersed, a cloud of black gas appeared and shot away into the distance. However, the crimson sword light that killed the muscular man just rolled and shattered the black gas. There was a scream of the muscular man from it, and it stopped abruptly. Not far behind the muscular man's corpse, the crimson brilliance faded, and Lu Ming's figure holding a crimson spiritual sword appeared. He was panting heavily. Just now, he almost exhausted all his spiritual power to cast the mystic art of body and sword fusion. Under unexpected circumstances, he finally killed the tall and muscular man with one strike. This was also because the muscular man underestimated his enemy. His self-confidence in his defense was amazing, and he was constantly disturbed by the demon flying skull's yellow-turbaned soldier and other creatures, so he could easily kill the muscular man. Otherwise, if this blow missed, it was equivalent to sending himself to his death. The consequences were also unimaginable. Although this demon mystic sex muscular man was only at the early stage of the crystallization period, as a physique cultivator, even the intermediate stage of the crystallization period cultivator might not be his opponent. After Lu Ming took a long sigh of relief, he waved his hand and kept away the demon flying skull, bone scorpion, and the yellow-turbaned soldier talisman. After taking out the dark hammer and storage amulet of the muscular man, he waved his hand and released 2 fireballs to burn the corpse into ashes. After doing all this, he immediately flew to the market on a black cloud. Half a day later, Lu Ming had already changed into a green robe on the way, then he returned to the Bailian pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the door, shopkeeper Yi walked out from behind the counter with joy and greeted him. "Shopkeeper Yi, don't worry anymore, I have killed the Yin Yang strong demon. By the way, is Master Hua back?" Lu Ming asked calmly before shopkeeper Yi spoke. Master Hua came back half a day ago, and he is now meditating in his room. Thank you for your help this time, Envoy Lu. Shopkeeper Yi hurriedly bowed and replied. His demeanor was obviously more respectful than before. Lu Ming just nodded slightly, then he quickly walked to the secret room on the third floor. In the hall on the first floor, several other shop assistants were talking with surprise and joy. Did Envoy Lu really kill the Yin Yang strong demon? I heard that although this person is only at the condensation period later stage, his strength is comparable to the crystallization period. A young shop assistant asked in disbelief. How can Sir Envoy lie to you and me for such a big event? Shopkeeper Yi said in a deep voice with a serious face. I have long felt that the new Envoy Lu is not a simple character. Another young shop assistant sneered. In short, since Yin Yang strong demon has been beheaded, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Shopkeeper Yi said as he gestured to the few people to go back to work. After all, Yin Yang strong demon's matter was not something that ordinary disciples like them who had left the sect could deal with. They only needed to be responsible for managing the shop. In the secret room on the third floor, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a yellow futon. Every once in a while, he would pour out a red pill from a small emerald green bottle beside him and swallow it in one gulp. After 2 hours, Lu Ming's bloodless face gradually became ruddy, and some small wounds on his body were also healing rapidly. He was previously worried that in addition to the towering muscular man, there would still be other people from the demon mystic sect tracking the soul mark on his body to kill him. As a result, he didn't expect that as soon as he returned to the market, the red line left by Yin Yang strong demon in his body had disappeared. It seemed that the effect of this positioning mystic art only lasted for half a day. Lu Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Lu Ming did not continue to adjust his breath to restore spiritual power. Instead, he patted his waist with one hand and couldn't wait to check the 2 storage talismans that he had previously seized from Yin Yang strong demon and the tall and muscular man. He first released divine thought into the golden storage talisman, and the expression on his face gradually became surprised. In the storage talisman of the young man in green robe, there were more than 300 upper-grade spirit stones and several upper-grade spiritual weapons. Although these spiritual weapons were of good quality, they obviously needed to cultivate demonic technique to exert their full potential. For the current Lu Ming, the value was not high. In addition to finding another remote market to exchange for spirit stones, it was also a good choice to use these upper-grade spiritual weapons to try to improve the inscription. In addition to these, there was a black bottle, a broken ancient book, and a crystal ancient mirror fragment in the storage bag. In the black bottle, there was some pitch-black liquid. Lu Ming didn't know what it was, but he vaguely felt a faint demonic qi, but it was a little different from the true demonic qi. It might be something needed to cultivate a certain kind of demonic technique. As for the ancient mirror fragment, it was only the size of an egg. It was imprinted with strange white runes, and it reflected a misty crystal light from time to time. It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. But Lu Ming couldn't see anything except that there was a faint mysterious aura on it. After putting it away, he picked up the broken ancient book. This ancient book had been around for many years. The cover was slightly yellowed, and it was missing an inch-large corner. It was torn from the middle. It was obviously only half of the book. Lu Ming gently turned a page with a thought, but he saw a misty black light appearing on the surface of the inner page. There were some faint black-purple words floating around. It seemed to be under some enchantment. When Lu Ming took a closer look, he was surprised to find that these looming strange and complicated words on the ancient book were very similar to the words that appeared on the scale of the giant foot of the ancient demon that he saw in the secret realm of the Yuan Mo Sex Demon Subduing Tower, and he could read it at a glance. As a result, just as he was about to take a closer look with a hint of joy on his face, a burst of black light suddenly rushed toward him from within the black light, following which a buzzing sound rang out in his ears. In the next instant, he was struck by a burst of dizziness, and he almost fainted onto the ground. He was startled and immediately closed the ancient book. Then, he made a hand sign with one hand and adjusted his breath. After a while, he recovered a little. He thought quickly in his mind. Obviously, the restriction on this strange ancient book wasn't simple, so he put it aside and first rummaged through the storage talisman of the tall and sturdy man. As a result, the things left by this muscular man of the crystallization period made Lu Ming a little surprised. In addition to more than 20 upper-grade spirit stones, there was only an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon and an upper-grade spiritual weapon, which was somewhat inconsistent with his identity of the crystallization period. In addition, there was also a black ancient book. At a glance, it was a demonic technique, but it was very ordinary. It could be cultivated from the spirit apostle stage to the early stage of the crystallization period. After shaking his head slightly, he put the ancient book aside. After 10 minutes, when Lu Ming roughly counted all the spoils of war, he turned his attention to the ancient book of ancient demonic text. He wanted to try to break the enchantment on it. There were many ways to break this kind of enchantment, but if he couldn't find the right medicine or used brute force to break it, it would often cause certain damage to the enchantment. Take this old ancient book as an example. If Lu Ming forcibly instilled a large amount of spiritual power into the ancient book regardless of the consequences, it would most likely cause the enchantment to burst, but the ancient book would also be burned at the same time. After thinking about it for a while, he planned to use some relatively safe methods to try to break the enchantment on this ancient book. Lu Ming first carefully placed the ancient book on a green stone in front of him and opened it, then he made a gesture. A black gas seeped out of his fingers and flew toward the ancient book after condensing in the air. But as soon as this black gas touched the enchantment on the surface of the ancient book, it was absorbed by the black light and disappeared. Lu Ming sighed slightly. He changed his gesture, and a spiral invisible sword chi shot out from his fingertips. Under his control, it slowly approached the ancient book as if he wanted to cut the black light on the surface directly. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. Before the spiral sword chi touched the enchantment on the surface, it was bounced away by the black light on the surface. It shot toward the wall on the other side of the secret room. Boom! A hole the size of a finger joint appeared on the wall. After half an hour, after trying several methods to no avail, Lu Ming frowned slightly and pondered. It seemed that this ancient book was most likely not something he could open and check now. He immediately put it back into the Sumuru ring. He was going to try to read this ancient book after advancing to the crystallization period. At the same time, in a towering mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Chongyang market. The mountain range was pitch black and stretched for thousands of miles. From time to time, gusts of cold wind blew in the valley, sweeping up the gray sand in the sky. This was where the demon fantasy sect, one of the 4 ancient sects, was located. In a cave at the top of a towering black mountain peak, a one-armed middle-aged man in a gray robe was trembling with fear as he faced a tightly shut secret chamber. Reporting to Ancestor Wu Guang. In the study room, the demonic book that Ancestor brought back 300 years ago suddenly disappeared. The man reported with a trembling voice. Since it's gone, why don't you go and check it? A cold voice came from all directions of the one-armed man. I found out that not long ago, your most favored Mr. Xia had entered this study room once. After the one-armed man paused for a while, he said truthfully in fear. Trash. As a result, after a sudden anger came from the secret room, a wisp of inaudible cold wind floated out through the door of the secret room, and it went into the middle-aged man's head in a blink of an eye. Ancestor, spare, without waiting for the one-armed man to finish speaking, his head suddenly exploded with a bang, and red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Then, a man's low voice came from the secret room. Xia is really messing around. That half of the classic is written by the ancient demon clan, and it is planted with a powerful enchantment. Even if he can use mystic arts to forcibly break the enchantment, it is all written in true demonic text. If he is not a demon clan, how can he understand it? Never mind, when he comes back, I will take it back myself. At noon the next day, in an inconspicuous shop selling puppets on the west corner of the market, a middle-aged man in a green robe was discussing something with another middle-aged man who looked like a Taoist priest. Mr. Xian, this is the puppet. Can you see if you can repair it? The middle-aged man said as he took out a khaki bead with some cracks on the surface from the storage bag on his waist. Mr. Ye's puppet seems to be damaged a lot. The middle-aged Taoist glanced at the bead in the man's hand and said with a frown. Mr. Yi is wise. I encountered a strong enemy before, causing this puppet to be damaged and lose a lot of spirituality. I heard that Mr. Xian is proficient in puppets, so I came to visit. The middle-aged man sighed softly and handed the bead to the middle-aged Taoist. After the middle-aged Taoist took the yellow bead, he immediately observed it carefully. After a while, he gently threw the bead up and launched a symbol in the air. The bead flashed in the air, and it instantly turned into a 10 meters tall golden armor puppet. It was just that the golden armor on the puppet was a little tattered at this time. There was an inch-big hole on the left chest and between the eyebrows. It's not difficult to repair this puppet. You just need to spend some more materials, refine it again, and replace a few crystal stones. We also have these materials in stock, but I'm afraid it won't be a small amount. The middle-aged Taoist said so after thinking for a moment. As long as Mr. Xian can repair this puppet, just tell me how many spirit stones you need. The middle-aged man showed a hint of joy on his face when he heard the words. He cupped his fist and said, "The repair cost is about 300,000 spirit stones. In fact, if Mr. Yi adds another 100,000 spirit stones, you can buy another ordinary condensation period later stage puppet." After thinking about it, the middle-aged Taoist quoted a price. "I'm used to using this puppet, so please repair it." After that, the middle-aged man took out 30 upper-grade spirit stones from his waist and handed them to the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged man was Lu Ming, who disguised himself here. In the previous half a day, he had visited 3 puppet shops and spent more than 100,000 spirit stones to repair the 3 slightly damaged puppets. It was just that the last puppet was relatively seriously damaged, so he took a small risk and asked the famous puppet master in the market to repair it. "In that case, please wait here for a while and drink some spirit tea. It will only take 1 to 2 hours to repair this puppet and return it to you." The middle-aged Taoist put away the spirit stones and said with a chuckle. Immediately afterward, a maid came over with a cup of tea, and the middle-aged Taoist turned around and walked to the back of the shop. Lu Ming immediately sat down on the wooden chair on the side of the tea table. After taking a sip of spirit tea, he closed his eyes and rested. More than an hour later, the middle-aged Taoist returned to the shop hall again, holding a faintly glowing khaki bead in his hand. "Mr. Yi, this puppet has been repaired, please check it," the middle-aged Taoist said as he gently threw the bead. After a golden light flashed, a golden armored puppet warrior suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. At this time, there was no trace of damage left on the puppet warrior. Its eyes flickered, and its aura seemed to have recovered to the condensation period later stage. "Mr. Xian is really skilled. Thank you very much." Lu Ming immediately cupped his fist and thanked him with joy. He raised his hand and patted the golden armor puppet a few times, then he made a gesture and turned it back into a bead and rolled it into his sleeve. After Lu Ming and the middle-aged Taoist exchanged a few polite words, they walked out of the puppet shop with satisfaction. Now that the 4 puppet warriors had been repaired, Lu Ming immediately found a secluded corner. After changing back to his original appearance, he returned to the secret room of the Bailian Pavilion and continued to study forging techniques. However, what he didn't know was that not long after, the news that Xianxia strong demon was killed by a new outer disciple of Taiqing Gate quickly spread around the Changyang market. It naturally caused a lot of commotion. In the market, a few people who knew the true identity of this Xianxia strong demon changed their expressions. Many people began to inquire about the new envoy Lu of Taiqing Gate. In a secret room of an inn, an old man in a grey robe was reporting something to the woman in purple clothes beside him. "There are rumors in the market recently. It is said that the demon mystic sect's disciple who competed with Miss for Luo Yu Blade at the auction is actually Xianxia strong demon. He was killed by the new disciple of Taiqing Gate in the suburbs a few days ago," the old man said with a slight smile. "Oh, it turns out to be that ungrateful guy. I wanted to wait for this Luo Yu Blade to be completely sacrificial refined before going to settle the score with him, but I didn't expect this person to beat me to it." The girl in purple clothes was playing with a glittering ancient mirror fragment in her hand. She just sneered when she heard the words, and there was a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes. If Miss completely sacrificial refinement of the Luo Yu Blade, a mere evil cultivator is naturally not a problem. However, the Taiqing Gate's disciple dared to kill him so blatantly. He is quite courageous. After all, the backer behind this demon mystic sect's disciple is not a trivial matter. The old man twisted his beard and smiled faintly. But although that person is arrogant, the name Yin Strong Demon is not just for show. He also got the set of 4 puppets that know the 4 symbols array at the auction, so his strength should have improved again. Can you ask old Xiao to send someone to investigate the details of the new Taiqing Gate's disciple? If this person really killed him in a one-on-one confrontation, it is not easy. I wonder what kind of person he is. The young lady of the Ouyang family seemed to be very interested in Lu Ming. She instructed with a chuckle. I will send someone to check it now. After the old man in a grey robe nodded, he walked out of the secret room. After the old man left, the girl in purple clothes lowered her head again and looked at the ancient mirror fragment in her hand. A thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. More than 10 days later, in a refining room in Bailian Pavilion, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. In front of him, there was a black formation that was about 10 feet wide. There was a small ruler that was about an inch long and was glowing with green light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and changed his gesture. He pointed at the array in front of him, and a ball of blue flame rose from the array. After a flash, it all went into the small ruler. In the next moment, a blue light flashed on the surface of the small ruler. Next to the original 7 spirit inscriptions, a tiny blue spirit inscription slowly wriggled and vaguely formed a tiny inscription array. A moment later, the 8th rune formation on the misty blue ruler was clearly formed. Following a crisp ringing sound, the surface of the small ruler glowed with spiritual light. Lu Ming immediately changed his 10 fingers. After the ruler circled in the air, it slowly fell into his hand. He glanced at the small ruler and nodded with satisfaction. He put it aside, then he took out a small green flag with 10 enchantments and prepared to sacrificial refine it. Since the unexpected harvest of more than 3 million spirit stones from Yin Strong Demon, the wealthy Lu Ming purchased a batch of inferior-grade spiritual weapons from the forging shops of all sizes in the market. He continued to practice forging day and night. Although he was not extremely talented, he was a calm person. In addition, he bought ready-made spiritual weapons regardless of the cost and tried repeatedly. He actually made a lot of progress in just a few months. Now, Lu Ming's level of inscribing enchantment arrays on spiritual weapons had reached the level of ordinary forgers. After all, ordinary people didn't have as many spirit stones to squander, and they didn't have 2 experienced forgers to exchange their experiences with. Although there was still a big gap from inscribing enchantment on the superb spiritual weapon, Lu Ming believed that as long as he was given a few more days, it should not be a problem. Just as he just hung the small green flag in the center of the array, there was a faint vibration in the summer ring on his hand. With a thought, he immediately touched the summer ring lightly. The ancient mirror fragment flew out of it, and it flashed strangely in the air, emitting bursts of dazzling light. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately grabbed it in his hand, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. At the same time, the same scene also happened to dozens of other cultivators within tens of thousands of miles. These people all carried the same ancient mirror fragment. When these people noticed this scene, they had different expressions. Some were ecstatic, some were inexplicable, some were in deep thought like Lu Ming. In a lush small valley not far from the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a 10 meters tall macho man was fighting with a silver fox spirit beast barehanded. The fur of this silver arc spirit beast was as white as snow. It looked extremely gorgeous under the sunlight. It was the superior material for forging some fur spiritual weapons. It was something that some female cultivators were eager to buy. This beast's cultivation was only at the condensation period early stage, but its figure was extremely agile. It could dodge the giant punch of the macho man every time. At this moment, a crystal ancient mirror fragment shot out from the macho man's waist. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the macho man's eyes. He immediately raised one hand, and a set of purple flying knives blasted out. After circling slightly in the air, it turned into 6 purple lights that rolled at the silver fox. At the same time, his purple eyes flashed suddenly. The silver fox that was a few 10 meters away was shrouded by the purple lights, and its speed suddenly slowed down. The next moment, a few swoosh-swoosh sounds came one after another. The silver fox's body was instantly pierced by the 6 rays of purple light, and he died after letting out a miserable cry. The purple-eyed macho man was Xianxia. He came to the silver fox in a few flashes. After keeping the silver fox, he flew toward the Taiqing gate without looking back. At the same time, in a verdant jungle thousands of miles away from the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a thin young man was wrapped in a layer of yellow light curtain. He was shuttling back and forth in panic. With a flash, he could escape to 300 meters away. Not far behind him was a young man in an embroidered robe who held a green spirit sword in his hand as he chased over calmly. His entire body was covered in green light, causing his appearance to be concealed. With a single step, he was also over 200 to 300 meters away. Suddenly, the figure of the young man in brocade stopped. As the green light faded, a long and narrow face was revealed. It was Sha Tong Tian, an ancient mirror fragment that flickered endlessly with crystalline light had suddenly appeared in his hand, and he suddenly roared with laughter that shook the sky and caused the leaves of the surrounding trees to fall down. The next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. He changed his gesture, and the green spirit sword in his hand suddenly flew out with a clear sound. It was as fast as lightning, and it instantly caught up with the thin young man who had escaped 100 meters away. Slash! Sha Tong Tian roared and pointed at the skinny young man with one hand. The green sword shadow flashed through the skinny young man's neck. A bloody head immediately flew into the air. Due to the speed of the sword light, the headless corpse only fell to the ground after running for 70 to 80 feet. With a cold snort, Sha Tong Tian's figure had already arrived. After retrieving the green flying sword and picking up the head, he flew toward the direction of the Changyang market. In a secret room of the Haran study in the Changyang market, a middle-aged scholar in a white robe was sitting with his eyes closed in the white mist. Suddenly, a cry of ecstasy came from outside. The middle-aged scholar's eyes suddenly opened. His figure shook, then he appeared outside the secret room next door. He flicked his sleeve and opened the stone door. The young Confucian scholar was standing in the secret room with a happy face. After seeing the middle-aged Confucian scholar come out, he immediately opened his palm, revealing a piece of shimmering ancient mirror fragment. It was constantly trembling, emitting bursts of strange crystal light. Oh, it turns out to be the green sky mirror fragment. Since it has a reaction, it means that the green sky illusory palace is about to open again. Its nephew's good fortune. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar immediately said with great joy. Yes, Masters Junior. It's not in vain that I have been waiting in the Changyang market for so many years. This day has finally come. The young scholar said with a laugh, then he left the secret room and walked out of the study under the gesture of the middle-aged scholar. Similar words also appeared in the mouth of the old man in green robe beside the woman in purple clothes. It's worthwhile for Miss to come to this Changyang market. The opportunity that the seventh great ancestor mentioned really refers to this green sky illusory palace. The old man said to the woman in purple clothes with a smile on his face. Actually, I have wanted a green sky cloud robe for a long time. Otherwise, I won't come to this small Changyang market and wait for 2 years. Speaking of it, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The woman in purple clothes looked at the glittering crystal mirror fragment in her hand and said with a smile. Later, she put away the ancient mirror fragment in her hand and walked out of the secret room with Xiao Zi. Half a day later, 300 miles away from the east of the Changyang market, on a barren wilderness. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the sky. Suddenly, dense red light spots appeared all over the sky, and they gathered more and more. In less than a moment, they suddenly turned into another round of crimson sun. After a while, the sun began to blur, and it burst open with a boom. After the entire space was distorted, an emerald green hazy palace phantasm appeared out of thin air. This palace was actually more than 1,000 meters high. The whole body seemed to be made entirely of emerald green jade. It was extremely exquisite, exuding a faint green light. Under the shroud of white mist, the palace seemed a little illusory, looming, and quite mysterious. At the moment when the hazy palace phantasm appeared, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the secret room on the 3rd floor of the Bailian Pavilion. The ancient mirror fragment in his hand suddenly lit up with a dazzling green light. Before he could react, the green light flashed and imprinted on his arm, turning into an unknown rune in the shape of an emerald green leaf. At the same time, within the hazy palace phantasm, the other holders of the ancient mirror fragments also had the same encounter. The ancient mirror fragments turned into leaf-shaped runes and inscribed on these holders. Lu Ming felt a slight burning sensation from the leaf-shaped rune on his arm, and at the same time, he faintly felt some kind of inexplicable call coming from a distance. With a move of his mind, he immediately got up and left the quiet room. He appeared on the roof of the Bailian pavilion in a flash. The next moment, he suddenly saw the huge Emerald Palace phantasm in the distant sky. Although it was very far away, the shadow of the incomparably huge palace was like a towering mountain range, lying in the air majestically. Anyone who looked at it would be able to feel a strong sense of oppression. Lu Ming stood on the roof for a while in horror, then he immediately felt that the call from his arm was much stronger. The source of the call was the mysterious palace phantasm in the distant sky. At the same time, in the market, many people also noticed the abnormality in the sky at the same time. Whether it was the people who were wandering on the street, buying things in the shops, or meditating in the house, they all put down what they were doing at this moment, rushed to the street, and looked at the palace phantasm in the sky dumbfoundedly. Even many cultivators jumped to the roof like Lu Ming, wanting to see what was going on. Green Sky Illusory Palace. Someone shouted involuntarily. Lu Ming frowned. It was the first time he heard of this name. He couldn't help turning his head to look at the person who shouted. However, at this moment, several strange lights rose into the sky and blasted in the direction of the palace phantasm in the distance. One of them was a young man with a sallow face. He was the person who just shouted, but the expression on his face was extremely excited. After a while, several more escape lights flew out of the market and followed closely behind the sallow young man and the others. Soon, more and more cultivators flew in the direction of the palace in the distance. In a shop near the Bailian pavilion, the girl in purple clothes of the Ouyang family walked out slowly, and Xiaozi, the old man in green robe, stood beside her. The two looked up at the palace phantasm in the distance, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. I didn't expect the green sky mirror fragment just reacted. In just half a day, the green sky illusory palace is already opened. The old man in green robe looked at the sky with flickering eyes and said slowly, "Old Xiao, let's get moving." The eyes of the purple-robed girl flashed with excitement as she turned to the old man. The green-robed elder nodded. The purple-clothed girl immediately raised her hand and shot out a dark red bead. After a flash of red light, a spirit bird with crimson feathers suddenly appeared in the air. Its appearance was very similar to a goshawk. It raised its head and let out a loud chirp. The two of them flew and landed on the back of the crimson spirit bird. The spirit bird spread its wings and set off a gust of wind. It carried the two of them to the palace phantasm in the distance. Lu Ming glanced at the red spiritual bird from afar. His gaze swept past the purple-clothed girl and the green-robed old man on the bird's back, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Although it was just a glance, he still recognized the green-robed old man. Although he had never seen the purple-clothed girl before, he could roughly guess her identity. At this time, there was a whoosh sound beside Lu Ming. Shopkeeper Yi and the two forging masters in the shop also flew up from below and landed beside Lu Ming. Green Sky Illusory Palace. I didn't expect to see it open one day in my lifetime. Shopkeeper Yi looked at the palace phantasm in the distance with a complicated expression. Surprise, desire, unwillingness, and various expressions flashed one by one. The two forging masters on the side also sighed. Shopkeeper Yi, what is the Green Sky Illusory Palace you mentioned? Many people have been shouting this name since the beginning? Lu Ming turned his head and asked faintly. Hee, I forgot that Envoy Lu just came to the Changyang market not long ago. No wonder you haven't heard of the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Shopkeeper Yi said mysteriously when he heard the words. Speaking of this Green Sky Illusory Palace, it is actually a cultivator's ruin in the Archean era. Archean ruin. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was taken aback. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Many related classics that he had read appeared in his mind. According to the records in the ancient books, the so-called Archean era was a period that was tens of millions of years earlier than the ancient era. The vitality between heaven and earth was much thicker than it was now. It was said that at that time, the ancient demon clan had not discovered the human world, and the cultivation world was far more prosperous than it was now. There were countless magical powers and mystic arts created in the Archean era. There were endless magic treasures and spiritual treasures. Even the division of cultivation realm was very different from now. However, for some unknown reason, the entire human world suddenly suffered a catastrophe. Not only did it make the vitality of this world several times thinner than before, but it also caused the cultivators of all races to fight crazily, causing countless powerful cultivators to fall. At this time, the human world was suddenly discovered by the ancient demon clan, which then caused a war between the two realms. Countless races of the human world were dragged into this war, and it opened the prelude of the ancient era that lasted for millions of years. For that legendary period, some classics were also vague, and there were different opinions. After all, the time was too long. Lu Ming only read some sporadic fragments in the classics of Tai Ching Gate. When he was in the Savage Ghost sect, such information was even rarer. The Green Sky Illusory Palace was built by a powerful cultivator named Green Sky Lord at the end of the Archean era. It was a special relic specially used to train disciples. However, after this powerful cultivator died for some unknown reason, the key to enter this illusory palace, which was a magic weapon called Green Sky Mirror, was broken into thousands of pieces. The later generations can only enter this illusory palace with this fragment and get great benefits. And generally speaking, the longer you stay, the greater the benefits you get. The fragment of Green Sky Mirror. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He glanced at his arm that was still slightly hot. Shopkeeper Yi and the others were all looking at the huge palace phantasm in the distance, and they did not notice the change in Lu Ming's expression. The opening location of the Green Sky Illusory Palace is near this Changyang market, so if you stay here for a long time, you will generally hear this rumor. However, the opening time of this illusory palace is not fixed every time it appears. The longest is thousands of years, the shortest is 200 or 300 years. Therefore, even if someone gets the Green Sky Mirror fragment in the past, they will feel that it is of little value. Not many owners of the mirror will really wait so hard near the Changyang market. After listening, Lu Ming stroked the emerald rune on his arm with one hand, and he believed in shopkeeper Ye's words. The last time the Green Sky Illusory Palace opened was at least 700 years ago, so some people also regard it as a legend. I didn't expect to see it open one day. Master Hua on the side also said in amazement. This illusory palace is so famous, I don't know what benefits I can get from it. Lu Ming touched his chin and asked calmly. Shopkeeper Yi and the two forging masters had been in the Changyang market for decades, so they had heard a lot of these rumors. Seeing that Lu Ming was very interested in this, they immediately talked about some hearsay without reservation. After listening to the three people's words, Lu Ming gradually became clearer about the situation of the Green Sky Illusory Palace. He couldn't help but be tempted by the benefits. According to the three people, only the cultivators of the condensation period could enter the Green Sky Illusory Palace, and they seemed to have to go through a test before entering. If one wasn't strong enough, even if he had the mirror, he couldn't enter. In addition, this illusory palace would exist for 3 months. Once the time was up, the person inside would be teleported out and disappear again. Since it is a rare archaic relic that is only seen once in 1,000 years, then I will go and join in the fun. Lu Ming cupped his fist slightly to the three, then he turned into a cluster of black light and flew toward the palace. Envoy Lu usually focuses on cultivating behind closed doors. I didn't expect you to be interested in such things. Shopkeeper Yi looked at Lu Ming's escape light and smiled. It's not surprising. When you and I first came to the Changyang market, didn't we also inquire about this Green Sky Illusory Palace? TSK, I didn't expect to see it appear one day. The middle-aged man surnamed Hua said in amazement. This illusory palace is opened. In the next 3 months, it is estimated that there will be many cultivators flocking from everywhere. It is also a good opportunity for us to earn spirit stones. Shopkeeper Yi looked like he was doing business. After the three people discussed for a while, they quickly landed again. The news of the opening of the Green Sky Illusory Palace was quickly spread by the major forces in the market. On the Middle Sky continent, some cultivators who owned the Green Sky Mirror fragments, as long as they could get to the Changyang market in a short time, they immediately set off in ecstasy. They rushed to this place with the help of various teleportation arrays regardless of the cost. Some owners and forces who were too far away were naturally very frustrated, and they could only give up this opportunity helplessly. In the direction of the Green Sky Illusory Palace in the Xianxia market, 1 or 2 lights could be seen from time to time. These were the cultivators who were closest to the Xianxia market. They teleported here at the fastest speed. In the open wilderness below the Green Sky Illusory Palace, there was originally a lack of spirit energy, and there were few people. However, in a short time, it became lively and occupied by many cultivators. These cultivators either stood under the trees or directly floated in the air, but they were all pointing at the huge palace shadow in the sky. Right at this moment, a ball of black chi hurtled over from the distance, only coming to a halt after reaching the nearby space. After the black gas faded, a figure appeared. It was the muscular man with a black face transformed by Lu Ming. As soon as he raised his head, he squinted his eyes and looked up. In the market, only a palace phantasm could be seen. Now at a close distance, the Green Sky Illusory Palace phantasm also became clear. The majestic palace with a height of more than 1,000 meters floated quietly in the air, emitting a faint green fluorescence from time to time. It was dreamy like a palace in the sky. It lived up to the name of the illusory palace. Lu Ming looked at the palace for a while before letting out a light breath and coming back to his senses. He then lowered his head and looked around. There were thousands of cultivators here. They were whispering to each other and discussing the palace phantasm in front of them with different expressions. The entire Green Sky Illusory Palace was wrapped in a layer of sparkling white light curtain. Directly below the palace phantasm, a somewhat blurry 5-color staircase extended from the palace gate through the light curtain. It should be the only entrance to the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Lu Ming glanced at the 5-color staircase, but he didn't go over immediately. Instead, he looked at the white light curtain outside, looking up and down at the defensive enchantment set by the Archean cultivator. The light curtain was as white as jade. It looked calm, but there was an unusual sense of thickness in it. As soon as Lu Ming thought about it, he released a wisp of mental power and slowly scanned it. But when it was still a few feet away from the light curtain, the mental power seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier. It could no longer move forward, and there was a faint dangerous aura coming from the depths. Obviously, if there were people who wanted to break in, they would never have a good result. As soon as Lu Ming thought about it, he retracted his mental power. At the same time, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. This Green Sky Illusory Palace, just the outer shield is so magical. It is really a real Archean cultivator's relic. At this moment, there was a noise at the 5-color staircase. Looking from afar, someone was already trying to climb the 5-color staircase. Lu Ming's expression moved, and he immediately looked over calmly. At this moment, the person who was trying to climb the staircase was a young man with a sallow face. Lu Ming had recognized at a glance that this person was the first person who shouted out the name of the Green Sky Illusory Palace in the market. It turned out that this person also had a fragment of the Green Sky Mirror. No wonder he was so excited at that time. As soon as the young man with a sallow face stepped on the first step of the 5-color staircase, the staircase below immediately emitted a very faint 5-color glow. His body shook slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help frowning. When his cultivation reached the condensation period, of course, it was impossible to be unstable for no reason. It was obvious that there was some special enchantment on the staircase that could make people unstable. Egg Tart thought about it for a while, and he suddenly realized something. The test to enter the Green Sky Illusory Palace mentioned by shopkeeper Yi and others must be climbing this 5-color staircase. The yellow-faced young man took a deep breath and immediately stepped onto the 2nd level, the 3rd level. The higher he went, the brighter the multicolored light on the stairs became, as if it was desperately pulling him down. This long flight of stairs had exactly 100 steps. Under everyone's gazes, the yellow-faced youth's speed became slower and slower. By the time he had walked more than 10 steps, his body was clearly unable to stabilize and began to sway again. Lu Ming's expression also became focused. It was rare for someone to walk in front of him and demonstrate. Of course, he had to take a good look. When the yellow-faced youth finally stepped onto the 20th step, his forehead had already begun to emit fine beads of sweat. His lifted right foot swayed, as if he had slipped. His complexion immediately changed. However, the yellow-faced young man immediately let out a roar and a burst of yellow light appeared on his body. After condensing, he immediately stood up. The situation after that was very similar to the beginning. After using magic power to stabilize his body, he walked steadily at first, but after walking more than 30 steps, he began to sway again. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. There was still nearly half of the stairs below, and this person was now showing weakness. It was impossible for him to hold on. Sure enough, when the yellow-faced young man climbed to more than 40 steps of the 5-color stairs, he was already sweating profusely. His body was already a little shaky. There was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He lifted his right leg abruptly. When he wanted to continue climbing, his body trembled. He suddenly screamed and fell to the side. However, as soon as his body touched the stairs, he was blasted out of the stairs by a flash of light. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head. After the yellow-faced young man's body flew out, a green light suddenly flew out from his arm and flew away in a flash. In the green light, a glittering thing could be seen faintly. The cultivators who were watching the bustle suddenly made a commotion, and dozens of escape lights immediately chased in the direction of the green light. Lu Ming did not show a surprised expression. Shopkeeper Yi and the others had already mentioned this situation to him. This was the entrance test of the Green Sky Illusory Palace. If one didn't pass, the green sky mirror fragment on his body would fly away. However, the same fragment could only be used once in a test. Even if someone got the fragment again, he could only wait until the next opening of the Illusory Palace. Even so, the green sky mirror fragment was still quite precious as the key to the next opening of the Illusory Palace. No one didn't want to get it. The yellow-faced young man managed to barely control his body. After he slowly landed, his face was as pale as paper. It seemed that in this moment, the spiritual power in his body had been exhausted. From time to time, some people in the surrounding crowd pointed at the yellow-faced young man, some even made a mocking sound. The yellow-faced young man's face couldn't help but look extremely ugly. He stomped his feet and turned into a yellow light and left. After someone failed the first attempt, no one stepped forward for a while beside the 5-color stairs. They seemed to be waiting for the second person to appear to find some clues about the stairs. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't do this kind of eye-catching thing. He continued to wait calmly. As a result, in less than a moment, a purple light galloped from the direction of the Changyang market, and it landed directly under the stairs. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The aura revealed in the escape light gave him a very familiar feeling. After the purple light faded, a tall purple-eyed young man was revealed. Lu Ming was startled suddenly. This young man was none other than Xianxia, who had dealt with him in the small flame world. The group fight was obviously for this Green Sky Illusory Palace. His arm that was broken at that time was now as good as new. It must have been repaired through some kind of mystic art. Xianxia didn't even look at the surrounding cultivators in everyone's astonished eyes. He walked to the 5-color stairs in a few steps and directly stepped onto the first step. Lu Ming didn't even greet them. Instead, he crossed his arms and stood in the crowd with great interest. He was very clear about Xianxia's strength. He believed that the result should be different from just now. Sure enough, Xianxia's climbing speed was much faster than the previous yellow-faced young man. He had passed half of the stairs in a moment. The yellow-faced young man was blasted away when he was close to halfway. However, when Xianxia arrived here, the expression on his face was still calm as if he was doing it with ease. TSK, this person's strength is not simple. He is much stronger than the yellow-faced man just now. He obviously hasn't used his full strength yet. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Obviously, they were more optimistic about Xianxia. There were also some people who were surprised. Like Lu Ming, they were carefully observing Xianxia's climbing process. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved, and he looked at the crowd somewhere. Just now, he felt a gaze sweep over him, but it quickly turned away. As a result, he noticed that among the group of people, the girl in purple clothes and Master Qiao of the Ouyang family were standing there. Among them, the girl's beautiful eyes were flowing, and her expression was abnormally calm. Could it be that the gaze just now is this girl in purple clothes? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. I don't seem to have met this miss of the Ouyang family before, right? As he thought about it, he quickly retracted his gaze and continued to look up the colorful stairs. At this time, Xianxia had already climbed to the 80th step, but his body exuded a khaki protective aura. His speed was much slower than before. At the 85th step, the yellow light on Xianxia's body was even more dazzling. He obviously poured a lot of spiritual power into it. On the 90th step, he was already struggling. His chest was heaving up and down, and his forehead was sweating. Every step he took seemed extremely difficult. At the last 5 steps, Xianxia took a deep breath and made a strange gesture with his hand. The aura around his body flashed wildly, and the purple light in his eyes shone brightly. Dang dang, he took 5 steps in a row. The surrounding people only felt that the purple light flashed quickly above. The tall young man had already climbed the 100th step and appeared at the palace gate. There was a burst of exclamation among the surrounding cultivators. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some showed a thoughtful look. Lu Ming stood in the crowd, but his eyebrows inadvertently furrowed. He saw very clearly that although Xianxia successfully passed the test, when he climbed the last step, a trace of blood had begun to flow from the corner of his mouth. The highest step was a wide slate platform directly leading to the palace gate. There was no colorful light anymore. Standing on the platform, a green light lit up on Xianxia's arm. With a whoosh, he directly passed through the light curtain at the gate and disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Xianxia successfully entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace, many of the cultivators with the Green Sky mirror fragments suddenly showed an envious look. They couldn't sit still anymore. Someone immediately walked out of the crowd and wanted to try to climb the colorful stairs. After all, the longer one stayed in the Green Sky Illusory Palace, the greater the benefits. Naturally, it would be more advantageous to go in earlier. Those who could get the Green Sky mirror fragments were obviously not simple characters. Their cultivation was also at the intermediate and later stage of the condensation period. None of them would be weak. Not long after, another 3 people took the test. However, only one of them barely passed with a superb spiritual weapon. The other 2 were mercilessly blasted down. The ancient mirror fragments that flew out of their arms naturally caused another round of fighting. This scene naturally gave a bucket of cold water to many lens owners. Their original eagerness to try suddenly froze. For a while, no one took the initiative to climb the stairs again. At this moment, among the crowd, another young man in brocade robe with a long and narrow face walked out slowly. There was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. After Lu Ming saw the young man's face, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He also knew this person. It was the inner disciple, Sha Tongtian, who he had fought with once before. Sha Tongtian stood still at the bottom of the stairs. His eyes flickered as he made a sword gesture and patted the white leather bag on his waist. Suddenly, a dazzling green light soared into the sky. After a circle, a green flying sword like autumn water suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, Sha Tongtian's gestures changed quickly. The green flying sword bloomed with a more brilliant light. At the same time, his body also exuded a sharp sword qi. After a flash of azure light, a misty azure sword light enveloped his body. Immediately, there was a loud explosion. A green sword shadow of a few meters long wrapped Sha Tongtian and rushed directly up the stairs in a flash. Body and sword fusion. The sword technique that Sha Tongtian used was the body and sword fusion mystic art that Lu Ming had recently comprehended. The green sword light crossed the 30th step in the blink of an eye. As a result, a thin layer of 5-color light curtain appeared on the back of the stairs, blocking the green sword light. What made people dumbfounded was that the green sword light did not stop at all. It rushed all the way through like a hot knife through butter. After the light curtain flashed wildly, it was smashed into pieces. But after the green sword light crossed the 80th step, its speed also slowed down significantly. However, after a burst of cold light, the green sword light still rushed through more than a dozen light curtains. On the last few steps, after a series of buzzing sounds, several layers of light barriers suddenly condensed, forming a thick 5-colored wall of light, like a small mountain, blocking the last few steps. Sha Tongtian's cold snort suddenly came from the green sword light. The green sword light suddenly shrank a little and turned into a dark green color, but it was more dazzling. After a few flashes of azure sword light, it suddenly collided with the light wall. Boom, there was an earth-shattering noise. After a small ball of light exploded, the azure sword chi forcibly tore a hole in the five-colored wall of light, then broke through it in a flash. After the green sword light faded, Sha Tong Tian had already passed through the white light curtain and entered the palace gate. From the moment the young man in brocade stood out of the crowd to the top of the five-color stairs, it only took a dozen breaths. The speed was so fast that most of the onlookers were stunned. It seemed that they were infected by Sha Tongtian's easy pass. Immediately, a few people came out and stepped on the five-color stairs. But unfortunately, these people were obviously hot-headed for a moment, and their strengths were comparatively much weaker. In less than 10 minutes, all of them were fiercely smashed down. "Old Xiao, let's go." Among the crowd, the young girl in purple clothes of the Ouyang family said faintly and walked out. The old man in green robes saw this, and he followed without saying a word. "It's the Ouyang family." Someone in the crowd immediately recognized the identity of the young girl in purple clothes. The purple-clothed girl slowly walked up the stairs with an indifferent expression. In less than a moment, she had crossed more than 10 steps. She continued to slowly walk up, but her speed had obviously slowed down a little. The green-robed old man's expression froze when he saw this, and he also stepped onto the five-colored stairs. As a result, as soon as the old man stepped on the first step, the entire five-color stairs burst into a dazzling five-color light. The pretty face of the young girl in purple clothes suddenly turned pale. She quickly channeled the spiritual power in her body to stabilize her body. At this moment, although the old man in green robe was only standing on the first step, his body was wrapped by a five-color light curtain that rose under his feet. He seemed to be suffering from a repulsive force, and his body was a little unstable. The old man's face changed slightly. He quickly took out a medicine bottle and consumed several elixirs in a row. As his figure trembled, a huge aura suddenly rose. This huge aura obviously exceeded the early stage of the crystallization period. It had reached the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. The old man temporarily stabilized his figure, but it seemed impossible for him to go up one step. At the next moment, Xiaozi quickly took out a white jade ruler. As he chanted, he waved the jade ruler. A bright white light blasted out and landed on the young girl in purple clothes, turning into a faint white halo. The halo seemed dull, but it instantly made the young girl in purple clothes look relaxed. Her footsteps suddenly became lighter, and she accelerated her pace. It didn't take long for her to reach the 80th step, and she was still climbing up. Seeing this, the onlookers suddenly burst into a burst of amazement. However, after the young girl in purple clothes reached the 95th step, the repulsive force suffered by the old man in green robe below seemed to have increased several times. His whole body trembled violently, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. His eyes were red, but he still kept chanting. The arm holding the jade ruler was also shaking up and down. The white halo around the young girl in purple clothes also became a lot fainter. Her jade-like face also frowned slightly, but a long and narrow green blade light suddenly lit up. She pointed a finger, and the blade light suddenly blasted out. The five colors light on the first few steps were actually cut open. The young girl in purple clothes immediately flickered and turned into a stream of light that passed through the white light shield. The next moment, a green light flashed, and she also entered the palace gate. Boom! After seeing the young girl in purple clothes successfully pass the five-color stairs, the old man in green robe looked relieved. He couldn't hold it for a moment longer. Under the terrifying aura of the five colors light, his body flew out like a sandbag and fell heavily on the open space not far away. The old man struggled to get up. His face was as pale as paper. He immediately took a few elixirs and sat cross-legged to adjust his breath. Lu Ming glanced at the old man in green robe faintly. Seeing that the aura on his body was extremely weak, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This method could not be considered a brilliant one. The five-colored staircase could clearly sense the cultivation of the person standing on it. This kind of assistance would increase the difficulty of passing the five-colored staircase. The person who assisted had to be extremely powerful and provide assistance that surpassed the difficulty of the staircase in order to be of any help. Moreover, the person who assisted would definitely suffer a backlash that was not small. However, he obviously underestimated the temptation of passing the 5 colors stairs to everyone present. There were also several other crystallization period cultivators who wanted to assist their disciples to break through the palace, but they all failed without exception. Among them was the young man in scholar's robe from the Hauran Academy. With the assistance of the middle-aged scholar, he persisted to the 90th step, but due to his lack of strength, he still fell from the stairs awkwardly. However, Hauran Academy was worthy of being one of the 4 ancient sections. Although he failed to climb the stairs, the middle-aged scholar immediately stabilized his figure after being bounced by the 5 colors light. Except for his pale face, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. The young scholar vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. After returning from the stairs with a dispirited look, he stood dejectedly in front of the middle-aged scholar without saying a word. Junior fellow apprentice, you just advanced to the condensation period later stage, and your spiritual power is not completely stable. Don't be discouraged if you don't pass the test. At this moment, a young man in a yellow shirt suddenly walked out of the crowd, walked slowly to the side of the young scholar, and said indifferently, "Senior fellow apprentice Xiang." When the young man in scholar's robe saw the young man in a yellow shirt, he was shocked at first, then he bowed respectfully. "Elder Bai, I happen to have an ancient mirror fragment. I'm also going to try the entrance test of the Green Sky Illusory Palace this time." The young man in a yellow shirt smiled slightly, then he turned his head and said to the middle-aged scholar, "Nephew disciple Xiang's strength can also be ranked in the top 10 among the inner disciples. This test is naturally not a problem." When the middle-aged scholar saw the young man in a yellow shirt, he was naturally overjoyed and said, "Elder Bai has overpraised." As the young man in golden clothes said, he jumped up and stepped on the 5 colors stairs, then he walked straight up quickly. At the same time, a bright golden light gushed out of the young man's sleeve. Countless runes were flowing in the golden light, protecting the young man. No matter how the 5 colors light attacked, he was still motionless. As Lu Ming's eyes condensed, he quickly discovered that the spiritual weapon driven by the young man in a yellow shirt was a thick golden ancient book hidden in his sleeve. Countless golden light runes were constantly circulating in it. It looked quite mysterious. This senior fellow apprentice Xiang walked step by step extremely smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, he easily climbed to the highest platform, and he entered the light barrier with a flash of green light. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. This young man from the demon mystic sect who appeared first was much stronger than the previous young scholar. The golden ancient book in his hand should also be a powerful superb spiritual weapon. While he was thinking, a black shadow flashed in the crowd. A man in a strange black robe walked out. He looked like he was in his 20s. His facial features were regular, and his eyes were flashing, but there was still a trace of childishness between his eyebrows. The man was dressed in a suit, and there was a strange mark imprinted on his cuff. It could be seen at a glance that he was from the Bat clan. The man's figure blurred, and he also rushed directly to the 5 color stairs. Every time he took a step, a black airflow would be generated under his feet, slightly separating him from the 5 colors light on the stairs. After a few seconds, the young man from the Bat clan actually passed the test without touching the 5 colors light at all. He looked like he was doing it with ease, causing the onlookers to sigh again. More than a dozen people stepped forward to try, but only the one body cultivator barely passed with the help of his powerful physical body. For a while, no one stepped forward for a while. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, his figure moved and floated toward the 5 color stairs on the dark cloud. As a result, when he stepped on the first step, the 5 colors light flashed slightly below, and he suddenly felt like he was in a swamp. At the same time, an invisible force was tearing his body from left to right, trying to force him out of the stairs. It turns out to be like this. Lu Ming felt the impact of the 5 colors light on his body, and he smiled slightly. The enchantment on this stairs, in general, was regarded as an invisible force field. He could only resist it directly with his spiritual power, spiritual weapon, or physical body. For a person with an extremely powerful body like Lu Ming, it shouldn't be too difficult to pass this test. Lu Ming immediately walked up calmly step by step. Relying on his powerful physical strength and reaction speed, he easily crossed the 60th step in a short time. However, as he climbed higher and higher, the 5 colors light under his feet became more and more intense, and the pulling force on his body gradually became greater and more varied. Often, there was a huge force pushing back at the first moment. When he just tried to resist it with his technique, this huge force suddenly changed direction and pushed forward. When Lu Ming adjusted the balance to deal with it, the huge force immediately changed direction again. This kind of obstruction became more and more obvious after the 70th step. It seemed that every 10 steps, the power of enchantment would increase by 30%, and the speed of change would be more unpredictable. Even if Lu Ming relied on the powerful physical body comparable to the crystallization period physique cultivator, he still felt a little overwhelmed after passing the 90th step. His footsteps paused, and he suddenly made a hand sign with one hand. There was a burst of crackling sounds in his body, and his body suddenly increased in size. At the same time, black gas surged out from his body and revolved around him crazily. A dragon roar and tiger roar came from it. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt that his body was light, and the pressure from all directions was greatly reduced. After a slight smile, he easily climbed up the 5th step. When Lu Ming lifted his foot on the platform of the 100th step, he only felt that the 5 colors light under his feet converged. At the same time, a green light flashed on his arm, and he passed through the white light curtain in front of him without any hindrance. Standing in front of the exquisite palace gate at such a close distance, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. When he looked back, the people below had become blurred under the white smoke. Lu Ming thought for a while, and he immediately channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison to converge the black gas to less than an inch away from his body. Then he walked into the gate. As a result, as soon as he entered the palace gate, before he could see the surrounding scenery clearly, a white light flashed in front of him. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound that seemed to be close at hand, the surrounding scenery suddenly became blurred. When he understood what was going on, he was already in a hall, and his original appearance was restored at the same time. Obviously, there was some kind of enchantment here. Any transformation technique that could change the appearance didn't work. At the same time, a few whooshing sounds were heard, and several black shadows simultaneously pounced at him from all directions. Lu Ming moved his arms without thinking. Several fist shadows entangled by the black gas immediately set off a black wave that rolled in all directions. Bang! Bang! After a few bangs, the black shadows that were pouncing on him were immediately hit by the huge force of the fist shadows. They flew out directly, and 2 of their heads were directly blasted open by the fist shadows. Only then did Lu Ming see the true face of these black shadows clearly. They were a few black giant wolves of 10 meters in size, but their bodies were vaguely covered with black spirit patterns as if they weren't real bodies. After Lu Ming thought about it, he glanced at the 2 corpses of the giant wolves whose heads had been blasted open by the huge force. Sure enough, after the corpses flashed wildly a few times, they suddenly turned into 2 clouds of black gas and burst open, leaving only 2 thumb-sized light gray beads. Seeing this, Lu Ming sneered. His body just twisted, and he disappeared from the place in a blur. The next moment, a few giant wolves that were about to pounce again felt that the black shadow flashed in front of them, leaving a string of black fist shadows in the air. Pung, pung. A few sounds rang out. Those giant wolves didn't have any time to react at all, and they were killed one by one. They turned into black gas and burst open, and the gray beads scattered on the ground. When Lu Ming's figure appeared in the hall again, he scanned with divine thought. After confirming that there were no giant wolves around, he immediately grabbed all the beads in his hand. He picked one up and looked at it carefully, then he murmured, "It turns out that this is the so-called green sky pearl, but it is gray. It seems that the magical beast I just killed is only the lowest level." At this time, what shopkeeper Yi and others told him about the things that happened after entering the Green Sky Illusory Palace flashed in Lu Ming's mind again. This illusory palace had appeared so many times before, so everything inside had naturally been known by outsiders, and it had been spread out. According to shopkeeper Yi, anyone who entered this palace would be attacked by many magical beasts stationed in the palace. These magical beasts were formed by the Green Sky Illusory Palace by absorbing the natural energy from the outside world. Their strengths were also very different. The weakest was just the early stage of the Spirit Apostle, the powerful ones could even be comparable to the existence of the crystallization period. Every foreign cultivator who entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace, after killing these magical beasts, would get the Green Sky Pearl containing different amounts of special energy depending on the strength of the magical beasts. The more special energy it contained, the more gorgeous the color, so it was basically divided into 6 categories: gray, white, green, purple, silver, and gold. As long as the foreign cultivators who entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace could stay in the Illusory Palace for 3 months, they could be teleported to a huge altar before the palace disappeared. They could directly sacrifice these Green Sky Pearls to exchange for various treasures that the Green Sky Lord placed in the palace to reward the younger generation. It was said that as long as the number of Green Sky Pearls was enough or the quality was high enough, it was not impossible to directly exchange for a certain magic weapon. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Ming would not hesitate to enter the Green Sky Illusory Palace. After all, with his current strength, there was no problem for him to defeat these magical beasts. After Lu Ming thought about it, he carefully looked at the entire hall again. He couldn't see the top of the hall, but there was a little white mist in the air above his head. He couldn't see through it at a glance. The hall was surrounded by green walls. There was nothing special on the wall, but there was a closed green stone door which seemed to lead directly to the adjacent hall. Lu Ming casually walked to a stone door and pointed in the air. The stone door trembled slightly, then it opened by itself. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in with a flash. As soon as he entered this hall, the door behind him closed by itself. Lu Ming calmly and slowly walked to the center of the hall. The fog around him suddenly rolled violently and 5 giant wild boars with yellow light all over their bodies suddenly appeared. These wild boars were 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. They had a pair of golden fangs that were extremely sharp. They spat out bursts of mist from time to time, and they made strange howling sounds. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and scanned with divine thought. These wild boars were all at the condensation period. These giant wild boars all stared at Lu Ming with yellow light flashing in their eyes. Suddenly, one of them howled, and they immediately lowered their heads and rushed forward. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His figure retreated without saying a word. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve and launched the small crimson sword. His 10 gestures changed rapidly. After the crimson flying sword condensed in the air, it turned into countless crimson sword shadows that blasted at the giant wild boars. After a burst of clanging sound, the crimson sword shadows were bounced away. Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly startled seeing this. While continuing to channel the crimson flying sword to attack, he narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. The yellow spirit patterns on these giant wild boars flickered. They were obviously enchanted with some kind of special defensive enchantment. The degree of toughness was so high that even the sharpness of the sword controlling technique couldn't break their defense. While he was thinking about it, the giant wild boars began to ignore the crimson sword shadows that blasted on their bodies. They stopped and spouted clouds of green mist. After a burst of rolling, they pressed at Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming frowned. He made gestures with both hands, and clusters of egg-sized crimson flames condensed on his 10 fingertips. He launched them at the green mist. Suddenly, the flames in the air were blazing, and several crimson heat waves swept in all directions. The unknown green mist tumbled violently, and it was burned out in an instant. Lu Ming took the opportunity to shake his sleeves, and he held 2 heavy water droplets in his hands. After his figure turned blurred, he turned into countless phantasms that flew at the wild boars. After a dragon roar and tiger roar, a few yellow wild boars were hit in the head and died. 5 light green round beads rolled on the ground. After Lu Ming picked up one of them, he pushed open the green stone door on the other side of the hall. Outside the Green Sky Palace, there were still condensation period powerhouses breaking into the palace one after another. A few days later, in a hall surrounded by thick smoke, the surroundings were silent as if nothing existed. A handsome young man in a white brocade robe was standing in the center of the hall at the moment. His long and narrow ears trembled slightly as if he was listening to the movements around him. Suddenly, the young man's expression moved slightly. A strange green light flashed in his eyes, then his figure disappeared in place. The next moment, the surrounding smoke tumbled violently, and there was a crackling sound from it. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen beads rolled on the ground. There were white and green beads among them. After the young man quickly put away the beads, his figure flickered and disappeared from the hall. In another hall, a beautiful young girl in a red dress was sitting cross-legged with her legs crossed. She held a high-grade spirit stone in her hand and slowly replenished her magic power. There was a token hanging on her waist, engraved with a word Xin. Not far away from her, a huge black ape lay motionlessly on the ground. A moment later, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the void. A purple bead the size of an egg rolled down from it. When the girl saw this, there was a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes. She waved her hand lightly and kept the bead into the storage amulet around her waist. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been wandering around for more than 10 days, but he still felt a little lost. The halls of the Green Sky Palace were interconnected. It was endless like a maze, and he didn't know where the end was. Previously, he had spent a few days walking west all the way. He had passed 70 or 80 halls in a row, but he still hadn't reached the end. According to his speculation, this palace must be shrouded by some kind of special enchantment. There would be no end no matter where he went. As for the altar that shopkeeper Yi mentioned, it was obviously impossible to appear in front of the intruder before the illusion disappeared. A few days later, when Lu Ming beheaded some condensation period intermediate stage bewitching ape phantasmal beasts again, he entered another hall, but he suddenly found that the mist around the hall was thin as if it was empty. He walked a few steps to the center. After taking a closer look, he found that there were some traces of fighting here. Some of the magical beasts inside had obviously been cleared. At this moment, the door on the other side was suddenly opened, and a foreign cultivator barged in from the outside. When this person saw Lu Ming standing in the center of the hall, he was slightly startled at first, then he glanced around, revealing a look of realization. He seemed to think that the magical beasts here were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't speak when he saw this, but he just looked at the other party faintly. This person was tall and thin, wearing a gray robe. The green longbow on his back was a little eye-catching. His cultivation was not weak, he was also at the condensation period later stage. This person didn't seem to have any intention of speaking either. The two of them looked at each other with vigilance before tacitly choosing a different stone door and leaving. Lu Ming pushed the east stone door and entered. When he walked to the center, a gust of wind suddenly swept toward him in the empty space. His face changed slightly. He quickly changed his gesture to stabilize his figure, and he immediately released his mental power to detect the surrounding situation. As a result, he found that an aura no less than the crystallization period was wandering around him. He couldn't accurately judge its location for a while. He was shocked immediately. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly burst out above Lu Ming's head. Under a gust of wind, a giant claw of 10 meters suddenly fell from the sky. It seemed to want to grab Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He immediately turned into a phantasm and disappeared out of thin air. He appeared more than 100 meters away the next moment. At this time, he saw the true appearance of the magical beast here. It was a gray giant bird of 80 meters in size. The bird's entire body was covered with gray feathers, and there were circles of faint purple spirit inscriptions on its wings. Its entire body was wrapped in a layer of faint white light, and its bright eyes were shining brightly. Puff puff, the giant bird flapped its wings a few times. After circling in the air, it once again turned into a white light and blasted toward Lu Ming. A gust of wind had already arrived. Lu Ming felt that the spiritual pressure in the surrounding air suddenly rose sharply. As his mind turned sharply, his sleeves flicked quickly, and a black shield flew out. It expanded into a giant black shield of 30 meters in size, blocking in front of him. After making a gesture with one hand, the surface of the shield shone brightly in black light. Black mist rolled out from it, and 9 skulls were looming in the mist. They made a heart-wrenching "ga-ga" strange sound, and they all spurted a cloud of black gas in the direction of the white light. After the 9 clouds condensed slightly in the air, they merged together, turning into a thick black light of the size of 10 meters, and collided with the white light. Puff, a muffled sound, the white light plunged into the thick black gas, but it did not penetrate through. Instead, it was trapped in it and struggled. At the next moment, the white light flickered in the billowing black gas, causing the black gas to tumble violently. It was accompanied by a series of chi-chi sounds. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the billowing black gas suddenly burst in the air. At the same time, a clear cry came out of it. When the black mist gradually dissipated, he saw a giant bird with uneven feathers and specks of black all over its body. It was flapping its wings and staring at him. Obviously, his previous attack had caused it to suffer quite a bit, but it had also completely angered this giant bird. Lu Ming raised his brows. He immediately made a gesture and channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. After the giant bird let out a screech, it opened its huge mouth and spurted out clouds of white flames one after another. At the same time, it spread its wings and waved them quickly. Accompanied by gusts of hurricanes, the white flames turned into a spiral in the air. In the whistling sound, they surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming groaned, and the black gas around him suddenly condensed into two black dragons. With bursts of dragon roars, the black dragons spat out mist at the white flames. Bang bang, the sound of explosions sounded one after another in the air. Clouds of black and white flames burst in the air, and the monstrous fire waves splashed around, illuminating the entire hall as if it was daytime. The giant bird didn't seem to give up. A pair of giant wings trembled violently, and faint. Purple feathers shot out from it. They turned into countless purple flying arrow phantasms in the air, blasting at Lu Ming. Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, and a golden light flashed out. It turned into a golden sand curtain, covering all the purple feathers in it, and continued to push in the direction of the giant bird. Suddenly, a burst of ear-piercing explosions sounded one after another like metal collisions. The purple flying arrows exploded in the golden light, but the golden sand curtain only stagnated slightly, then it continued to fly toward the giant bird. The gray giant bird seemed to notice a trace of danger, and it immediately waved its wings to avoid the sand curtain. At this moment, in the air above the giant bird, a 80 meters long crimson sword light flashed out, and it instantly turned into a sky full of sword shadows blocking the giant bird's way. The giant bird was startled, and its figure slowed down. In the blink of an eye, the golden sand mist had already transformed into a huge net that enveloped the bird in a blur. The giant bird flapped its wings furiously, but it couldn't get rid of the net for a long time. Slash! At this moment, Lu Ming said with cold eyes. The crimson sword shadows in the sky suddenly condensed into a huge sword light. With just a spin, it turned into a crimson full moon that fell slowly. Even though the giant bird desperately raised its head and spewed white flames, its head was still split open. However, its headless body did not explode into black gas. Instead, it continued to flap its wings in an attempt to put up a final resistance. At this time, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared next to the giant bird. With just a movement of his arm, dense black fist shadows were transformed, turning into a huge black wave that hit the headless body. With a roar, the giant bird's body finally disappeared. It turned into a silver bead, and Lu Ming caught it with one hand. Lu Ming waved his hand to keep the golden fallen sand and the crimson flying sword. Looking at the silver bead in his hand, he couldn't help thinking. In the past half a month, he kept killing the magical beasts that appeared in these halls. There were hundreds of beads of different colors in the Sumeru ring. The magical beasts encountered during this period ranged from the Spirit Apostle stage to the early stage of the crystallization period. However, the magical beasts of the early stage of the crystallization period just dropped silver beads like this giant bird, which made Lu Ming a little puzzled. Could it be that there is really a higher level existence in this green sky palace? Although these magical beasts of the early stage of the crystallization period had limited wisdom after all, for the condensation period cultivators who could pass the 5-color stairs, it was still possible to defeat them as long as they spent more effort. At most, they could retreat safely. But if it was a magical beast above the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, there were very few magical beasts that had the ability to kill it in the case of a great disparity in strength. As Lu Ming thought of this, he shook his head, chose a direction, and continued to push the stone door and walked in. However, as time went by, the number of magical beasts in the halls gradually decreased, and the number of entering the empty halls began to increase frequently. On this day, in a hall of more than 100 meters in size in the Green Sky Palace. With a flash of silver light, it turned into a silver mini bone scorpion and jumped on Lu Ming's shoulder. On the ground, there was a magical beast corpse with an ox head and a lion body that collapsed, and it finally turned into a dark green bead. Good job. Lu Ming stroked Bone Scorpion on his shoulder, grabbed in the air, and took the bead into his hand. Just at this moment, a stone door at the side of the hall slowly opened with a creaking sound. With a thought from Lu Ming, he quickly patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist, and Bone Scorpion suddenly turned into a black gas and went in. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps. It was the woman in purple clothes of the Ouyang family who came in from behind the stone door. Oh, it turns out to be Lu from the Taiqing gate. As soon as the woman entered the hall and saw Lu Ming, the corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a spurious smile. Fairy knows me? Lu Ming was slightly shocked, but he asked calmly on the surface. About the Ouyang family where this woman came from. After the auction, he also inquired about some basic information from shopkeeper Yi. It was a pity that shopkeeper Yi only knew that the Ouyang family was very powerful in the Middle Sky continent. It was almost second only to the four ancient sects, but he didn't know more. In Lu Ming's opinion, except for the recent killing of Yin Yang's strong demon, he was very careful in doing things in the Changyang market for half a year. He almost never showed his true face. Even when he went out to buy materials and sell medicinal materials, he disguised himself, so he shouldn't attract the attention of outsiders. Entering this Green Sky Palace today, he deliberately did not wear the costume of the Taiqing gate, but this woman still recognized him at a glance and could call out his name, which naturally made him quite surprised. Although Brother Lu and I met for the first time, I have heard of your name for a long time. After the woman in purple clothes rolled her eyes, she flattered Lu Ming, but she did not report her name. Fairy is overpraising. At the same time, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman in purple clothes in front of him, but he said faintly. Envoy Lu, why are you staring at me like this? Is there something wrong with my face? The woman in purple clothes said with a sweet smile. Oh, I'm being impolite. I just didn't expect to meet Fairy so coincidentally. Lu Ming cupped his fist slightly, and he asked casually. Oh, listening to Brother Lu's tone, you seem to know my origin. The woman in purple clothes said with a chuckle. The Ouyang clan is extremely famous, how could I possibly not know anything about you? However, the opening time of this Green Sky Palace is limited. I still have to collect more Green Sky Pearls, so I will leave first. After Lu Ming sneered, he cupped his fist and said goodbye. Then, before waiting for the woman to speak, he flashed to the side of the hall. He flicked his sleeve and opened the stone door. The next moment, he disappeared from the sight of the woman in purple clothes. After the woman in purple clothes saw this, she floated toward the stone door on the other side. As soon as Lu Ming entered the next hall, a bloody light flashed in front of him, followed by sharp blades made of black mist sweeping from all directions. Seeing this situation, he raised one arm without saying a word, and at the same time, he flicked a few times in the air. Several transparent sword chi shot out at the same time, clashing with the sharp blades made of black mist. Poo-poo. After a few muffled sounds, the sharp blades that filled the sky exploded one after another. At this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound in the distant air, and a bloody mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A figure with a pair of black wings jumped up and grabbed in the air. A silver bead flew out of the bloody cloud and fell into his hand. The figure then swept away at Lu Ming. After Lu Ming's eyes flashed, he also saw the face of the black shadow. It was a handsome young man in a black robe in his 20s. Although there was still a hint of childishness between his eyebrows, with the pair of black wings on his back, he looked a bit ferocious. I made a big movement just now, it didn't affect Mr. Right? The young man retracted the wings behind him, cupped his fist at Lu Ming, and said with a slight apology. It's nothing. Looking at Mr.'s dress, you seem to be from the Bat clan, right? Lu Ming said calmly. Since this Mr. knows my Bat clan, are you from the Changyang market? After the young man in a black robe was slightly startled, he touched his head and said with a simple and honest look. I do have some business dealings with your shop. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. It turns out that you are also an old friend of my Bat clan. Since we are fated, why don't we explore this Green Sky Palace together? I heard that after this Green Sky Palace opens for a month, the difficulty will increase. The young man in a black robe said with joy when he heard the words. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being alone, so I won't go with you. Lu Ming didn't seem to expect that the young man would propose a team invitation, but he turned his mind and refused without hesitation. In that case, I won't force you. I'll be leaving first. Fellow Taoist, please take care. The young man in black robe showed a trace of pity on his face. He cupped his fist at Lu Ming, then his figure blurred and disappeared in a black gas. This Bat clan's concealment mystic art is really worthy of its reputation. After Lu Ming muttered to himself, he walked to the stone door on the other side. Just like that, in the following month, Lu Ming began to frequently encounter other foreign cultivators. Some of the cultivators would enthusiastically try to curry favor with Lu Ming, hoping to form a team to kill some high-level illusion beasts. However, Lu Ming had never considered going with anyone. Thus, he did not hesitate to reject all of them. Some people didn't say anything at all. Their faces were full of vigilance as they quickly left without saying anything. Because the Green Sky Palace was only open for 3 months, in the beginning, everyone was busy killing the magical beasts in the palace and collecting as many beads as possible, so no one would take the initiative to provoke anything now. 3 days later, Lu Ming arrived at a hall shrouded in azure light. Unlike the hall he had entered before, there were no stone doors on the other 3 sides of the hall. After Lu Ming entered, the stone door at the entrance also disappeared after a flash of green light. He frowned slightly and looked at everything around him carefully. Through the smoke around him, he found that on the green stone walls around him, faint green spirit patterns were flashing. It seemed to be enchanted with some kind of special enchantment. It made the surrounding air faintly mixed with a thick spiritual pressure, which made his chest slightly stuffy. Lu Ming immediately released his powerful mental power with a vigilant look and began to explore the surrounding situation. At this moment, Lu Ming only felt that his body sank. His feet seemed to be glued to the ground by an invisible force. At the same time, a powerful spiritual fluctuation surged from the top of his head. Gravity technique? Lu Ming was slightly startled, and he hurriedly used the light body technique. His body was much lighter than before. He slammed his legs on the ground and retreated for more than 100 meters. Rumble. A loud noise resounded. As soon as Lu Ming's figure left, a giant palm phantasm came from the sky and pressed heavily on the place where Lu Ming was originally standing. In an instant, a huge palm-shaped pit of 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. As Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, he found that a young man with an expressionless face floated down a few 10 meters in front of him. The young man was about the same height as Lu Ming. He had delicate features, wore a white robe, and was surrounded by gray mist. He was actually at the condensation period later stage. But what made him feel quite strange was that not only he couldn't see him clearly, but when his divine thought swept by, he only felt a faint spiritual pressure, but there was no sign of life. The young man in front of him seemed to be just a phantasm. I have never met you before. I don't know why you sneak attacked me for no reason. Lu Ming's face was serious, and he probed. However, the young man didn't seem to hear it. His expression didn't change at all. He opened his eyes slightly and stared at Lu Ming with a strange gaze. Suddenly, a heavy sense of oppression came from his body. Lu Ming's face changed slightly at this time. All kinds of thoughts were running in his mind, quickly analyzing the situation in front of him. Originally, he thought that this person was just a cultivator of the same level who entered the Green Sky Palace like him. Perhaps he sneak attacked with the idea of killing and robbing. However, after this strange behavior, Lu Ming suddenly felt that the young man in front of him didn't seem to be a real person, but a phantasm like the magical beast he encountered before. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered the 2 young men who had invited him to go with them in the hall. The 2 of them had vaguely mentioned some things. In addition to the ordinary magical beasts in the Green Sky Palace, there would also be a kind of humanoid phantasm. It had no wisdom, only fighting instinct. It was the humanoid magical beast that the Green Sky Palace copied from the elites who had challenged the palace. These humanoid magical beasts could not only use the various spells and mystic arts of the copied ones, but they could even transform the previous spiritual weapons together. Each of them was quite tricky. Thinking of this, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, his figure flashed and rushed toward the phantasm. Seeing this, the young phantasm raised his hand calmly. A small green flag appeared in his hand, and he launched a symbol into it. The next moment, the small flag turned into the size of 10 meters. The young man waved the small flag lightly, and it instantly rolled up a gust of green wind. It went straight at Lu Ming with the pressure of empty Tai. Lu Ming snorted coldly and made a gesture. His figure blurred and turned into several afterimages, avoiding the gust of wind. The young man raised his hand and tapped lightly in the air, then he waved the green flag in his hand. Lu Ming only felt that his feet sank again, and his figure couldn't move at all. Before he could cast the light body technique, the previous gust of wind turned sharply in the air and whizzed behind him. Lu Ming groaned, and a black dragon rushed out from his back, crashing into the gust of green light head-on. There was a loud whistling sound, the gust of wind in the air burst open with a roar, turning into countless wind blades that blasted at the opposite side. After the black dragon swayed its body, although it directly blocked most of the wind blades, there were still many densely blasted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming just flicked his 10 fingers, and a vast expanse of white sword chi surged out, shattering all these wind blades. After the black dragon roared, it flew back and circled around Lu Ming, confronting the young phantasm at a distance of more than 100 meters. The green flag in the hands of the young phantasm was waving wildly. This was almost an instant gravity spell. Although it wasn't a high-tier spell, it was quite a headache with the powerful spiritual weapon in his hand. If the opponent was a little careless, he might reveal a flaw in an instant, and then he would be seriously injured by the young phantasm's follow-up attack. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. When he was thinking about what to do, the young man on the opposite side suddenly threw the small flag into the air, and it quickly hovered in the air. A burst of azure light radiated in all directions and a low roar sounded from within. The azure flag transformed into a vivid and lifelike little monkey. The little monkey was about a foot tall, and its body was covered in gray light. It was the size of a fist, but there was a faint green spirit pattern on its head. 2 yellow flames were burning in its eyes. Under the command of the young phantasm, it immediately pounced at Lu Ming with a cry. "Master, let me deal with it." Lu Ming frowned. When he was about to make a move, a childlike voice suddenly came to his ear. It was Demon Flying Skull who took the initiative to ask for a fight. After Lu Ming thought about it, he patted his waist without saying a word. A black mist floated out and turned into a foot-sized head in the air. After Demon Flying Skull made a strange sound, the mist on its body began to tumble. After the crimson flame in its eyes flourished, it came to the little monkey in a blur. With a shake of its head, countless green hair turned into a green light that blasted at the little monkey. The green light on the top of the little gray monkey's head suddenly lit up. It waved one arm, and a green wind blade flashed, cutting off a small piece of slender hair. The little gray monkey didn't stop there, but it launched a few punches in a row, causing gusts of wind to sweep at Demon Flying Skull. Demon Flying Skull's eyes flashed with crimson light, and it spat out a cloud of green mist from its mouth. After another transformation, the green mist turned into a layer of green light curtain, wrapping itself in it. As soon as the gale touched the green light curtain, it was bounced away in a flash of green light. Just when the two were fighting, Lu Ming raised his hand and took out a body lightning glyph. After he slapped it on his body, he rushed toward the young man's shadow in a blur while being wrapped in several green winds. Seeing this, the young man phantasm immediately pointed at Lu Ming with one hand. Immediately, a few green hair ejected from his fingertips, and it went straight to Lu Ming in a flash. Lu Ming's figure was just blurred, and he dodged the green hair attack like a phantom. After another flash, he appeared in front of the young man phantasm like a ghost. With a dragon roar and a tiger roar, his arm moved, and his fist that was wrapped in black gas punched out fiercely without any mercy. Boom, the young man phantasm couldn't dodge in time. He could only cross his arms expressionlessly and block in front of his chest. After a loud noise, the young man phantasm was suddenly knocked out for a few meters, but immediately the white light around him flourished, and he disappeared from Lu Ming's eyes out of thin air. Lu Ming's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. He made a gesture, and the billowing black gas suddenly spread from his body. He turned into a blurred black shadow in a blink of an eye. There was a sudden fluctuation in the air on the right, and a dazzling green light of a foot long suddenly blasted and penetrated the black shadow transformed by Lu Ming. The black shadow suddenly collapsed, but Lu Ming's body had already disappeared. At the next moment, there was a fluctuation not far away, and a figure flashed out. It was Lu Ming. He snorted coldly, and his gesture changed. The black mist on his body instantly turned into a ferocious black tiger. After a terrifying roar, it pounced toward the green light. What he didn't expect was that the streak of azure light shuddered slightly before splitting into 6 identical streaks of azure light. The streaks of light evaded the giant black tiger in an ingenious manner and circled around before hurtling toward him from 6 different directions. Lu Ming didn't think much. He flicked his sleeve, and a golden light rolled out of it. He chanted, and the golden sand condensed into a layer of golden sand curtain around his body. As a result, to Lu Ming's surprise, when the golden sand curtain touched the green light, it only lasted for a moment before it was pierced through with 6 small holes. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw the 6 lightning-fast green lights. They turned out to be 6 slender flying needles. The power was so strong that it was a treasure that was no less than a superb spiritual weapon. As his mind turned sharply, he took out 2 heavy water droplets, rubbed them, and poured spiritual power into them. In an instant, a blue-black water ball of 10 meters in size suddenly appeared, and it wrapped his whole body tightly in it. As expected, although the blue light penetrated the sand curtain defense at once, it slowed down and became abnormally slow when it entered the water curtain. After Lu Ming's figure flickered, he easily avoided the attack of the green flying needles, and he flashed out of the water ball. At the same time, he turned around and quickly launched several symbols into the water ball. The young man phantasm also seemed to notice a trace of danger. He hurriedly channeled his gestures to retrieve the flying needles, but it was too late. Ripples of light swirled within the ball of water, and no matter how the flying needles tried to break free, they were unable to do so. Furthermore, they were all torn apart by an invisible force within the ball of water, and all of them fell to the ground before turning into clouds of smoke and disappearing into nothingness. At this time, the young man phantasm moved and disappeared from the place in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Lu Ming out of thin air. He moved his arm and grabbed at lightning speed. Although Lu Ming didn't know what technique the young man in front of him practiced, this move was similar to the demonized Lanxi's move. He was very familiar with it. He just twisted his body weirdly, and he easily dodged it. The young man phantasm seemed unwilling to give up. With a blur, he appeared in front of Lu Ming again. He grabbed several times as fast as lightning. Although Lu Ming had the blessing of the light body technique, and his movement was much faster than usual, he still slowly retreated a few steps to avoid the young man's attacks. But the next moment, Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, and several inferior-grade spiritual weapons of different styles suddenly flew toward the young man phantasm. Suddenly, all kinds of lights flashed, and they were about to explode. But the young man flashed back 100 meters away like the wind. At the same time, he flipped his hand quickly, and a small black axe appeared in his hand. Several spirit patterns could be vaguely seen on the surface. There was also a strange silver symbol engraved on the axe handle, giving a very mysterious feeling. The young man's shadow moved, and the small axe instantly turned into a giant axe that was 30 to 40 feet in size. The edge of the axe had traces of purple chi entwined around it. With just a wave, a long and narrow purple axe light whizzed along the ground. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Those inferior-grade spiritual weapons were swept by the axe light, and they were shattered in an instant. After the purple light flashed, it went straight to Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He flipped his hand and cast a small black shield. This humanoid magical beast was worthy of being a perfect copy of the phantasm of the elite in the past. Sure enough, whether it was the technique or the spiritual weapon, it was extremely sharp. It was by no means comparable to the ordinary magical beast. After he made another gesture, the small black shield turned into a few meters in size and appeared in front of him. 9 skulls protruded from the shield and spat out 9 balls of black flame. Boom! After the black flame and the purple axe light collided, a purple and black intertwined flame soared into the sky. A violent space fluctuation swept in all directions. Just as Lu Ming and the young man phantasm were stuck in a stalemate, 100 meters away from the two, the demon Flying Skull and the demon monkey transformed by the small green flag were also fighting fiercely. The demon flying skull had transformed into 9 heads at this time, and it kept using its green hair to attack a giant ape of 40 meters in size in front of it. As the giant ape raised its hand, several azure wind blades were formed around it, slicing through the green hair that was covering the sky and covering the earth. However, the 9 demon flying skull only trembled slightly, and it immediately produced countless hair that swept toward the giant ape densely. The two seemed to be unable to determine the winner for a while. After Lu Ming hurriedly glanced at the demon flying skull between the attacks, he focused on the battle with the young man phantasm again. Although the young man in front of him only had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, he could actually manipulate multiple superb spiritual weapons at the same time. His mental power was really rare. It was almost the same as Lu Ming after he used his talent of multitasking. Moreover, this person's figure was also extremely fast, and his concealment method was even more brilliant. He was definitely not as simple as the condensation period later stage. According to Lu Ming's experience, this person's true strength was even stronger than the ordinary early-stage crystallization period cultivator. While thinking, the young man's figure blurred and disappeared again. The next moment, Lu Ming only felt a chill behind him. A purple axe light blasted at him like lightning. He flicked his sleeve, and a small crimson sword with red light fell into his hand. With a clear sound, a 10 meters long crimson sword light shot out. Boom! A loud sound rang out. After the crimson sword light and the purple axe light collided, they suddenly turned into a raging crimson flame, temporarily overshadowing the purple light. But after just a breath, the crimson flame dimmed, and the purple axe light was about to break through it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming appeared in front of the young man with a flicker of one hand, and he smashed the bone shield in his other hand fiercely. Immediately, there were ghostly wails and wolf howls, and the 9 skull phantoms were swept up by a large amount of black gas, and they pressed forward aggressively. The young man phantasm could only twist his body and retreated backward. But at the same time, there was a loud chi-chi sound. In the golden sand curtain hovering and flying around Lu Ming, dense golden arrows were suddenly blasted out. However, when the young man was in midair, he still tried his best to slash out a few purple axe lights, which swept away most of the golden arrows. However, a few of the arrows still pierced through his body, causing his body to stagger and stop. In a flash, after Lu Ming's figure shook, he suddenly approached the young man phantasm. The bone shield in his hand just shook, and it set off a huge black wave again. A skull phantasm that was twice as big flashed and bit down fiercely. The young man let out a low roar, and suddenly threw the black giant axe in his hand. His arms shook slightly, and 2 giant grey claw phantasms suddenly soared into the sky. Amidst a series of loud noises, the 9 skulls were all crushed with a single swipe. However, under the effect of the recoil, he immediately staggered back a dozen steps. Right at this moment, the golden sand mist swirled and transformed into a large golden net that enveloped the young man. The net tightened abruptly and finally trapped the young man firmly, rendering him unable to move at all. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't give him any chance to turn around. He immediately appeared in front of the young man phantasm. The crimson sword in his hand moved, and it turned into a crystal rainbow that shot out. It just circled around the young man, and the young man's head rolled down. Bang! Bang! The head and the headless body of the young man phantasm immediately burst into white mist, and there were more than 100 beads of different colors rolling out from it. Most of them were gray and white beads of the lowest grade, and there were more than a dozen green and 2 purple beads. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. He waved with one hand, and he kept all the spiritual weapons and the beads on the ground into his sleeve. Under normal circumstances, each magical beast should only drop 1 green sky pearl, but this young man phantasm actually dropped so many green sky pearls of different colors at once. This surprised Lu Ming, and he immediately recalled the words of shopkeeper Yi before he set off. It seemed that in the Green Sky Palace, the magical beast could also rob the Green Sky Pearl by killing the cultivator who broke into the palace. As long as the opponent was seriously injured to a certain extent, the Green Sky Palace would judge that the opponent could no longer fight. At the same time, it would activate the enchantment to directly teleport the opponent out of the palace. At this time, all the Green Sky Pearls collected by the opponent couldn't be taken out, so they naturally belonged to the magical beast who defeated him. In this way, these green sky pearls should be left by the young man phantasm who killed the other intruders. It was a pity that these people had worked hard for so long, but now they all fell into his hands. At this moment, Demon Flying Skull suddenly flew back to Lu Ming's side. At the same time that the young man phantasm disappeared, the giant ape that was fighting with Demon Flying Skull also disappeared. Lu Ming chuckled lightly, then he slapped the soul-recovering bag on his waist and rolled Demon Flying Skull into it. Shortly after the young man phantasm was defeated, the special enchantment in the hall seemed to have changed. The spirit patterns on the 4 stone walls disappeared after a flash, and the stone doors in other directions appeared immediately. This kind of situation where the stone door disappeared would usually only appear when there was a powerful magical beast in the hall. If he wanted to walk out of the hall again, he would either be able to kill the magical beast inside or be able to persist for a long time under the pursuit of the magical beast. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't rush to enter the next hall. Instead, after taking a long breath, he took out a golden yuan pill and consumed it. He sat cross-legged on the ground to restore his spiritual power. This battle didn't seem to last long, but it was quite fierce. Lu Ming also used 70% of his true strength to kill this humanoid magical beast. At the same time, he also consumed some spiritual power, so he naturally wouldn't leave so rashly. At the same time, somewhere in the illusory palace, in a hall that was hundreds of feet wide, another fierce battle was in full swing. As far as the eye could see, the entire hall was actually filled with blue rod shadows that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. They overlapped one another like a boundless ocean. The source of all of this was the phantom of a man who was completely wrapped in blue light that was hovering in the air above the hall. The man looked to be in his 30s, and he was expressionless as he held a dark blue spirit staff in his hands. He seemed to be dancing casually, but the monstrous shadow of the staff below seemed to change rhythmically as he danced. At the same time, 2 figures were in the turbulent rod shadows below. As they flashed and moved, they desperately channeled the spiritual weapons in their hands to resist the waves. One of them was a tall young man with purple light flashing in his eyes. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize at a glance that this person was the alien race young man, Xianxia. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow light curtain, but the light curtain seemed to have suffered a lot of rod strikes, and there was a faint sign of instability. In his other hand, he held an earthen yellow round shield that was taller than a person. The surface of the shield was crisscrossed with several deep marks from the rod, and there were even several densely packed cracks around it. Fortunately, it did not shatter immediately. As Zhongxian's purple eyes glanced over, the rod shadows that were whistling in front of him suddenly slowed down slightly. He lowered his body again, and he barely avoided it. But at the next moment, the rod shadows on the other side had already arrived. Zhongxian couldn't avoid it, so he had to block it with the round shield in his hand. A series of muffled sounds came. There were 3 more deep rod marks on the yellow round shield, and several cracks even extended to both sides. Seeing this, Zhongxian couldn't help but smile helplessly. Although the humanoid magical beast in front of him was only at the condensation period intermediate stage, its strength was obviously far inferior to the early stage of the crystallization period. The round shield spiritual weapon in his hand obviously couldn't withstand more such attacks. Once he lost the protection of the round shield, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. But at present, there seemed to be no other way. Under the shadow of the rod that filled the sky, even with his strong cultivation, he was only barely able to defend himself. It was impossible for him to counterattack, and it was impossible for him to escape. On the other side, a short and fat young man in a green robe with green eyes was fighting side by side, but his situation at the moment was worse than Zhongxian's. His body was already riddled with scars, and his left arm was hanging weakly on the side. He couldn't move at all. A trace of despair had long since appeared in the man's eyes. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that he was holding on bitterly with the help of the black saber in his right hand and the top-grade soft armor he was wearing, he would have long been killed on the spot by the dancing rod shadows. Suddenly, he waved the pitch-black ghost blade in his hand, and several 10 meters long pitch-black blades flew out with a whistling sound, cutting most of the blue rod shadows in half, but there were still a few rod shadows that rushed in through the gaps of the blade lights. The short and fat young man shouted loudly. As his eyes flashed, his body suddenly turned like a spinning top. He obviously wanted to use his soft armor body to block the rod's shadows in front of him. Pung! When the short and fat young man's body touched the rod shadows, the blue rod shadows were submerged in a flash of green light. After the green light faded, the blue rod shadows had disappeared without a trace. The short and fat young man's face suddenly turned pale. Obviously, even with the protection of the soft armor, the rod shadows would still cause a lot of impact on him. After another 10 minutes, the yellow light curtain that wrapped Xianxia became a bit fainter, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The round shield in his hand was on the verge of breaking. On the other hand, the short and fat young man's face was already as pale as paper. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was already seriously injured. The despair in his eyes was replaced by a kind of madness at this moment. The pitch-black ghost blade in his hand slashed around aimlessly, appearing even more miserable. At this moment, the young man above the hall seemed to have lost his patience. His eyes flashed in blue light, and his figure disappeared in a blur. Immediately afterward, the momentum of the huge wave-like rod shadows in all directions suddenly changed. They were several times denser than before, and they surged toward the middle with a whistling sound. Before the rod shadows hit, an invisible force appeared in the surrounding air, as if it was going to crush the two into minced meat. Bang bang, there were continuous sounds. In the huge wave, the young man's figure flickered and turned into a dozen phantasms. Under the looming blue rod shadows, they hit on the yellow and green figures like raindrops. In an instant, Xianxia and the fat young man were hit countless times. Their bodies were even directly whipped until they were suspended in the air and couldn't fall. After a few seconds, the rod shadows in the sky suddenly retracted, turning into a long blue rod again, and it flew back to the hands of the expressionless young man phantasm. Boom! Boom! Xianxia and the short and fat young man, who were beaten so badly that they almost lost their human shape, fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the protective light curtain on Xianxia's body had long disappeared, and the khaki round shield that originally protected his body was shattered. Although he had done his best to protect the vital parts of his body from the rod strike just now, it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken at this moment. Deep depressions could be seen all over his body, and his body was completely unable to move at all. The situation of the short and fat young man on the side was even worse. There was a big hole in his chest, and the internal organs inside seemed to have been crushed. His vitality was extremely faint. As soon as the two of them landed, two green lights emerged from their arms. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the hall in an instant, leaving behind beads of various colors on the ground. There were more than 300 beads. The young man phantasm just waved one hand, and these beads all blasted toward him in a flash. On the wasteland outside the green sky illusory palace, there was still a sea of people at this moment. The number of people was much more than when it was opened. At this moment, in the air of an open space outside the palace, two green light clusters suddenly lit up. After the light dissipated, a purple and a green figure appeared, and they fell straight down. It was Xianxia and the short and fat young man who had just experienced a hard battle. At the moment when Xianxia was teleported, he seemed to have recovered a trace of clarity. He opened his eyes with difficulty in the process of falling. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he found that he had been teleported out of the green sky illusory palace. There was a hint of relief on his face, then he fell to the ground with a bang. He fainted again as his neck tilted. The short and fat young man who fell with him finally lost his last trace of vitality at the moment he touched the ground. He lay motionless in a pool of blood as if he couldn't be more dead. Isn't this person the first person who entered the green sky illusory palace on the first day? That short and fat man seems to be the inner disciple of the Bailiang Mountain Five Ghost sect. TSK, it seems that it is really dangerous inside. He is actually beaten like this. He will be crippled even if he doesn't die. Among the onlookers, some people immediately recognized Xianxia and the short and fat young man. There were even people who couldn't pass the 5 color stairs before, but they were still unwilling to leave. They began to gloat. Just when everyone was talking about it, a green light lit up on the arms of Xianxia and the short and fat young man. With a flash, they flew away like a meteor. It's the green sky mirror fragment. Someone exclaimed immediately. Those who were fast had already soared into the air and chased after them. Everyone's attention also shifted away from Xianxia and the short and fat young man. However, at this moment, after a few muffled sounds, 3 extremely huge breaths appeared out of thin air in the sky, then 3 escape lights flashed from the nearby void. After a green rainbow and a black gas became blurred, they each rolled a green sky mirror fragment at lightning speed. The third white light didn't get anything because it was a little slower. At the next moment, there was a wave of ripples in the air. After a distortion and blurriness, 3 figures emerged out of thin air at the same time, showing a triangular confrontation. One of them was a man with a green face like a zombie. His face was stiff, and his dry long hair was scattered on his shoulders. The other person was a boy who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old. He had red lips and white teeth. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was the Haoyue boy of the Emerald Cloud Peak of Taiching Gate. Both of them were holding a dim ancient lens in their hands, staring at each other coldly. As for the third person, he had his hands behind his back. He was the Jindan powerhouse who had appeared at the Changyang market auction before, the white-haired old man of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce. Those who wanted to chase the fragments, seeing such a situation, immediately returned to their original places resentfully. The crowd who was originally noisy nearby also looked at each other. I didn't expect Mr. Haoyue of the Taiching Gate and Master Dai of the Haoran Academy are here. Sorry for being disrespectful. The white-haired old man failed to grab the green sky mirror fragment, but he didn't show much annoyance on his face. Obviously, he was good at maintaining his composure. He smiled at the two and said. The Haoyue boy and the green-faced man glanced at each other, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, but they didn't want to be rude to the white-haired old man. Mr. Wan is here too. Are you also here for this green sky illusory palace? Haoyue boy said so. The people who come here at this time are all here for this green sky illusory palace. Could it be that they came all the way here to join in the fun? Before the white-haired old man spoke, the green-faced man sneered and mocked. What Mr. Dai said is true, but I don't know who spent 8 million spirit stones to buy a piece of black bluestone in Xianyuan City 20 years ago, and he was still happy for a long time. At that time, this person was naturally not just joining in the fun. Haoyue boy was not angry when he heard the words, but he said with a sneer instead. When the green-faced man heard Haoyue's words, he seemed to be poked at his sore spot. His face suddenly turned green, and a majestic murderous aura suddenly spread out without any obstruction. Haoyue still had a smile on his face, but there was also a hint of purple light in his eyes. In the next moment, 2 majestic auras suddenly collided with each other in the empty space between them. A muffled sound, countless tiny electric lights immediately appeared in the void, and the sound of bursting was continuous. A fierce astral wind immediately rose and swept in all directions. The nearby cultivators were blown by the astral wind, and they could no longer stand firmly. Those with faster reflexes were still able to fly far away in a hurry, while those who were slower had already left the ground and were involuntarily catapulted into the distance. The white-haired old man on the side was the closest. He was caught off guard, and his figure also trembled. After frowning, he made a gesture with one hand and stabilized his figure again. At this time, a gust of astral wind rolled up one after another, forming a white airflow that wrapped the boy and the man in it. The figures of the two became blurry in the white air current, turning into 2 faint shadows in the void. Well, both of you are the masters of the sect. Today, you didn't hesitate to abandon the important affairs of the sect to come to this remote place. You don't really want to fight to the death, right? It's better for both of you to take a step back and wait for the disciples inside to come out, so as not to hurt the harmony. The white-haired old man persuaded. Haoyue and the middle-aged man surnamed Dai just couldn't help but mock each other a few times because of some grudges in the past. The old man's persuasion gave them a chance to take a step back. The two snorted at each other, and they tacitly withdrew their aura at the same time. Suddenly, the astral wind flow in the sky stagnated and dissipated. In just a moment, the power shown by the Jindan realm cultivator still made the onlookers dumbfounded, and they didn't dare to get close. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar and the young man of the Haoran Academy flew over and swayed. They landed next to the middle-aged man surnamed Dai. Disciple pays his respects to Martial Uncle Dai. The middle-aged Confucian scholar immediately bowed to the middle-aged man surnamed Dai. The Confucian-robed youth also hastily bowed. Get up. It just so happens that I have something to ask Marshal Nephew Bai. The azure-faced man nodded, and his lips moved slightly as he communicated with the middle-aged scholar through voice transmission. After the middle-aged Confucian scholar respectfully answered everything, the green-faced man looked up at the illusory palace in midair with a trace of hesitation on his face. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar and the young man next to him became even more silent. They just stood aside respectfully. Hao Yue sneered when he saw the sneaky movements of the middle-aged man surnamed Dai, then he seemed to think of something. He waved his hand to launch a green light. In a flash, the unconscious Xianxia was carried over, and he landed steadily on the open space in front of him. Hao Yue looked at Xianxia for a while, and he frowned slightly. He raised one hand, and a white jade bead flew out of his sleeve and hung on Xianxia's chest in a flash. Then he made a gesture enchanted. The white jade bead suddenly released a tricolor light, wrapping Xianxia's whole body in it, and it slowly moved down from his chest. At the same time, there was a crisp crackling sound in Xianxia's body. An amazing scene happened. The broken and shattered bones in Xianxia's body were reconnected and healed, and the broken internal organs also seemed to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the channeling of Hao Yue, the white jade bead moved around Xianxia's limbs separately. Under the repair of the tricolor light, most of the injuries on Xianxia's body were healed in an instant. After groaning a few times, he slowly regained his consciousness and woke up. Seeing this, Hao Yue nodded slightly. He stopped his gesture and waved again. The white jade bead flew back into his sleeve and disappeared. Xianxia slowly got up. After moving his body with joy, he quickly bowed to Hao Yue with a hint of awe in his eyes. Disciple thanks Elder Hao Yue for your help. You don't have to be so polite. Which branch's disciple are you from? Hao Yue's eyes fell on the outer disciple token on Xianxia's waist, and he asked faintly. Reporting to Elder, disciple is the disciple of Piaohong Courtyard. Xianxia quickly replied respectfully. Hao Yue nodded when he heard the words, then he stopped talking. He sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. He came all the way to this Changyang market this time. Firstly, he wanted to see this well-known green sky illusory palace. Secondly, he was entrusted by his friend in the Tianjian Peak to take care of his disciple, Sha Tong Tian. He didn't expect to encounter the man surnamed Dai from the Haoran Academy. He couldn't help but curse his bad luck in his heart. Xianxia saw Hao Yue's wandering expression, and he hesitated for a while. He also learned from the Haoran Academy scholar and stood quietly behind the boy. At this moment, although the middle-aged man surnamed Dai put on a seemingly casual expression, he was actually depressed in his heart. This time, he also came for the disciple surnamed Shang, but he didn't expect to encounter the powerhouse of the Taiqing Gate who had always been at odds with him. He was also exposed in front of his disciple, so he was naturally more angry. Although the cultivators outside the Green Sky Illusory Palace were full of complaints, in front of the three powerhouses of the Jin Dan realm, they had to swallow their anger and put their attention on the palace above again. They even subconsciously didn't dare to speak too loudly. At this moment, the battle in the illusory palace was still going on. Since Lu Ming killed the phantom of the first person who broke into the palace before, half a month had passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Ming didn't know if he was lucky or not, but he encountered two more humanoid phantoms in succession. Although each of them was at the condensation period later stage, their strength had reached the level of the crystallization period. One of them even faintly had the strength of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, so Lu Ming had to summon Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. After the three of them joined forces and used all their means, they barely killed it. However, after this battle, he still suffered a slight injury. After swallowing some elixir, he fully recovered his vitality. During the period of entering this Green Sky Illusory Palace, all kinds of strange magical beasts had really broadened Lu Ming's horizons. He even encountered many ancient beastkin phantoms that were not recorded in the classics. These magical beasts also had a variety of attack methods. In addition to some physical attacks and magical attacks, there were also some rather strange soul and mental attacks. If it weren't for Lu Ming's current mental power comparable to that of the crystallization period cultivator and the mind imitation insect, he would have suffered a small loss when the two took turns to rest and provide him with endless mental power. After a series of hard battles, he also accumulated a large number of green sky pearls. Among them, there were as many as 5 silver green sky pearls, more than 20 purple green sky pearls, more than 50 green sky pearls, and as for the lowest gray and white green sky pearls, there were as many as 100. Although he didn't know the number of green sky pearls needed for those treasures in the end, compared to the people who came in with him, it shouldn't be less. He should be able to exchange for something he wanted. Of course, in case, Lu Ming would naturally continue to collect more of these pearls before the illusory palace disappeared. Many days later, in a hall somewhere, a crimson sword light flicked from bottom to top. A monster with a fish head and a human body of several 10 meters was suddenly slashed in half. The two halves fell to the ground and burst into a cloud of black gas, leaving a purple-green sky pearl. Lu Ming appeared in a flash. He retrieved the flying sword blankly, picked up the pearl, and kept it in the summer ring after looking at it for a while. Just as he was about to push the door on one side and wanted to enter the next hall, he suddenly heard the whistling sound of the wind outside the door. There seemed to be a burst of galloping horse hooves. As Lu Ming frowned slightly, his body flickered and appeared in the air of more than 100 meters. At the same time, with a boom below, the green stone door was smashed into pieces, and 2 figures blasted in. Lu Ming's gaze focused as he looked forward, and his heart suddenly froze. "It's you. It's you?" When the 2 intruders saw Lu Ming floating in the air, they were also slightly surprised. They said the same words, but the tone was very different. Lu Ming recognized both of them. A man in a strange black robe was the young man from the Bat clan. The other man in a brocade who was stepping on a green flying sword was actually Xianxia. There was a hint of surprise in the tone of the young man from the Bat clan, and Xianxia was surprised with a hint of fear. Just as the young man from the Bat clan was about to say something, the rumbling heavy footsteps outside the hall were already close at hand. In the next moment, a strange neigh sounded like a clap of thunder in the ears of the 3. Following that, a strange one-horned horse with a body burning with strange black flames leaped out from outside the adjacent hall. This strange horse didn't seem to be big, it was only more than 10 meters high, but its body lines were abnormally smooth. Its whole body was as black as ink, and its whole body was covered with looming dark spirit patterns. The horn on its head was white and crystal clear, forming a strong contrast with the color of its body. As soon as this magical beast stepped into the hall, a terrifying aura of the crystallization period later stage suddenly spread in the hall. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and his face turned gloomy. But before he could do anything, the strange one-horned horse neighed into the sky, then it stomped on the ground with both feet. After a blur, it strangely hung above the heads of the 3 people. In the next moment, the black flames on the illusionary beast's body rolled, and with a ting sound, fist-sized black fireballs flew out, shooting toward the 3 people like a meteor shower. The momentum was extremely astonishing. With such a strange black flame, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't let it touch him at all. He immediately raised one hand, and a stream of golden sand flew out of his sleeve. As it spun, it turned into a golden sand curtain that protected his body tightly. At the same time, his figure flickered, dodging most of the black fireballs. The remaining few that managed to escape the net hit the golden sand curtain, but they were also easily bounced off in a flash of golden light. Xianxia seemed to be quite afraid of this black flame, but as an inner disciple of Taiqing Gate, he didn't show too much panic. However, with a flash of his body, he dodged the black fireball that was coming at him. His eyes turned cold, and the green flying sword in his hand trembled. With a chi-chi sound, several green sword chi shot out. Boom! Boom! The dazzling green sword chi accurately went into the fireball. With a stir, the fireball burst open, turning into little black flames that splashed everywhere. The whole set of movements was smooth and unruffled. It could be seen that this person was also a calm person. Lu Ming glanced at it, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. In contrast, the strength of the Bat clan teenager in black was obviously a little weaker. At this moment, his whole body was wrapped in a black airflow, and he was holding a black flag of 10 meters in size in his hand. There was a hideous ghost head embroidered on it with a wide mouth and fangs. It looked murderous. Wherever the black flag passed, there would be billowing black gas. Once most of the flames touched it, they would be wrapped in it, and they would quickly shrink and disappear with a sizzling sound. It was just that although this method was effective against the black flame, the black flag's coverage was limited. The young Bat clan could only keep moving to avoid the black flame. The three outstanding cultivators of the same generation, with their respective cultivation and magical powers, were safe for a while even though they were fighting separately. However, the strange one-horned horse in the air suddenly shook its body. Immediately, dense black flames followed closely behind the fireball and covered the sky. In an instant, the entire spacious hall was filled with a sea of black flames. Even the limestone on the ground began to show signs of melting. What was even more surprising was that even the green stone surface on the ground had a trace of melting. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. After nearly 2 months, he had already discovered that the materials used in every hall in the Green Sky Illusory Palace were abnormally strong. They might even be built with a special material that only existed in the Archean era. It was not easy for a superb spiritual weapon to leave a trace on it. However, this strange black flame was actually able to melt it, which showed how terrifying its power was. You too, this strange horse has the cultivation of the crystallization period later stage. Its strength is definitely not something we can win alone. Instead of waiting for death, why don't the three of us join forces? How about it? The young man from the Bat clan was a little flushed at this moment, and he continued to wave the black flag in his hand as he suggested. We can join forces, but after killing this beast, we will fight for the green sky pearl based on our own abilities. Sha Tongtian appeared to be at ease. However, his tone was still a little cold after hearing the question. That is exactly what I intend to do. However, everyone, please do not hold back. It is best to end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will not be able to outlast this magical beast. Lu Ming said coldly. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming was naturally happy to join forces with the two of them. This phantom beast could be said to be the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering the illusory palace. With just one move, it was already so difficult to deal with. If the battle dragged on, or if it used some other tricks, it would be really troublesome. With his current strength, if he went all out, it was not a problem to deal with a crystallization period intermediate stage magical beast with low spiritual wisdom alone, but he was not arrogant enough to kill the crystallization period later stage magical beast alone. Since the three of them had reached an agreement, they immediately found a gap and jumped diagonally backward almost at the same time. Their gestures were constantly changing. Sha Tongtian was the first to rise into the air. The flying sword in his hand, which was as clear as water, suddenly turned into a dazzling green rainbow and flew out of his hand. It grew to several meters in size and shot straight toward the one-horned strange horse. On the other side, Lu Ming raised his hands at the same time, and the golden sand curtain around him suddenly condensed and flew away from his body. It turned into a golden spear of 80 meters in size. With a flash of golden light, it pierced at the strange horse's head with the same speed as the green and red spear. The young man of the Bat clan, who was the last to jump up, threw the black flag in his hand up at this moment. His fingers changed quickly as he chanted. No one knew what kind of technique he was channeling. The monstrous one-horned horse had clearly detected what the three of them were doing, and as soon as the three of them left the ground, it conjured up a wall of black flames that was several feet thick around its body, which came crashing down violently. Both the sword chi and the golden spear were vanquished by the wall of black flames. Go! Seeing this, the young man in brocade robe, Sha Tongtian, immediately shouted. He pointed his sword gesture to the sky, and the green sword rainbow in the air suddenly turned into a green giant python that was nearly 100 meters long, shaking its head and tail in the wall of fire. Suddenly, the green python's figure was faintly visible in the fire wall. The originally dazzling green light seemed to have become a little dimmer under the burning of the black flames. However, the black flame fire wall was also rolling violently under the stirring of the giant green python at the same time. At the same time, the downward speed of the black flame wall was slowed down, and a gap was forcibly squeezed open. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately made a gesture. The golden light that had originally collapsed condensed into a long spear again, and it pierced through the gap of the fire wall. Because the distance between the fire wall and the strange one-horned horse was less than 100 meters, and at such a close distance, this beast had no intention to dodge the golden spear that suddenly flew out of the fire wall. Boom! The golden spear slammed on the body of the strange one-horned horse. The spear body trembled violently, but it only pierced a few inches into its body surface, and it couldn't go any further. At the same time, the billowing black flame around the beast suddenly burned along the spear tip to the spear body, causing the surface of the golden spear to flash wildly. Explode! A loud roar suddenly came from Lu Ming's mouth. The next moment, after the golden spear flashed a few times in the billowing black flame, it suddenly burst open with a boom, turning into a sky full of golden sand blades. They circled around and cut the strange one-horned horse again. Although they couldn't severely injure it, they left countless small wounds on its body surface. The strange one-horned horse suddenly let out a whine. It turned its head and looked at Lu Ming below. There was finally a hint of coldness in its eyes. It was obviously enraged by the attack just now. The illusionary beast immediately let out a hiss, and a frightening and powerful aura suddenly erupted from the surface of its body. It turned into a black pillar of fire that shot into the sky, blowing away all the golden sand blades. At the same time, the wounds on its body also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the strange horse lowered its head and seemed to be about to do something else. But at this moment, the young bat people, who had been chanting and changing gestures since the beginning of the fierce battle, suddenly stopped chanting. As his eyes flashed red, he spat a mouthful of blood essence on the black flag in front of him. The black flag hanging in front of him suddenly flashed in a strange black light, and it disappeared. At the next moment, a black light flashed in the air behind the strange one-horned horse, and the black flag suddenly appeared. It had become a few 10 meters in size. As soon as the flag appeared, a burst of black light swept out from the surface of the flag. Amid a burst of ghostly wails and howls, a huge ghostly head that was 20 to 30 feet in size appeared. It cackled as it opened and closed its mouth soundlessly, and countless green phosphorescent flames surged out of its mouth. As soon as the black flame on the strange horse touched these phosphorescents, it melted at a speed visible to the naked eye as if it had encountered its nemesis, turning into green smoke. Seeing this, a trace of fear seemed to flash in the eyes of the originally aggressive strange one-horned horse. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming and Sha Tongtian, who were not far away, were startled, and they were secretly a little surprised. "You too, my soul-devouring flag specializes in restraining this kind of magical beast. Please buy me more time." A voice transmission suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. It was from the young bat people. Sha Tongtian obviously received the voice transmission. His eyes flashed fiercely, and his body shook. He made a sword gesture at the green giant python trapped in the black flame wall. The giant python's whole body shone in green light, and its tumbling momentum suddenly became a little more violent. After the fire wall flashed wildly a few times, it dimmed again. Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand, and the golden sand blades that had been forced back rolled up again. At the same time, his other hand waved his sleeve and released a crimson flying sword. It turned into a crimson rainbow that flashed through the gap of the black flame wall and joined the battle that besieged the strange black horse. Under the pincer attack of the golden sand blades and crimson flying sword, the strange one-horned horse immediately swung its head angrily. A lightning flashed on its horn, and a thick black lightning struck out, hitting the crimson rainbow. After a whine, it immediately turned back into an inch-long crystal-clear small sword. Under the spiritual connection, Lu Ming only felt a shock in his heart. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, but after a cold snort, he suddenly made a gesture with his hand. The golden sand blades in the sky suddenly combined, turning into a golden saw blade that flashed across the strange horse's neck. It actually cut open a big wound of a foot long. Seeing this, the black ghost head took the opportunity to flash down. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on the strange horse's injured neck, sucking with all its might. The strange one-horned horse let out a painful cry. It shook its body violently, and the black flame on its body immediately doubled. At the same time, black lightning on the horn struck wildly in the nearby air, trying to get rid of the ghost head on its neck. After the golden saw blade was hit by several black lightning arcs, it immediately turned into golden sand and flew away. But at this time, the hideous ghost head was like a maggot, clinging on the strange horse's neck. No matter how hard the magical beast tried, it still wouldn't let go. In the blink of an eye, the originally extremely powerful aura of the strange one-horned horse abruptly decreased by a lot, and the black flames on its body even became faintly discernible. The monstrous one-horned horse immediately fell into a frenzy, and moments later, a hint of blood-red insanity appeared in its eyes. The snow-white horn on its head suddenly flashed with red light, and it suddenly detached itself from its body, transforming into a streak of crimson light that disappeared without a trace. Swoosh, an unexpected scene happened. The bloody light transformed by the strange horse's bloody horn suddenly appeared in front of the young bat people. It flashed away in an instant, piercing a fist-sized bloody hole in the young bat people's abdomen. Blood suddenly gushed out. The young bat people didn't expect such a sudden sneak attack. He immediately screamed and fell down after losing his balance. In the process of falling, a green light suddenly appeared on the young man's arm. After a flash, he disappeared in the air. On the ground, the green sky pearls fell all over the ground. As the heavily injured youth was teleported out, the black flag suspended in midair also turned into a cloud of green smoke with a poof and disappeared without a trace. The ghost head that was still biting the strange horse's neck suddenly burst open, turning into a few green phosphorescence that sprinkled down, then it burned fiercely. This green phosphorescence could easily corrode the black flame, but it was also the nemesis of the strange horse. The strange horse suddenly let out a painful neigh, and it seemed to have lost its mind. It wanted to get rid of the phosphorescence on its body. However, this green phosphorescence was also weird. It was firmly attached to the strange horse's body, and it was burning more and more vigorously. Seeing this, Xianxia naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, he made a hand seal, and the blood essence instantly transformed into a strange rune out of thin air, flashing toward the black flame wall above. In the next moment, the giant azure python in the wall of flames suddenly let out a low roar, and it sprang out of the wall of black flames. The azure light shone brightly, and its body expanded by 30% again. It transformed back into a huge azure sword that was over 100 feet long, and it shot straight toward the strange horse. The strange horse instinctively sensed a trace of danger. Ignoring the green phosphorescence that was still burning around its body, it swung its head and fiercely opened its mouth, spitting out a ball of purple light that swept towards the oncoming azure streak of light. The speed of the green giant sword suddenly slowed down, and the green sword light on the surface also dimmed a lot. Just as the two were in a stalemate, Lu Ming let out a long cry. Not far behind the strange horse, a crimson rainbow flashed out and turned into a 100 meters long red stripe. It appeared at the side of the strange horse in a flash and slashed at it. The strange horse was shocked. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The remaining faint black flame around its body flourished again, and it instantly condensed into a black flame wall again. It planned to take this blow head-on. Chi la. The black flame wall that suddenly condensed couldn't stop the red stripe at all. A red light flashed, and the black flame wall tumbled violently, but it was directly penetrated. Behind the black flame wall, the strange horse, whose aura was already a little dispirited, suddenly stopped moving. The faint black flame around its body also stopped abruptly along with the neighing sound. The next moment, the strange horse's huge head slowly slid down from its neck, falling straight down from the air. At the same time, the raging black flame that had filled almost the entire hall and the black flame wall in midair suddenly turned into a few green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Finally killed it. Lu Ming waved with one hand, and the crimson flying sword and golden fallen sand in midair hovered in the air, then they flew back into his sleeve in a flash. He said with a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Xianxia on the other side patted the leather bag on his waist with one hand. After the green rainbow rolled into it, he also breathed a sigh of relief. This magical beast of the crystallization period later stage was indeed abnormally powerful. If it weren't for the restraining effect of the soul-devouring flag cast by the young bat people and the self-explosion of the ghost head at the end, the two of them might not have the chance to kill this magical beast after the crystallization period so easily. Of course, this was also because this magical beast itself didn't have any intelligence. Otherwise, even if it wasn't the opponent of the three of them, it would have already fled when it saw that the situation was not good. Its magical power was only 70% to 80%. As soon as the body of the strange horse fell to the ground, it turned into a green smoke, and a golden-green sky pearl rolled to the ground. When Lu Ming saw it, his expression moved. The golden-green sky pearl represented the highest-level pearl in the illusory palace. Up to now, Lu Ming had killed many magical beasts, and the highest he got was only the silver-green sky pearl. It was the first time he saw the golden-green sky pearl. When Sha Tong Tian on the side saw the golden-green sky pearl, his eyes also lit up. Suddenly, the two looked at each other as if they felt something. According to the previous agreement, after killing the one-horned magical beast, the ownership of the green sky pearl would depend on the individual's ability. The young bat people had been teleported out. Then, just when the battle between the two was about to break out, there was a sudden sound of footsteps coming from the entrance on the other side of the hall. A man in a yellow shirt walked in arrogantly. Lu Ming and Sha Tong Tian immediately took a step back, and they looked at the person with vigilance. This man looked calm. He was the disciple surnamed Shang of the Howren Academy that Lu Ming had seen before. As soon as this person entered the hall, he glanced around and quickly saw Lu Ming and Sha Tong Tian inside. After his expression moved again, he looked at the golden-green sky pearl on the ground. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the yellow robe of the man surnamed Shang fluttered without wind, and his aura was released in an instant. At the same time, there was a golden scroll in his hand. As the dazzling golden light flashed, countless golden runes jumped out from it. They condensed and turned into several dazzling golden rays that flew toward Lu Ming and Sha Tong Tian. This person actually had the idea of killing and robbing them without saying a word. Lu Ming and Sha Tong Tian were not easy to deal with. When the young man in yellow shirt made a move, they snorted almost at the same time. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve, and the small crimson sword flew out. It suddenly turned into a dense sword light and covered him in it. Sha Tong Tian made a gesture with one hand, and the green flying sword also blasted out from his sleeve. The dense sword intent spread out and wrapped his body. But there were two swoosh swoosh, two crystal rainbows, one green and one red, immediately blasted at the golden rays. The two actually used the body and sword fusion technique at the same time. The young man in yellow shirt was slightly startled seeing this, and there was an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, a cold light flashed. The two dazzling sword lights, one green and one red, slashed the golden rays. After another flash, they were close to the young man. The young man surnamed Shang was shocked. Only now did he know that Lu Ming and Sha Tong Tian were actually the strongest enemies he had ever encountered in his life. He hurriedly shook the golden book in his hand in front of him. Countless golden runes suddenly appeared, and they quickly condensed into a golden shield in front of him. Chi-chi, there were two crisp sounds. The golden shield was like a paper. Under the pincer attack of the two crystal clear sword lights, it was instantly cut open, then the two sword chi crisscrossed like a scissors. There was a scream. Even though the young man in yellow shirt's figure flashed wildly, he still felt that his legs were cold. The part below his calf was cut off cleanly, and two blood pillars gushed out. If he didn't know that he was in a bad situation and moved his body a little at the last moment, he would probably have died on the spot. You guys, the young man in yellow shirt was extremely shocked and angry. He was obviously unwilling to be defeated so quickly. If it was a one-on-one battle, he believed that he would never lose to anyone in front of him. But immediately, a green light flashed on the young man's arm. As he gritted his teeth, he only had time to grab his two broken legs, then he was teleported out of the green sky illusory palace. A large number of green sky pearls were scattered out. After the two green and red sword lights faded, Lu Ming and Sha Tong Tian came out. They waved their sleeves and took half of the green sky pearls that the young man scattered. At this time, Sha Tong Tian glanced at the golden beads on the ground again, then he looked coldly at Lu Ming on the other side. In this situation, both of them knew that after getting rid of the outsiders, it was time for them to decide the winner. The winner gets everything, and the loser leaves this place. Sha Tong Tian said faintly. No problem, I also have the same intention. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and replied. Very well. Sha Tong Tian immediately sneered, and he made a clear whistle. After his figure turned around, a thick sword light appeared out of thin air. His whole body instantly merged into it. The 10 meters long green sword light turned and became crystal clear. With a swoosh, it turned into a dazzling rainbow and went straight at Lu Ming. On the other side, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He just stepped on the ground slightly, and the crimson spiritual sword in his hand danced again. His body was wrapped in crimson light, and he also turned into a crimson rainbow. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the hall. After the two sword lights collided with each other, they bounced off in the same direction again. With a flash of green light, Sha Tong Tian, who was holding a superb green spiritual sword, appeared, but his face was very ugly at the moment. In the confrontation of body and sword fusion just now, both of them were evenly matched. But Lu Ming only used an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. How could this not make him angry? On the other side, after the crimson sword light hovered in the air, Lu Ming also appeared. He just waved one hand, and the crimson flying sword flew up around him. He looked at the opposite side faintly. The two only confronted each other for a while, then Lu Ming suddenly jumped up. He raised one hand, and the golden fallen sand swept out from his sleeve. It turned into countless golden silk and rained down on Sha Tong Tian. Seeing this, Sha Tong Tian's face changed slightly. The green spiritual sword in his hand trembled, and it suddenly turned into dozens of green lights, blasting at the golden silk in the sky. With the continuous puff-puff, the dozens of sword chi instantly shattered most of the golden silk in the sky. Following that, Sha Tong Tian's eyes flashed and he once again channeled all the magic power in his body into the green flying sword, causing it to dance in an airtight manner. Sword chi was produced in an endless stream, knocking off all the remaining golden threads. Lu Ming looked at Sha Tong Tian, who was still at ease under the attack of the golden fallen sand. With a thought, he quietly patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand. Suddenly, two black gas rolled out and blasted at Sha Tong Tian. As the golden silk in the sky was shattered by the green sword chi, Sha Tong Tian's face was relieved. His figure flickered, and he retreated for more than 100 meters away. But when he raised his head and saw the two black mist coming at him, his face was shocked again. In the mist, it was Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion, accompanied by two powerful auras that were no less than the condensation period later stage. In a cloud of black gas on the left side, Bone Scorpion rushed out quickly before Demon Flying Skull. The purple crystal dragon's stinger shook and launched dozens of fine black lines. On the right side, Demon Flying Skull also launched its green hair. Its aura was not weaker than Bone Scorpion's. Sha Tong Tian's expression changed drastically. He flipped his hand and took out a blue talisman. He crushed it and turned it into a shield to cover himself. At the same time, he flipped the cyan flying sword in his hand and shot out dozens of cyan sword chi to meet the black and green threads that had already arrived in front of him. There was a harsh sound of metal friction. Under the intertwining of the sword chi light, the green light lines collapsed in a flash. Seeing this, Sha Tong Tian changed his sword gesture. The remaining green sword chi condensed into a sword shadow of several 10 meters in size, slashing at Bone Scorpion without stopping. Bone Scorpion raised its giant pincer without dodging and went straight to the sword shadow. Pung! As soon as the giant pincer and the sword shadow touched, Bone Scorpion flew out under a huge force. Sha Tong Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. Under his sword controlling technique, there was only a faint white mark on Bone Scorpion's giant pincer. It didn't seem to be injured at all. Just at this moment, the flying head had already arrived. With a blur, it had already split into 9. As the head swayed, a skyful of green hair curled out and wrapped around Sha Tong Tian's shield tightly. With a flash, Lu Ming appeared above Sha Tong Tian without a sound. He pointed down with one hand and spots of golden light appeared. With another shake, they turned into a huge silk net. Then, a dragon roar and tiger roar suddenly came out. After the black gas on Lu Ming's body condensed, it transformed into 2 black mist dragons and a black mist tiger. Then, he moved his arms, and suddenly, dense black fist shadows shot down like a storm. After a few seconds, a green light flashed over an open space outside the Green Sky Illusory Palace, and Sha Tong Tian's figure appeared. However, at this moment, his eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to be unconscious. The embroidered robe on his body had long since become tattered, and his narrow and long face was pale like a sheet of paper. As soon as he appeared, he directly fell down. Nephew Disciple Sha. Hao Yue was taken aback when he saw this situation, but he immediately reacted. He waved his sleeves, and a green light suddenly rolled out. It wrapped around Sha Tongtian's body, then it gently landed on the open space beside him. After he glanced at it, he frowned slightly. He took out the white jade bead again and began to heal the wounds on Sha Tongtian's body. Not far away, the middle-aged man surnamed Dai of the Howran Academy was standing with his hands behind his back with a gloomy face. Beside him, the young man surnamed Sheng was lying beside him, and his broken legs had been connected. However, the scene of the two junior disciples favored by the Jin Dan realm powerhouse coming out with serious injuries almost one after another made the white-haired old man of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce and many cultivators present dumbfounded at this moment. Time passed quickly, and there were only 3 days left before the closing of the Green Sky Palace. Recently, Lu Ming killed several magical beasts in some halls. Up to now, some of these remaining magical beasts even had the strength of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Some of them still had some scars on their bodies, which might be left by the previous battles with other cultivators. What made Lu Ming quite happy was that after killing these magical beasts, in addition to the green sky pearls dropped by the magical beasts themselves, he would also get some green sky pearls collected by other cultivators. This allowed the number of green sky pearls in his storage amulet to reach as many as 600. Among them, there were nearly 10 silver beads, but there was still only 1 golden bead. On this day, when Lu Ming was in a hall, he killed a toad-like magical beast of the early stage of the crystallization period as usual. With a glance, he suddenly found that the stone door on the east side of the hall was slightly different from usual. The surface of the stone door was covered with dense silver spirit patterns. With a thought, he immediately walked over slowly. After a little hesitation, he directly pushed the door in. The next moment, the scene in front of him surprised him. The scenery in this hall was completely different from the previous one. Except for the magical beasts and phantoms in the previous hall, most of them were empty. The area of the hall seemed to be related to the strength of the opponent encountered. The stronger the opponent, the more spacious the hall would be. But at a glance, the hall in front of him seemed to have no end, and the scenery such as mountains, trees, and so on were all available. On one side was an open flat ground. There seemed to be a dense forest in front of the flat ground, and on the other side were several stretches of mountains. The hall was so high that the top could not be seen, and there were white clouds floating. Lu Ming couldn't help but have the illusion that he was already outside the Green Sky Palace. Lu Ming calmed down a little, and he immediately made a gesture to fly to the top of a short mountain. He carefully looked at everything around him. At this moment, there was a whistling sound not far away, and there was a faint golden light flickering. As his mind turned, he immediately jumped down from the top of the mountain, cast a little concealment technique, and quietly escaped in the direction of the golden light. After a while, he came to another slightly higher mountain peak. He squinted his eyes and saw the situation clearly. He saw that a mile away, a purple and a golden escape light were chasing one after another above the dense forest. In the purple light in front, there was a familiar graceful figure. When Lu Ming took a closer look, he couldn't help but say to himself in surprise, "It turns out to be her." The golden streak of light behind him disappeared in a flash, and in the next moment, it appeared in front of the purple streak of light. It was an expressionless young man in a golden robe, and he was holding a golden longsword in his hand. The streak of light in front of them didn't expect this to happen. After a brief pause, the silhouette of a woman with an unsightly expression appeared. It was none other than the purple-robed woman from the Ouyang clan. With a wave of her sleeve, a white flying dagger shot forth. Then, this woman changed her gestures repeatedly, launching several symbols one after another. The flying knife kept trembling in the air, and the spirit patterns on the surface were flashing. A dragon roar resounded through the sky, white light flashed violently from the flying dagger, and it transformed into a white WYRM that was over 100 feet in length. The translucent scales on the surface of its body refracted piercing light, and green light was constantly swirling within its 2 eyes. Its 4 huge claws were curved like hooks, giving it an extremely sharp appearance. "Go!" The woman in purple clothes shouted and pointed at the young man in golden robe. After the white dragon circled in the air, it spat a white flame at the young man in golden robe. Seeing this, the young man in golden robe didn't intend to dodge at all. He just shook the golden long sword in his hand casually, and a golden sword light rolled out. No matter how the white dragon spat out white flames and dodged frantically, the sword light was just blurred, and it hit its head incredibly. Boom. The white dragon wailed, and the scales on its body shattered inch by inch under the golden sword light. It actually returned to the appearance of a flying knife. The woman in purple clothes couldn't help but look gloomy. She waved one hand, and the flying knife flew back to her hand with a flash of white light. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw this situation. He saw clearly that the white light that flew back to the woman's hand was the prototype of the magic weapon, Luoyu blade. The young man in golden robe phantasm just casually slashed the dragon into pieces. His strength was a bit too terrifying. When Lu Ming was shocked, and he didn't know whether to retreat or leave, the young man in brocade phantasm slowly walked toward the woman in purple clothes. At the same time, an indescribable aura swept over. The woman in purple clothes snorted coldly. A small golden shield with a fierce tiger pattern appeared in her hand. She threw it down lightly, and it instantly turned into a 10 meters big, blocking in front of her. As the golden shield shone brightly, circles of golden patterns suddenly appeared on its surface. There were as many as 33 layers, and there was a deafening tiger roar from it. On the giant shield, 33 golden spirit patterns lit up in unison. After a flash of golden light, a giant golden tiger about 20 feet long jumped out and fiercely pounced toward the opponent. At the same time, the woman in purple clothes flicked her wrist, and she actually threw the shield at the opposite side with the giant tiger. In an instant, there were thousands of golden lights. The momentum was amazing. The young man in golden robe phantasm was just expressionless. He moved the long sword in his hand and launched another golden sword light. After a blur, it actually slashed on the giant tiger's head. Boom! Lu Ming only felt his ears vibrate. Before he could react to what was going on, an earth-shattering explosion sound poured into his head. His mind shook, and his eyes were even blinded by the dazzling golden light that burst not far away, causing him to close his eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, he could see everything clearly again. In the air in front of him, a ball of purple light was shooting toward him. The woman in purple was sweating profusely, and she looked like she was trying to escape. Behind her, the young man in golden robe followed her closely from 100 meters away, and he did not seem to be in a hurry. In the golden ball of light that was still tumbling behind them, the supreme-grade spirit artifact shield had been cut into two, turning into two pieces that floated in the void. One chased and the other escaped. After a while, they passed through the open flat land, and they were not far from the mountain peak where Lu Ming was. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. According to this trend, this woman seems to be leading this person to me. He didn't want to fight with such a terrifying humanoid magical beast for no reason. He immediately made a gesture and planned to sneak away. However, as Lu Ming just moved slightly and rose into the air, the woman in purple clothes suddenly twisted her body forcibly. She waved one hand, and the flying knife in her hand transformed into a white dragon again, pouncing toward the back. Behind him, the golden-robed young man swung his sword again and shattered the serpent dragon. At this time, the woman in purple clothes suddenly made a gesture and changed her direction slightly in the air. She went straight to Lu Ming like a meteor. Her speed was more than twice faster than before. Lu Ming's heart shuddered and he secretly complained. Now there were only 3 days left before the Green Sky Illusory Palace was closed. As long as nothing happened in these 3 days, with the Green Sky Pearl that he currently had, he could at least exchange for a superb spiritual weapon or some rare materials. If he was kicked out of the Green Sky Illusory Palace at this time, it was naturally unacceptable. Several talismans in Lu Ming's hands burst open at the same time, turning into countless green runes that flashed into his body. At the same time, after a dragon roar and tiger roar, black gas suddenly rolled on his body. After a blur, he turned into a faint black shadow that blasted to the side. But at this moment, there was a chuckle of the woman in purple clothes behind him. Brother Lu is really cold-hearted. He doesn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He actually wants to leave like this. As soon as the voice sounded, the young man in golden robe behind suddenly blurred. He had already caught up with the woman a few 10 meters away. He raised his hand, and another golden sword light slashed out. The woman in purple clothes flicked her sleeves, and she threw out 3 spiritual weapons from her sleeves. She made a gesture without saying a word. pong, pong, pong. 3 explosive sounds were heard in succession. There was a strong spiritual power fluctuation in the air behind him, and the golden sword light was immediately blocked by the explosion of the 3 spiritual weapons. The young man in the golden robe was also forced to stagnate slightly. At the same time, the purple-clothed woman flipped her hand, and a shiny object appeared. After a burst of white light, her figure disappeared in one of the objects. In the next moment, Lu Ming only felt a fluctuation beside him. After a flash of white light, a vague figure emerged from it. It was the purple-clothed woman who should be hundreds of meters away. He did not know what method the woman used, but she teleported to his side and smiled sweetly at Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, I didn't expect that we would meet again." However, Lu Ming's expression was not very good at the moment. Because the young man in the golden robe only flickered a few times, and he appeared more than 100 meters behind the two strangely. Before Lu Ming spoke, he just lifted the hand holding the sword slightly, and another 100 meters long golden sword chi rolled out. The momentum was amazing. Lu Ming also reacted fast enough. Almost at the same time when the sword light appeared behind him, his figure suddenly retreated. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves, and the small crimson sword was already in his hand. After he channeled his spiritual power into it, he threw it out and turned into a crimson light of 60 meters in size. As for him, he suddenly turned into a light and blasted into the distance. In the air behind him, the golden and crimson sword lights intertwined with each other, making a crisp collision sound from time to time. Seeing this, the girl in purple clothes on the side stretched her brows slightly. She also turned into a purple escape light and followed Lu Ming. At this time, the crimson sword light wailed, and it was torn apart by the golden light. It turned back into a small sword and blasted at Lu Ming. Under the connection of Lu Ming's spirit, he was shocked again. He flicked his sleeves and put the crimson sword back into his sleeve. Just in this simple exchange, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that the young man in the golden robe phantasm was much more powerful than he thought. Although this humanoid magical beast only had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, its true strength was far stronger than the magical beast of the crystallization period later stage that he killed previously. It actually brought him a sense of oppression similar to Siren King's Jing Dan state. To make matters worse, this young man in golden robes was a sword cultivator, and it was unknown what sort of sword Dao divine ability he cultivated. Every single sword light that seemed to be released from a simple swing of the sword was extremely solid and indestructible. Just now, although he only used 70% of the power of the sword controlling technique in a hurry, it was still somewhat unexpected that it was so easily broken by the opponent. At this moment, the young man in the golden robe also rose into the air. While chasing closely, he silently slashed down again. A golden sword light immediately swept toward Lu Ming and Lu Ming at a speed faster than before. After a few seconds, it appeared behind them. Lu Ming felt that his body was slightly heavy, and there was a powerful sense of oppression behind him that couldn't be avoided. As his mind turned sharply, he gritted his teeth and turned around. He waved his arms abruptly. The black gas on his body suddenly surged into the sky. The black spirit patterns on his 2 arms were looming, and the crimson scales also appeared layer by layer. He held a heavy water droplet in each of his hands and punched at the golden sword light. Immediately, 2 clusters of black fist shadows blasted out. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out. The black fist shadows became extremely dignified under the blessing of the heavy water droplet. After hitting the golden sword light, they were in a stalemate for the time being. Seeing this, Lu Ming desperately channeled the spiritual power in his body again. With a push of his hands, he forcefully changed the direction of the sharp golden light and flew to the other side. At the same time, Lu Ming's hand shook, and a huge force came from the golden sword light that was knocked away. The crimson scales on his hands burst open, and it became bloody all over. What made his face change even more was that there was a surge of blood in his body at the same time. There was a strange tingling in his meridians. Obviously, if he forcefully withstood the second sword light, he was afraid that he would really suffer some minor injuries. This young man in the golden robe sword cultivator is actually so powerful. It's really fortunate that the woman in purple clothes could escape unscathed until now without being kicked out of the illusory palace. Just at the moment when Lu Ming and the golden sword light confronted, the purple escape light of the woman in purple clothes had already escaped more than 300 meters away. It seemed that this woman had originally planned to drag Lu Ming into this and escape by herself. With a thought, Lu Ming quickly took out a healing elixir from his waist without hesitation. After swallowing it, he made a sword gesture and turned into a crimson light that followed closely behind. This was also a helpless move. Under normal circumstances, the technique of body and sword fusion was used to chase after the enemy. At this time, he could only rely on this method to increase his escape speed, hoping to have a chance to escape from this person. The young man in the golden robe still followed behind calmly. Suddenly, the sword light in his hand trembled without warning, and he slashed at the girl in purple clothes in front of him. As Lu Ming scanned with his mental power, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Nine Skulls shield that was already clasped in his hand loosened slightly. Although the speed of the woman in purple clothes was extremely fast, she was still 100 meters farther than Lu Ming, but the speed of the golden sword light was also far beyond her imagination. With just a blur, it appeared strangely close to the woman's back. The purple-robed woman had naturally also sensed the emergence of the sword chi behind her, and even though she was extremely reluctant to do so, she could only forcibly twist around before hurriedly sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a stack of shimmering blue talismans. The moment the blue talismans came into contact with the sword light, they exploded, and turned into specks of blue light before disappearing. With this delay, Lu Ming had already caught up, and he almost walked side by side with the woman. Brother Lu actually took this person's blow head-on. Your strength is really extraordinary. The woman in purple clothes glanced at Lu Ming on the side, and she suddenly said with voice transmission. I just passed by here unintentionally. Thanks to you, I have to escape all the way now. Lu Ming snorted and replied noncommittally. I didn't mean to involve Brother Lu, but the situation was extremely critical at the time, so I hope Brother Lu can forgive me. Now why don't we join forces? Maybe we can find a good opportunity to escape. What does Brother Lu think? The woman in purple clothes giggled and said. After hearing this, Lu Ming's heart moved, but he didn't immediately agree. He also made a gesture, and the crimson sword chi on his body surged. His escape speed was a little faster. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't answer, the woman didn't intend to urge him immediately. Instead, she made a gesture and followed up. Just like that, the two of them fled through the stone forest for around 10 minutes, and the mountains behind them were destroyed by the streaks of golden sword light. No matter how the two sped up, the young man in golden robe phantasm followed closely like a maggot. During this period, the woman in purple clothes had repeatedly released the white dagger to turn into a dragon to resist, but it could only slightly slow down the speed of the young man in golden robe behind her. After a while, he caught up again. Lu Ming used the technique of multitasking. He tried to channel the golden fallen sand while escaping, trying to trap the young man in golden robe in the sand array. However, before the sand array was formed, it was broken by the young man's hand with a flash of golden light. In addition, he also channeled the tiger dragon hell prison, but the dragon and giant tiger transformed by the black mist couldn't block the young man's sword light at all like the white dragon transformed by the luo yu blade of the woman in purple clothes. After the two escaped for dozens of miles, they came to the end of the continuous mountain range. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed. It was a large desert-like land. Looking at it, they could vaguely see a few gray-white boulders. Other than that, there was nothing else to hide. If they continued to escape at this moment, the two would have no place to hide. After a little hesitation, Lu Ming suddenly tore two more talismans. The black light on his body shone, and his escape speed accelerated again. The beautiful eyes of the woman in purple clothes flickered slightly. She was still able to keep up with Lu Ming with some kind of escape light. After the young man in a golden robe took a few strides, he was 200 meters behind them again. Brother Lu, I have a plan to get rid of this person, but you need to try to delay him for a while. The girl's lips and teeth moved slightly, and she transmitted a voice to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming listened, he pondered for a while, then he nodded slightly. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed, the woman immediately slowed down her escape speed. At the same time, she patted the leather bag on her waist, and a ray of colorful light rolled out. It instantly turned into a colorful butterfly and stopped gently on her fingertips. This butterfly was only an inch big. Its whole body was crystal light, and on its wings, the colorful spirit patterns were clearly visible. The woman raised her hand gently, and the butterfly fluttered its wings. It quickly flew toward Lu Ming and stopped on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming's expression moved. He immediately turned around and patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist. Two black mist rolled out, and Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull emerged. With just a command, the two of them turned into two black mist and blasted in the direction of the golden-robed young man. He took the colorful butterfly and broke through the air again. At the same time, he released a powerful spiritual force to pay attention to every movement behind him. According to the plan of the girl in purple clothes, Lu Ming would first send his demonic pet to cooperate with her to delay the young man in a golden robe for a while so that Lu Ming could escape with the colorful butterfly as much as possible. Once she was defeated, she would lead the young man in a golden robe to the other side, then she could escape calmly with the help of the space mystic arts of the colorful butterfly. After a few seconds, the silver bone scorpion, which had become more than 100 meters in size, had already pounced forward with a pair of giant pincers. Demon Flying Skull also turned blurred, and it suddenly transformed into 9 identical clones. The woman in purple clothes even raised one hand, and the flying knife in her hand turned into a white dragon again. This flying knife was already the prototype of a magic weapon. If it was a general superb spiritual weapon, it would have lost its spirituality in the previous few attacks. Golden light flashed, and a streak of sword chi slashed through the air again. Not only did the white WYRM instantly vanquish the attack, it also pierced through the purple-robed woman's body in a flash. At this moment, the black spirit patterns on Bone Scorpion's body flashed, and a giant pincer of 50 meters smashed at the golden sword light. Bang! With a flash of golden light, Bone Scorpion was immediately sent flying by a huge force. A 10 meters deep wound suddenly appeared on the giant pincer, faintly exuding a pale golden halo. However, the sword light was barely blocked. At this time, after a few flashes, the demon flying skulls had quietly appeared around the young man in golden robe. With a strange sound, dense green hair shot out. The golden-robed young man's figure just shook, and the dense golden sword silks immediately shot out in all directions. In an instant, the green hair was cut off inch by inch, and one of the flying head's doppelgangers was directly pierced through by the sword. The other demon flying heads immediately screamed and turned into black gas. They instantly merged into one, rolling directly in the direction of Lu Ming. At this time, the young man in golden robe raised his hand again, and the golden long sword left his hand. It instantly turned into 100 meters phantasm. The golden spirit patterns on the surface flashed wildly, then it slashed at the direction of Bone Scorpion. The black gas on Bone Scorpion's body surface surged. It raised a pair of giant pincers and crossed them as if it was going to forcibly take this blow. Come back. Lu Ming, who was more than 1,000 meters away, was shocked when he saw this. He knew that Bone Scorpion couldn't take this blow at all at this time, so he hurriedly used divine thought to sense it. Fortunately, the purple-robed woman next to him gritted her teeth. After shaking her wrist, she immediately launched a dozen white saber lights. Boom, there was a loud noise. Golden light soared into the sky where Bone Scorpion was. The purple-robed woman relied on the power of the white WYRM transformed by the flying knife to fly back for more than 100 meters. She was finally unscathed. After Bone Scorpion wailed, its aura instantly dropped by more than half, and it flew away with a black wind. This scorpion received Lu Ming's order. Although it quickly dodged, it was still affected by the sword chi released by the giant sword. There were dozens of wounds of different depths on its body surface. It could no longer continue to fight. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull, the two demonic pets that were no less than the condensation period later stage, couldn't even last one move in front of the young man in golden robe. After a few seconds, both of them were defeated. When the young man in golden robe was about to take the next step, 100 meters long white dragon broke through the air. It was the purple-robed woman who attacked again. The dragon just opened its mouth, and white flames burst out from its mouth. It pressed at the young man in golden robe aggressively. As soon as Lu Ming collected Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull, he heard an earth-shattering noise behind him. After looking back quickly, he saw that the purple-robed woman had led the young man in golden robe to the opposite direction. After he exhaled lightly, he continued to rush forward at the same speed. In a blink of an eye, he was already more than 2,000 meters away from the young man in golden robe. After a while, when the young man in golden robe caught up with the purple-robed woman again, and he slowly lifted the golden spiritual sword in his hand, a sense of extreme danger suddenly appeared in the heart of the woman in front of him. After her jade face changed, she immediately bit her teeth and took out two spiritual weapons with a flick of her sleeve. Her figure retreated rapidly, and at the same time, the green light in her eyes flickered non-stop. Thousands of meters away, the colorful butterfly beside Lu Ming also emitted circles of colorful halo. Boom! Boom! The explosion of the two spiritual weapons only slightly blocked the golden sword light from the opposite side. But at this time, the woman quickly made gestures with both hands and said, "Change." In an instant, the purple-robed woman's figure became blurred, and she disappeared in a flash before the golden sword light arrived. At the same time, the seven-color butterfly beside Lu Ming burst open with a bang. Instead, it was the purple-robed woman with a pale face. Obviously, the original plan did not succeed. At this moment, it was less than 10 seconds since Lu Ming released his demonic pet, and Lu Ming only flew more than 3,000 meters away. This kind of distance was still impossible to get rid of the young man in golden robe. Sure enough, the young man in golden robe turned around without hesitation, and he chased after the two again. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They immediately channeled their spiritual power and continued to fly forward. In this way, Lu Ming and the purple-robed woman fled for their lives under the terrifying power of the young man in golden robe. Along the way, the two had to constantly replenish their spiritual power with spirit stones and elixir. For some magical beasts that they occasionally encountered, they would kill them with a single blow. They didn't even have the chance to pick up the green sky pearl. For some crystallization period magical beasts they encountered, they would throw a few spiritual weapons to make them explode so that they could escape. Fortunately, although these magical beasts were not weak, their escape speed was much slower than the two of them. It didn't take long for them to get rid of them easily. What was even more surprising was that this space seemed to be endless. They never flew to the end and saw the stone doors of other halls. The young man in golden robe followed behind the two unhurriedly, keeping a distance of 100 meters. Occasionally, he launched a few sword lights in the air, which made the two of them flustered. Lu Ming secretly complained at this time. There were only a few dozen spiritual weapons left in the summer ring that were used for forging. He didn't know how long he had to escape. Such a situation of one chasing and two escaping lasted for a whole day in a blink of an eye. One day later, in a stone forest, Lu Ming and the purple-robed woman were shuttling through a huge stone forest. Golden sword lights were chasing closely behind them, and there were bursting sounds from time to time. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a strange aura fluctuation not far away. After his heart moved, he immediately launched it without hesitation. Although the purple-robed woman was a little surprised to see this, she also followed after a little hesitation. However, before the two flew far, a figure flashed behind a huge stone pillar not far ahead. A handsome young man in white robe in his 20s flew out. The young man in white robe turned his head and saw the scene of Lu Ming and the purple-robed woman rushing over. He was shocked at first, then his figure flickered and appeared 100 meters away on the side with a vigilant look. But Lu Ming and the purple-robed woman didn't mean to stop at all. They just flashed and passed by. This made the young man in white robe dumbfounded. After turning his eyes, he immediately saw the young man in golden robe phantasm behind. He glanced at the young man's face, then his face changed drastically. Jin Liang. After the young man in white robe cried out a name, he chanted a few obscure spells without thinking. There was a muffled sound like a firecracker in his body. His figure instantly doubled, and silver bristles grew on the surface of his body. At the same time, his 10 fingers were sharp, and his fangs were exposed. A faint king word appeared between his eyebrows. He actually turned into a half-human half-tiger appearance. The young man was a beastkin clan. After the transformation, he immediately turned into a ball of yellow light after a groan, chasing after Lu Ming and the purple-robed woman. He knew very well that only by staying with the two people in front of him could he save his life. At this time, the young man in golden robe phantasm had already arrived in a flash. He squinted slightly and looked at the escape light of the young man, then he raised his hand and launched another golden sword light. Obviously, at this time, the young man in golden robe had also become one of his targets. Unlike the sword light from before, this sword light disappeared in a flash, then reappeared over 100 feet away. Then, it blurred and reappeared even further away. After a few leaps like this, the golden sword light appeared behind the young man and slashed down fiercely. The young man groaned, then he slapped out with a backhand claw. Immediately, a white light claw collided with the sword light. There was a boom. In the burst of fluctuations behind the young man, he stumbled and rolled forward for a few meters, but after his figure stabilized, he immediately continued to run forward desperately with a flash of yellow light on his body. It turns out that this phantasm is left by Jin Liang. In the escape light on the side, the woman in purple clothes turned her head and glanced at it. She murmured a few words, but her face was obviously a little pale. "Who is Jin Liang?" Lu Ming, who was nearby, frowned and asked with a voice transmission. "As a disciple of Tai Ching Gate, you actually don't know this person?" "He is the only person who became a successor disciple at the condensation state in the past 10,000 years of Tai Ching Gate, and he is now the #1 successor disciple of Tai Ching Gate. 700 years ago, he also tried the Green Sky Illusory Palace. This humanoid magical beast is actually a copy of his phantom. No wonder it is so terrifying." Seeing that Lu Ming didn't know anything, the woman in purple clothes showed a hint of surprise on her face. She actually stopped transmitting the voice and said directly. Lu Ming was naturally taken aback when he heard this. But before he could answer anything, the half-beastkin young man appeared near Lu Ming and the woman in purple clothes after a series of afterimages. He snorted coldly and said, "Not only that, this person even has a record of fighting against the Tianxiang state great ancestor and being able to escape unscathed. Even if it is a phantom of the condensation state, the three of us can't be his opponent at all. He is also the only descendant among the intruders of the Green Sky Illusory Palace that year who made it to the end. The other contestants were all sent out of the Green Sky Illusory Palace after being severely injured by him." When Lu Ming heard this, he was even more shocked. "Such a character actually comes from the same sect as me, but I have been in Tai Ching Gate for more than 2 years, why haven't I heard of this person's name? 2 friends, with this person here, if the 3 of us escape separately, I'm afraid we will be defeated by him. If it's light, we will be kicked out of the Green Sky Illusory Palace, if it's heavy, I'm afraid we will have the risk of dying. But if the 3 of us go together, we may be able to deal with the danger together. Besides, there is only about 1 day left in the Green Sky Illusory Palace trial. As long as we persist through this time, we can also retreat safely." The beastkin young man said coldly again. After Lu Ming and the woman in purple clothes heard this, they looked at each other, and they naturally had no intention of objecting. So the 3 of them took turns to resist the sword light attack behind them and continued to escape all the way. It was strange that this Jin Liang phantasm seemed to be strong against the strong and weak against the weak. When the 3 of them escaped, he didn't kill them. He just chased them all the way, launching a golden sword light at them from time to time, forcing the 3 of them to resist and consume their spiritual power. During this period, the 3 of them once encountered 2 people who came to the palace in a team on a mountain top. Without knowing it, the 2 of them actually released their spiritual weapons and wanted to take the attack of the golden-robed young man's phantom sword. As a result, the shield spiritual weapon of one of them was shattered by a sword light. He cast several defensive talismans in a panic, then he was kicked out of the palace with serious injuries. The other person didn't seem to be so lucky. The spiritual weapon in his hand and the protective aura were directly cut open by a sword chi. Under a flash of golden light, his body was cut in half and teleported out of the palace. After the 2 of them were killed, the green sky pearls on the ground were directly absorbed by the phantasm of the golden-robed young man. In the following time, the 3 of them encountered several other intruders in this endless space, but none of them could withstand the attack of Jin Liang's phantasm. They were all kicked out of the palace with serious injuries. In the last half a day, the sword lights launched by the young man in golden robe became more and more frequent. Even in the last hour, there was a golden light galloping at them almost every 10 seconds. As Lu Ming and the other 2 complained secretly, they could only keep absorbing spirit stones, swallowing elixirs, and taking turns to use the spiritual weapons in their hands to resist. However, other than the Luoyu saber in the hands of the purple-clothed girl, which could resist a little under the golden sword light and could be retrieved without any damage, the other spiritual weapons would be cut in half if they were careless, or their spirituality would be greatly damaged. After the superb spiritual weapons in the hands of the beast-kin young man were greatly damaged, he immediately took out many ordinary intermediate and upper-grade spiritual weapons. He made a gesture to make them explode one by one to temporarily resolve the threat of the golden sword light. After Lu Ming detonated the last few spiritual weapons in the Sumera ring, he had to take out the black glove and other upper-grade spiritual weapons left by Yin Yang's strong demon. The crimson spiritual sword also perished together with a golden sword light at the last moment. In addition to the golden fallen sand and other items in Lu Ming's hands, there were only a few superb spiritual weapons that he had previously obtained from Yin Yang's strong demon and the tall muscular man. When he was hesitating on how to deal with the next wave of fierce slashes from the young man in golden robe, the space around him suddenly trembled slightly. With a deafening muffled sound, the figure of the golden-robed young man behind him suddenly turned into a wisp of white smoke and instantly disappeared on the spot. The golden sword light that was just about to reach him also disappeared into thin air in an instant. The trial time is up. Seeing this, the beast-kin young man immediately stopped and said with great joy. Although the girl in purple clothes on the side looked abnormally pale, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ming felt the bitter spiritual power in his body. Before he could speak, he only felt a dazzling white light in front of him. The next moment, he found himself in a strange hall, and there was a lonely green altar in front of him. Lu Ming was slightly startled. He glanced around and found that the half-beastkin young man and the woman in purple clothes were not nearby. Then he carefully looked at the altar in front of him. This altar was only 30 meters high. A light blue light curtain floated on the top. The names of various treasures, spiritual medicines, and spiritual materials were written on it, but they were all dim. As soon as Lu Ming's mental power touched this light curtain, a strange message immediately came out from it. It turned out that this altar was set up by Ancestor Green Sky to reward the disciples who passed the trial. The disciples could exchange the green sky pearl for various treasures on the altar, but they could only choose one treasure each time they entered the palace. In the top row, most of them were all kinds of magic weapons left over from the Archean era. Some of the names made Lu Ming extremely jealous. As soon as his mental power touched the relevant text, some simple introductions would immediately appear in his mind. One of them, Donghuang Bell, was said to have existed since the Archean era. Its whole body was ancient and dark yellow. It was covered with spirit patterns. It was the treasure of the Green Sky Palace. Its power was unimaginable. The other magic weapon, Huiqi Mirror, was about 3 feet high with an ancient bronze frame. It was inlaid with ancient seal characters. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary mirror, but it had the terrifying power to devour the sky and earth. Lu Ming calmed his mind. He knew that these magic weapons could not be exchanged from the Archean era to the present. It could be seen that it was difficult to exchange. It was not something he could consider at all. So, he smiled bitterly. He scanned with divine thought. The second row was dominated by various magic weapon prototypes of the 36 enchantments. Swords, knives, spears, sticks, swords, and even some ancient weapons that were now lost were all available. Although they couldn't be compared with the magic weapons in the first row, any one of them was also something that everyone would fight for in the Middle Sky continent. After looking at the items at the top of the exchange, Lu Ming glanced at the remaining rows in a hurry. He did not look at them one by one. The third row was mainly some rare materials such as spiritual medicine, spiritual ores, and a few rare superb spiritual weapons with special functions. The fourth row was the superb spiritual weapons and spiritual materials used by some ancient cultivators, and the fifth row and below were some spiritual weapons and materials that could be bought in the market. The last row even had spirit stone rewards. At this time, there were hundreds of green sky pearls of different colors in the Sumera ring on Lu Ming's hand. With a thought, he immediately took them out one by one and put them into a deep hole in front of the altar. After a while, the last row of dim text on the light blue light curtain flashed and lit up. As he poured the remaining 5-color green sky pearls into the deep hole one by one, after the green sky pearls disappeared in a flash, the rows of names on the light curtain flashed from bottom to top. When it finally reached the fourth row, it stopped abruptly. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help frowning. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with the items that could be exchanged in the fourth row. When Lu Ming finally carefully took out the golden bead dropped by the crystallization period later stage magical beast and put it into the deep hole of the altar, a streak of golden light flashed, and some of the names on the third row finally lit up. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After a slight sigh of relief, he scanned the names of the spiritual weapon materials that lit up in the third row with divine thought. 1000-layer condensed Ganoderma, an extremely rare spiritual medicine that could only be seen in the chaotic sky desert. Because there was Yin wind in the desert all year round, only once in 1,000 years would the Yin wind be weak, and it could be picked. Therefore, most of this medicine was 1,000 years old. It was one of the necessary materials to make the 1000 condensed liquid. Black light dust, an auxiliary material for forging magic weapons. If this thing was added when forging magic weapons, it could make the magic weapon almost transparent during the day, making it hard to guard against. Rainbow flying boat. After some careful selection, Lu Ming finally chose a superb spiritual weapon medicine cauldron, Lucian cauldron. According to the introduction, this cauldron was used by an alchemy grandmaster known as Immortal Lucian in the ancient times. It was enchanted with a special enchantment. Generally, it could increase the success rate of elixir by as much as 20%. Sometimes, it could even improve the purity of elixir. In addition, the medicinal cauldron spiritual weapon was originally very rare outside, and the superb grade was even more difficult to find, so Lu Ming chose this item. After he tapped the blue light curtain lightly with his finger, a 10 meters tall emerald cauldron condensed above the altar and flew into his hand. At the same time, the altar in front of him suddenly twisted and disappeared in a phantasm. Lu Ming lowered his head and carefully looked at the small cauldron in his hand. This cauldron was covered with spirit patterns of red, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, and it gave people a rough and primitive feeling. It should be some kind of unknown ancient spirit pattern. At the bottom of the cauldron, there was a small array of a foot size, and it exuded a faint golden light. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he launched a symbol. After the cauldron spun, it turned into the size of an inch and went into the Sumeru ring. The moment when Lu Ming just put away the small cauldron, the surrounding space suddenly trembled, and there was a rumbling sound in his ears at the same time. After a moment of dizziness, he immediately disappeared in place. At the same time, outside the green sky illusory palace, there was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. The cultivators who hadn't left in the open space heard the sound, and they raised their heads in unison. They looked at the emerald green palace lying in the air, and all of them were full of surprised expressions. The green sky illusory palace phantasm, just like the day it suddenly appeared, suddenly burst into a dazzling green light, then it suddenly collapsed and disappeared as if it had never appeared before. The crowd was in an uproar again, and the sound of exclamation was endless. At the place where the green sky illusory palace disappeared, 3 figures staggered out suddenly. It was Lu Ming, the beast-kin young man and the girl in purple clothes of the Ouyang family. "We're finally out." The girl in purple clothes stabilized her figure a little, looked around, and said with some joy. Although Lu Ming and the beast-kin young man didn't say anything when they heard this, but after looking around quickly, they felt the same emotion in their hearts. Speaking of which, no matter how tough a person's temperament was, after going through 3 months of continuous killing, their nerves couldn't relax for even a moment, and they wouldn't be any better than the 3 of them. Combined with the previous rumors, every time the green sky illusory palace was opened, there weren't many people who could actually persist for 3 months and walk out of this palace safely. The losers were either seriously injured or died on the spot. It really didn't look like an ordinary trial ground. Of course, this was also because this ruin was unguarded. Under the guidance of its special enchantment, there were constantly outstanding outsiders entering the palace, causing the difficulty inside to become more and more difficult. Fortunately, everything was over now, and the 3 of them had exchanged for treasures, so they didn't come here in vain. At this moment, a green light flashed on the arms of the 3 people, and there was a whistling sound. The 3 green sky mirror fragments immediately fell off, and they blasted away in 3 different directions like meteors. However, they didn't fly far, then they were rolled back by the black, green and white lights respectively. It was Hao Yue, the middle-aged man surnamed Dai, and the other two Jin Dan experts. At this moment, the cultivators who were still nearby couldn't help but secretly curse in their hearts. Since the three of them came here, the lenses of nearly half of the people who came out of the Green Sky Illusory Palace had fallen into the hands of these three. After the Hao Yue boy and the other two Jin Dan realm powerhouses collected the Green Sky Mirror fragment, they immediately flashed and landed not far away from Lu Ming and others, but their eyes fell on the Beastkin young man at the same time. Demon race. Hao Yue boy said with a frown. The white-haired elder of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce on the side was also surprised. At this moment, the Beastkin young man in white clothes had already put away his Beastkin transformation, and he looked almost the same as an ordinary person, but the Beastkin aura that had not been completely concealed was undoubtedly exposed in front of the Jin Dan cultivators. The Beastkin clan was different from the Bat clan and the purple-eyed alien race. The latter too could be regarded as a branch of the human race, but the former was a completely different race. Although it was not regarded as the mortal enemy of the human race, in the minds of ordinary human cultivators, most of them naturally held the idea that they were not of the same race, so they had a lot of hostility towards them. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the mouth of the green-faced man on the side. He looked at the Beastkin young man, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't seem to make any movement, but a green light suddenly flew out of his sleeve and hit at the Beastkin young man. The green light was as fast as lightning, mixed with a dull roar. It almost came in front of the Beastkin young man in an instant. The speed was so fast that the condensation period cultivators like Lu Ming couldn't react at all. Seeing that the Beastkin young man was about to be hit by the green light, a green figure flashed in the surrounding crowd. It actually blocked the Beastkin young man, and a big dry hand appeared. It slapped the green light away with a bang. Hao Yue and the other two were shocked. They didn't expect that there was another Jin Dan state powerhouse hiding nearby, and they didn't notice it at all. The man in green robe had a hood on his head. At this moment, when he slowly raised his head, Lu Ming and others could see his appearance clearly. This person didn't look old, he was only in his 30s or 40s. His facial features were square, and he even had a hint of elegance. It was just that two bunches of slightly curly green hair fell from both sides of the hood. His eyes were slightly green, which made him look quite strange. Sky Beastkin Valley's venerable Kuei Mu. Someone among the onlookers recognized this person, and he suddenly shouted out. Lu Ming was moved. He had never heard of the name of venerable Kuei Mu, but he knew the name of Sky Beastkin Valley. It was an existence similar to the four ancient sects such as Taiching Gate and Howran Academy. It was also one of the few Beastkin clan forces in the Middle Sky continent. However, Sky Beastkin Valley never had many disciples outside, and most of them were secretive. Few outsiders knew about them. They were far less famous than human sects such as Taiching Gate. Dai Tianying, what do you mean by attacking the people of Sky Beastkin Valley for no reason? Do you think there is no one in Sky Beastkin Valley? The middle-aged man in green robe looked at the man with a green face and said blankly. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Mr. Kuei Mu, one of the 28 constellations of Sky Beastkin Valley. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. The man with a green face said with a sneer, but he didn't mention anything about the previous attack. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the man in green robe. When he was about to lose his temper, the young man in white robe behind him suddenly reached out to stop the middle-aged man in green robe. He said very calmly at the same time, forget it, Masters Junior Kuei Mu, we are not here to fight with human cultivators. Venerable Kuei Mu's eyes flashed with green light. He turned his head to look at the young man in white robe, but he asked a random question, did you get the thing? The young man in white robe nodded with a smile. Venerable Kuei Mu's face relaxed when he heard the words. He glanced at the Hao Yue boy and the others, then he snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeve without saying a word, and a green light rolled out, lifting their bodies up. At this moment, the Beastkin young man suddenly turned his head and glanced at Lu Ming and the woman in purple clothes. Then he said with a flicker in his eyes, I'm Shui Pan of Sky Beastkin Valley, how do I address you too? Ouyang family, Ouyang Qian. The woman in purple clothes was startled when she heard the words, then she smiled sweetly. Taiching Gate, Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally said after a moment of silence. Good, very good, I hope I can see you two again in the Elysium meeting a few decades later. Shui Pan said proudly. The middle-aged man in green robe also glanced at Lu Ming and Ouyang Qian. After a green light burst out from his body, he and Shui Pan flew away in a green rainbow. Hao Yue and the other two witnessed this scene, but no one stopped them. Miss, let's go too. Xiaozi flew out of the crowd, landed beside the woman in purple clothes, and said slowly. After 3 months of recuperation, old man Qiao's originally pale complexion had already recovered its rosy color, but his aura was still faintly unstable. It was obvious that the backlash from the 5-colored stairs had caused him to suffer serious injuries. The woman in purple clothes nodded to him, then she turned to look at Lu Ming and said with a sweet smile, I owe Brother Lu a favor this time. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. After Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ouyang Qian's words were naturally referring to the incident where she deliberately led the phantasm of Jin Liang to him in the illusory palace. Regarding this matter, Lu Ming had naturally been secretly annoyed, but if he and the woman in purple clothes were in the same situation, he would probably make the same choice. Of course, he also knew that if he was like the other intruders and was kicked out of the illusory palace by the phantasm of Jin Liang, this woman wouldn't say this to him now. Seeing Lu Ming's non-committal expression, the girl in purple clothes smiled softly, then she left quickly accompanied by Xiaozi. TSK, Mr. Hao Yue, this disciple is not bad. He can actually persist until the end. If there is no accident, he should have a great chance to become the inner disciple of your sect. The white-haired old man of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce saw this scene, and a strange expression flashed across his face. He immediately twirled his white beard and said with a smile. Mr. Wan has overpraised. Lu still needs to hone himself a little more. Although Hao Yue boy was also surprised to see Lu Ming again, he remained humble on the surface. After the two chatted for a while, the old man with a white hair flew toward the Changyang market in an escape light. But before leaving, he looked back at Lu Ming with a deep meaning. The middle-aged man with a green face naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. He immediately left with the disciple surnamed Shang and the middle-aged scholar without saying a word. Sha Tongtian, who was next to Hao Yue, looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Obviously, he still remembered that he was knocked out of the illusory palace by Lu Ming and the two spiritual pets. Zhongxian smiled kindly at Lu Ming. After seeing the green sky illusory palace disappear, the other onlookers also left in groups of 3 to 5 or alone. In a blink of an eye, only Hao Yue and a few Taiqing Gate disciples were left here. You did a good job this time. I hope you can have a better performance in the major competition in the near future. Hao Yue boy looked a little weird. He looked at Lu Ming up and down again, then he nodded and left. Next time, even if you have more spiritual pets to help, I will definitely defeat you. Sha Tongtian stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, then a green sword light lit up under his feet and chased after Hao Yue. Lu Ming heard the words. He smiled faintly. Brother Lu, I didn't expect to meet again here after parting in Small Flame Valley. It turns out that Brother Lu also has a fragment of the green sky mirror. After Hao Yue and Lu Ming walked away, Zhongxian finally walked over with a smile. Brother Zhong doesn't know that I am performing a sect mission in the Changyang market. By chance, I got a fragment of the green sky mirror, so I can enter this illusory palace. Lu Ming also replied with a slight smile. Lu Ming and Zhongxian didn't have much friendship, but after all, they had teamed up against the enemy once, so they were naturally not strangers. After the two talked for a few more words, Zhongxian also left. Lu Ming stood in the same place. After pondering for a moment, he also flew toward the market on a black cloud. Half a month later, senior fellow apprentice Su, who was originally in charge of the Bailian Pavilion, returned from the family ahead of time. After Lu Ming handed over the task to him, he went to the Bat Clan's shop again. After exchanging a large number of green condensing fruits with the cold condensing pills on him, he set off to return to Taiqing Gate. More than 10 days later, when Lu Ming walked out of a teleportation stone hall in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, he looked at the familiar scenery in front of him, then he left with a smile. Not long after, he first went to Xian Hall to hand over the task, then he came to the Life and Death Pavilion and handed over the head of Yin Yang Strong Demon. Although the head had been restored to a young man's face, the deputy of the Life and Death Pavilion used some mystic arts to make the head instantly return to the appearance of a muscular man with a yin-yang face. After confirming the authenticity of the head, the deputy naturally showed a surprised expression, and he gave a reward of 30,000 contribution points on the spot. Brother Lu, long time no see. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the sky near Piaohong Courtyard, he was about to return to the mountain where his cave house was located, but he happened to meet a person flying toward him. It was Yan Ming. It turns out to be Brother Yan. Why don't I see junior sister apprentice Shui Yun? Lu Ming naturally stopped and said faintly. Brother Lu, what are you talking about? Junior sister apprentice Shui Yun is cultivating in her cave house at the moment. I heard that Brother Lu has been performing tasks outside for more than a year. You didn't even participate in the minor competition. Yan Ming said with a red face. I have some important things to deal with before. This can't be helped. Lu Ming replied with a smile when he heard the words. He had been staying in the Changyang market for half a year. Counting the time, the minor competition had indeed just ended not long ago. By the way, Brother Lu may not know yet. Your cave house is rich in spirit. It was originally one of the rewards of the minor competition. After the minor competition, it has been rewarded to senior fellow apprentice Luo Geng, who ranked 5th in the minor competition. Yan Ming changed the topic and talked about another thing. When Lu Ming heard this, he was stunned. When he first joined the sect, the disciple who brought him to choose a cave abode had indeed mentioned this. Although he had all kinds of elixirs to help him cultivate, the spiritual energy in this cave was still very useful to him. Naturally, he couldn't just give up like this. Lu Ming's expression immediately darkened. After asking a few more questions, he cupped his fists and flew away first. Yan Ming looked at Lu Ming's back in the distance, but he showed a thoughtful look on the spot, and he finally murmured, We haven't seen each other for such a short period of time, but this younger brother Lu's aura has become even more unfathomable. That Luo Geng is also a powerful character. I don't know who is better. After saying this, Yan Ming left in a hurry. When Lu Ming appeared in front of his cave house, the stone door was closed, but the enchantment on it did not seem to be activated. Lu Ming had lived in this cave house for a few years, so he was familiar with everything here. He knew that someone was inside after taking a look. Bang bang, Lu Ming immediately tapped on the stone door with his finger. Not long after, the stone door was opened from the inside, and a young man with bronze skin walked out from it. He glanced at Lu Ming, then he frowned and asked. Who are you? What's the matter? It was obvious that he was very displeased that he was disturbed. I'm Lu Ming, sir should have heard of my name. Lu Ming said calmly. Oh, it turns out to be you, the guy who originally occupied this cave house. Luo Geng was startled at first, but he immediately reacted. His eyes narrowed, and his tone suddenly became extremely cold. Since senior fellow apprentice knows me, you should be able to guess why I'm here today. I have lived in this cave house for a few years, and I have long been used to it. I wonder if senior fellow apprentice can return the cave house to me. In exchange, I am willing to pay Brother Luo 300,000 spirit stones as compensation. Lu Ming asked faintly. 300,000 spirit stones is a lot of wealth for the condensation period cultivator. It is enough to buy a good upper-grade spiritual weapon, but unfortunately, I don't lack these spirit stones. I'm very satisfied with this cave house, and I don't intend to give it away. Luo Geng's face turned gloomy when he heard the words, and he refused without hesitation. What about 500,000 spirit stones? Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Younger brother Lu is really rich, but I advise you to find another cave house as soon as possible, so that you don't have a place to go. Luo Geng sneered, turned around, and walked back. If that's the case, then I have no other choice. Brother Luo, let's meet at the martial arts practice field. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said. What did you say? Luo Geng stopped when he heard the words. He turned around, and his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. According to the rules of the outer disciple, every disciple who goes out to deal with the affairs of the sect and does not participate in the minor competition has the right to challenge the top 10 disciples in the original minor competition within half a year. If you win, you can get the reward of the minor competition. Unfortunately, I happen to apply this rule, and I want to challenge Brother Luo. If I win, this cave house will naturally belong to me. Lu Ming's tone was also cold. Although the person in front of him also had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, after the twists and turns in the Changyang market, he naturally didn't bother to argue with a cultivator of the same level. Hehe, it seems that my name, Luo Geng, is not loud enough in the courtyard. A little guy who has just joined the sect for a few years also dares to challenge me. Very well, I agree. Luo Geng sneered a few times and agreed. He had heard of Lu Ming's name before. It was said that he had some fame. But he was more confident in his own strength. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. He immediately made a gesture and flew toward the Piaohong courtyard with a cloud of black gas under his feet. Luo Geng's figure flickered, turning into a white light ball and following closely. A quarter of an hour later, both of them appeared in a martial arts practice field near the Piaohong courtyard's hall. This martial arts practice field had the size of 100 acres. It was filled with a dozen large and small arenas. It was usually used for the outer disciples to practice with each other. At the four corners of the arena stood 4 ancient stone pillars, and the surface was engraved with various runes. It was noon at this moment, and there were many Piaohong courtyard disciples in the field. Not long after, Lu Ming and Luo Geng stood on an arena under the supervision of a crystallization period deputy who had been waiting here for a long time, facing each other. People around quickly discovered the situation here, and they came over one after another. Hey, isn't that person senior fellow apprentice Luo Geng who ranked 5th in the minor competition? Is senior fellow apprentice Luo going to duel with someone here? Who is the opponent? I haven't seen the disciple in green clothes. Is he a newcomer? But he dares to duel with senior fellow apprentice Luo, he is quite courageous. In just a moment, hundreds of Piaohong courtyard disciples had gathered around the arena. What's more, they seemed to have received the news and rushed over from outside. At this moment, they were all looking at Lu Ming in the arena. Luo Geng was also a celebrity in Piaohong courtyard, and because Lu Ming had only participated in the Small Flame World trial once, most of these old disciples were naturally unfamiliar with him. They all showed a curious look. Disciple Lu Ming went out for a mission in the sect, so he was unable to participate in this minor competition. I will officially challenge Luo Geng, who is ranked 5th. The winner will get the minor competition reward. This crystallization period deputy was a long-bearded man in his 40s. He flew to the arena in a flash and announced the reason for this duel. As soon as this remark came out, the onlookers suddenly burst into an uproar. Many people pointed at Lu Ming, and some people looked at Luo Geng with a strange look. Luo Geng seemed to feel it, and his face couldn't help but look ugly. Although you should all know the rules, I still have to say it again here. This challenge is not a duel of life and death. Those who admit defeat or discard the arena will be the loser. Neither party can hurt the other's life. Violators will be punished by the sect rules. Also, if I think the result of the duel is fixed, I will also forcibly stop it. The long-bearded man looked at the two people on the arena and said in a cold tone. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. Luo Geng on the other side didn't say a word, but he looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look. Seeing this, the crystallization period deputy didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and launched a green light in 4 directions. The runes on the stone pillars at the 4 corners of the arena glowed, and a dark green light curtain emerged, quickly covering the entire arena. The duel starts. After doing all this, the long-bearded man ordered. Luo Geng flipped his hand, and a grey longsword flashed out from his waist, circling around his body as it flew up. This sword was already 3 feet long. It could no longer be regarded as a flying sword, but it could be classified as a greatsword. This sword is the superb spiritual weapon of senior fellow apprentice Luo in the minor competition, Lu Huang's sword, right? Someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed. Luo Geng pointed out, and the 3 feet long sword suddenly turned into a grey sword light, blasting at Lu Ming as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His hands suddenly clenched into fists, and his body suddenly exuded a rolling black gas. With a groan, he punched at the sword light. A muffled bang, the grey sword light suddenly dimmed and bounced back under the punch. Eh? The elder deputy in the air looked surprised for a moment. He glanced at the black gas on Lu Ming, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. When Luo Gong saw that the superb spiritual weapon that he relied on was bounced back by the opponent's barehanded punch, his face was also shocked. Then, his eyes flashed fiercely. He pointed again, and he chanted at the same time. The gray sword light circled fiercely and slashed at Lu Ming again. There was a burst of chi-chi. As the gray sword light shone brightly, it transformed into dense gray sword silks that blasted at Lu Ming. As Lu Ming's body trembled, the black gas around him suddenly became thicker. As the black gas rolled, 2 pitch-black mist dragons and a mist tiger condensed, drowning his figure in it. Puff puff. As soon as the gray sword silk pierced into the black gas, it was immediately entangled by the dragon and tiger phantasm, then it was swallowed, and disappeared. Seeing this, Luo Gong's face was a little ugly. With a roar, he launched more than a dozen symbols with his hands like a windmill. The gray sword light expanded several times in the wind, and it flashed and turned into a giant wolf phantasm. Its eyes flashed fiercely, and it suddenly pounced on Lu Ming below. Sword chi manifestation? In the black mist below, Lu Ming's heart shuddered. This could be regarded as an extremely profound sword-controlling technique. He only saw Sha Tongtian use it twice when he fought with him. He didn't expect Sha Tongtian to also know it. No, it's not right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately found a clue. This was not the sword chi manifestation. Although it was very similar, the giant grey wolf did not have the unique sharp sword intent of the sword-controlling technique. The previous grey sword light was the same. It only looked like sword chi, otherwise, it would not be easily blown away by his punch. It seemed that this Luo Gong was not a sword cultivator. It should be that this sword was attached with some magical power similar to sword cultivator. The giant grey wolf phantasm was as fast as lightning. With just one move, it was less than 10 meters away from the top of Lu Ming's head. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming's head. A cold smile flashed in Luo Gong's eyes as if he had already seen the scene of Lu Ming being seriously injured and begging for mercy. Lu Ming raised one arm with no expression, and then he opened his 5 fingers. The billowing black gas suddenly condensed above his palm, and it transformed into a giant black hand of 10 meters in size. The 5 fingers closed and grabbed the giant wolf's neck. The 5 fingers were like hooks. No matter how the giant wolf struggled, it couldn't escape. Luo Gong was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly made gestures with both hands, trying to urge the giant wave phantom to escape. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already made a hand seal with one hand and clenched the void with the other. After the giant wolf phantasm let out a miserable howl, its body was instantly crushed by the black gas giant palm, and it immediately revealed the grey long sword. It was twisting and struggling in the black gas. Luo Gong was shocked. He kept making gestures with both hands, trying to use his spiritual weapon to escape, but his spiritual weapon couldn't move at all after the black gas hand tightened. Seal. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He made a few strange hand signs with both of his hands. After rubbing his hands together, he pointed at the sky. Countless pitch-black runes immediately shot forth from his fingertips, wrapping around the grey sword before intertwining to form a profound formation. In the next moment, the black talisman formation disappeared into the sword with a flash. Pa-da! After a while, the grey long sword's light dissipated in an instant. It fell on the arena without any reaction. Seal? Seeing this, the crystallization period deputy in the air muttered to himself in surprise. This was a method that Lu Ming had learned when forging a spiritual weapon. Generally, only when his spiritual power and mental power were far superior to the opponent, and he had the upper hand, could he use it calmly. The spectating disciples below the arena were also in an uproar at this moment, and they were extremely shocked. Luo Gong's heart was cold, and he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. At this moment, Lu Ming's mouth curled slightly. After his figure became blurred, he suddenly disappeared. Luo Gong was shocked when he saw this. Before he could react, a black figure had already appeared beside him, followed by a fist full of black gas. Before the fist reached his body, an invisible force had already hit his face. Luo Gong's face turned pale. With a flash of grey light in his hand, a silver-white round shield engraved with dense and mysterious spirit patterns appeared in his hand. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, it expanded several times and blocked in front of the fist. Boom, Luo Geng's hand holding the shield trembled. He took a few steps back before he could stand firm. Looking at Lu Ming's figure emerging in the black gas, Luo Geng's face was full of horror. He looked down at the shield in his hand, and his face turned pale again. On the silver shield, there was a shallow fist mark. When he saw Lu Ming's figure blurred again, he panicked and spat a mouthful of blood on the shield. Under the channeling of spiritual power, the silver light on the silver shield suddenly flourished. At the same time, Luo Geng's body also exuded a dazzling gray protective aura. The two merged together and turned into a transparent spherical shield, wrapping Luo Geng in it. Luo Geng hid in the shield and protected his whole body tightly. Only then did his face look a little better. At this time a black light flashed, and Lu Ming had already appeared in front of the transparent shield. The black gas trembled without saying a word. It suddenly wrapped around his fist like a substance, vaguely forming a black tiger head. After a tiger roar, the black fist shadow flashed out. Boom! A deep fist imprint appeared on the transparent ball-shaped protective cover. No, impossible. Luo Geng groaned in disbelief. At this time, the second punch swayed and hit the same place again. Under the violent tremors on the transparent shield, spider web-like cracks suddenly appeared. In Luo Geng's desperate eyes, the third punch came and the transparent steel ball broke into pieces. At the same time, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His protective aura was severely broken, and under the recoil of his fa, he naturally suffered considerable damage. His whole person suddenly became dispirited and listless. A faint fluctuation appeared, a big black hand appeared ghostly above Luo Geng's head, and it slapped down like lightning. Luo Geng's body moved as if he wanted to dodge, but he was previously injured, and the spiritual power in his body was still a little stagnant. How could he dodge it? Boom! The big black hand hit Luo Geng's shoulder, causing him to fly backward like a sandbag. He slammed heavily on the light curtain of the arena, then he slowly slid down. His whole person had fainted. This battle. Lu Ming wins. The long-bearded man looked at Lu Ming with surprise. He immediately appeared on the light curtain and announced the result. Senior fellow apprentice Luo actually lost. The Piaohong courtyard disciples in the audience looked at each other. It seemed that it was difficult to accept this result for a while. Lu Ming withdrew the black gas on his body. After bowing to the elder deputy, he left the martial arts practice field without saying a word and flew toward the cave house. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the door of the cave house, a thin young man with a delicate appearance was already waiting there. After taking a closer look, it was Xianxia, who had met Lu Ming once when the cave house was assigned. Congratulations to Brother Lu for winning and taking back the cave house in one fell swoop. Xianxia looked up and saw Lu Ming, and he immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Yu is very well informed. Seeing this, Lu Ming said calmly. As soon as I learned that Brother Lu won, I immediately came to help rearrange the ownership of the cave house. Xianxia said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Yu. As Lu Ming said, he took off the cave house token from his waist. After letting the other party engrave a few spirit patterns on it, he shook it at the cave house door, and it slowly opened by itself. Brother Lu, you don't have to be polite. Since the cave house is settled, I will leave first. Xianxia cupped his fist at Lu Ming respectfully, then he left. In less than half a day, the news that Luo Geng, who was ranked 5th in the minor competition, was easily defeated by the outer disciple Lu Ming quickly spread from the Piaohong courtyard, causing a sensation. Not long after, another big piece of news spread quickly among the outer sect disciples. Yin Yang Strong Demon, who ranked 13th on the life and death list, was also killed by this outer disciple named Lu Ming. It was rumored that someone had gone to the life and death pavilion to confirm the authenticity of this news, which attracted the attention of some people. In the main hall of the Emerald Cloud Peak, Hao Yue Boy and the man surnamed Lu were also talking about something. Oh, so to speak, a lot of major events have happened in the Changyang market recently. The man surnamed Lu, who was sitting on the main seat, asked faintly. That's right. In addition to the unknown alchemy master, Yin Yang Strong Demon suddenly appeared near the market, and he even killed several disciples of our sect. But fortunately, Lu Ming successfully killed him in the end. Otherwise, the reputation of our sect in the Changyang market may be greatly affected. Hao Yue boy on the side and said so. The man surnamed Lu nodded noncommittally when he heard the words. This Lu Ming, he was still at the condensation period intermediate stage a few years ago. Now he has actually cultivated to the condensation period later stage. He can even kill Yin Yang strong demon in one fell swoop, and he also persisted to the end in the Green Sky Illusory Palace. His strength seems to be above Sha Tong Tian of the Tianjian Peak. If he is trained, maybe. Hao Yue boy said with a flash in his eyes. Lu Ming's actual combat ability is indeed good, but it's a pity that he only has 3 spiritual pulse after all, and his cultivation has grown so fast. He must have used some short-sighted means. As a result, his cultivation path is almost cut off. The possibility of him entering the crystallization period is less than 1 in 10,000. There is really not much value in training him. Soon, the outer door major competition will be held. We will select 1 or 2 disciples with good strength. Their potential is definitely not comparable to Lu Ming. The man surnamed Lu shook his head and said disapprovingly. Hearing the man surnamed Lu said so, Hao Yue nodded, and he couldn't say anything more. In a hall of the Piamiao Peak, more than a dozen inner disciples of the Piamiao Peak were sitting on the futon attentively, listening to a white-haired old woman sitting cross-legged at the front explaining a mystic art. After the old woman talked for a while, she stopped and let these disciples comprehend on their own. Jiao Lan was sitting on a futon near the back. She was holding a scroll that was filled with all kinds of complicated runes. She was supporting her chin with one hand, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she thought about something. Have you heard that the one who killed Yin Yang strong demon is an outer disciple named Lu Ming? It seems that this person hasn't been in the sect for a long time, but he actually has such amazing strength. The 2 female disciples sitting next to her were not as focused as Callan. At this moment, they were whispering about topics that had nothing to do with cultivation. When Callan heard the words Lu Ming, her expression moved slightly as if she thought of something. In a hut in the Silver Spring Valley, Long Yanfei was sitting cross-legged in the house. There was a white jade slips on her white jade-like forehead. After a long while, she took it off. Lu Ming. Yin Yang strong demon. The woman muttered to herself, and a strange expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. In a cave house on the Tianjian Peak, Sha Tong Tian was sitting on a wooden armchair. An outer disciple in yellow clothes lowered his head and said something softly. He could vaguely hear the words Lu Ming, duel, life and death list, etc. Okay, you can leave. After Sha Tong Tian listened, he waved his hand impatiently. After the disciple in yellow clothes bowed and retreated, Sha Tong Tian sat up straight from the armchair with a gloomy face. His right hand gently touched the sword pouch on his waist. His expression was extremely gloomy. After retrieving the cave house, Lu Ming immediately made some small changes to the forging room that was rarely used before. According to the description of flame cultivation scripture and combined with what the 2 forging masters of the Bai Lian Pavilion said before, he dug a deep and 10 meters trench in the center of the room. For him who had returned to the sect, the materials to imprint the last enchantment of the 9 Skulls shield into the prototype of the magic weapon were all ready. With Lu Ming's current forging level, with the help of the detailed experience of the forging master, Yan Zhu, he had a lot of confidence. Right now, all he needed to do was spend some time to find some higher-grade spirit weapons to practice a little, and then he would be able to make his move. After Lu Ming finished arranging the cave house, he rushed to the sect's market without stopping. He spent hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to buy more than a dozen intermediate-grade spiritual weapons and some forging materials. Then he returned to the newly rebuilt forging room and focused on forging spiritual weapons. In the following month or so, he continued to inscribe restrictions on these mid-grade spiritual weapons on the basis of the original restrictions. What made him quite happy was that apart from 3 unsuccessful inscriptions during this period, he had basically succeeded on the first try. Moreover, several of them had even added as many as 2 layers of restrictions. The 3 failures did not cause the loss of the spiritual weapon itself, which also increased Lu Ming's confidence. After some preparation, he decided to refine the last layer of enchantment on the 9 Skulls shield. On this day, Lu Ming took a nap for a few hours. After adjusting his state to the best, he took out all the materials needed to inscribe the 9 skulls shield from the Sumer ring on his hand and put them aside. Then he flipped his hand, took out a few sets of formation chests that had already been prepared, and threw them out around the room. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged on a futon, chanted, and swept his sleeves around. As his gestures changed, he launched several symbols at the surrounding formation flags. Suddenly, the nearby formation flags lit up with various colors of light. A burst of colorful aura intertwined and shot out, turning into a pale golden light curtain, making Lu Ming's figure blurred. Suddenly, he waved with one hand and waved his sleeves, filling the groove in front of him with filthy liquid, demonic crow powder, and other materials. The groove was suddenly dyed blood red. At the same time, a pungent bloody smell slowly spread from the pool to the entire forging room. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the pool of blood in front of him suddenly began to tumble with a whoosh sound. At the same time, it released a blood-red halo, and a bright red pattern began to become clear on the surface of the pool. These patterns were constantly crisscrossing and intertwining with each other, vaguely forming a large spell formation, and the blood in the pool was gathering towards the center of the spell formation. Lu Ming moved his arm, and a transparent jade box beside him opened. The white powder instantly flew into the blood pool and disappeared in a while. After the blood in the pool tumbled for a while, it suddenly turned from red to black, and it gradually became viscous. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He waved his big sleeve, and a small black shield flew out. After spinning in the air, it turned into a black shield of 10 meters in size, suspending right above the array. After launching another symbol, the black spirit patterns on the shield kept flashing, and the rolling black mist surged on the surface. 9 fist-sized ferocious ghostly faces emerged from the bottom of the shield, and the green light in their eyes kept flowing. Following Lu Ming's incessant incantation, the black blood in the pool began to boil again and gradually formed a black whirlpool. At this time, the shield in the air began to tremble slightly, and the 9 skulls opened their mouths wide, desperately sucking in the black vortex. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped chanting, and he pointed at the array with one hand. In the black vortex, a black water column of a foot thick spiraled into the sky. When the water column was a foot away from the shield, it split into 9 water columns the size of a bowl and went into the mouths of the 9 skulls. The 9 skulls slowly began to devour the black mucus. This situation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As they continued to absorb the black mucus, the green light in the skull's eyes gradually turned pale gold. Just as the black liquid in the pool was sucked dry, the shield suddenly let out a deafening roar. The golden light in the eyes of the 9 skulls shone, then they flew out from the surface of the shield. After hovering in the air, they scattered in the forging room, constantly hitting the surrounding golden light curtain, causing the light curtain to tremble violently. At the same time, the entire forging room couldn't help but shake slightly. Lu Ming bit the tip of his tongue at this time, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and pointed in the air. The blood essence flew into the shield. At this time, the black mist on the surface of the black shield that was buzzing in the air condensed and burst open again. After the 9 skulls hovered in the air, they blasted back in the direction of the shield. Boom! Following a loud boom, the black mist suddenly dispersed, revealing a shield that was shimmering with black light. On the shield, the 36th restriction slowly appeared, and it gradually became clearer. "It's done," Lu Ming immediately said to himself with great joy. With a move of his mind, he gently pointed at the shield in the air. The shield instantly grew to 50 meters in size, almost filling the entire forging room. After changing his gesture, the shield became an inch in size. Then he waved with one hand, and the small black shield flew back with a swoosh, and disappeared directly into its mouth. Lu Ming closed his eyes and scanned his sea of consciousness. The shield was floating quietly beside the celestial tablet. After he made another gesture, the shield flashed out from between his eyebrows and slowly fell into his hand. I don't know how powerful this spiritual weapon is when it is upgraded to the prototype of a magic weapon. After he muttered to himself, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist, and a black mist rolled out. It was the silver bone scorpion. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully forged the prototype of the magic weapon. As soon as Bone Scorpion appeared in front of him, the girl's voice came intermittently from his ear. Compared with before, her speech was obviously much smoother. Lu Ming nodded slightly when he heard the words, Then he confirmed through divine thought that her injuries in the Green Sky Illusory Palace had almost recovered. Then he ordered her to attack the Nine Skulls shield. Then he shook his wrist, and the mist on the surface of the small black shield in his hand tumbled. It instantly grew to 10 meters and blocked in front of him. Bone Scorpion's body size skyrocketed to 40 meters. After the black spirit patterns on the pair of giant pincers flashed, it smashed down heavily. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble in the forging room. As soon as the giant pincers touched the shield, they were bounced away after a slight tremor. They flew out for several meters together with Bone Scorpion. There was no trace on the surface of the giant shield. "Are you okay?" Lu Ming flashed and appeared beside Bone Scorpion. He gently stroked Bone Scorpion's giant pincers and said. Bone Scorpion waved its giant pincers, indicating that it was fine. Lu Ming was still a little worried. Bone Scorpion had just recovered from its serious injury, so he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist. Bone Scorpion turned into a black gas and went in. He then scanned the other soul-recovering bag with divine thought. Demon Flying Skull was seriously injured before, and it was still in a deep sleep to recuperate. Lu Ming looked at the undamaged giant shield. After nodding, he changed his gestures and launched several rays of light into the shield. Suddenly, after the shield became blurred, it turned into a mist sea that filled the entire forging room. In the billowing black mist, 18 golden flames suddenly appeared. It was actually the fire essence in the pupils of the Nine Skulls demon. Lu Ming pointed at a green boulder in the corner of the forging room, and Nine Skulls demon flashed in the black mist. They spat out a golden flame at the same time, hitting the green boulder almost at the same time. After a muffled sound, the green boulder instantly turned into green smoke in the golden flame. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see this. After this shield became the prototype of a magic weapon, it is actually so powerful. If he were to trap his opponent in the black fog during battle, just these 9 ghostly skeletons would be able to catch his opponent off guard, and he would be able to kill them without them noticing. As Lu Ming thought so, he waved one hand. After the black mist in the entire forging room tumbled violently, it condensed from all corners to the center. After a while, the billowing black gas condensed into a giant black shield again. After the 9 devilish skulls cackled strangely, they disappeared into the surface of the shield with a flash of black light, turning into 9 lifelike skull patterns again. As soon as Lu Ming opened his mouth, the shield turned into the size of an inch after a flash of black light. After a swoosh, it turned into a black light and disappeared into his mouth. Today, Lu Ming finally completed the sacrificial refining of the last layer of enchantment of the 9 Skulls shield, making it a real prototype of a magic weapon with 36 enchantments. As for the most important spiritual material, the troll hair, it had already been ground into powder and blended into the blood in the previous refining. Otherwise, the 36th enchantment of this shield would collapse on its own in the middle of refining, and it would be impossible to succeed. Now that he had this shield, even if he was still no match for the powerhouse in the crystallization period, he would be able to protect himself. Even if he faced a terrifying existence like the phantom clone of Jin Liang, he might have a chance to escape with this treasure. Next, Lu Ming took out the soul destruction fan of the young man in a green robe and the black hammer of the tall muscular man from the Sumeru ring. In the previous battle with the young man in golden robe in the illusory palace, in addition to exploding a lot of inferior-grade spiritual weapons that he had purchased before to deal with the enemy, he even exploded the crimson spiritual sword, but he was not willing to sacrifice the 2 superb spiritual weapons. Lu Ming tried to activate the soul destruction fan again, and he found that this fan was really not suitable for his own technique. He shook his head slightly and put it away. Then, he played with the black hammer for a bit, but the power displayed by the small hammer shocked him. He just held the small hammer in his hand, wanting to inject some spiritual power into it to try its power. As a result, as soon as he injected a trace of spiritual power, the small black hammer suddenly trembled with a bright light. At the same time, a huge suction force came out from it, causing the spiritual power in Lu Ming's body to boil, and it surged out involuntarily into the small hammer in his hand. Lu Ming was shocked. He immediately made a gesture to suppress his spiritual power, then he suddenly threw the small hammer out and hit the ground. There was a loud pung sound, a black light flashed, and a crack of a foot deep appeared on the floor of the forging room. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help frowning slightly. Although this spiritual weapon was extremely powerful, the consumption of spiritual power was so fast that he, who had far more spiritual power than his peers, couldn't bear it. It should be more suitable for the real crystallization period cultivator. So after thinking about it, he decided to sell this spiritual weapon first. He should be able to sell it at a good price. As he made up his mind, he also kept away the small black hammer. In the following time, he took out the 4 golden armored puppet beads and gently tossed them into the void. Then, he made 4 hand signs in succession. After the golden bead transformed, it turned into 4 golden puppet warriors of 10 meters tall and landed in front of him. When he entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace, he didn't really familiarize himself with the 4 puppets due to the short time, so he didn't really use them against the enemy. If he could really skillfully activate the 4 puppets whose overall strength was comparable to the early stage of the crystallization period, perhaps it would be much easier in this illusory palace trip. And the outer door major competition of Taiching Gate would begin soon. Although he knew that the chance of being selected by the Jingdan State Powerhouse to be directly accepted into the inner door was not big, he didn't intend to give up easily. Not to mention anything else, just the reward for the top 10 of each major competition was extremely generous. Especially the first place, it was said that he could choose a mystic art that could only be practiced by the inner disciple. Even he was very tempted. As Lu Ming thought about it, he waved his hand again. After 4 golden runes flashed, they went into the forehead of the 4 puppets. The golden puppets suddenly shone with golden light. Half a month later, in the forging room, Lu Ming was floating in the air, and his gestures were constantly changing. Below him, there was a burst of strange rumbling sounds. Under the control of Lu Ming, 4 groups of golden puppet warriors were standing around and constantly changing their positions. The 4 identical auras were like a whole. They had faintly reached the early stage of the crystallization period. The 4 golden armor puppets suddenly stagnated, then the golden light around them flowed, then they stopped moving. It's a bit strange. Although these 4 puppets have been trained, why do I still feel something is wrong? Lu Ming stopped the gesture in his hand, but he muttered with a hint of doubt in his eyes, then he fell into deep thought. A month later, after several different sounds such as dragon roar and clear chirp came from the secret room, there was a loud boom. The entire cave house trembled slightly, then Lu Ming's laughter came from inside. Haha, it turns out to be like this. This is the real secret of these 4 puppets. If someone knows that these 4 puppets actually have such a trump card, I am afraid that even if the price is doubled, there will be people fighting for it. In the secret room, the 4 puppets stood motionless around Lu Ming, but there was some kind of amazing spiritual power aftermath in the air. Lu Ming just flicked his fingers with a face full of joy, and 4 symbols flashed into the 4 puppets. After a burst of gabbing, these puppets turned back into 4 balls and were kept away. In the following days, Lu Ming concentrated on taking the cold condensing pill in the cavehouse secret room. He cultivated behind closed doors to make the final preparations for the upcoming major competition. In addition to practicing, he also constantly entered the celestial tablet every day, using the mental power of the mind imitation insect to stimulate the elusive demonic pupil and enter the illusion to train. On this day, Lu Ming's thoughts changed. For the first time, he intended to change the opponent in the elusive demonic pupil, replacing the demonized Xianxia with Siren King in the Jingdan realm. However, as soon as he entered the illusion from the mysterious space, he raised his brows and instantly noticed his abnormality. Before he cast a spell, a layer of black flame immediately appeared on his body surface, and it burned fiercely. At the same time, there was a series of crackling sounds of bones bursting in his body. His body was much bigger than before, and faint purple spirit patterns appeared on his skin in an instant. Lu Ming immediately raised his arms, stretched out his hands, and looked at himself carefully now. As previously speculated, he was indeed a demonized body at the moment. When Lu Ming was at the troll altar in the abyss, he witnessed the scene of his demonization easily killing the demonized Xianxia and suppressing Siren King. He still remembered it vividly. Now that he was able to control this body freely, he couldn't help but have some faint expectations in his heart. At this moment, a few 10 meters away from him, a young man in a white robe with a delicate face looked at Lu Ming coldly. It was Siren King. At the next moment, Siren King waved a crystal-clear short ruler in his hand, and layers of blue cold light rolled out. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately stomped on the ground without saying a word. His body retreated backward, and he appeared more than 300 meters away in an instant. However, Lu Ming was still not used to the demonized body after all. After he staggered, he barely stood still. At this moment, Siren King flicked his hand lightly, and a crystal-clear short ruler hovered in the air. A faint blue light immediately appeared in the air. With a clear sound, the blue light quickly condensed in the air and turned into a blue spear. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flicked his sleeves and held 2 heavy water droplets in his hands, then he blasted at Siren King. According to his speculation in his heart, the terrifying physical body he had after demonization not only increased his movement speed a lot, but his power should also be doubled. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with Siren King. Facing Lu Ming's attack instead of retreating, Siren King waved his hand blankly. The blue spear suddenly shone in blue light. After a slight tremble in the air, it blasted at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming groaned in a low voice. The purple spirit patterns on his arm that was entangled in black mist flashed, and it expanded several times in an instant. He faced the blue long spear that was coming at him. He decided to try to take this blow. Pung! A loud sound rang out, a burst of black chi tumbled and dissipated, revealing a pair of hands covered in crimson scales tightly gripping a translucent blue spear. In the air, a frosty aura intertwined with the demonic chi, forming a black and blue glow. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt that his hands were cold. A trace of cold air came to him, and the crimson scale slowly froze. His hands actually began to freeze slightly. In a shock, he realized that he had obviously underestimated the strength of Siren King, the Jindan powerhouse. As his mind turned sharply, he immediately groaned. After the purple spirit patterns on his arms flashed a few times, a huge force suddenly surged out. His hands that were holding the blue ice spear suddenly tightened. Bang! The blue ice spear actually turned into crystal light spots and shattered inch by inch. Both of Lu Ming's hands were also covered with tiny scars from the explosion of the blue ice spear. Blood was flowing from the area between his thumb and forefinger. However, at the next moment, he suddenly felt a trace of coldness in his hands. At a glance, it was a trace of black demonic chi that was constantly drilling into his hands. The wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Siren King, who was not far in front of him, suddenly pointed in the air with one hand. After the crystal-clear ruler in front of him trembled a few times, it instantly burst out a cold current. Not good. After Lu Ming's figure flashed, he appeared more than 100 meters away, but there was a faint layer of ice on his legs and arms. At this moment, Siren King's figure blurred and appeared in the air above his head. At the same time, a powerful spiritual pressure came, and a huge blue palm phantasm of 10 meters fell down. Lu Ming frowned. He channeled all the demonic chi in his body and launched a palm toward the sky. After the billowing black gas condensed slightly in his hand, it turned into a 10 meters large demonic palm that rose into the sky. Another thing he didn't expect happened. As soon as the black giant palm made of demonic chi touched the blue giant palm, it turned into wisps of black gas and collapsed in the air. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt that the air around him was tight, then there was a buzzing sound in his ears. After the scene in front of him blurred, he appeared in the gray mysterious space again. One day after a month. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, the top of a black mountain suddenly burst open. A young man with purple spirit patterns all over his body blasted out from the scattering mountain rocks. Behind him, 100 meters long blue dragon was chasing closely. It was the demonized Lu Ming and Siren King who revealed his dragon body. After a month of continuous training, Lu Ming could now control the demonized body as he wished. He could make some attacks by driving the demonic chi, and he could occasionally force Siren King to use the dragon body. Unfortunately, although his strength increased sharply after demonization, and the power of the demonic chi was far from comparable to any attack in the previous normal state, his control of the demonic chi was still lacking. Therefore, the battle with Siren King had always ended in failure. Suddenly, the blue dragon behind flicked its tail, and a front claw extended forward. A blue claw light of 10 meters suddenly broke through the air. Swoosh, it appeared a few meters behind Lu Ming in an instant. At this moment, there was a violent shock in the air in front of the blue claw light. A black giant claw phantasm was launched instantly. There was a loud bang sound. The black giant claw and the blue giant claw immediately collided together, and a burst of blue and black light suddenly shone. At the next moment, the black light flashed and instantly overwhelmed the blue light. After crushing the blue claw light, it quickly rolled toward the blue dragon behind. Pung! The blue dragon that was flying forward was caught off guard. It was suddenly hit by the black giant claw. A deep black claw mark appeared on its body. This was the result of Lu Ming's hard training during this period of time. Now he could control the demonic qi around him. Like controlling the sword qi. Although the power was sometimes big and sometimes small, he had injured Siren King many times. The blue dragon groaned under the pain. It opened its mouth, and a blue light beam as thick as a bowl was launched from it. At the same time, it flicked its tail, and a gust of wind suddenly rolled up. It formed a wind wall around Lu Ming, making Lu Ming unable to escape for a while. Seeing this, Lu Ming moved his mind. The purple spirit patterns on his body surface flowed, and the demonic qi gathered again. Then he turned back abruptly, groaned, and waved his arm. A cloud of demonic qi shot out from his hand and went against the blue light beam. Poof, the blue light beam went into the black demonic qi, but it did not penetrate through. The two confronted each other in the air. Boom, the black demonic qi finally collapsed after resisting for a while. Lu Ming's ghostly figure flashed and appeared on the side of the blue dragon transformed by Siren King. At this time, the blue light beam just broke through the black demonic qi, but it failed. Lu Ming kept waving his hands without saying a word. A dozen black claw phantasms blasted out densely. The blue dragon was shocked, but it barely tilted its body. Its claws clawed in the air, and two light blue claw lights flashed out. It blasted at Lu Ming with offense as defense. Following that, several low chi-chi sounds could be heard. Although the blue WYRM had evaded most of the demonic claw projections, there were still many that struck its body. A burst of sharp pain abruptly shot through its body as several of its scales were torn off, and a faint crimson light appeared on the surface of its body. However, the two light blue claw lights were once again dodged by Lu Ming's figure like a ghost with a blur. Next, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared a few 10 meters behind the blue dragon. After the purple spirit patterns flashed on his arms, the demonic qi surged into his hands. His 5 fingers were enlarged several times, and the tip of his fingertips faintly emitted a few inches long purple light. With a flash of purple light, a 10 meters long purple light blasted out. At this moment, a roar resounded through the sky. The blue dragon suddenly ignored the purple light, but it circled around Lu Ming. It suddenly spat out a golden rune from its mouth, and it blasted at Lu Ming's body at an incredible speed. Not good. Lu Ming almost forgot that Siren King still had this trick. He immediately flashed to avoid it, but it was too late. A muffled sound came, and the golden rune flashed, then it burst in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming's body shook, he fell from the golden light and slammed heavily on the ground. Seeing this, the blue dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a yellow rune again. After it condensed slightly in the air, it turned into a thick silver lightning arc. Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a loud roar. A black beam of light blasted straight at the blue dragon from his mouth. Seeing this, Siren King immediately channeled the lightning arc. The silver light flashed and struck at the black light beam, but it went into it silently without any reaction. The blue water dragon was greatly alarmed, and its body suddenly flashed, barely dodging the black pillar of light, allowing it to brush past its body. A scream, the dragon was still forcibly swept away a few scales by the demonic qi. A black scar of a foot size was clearly visible on its body. At this time, the light curtain at the space node above the altar not far away was penetrated by the black light beam, breaking open a 10 meters big opening. Siren King was already poisoned. Now after a fierce battle with Lu Ming, a lot of the blue dragon scales on his body surface had fallen off. In the deep and shallow wounds, blood was constantly flowing out. With his vitality severely injured, it was difficult to continue to fight with Lu Ming. When Lu Ming stood up from the ground, he channeled the purple spirit patterns on his body surface again to give Siren King a fatal blow. Swoosh, the blue dragon transformed by Siren King flew up and turned into a blue rainbow into the space node. A black light flashed on Lu Ming's body, then he was about to chase and enter the node together. But at this moment, the node opened and instantly healed after a fluctuation. Lu Ming showed a little regret on his face that he couldn't take advantage of the victory, but he was relieved in his heart. After all, this was the first time he forced the Jin Dan realm Siren King to the point of escaping awkwardly. However, because of the disappearance of the opponent, the illusion lost its meaning to continue. As there was another muffled sound in Lu Ming's ears, the scene in front of him became blurred. In the next period of time, as he became more proficient in the control of the demonic qi around him after demonization, Lu Ming gradually took the initiative in the battle with Siren King. However, every time Siren King escaped from the space node after being seriously injured, or he would be killed by Siren King's desperate blow, he still couldn't completely kill Siren King and retreat. In this regard, Lu Ming also deliberately tried to use several other means to trap Siren King's figure with golden fallen sand, but he couldn't resist Siren King's blow at all, so he immediately collapsed. One day after 3 months, near a black mountain altar, a blue dragon with a bruised body turned into a blue rainbow and escaped all the way. The dragon's tail turned into phantasms from time to time and slapped the nearby hills. Suddenly, there were bursts of roars accompanied by flying sand and stones. Not far behind him, a blurry black shadow was chasing after him at an incredible speed. As the purple spirit patterns flashed on the black shadow, it could instantly appear more than 100 meters away. After another flash, it teleported more than 100 meters away. After the purple light of the black shadow flashed a few times, it appeared strangely in front of the blue dragon. Suddenly, 2 black giant palm phantasms grabbed out. The blue dragon's eyes flashed fiercely, then it let out a dragon roar. A pair of blue dragon claws blocked in front of its body as fast as lightning. Bang bang. 2 sounds were heard. In the air, the huge black palm turned into waves of demonic qi and exploded on the flood dragon's body. After it dissipated into wisps of black mist, 2 dark gray flood dragon claws were revealed, but the claws were badly mutilated. The blue dragon suddenly made a heart-wrenching cry, then its eyes flashed fiercely. It opened its mouth, and a blue light beam gushed out at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a cold snort. After the purple spirit patterns on his body flashed again, he easily avoided the blue light beam and appeared a few 10 meters behind the blue dragon. Immediately afterward, the purple light on the black shadow's fingers madly clawed at the blue dragon's body. Bursts of pain came, and the blue dragon roared. The dragon's tail covered with scales turned into a blue phantasm and swept at the black shadow. But the next moment, the black shadow's figure flashed, and it appeared 100 meters away again. The black mist dissipated a little, revealing the vague appearance of the black shadow. It was the demonized Lu Ming. The blue dragon was naturally the body of Siren King. With a flash, the dragon suddenly appeared above a raging silver flame. It was where the remaining Putua flame was. This Putua flame was a Buddhist sacred object. It had a restraining effect on the demonized Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had forced Siren King here many times, but he was forced back by the power of this flame. Encountering the same situation this time, Lu Ming showed a hint of joy. Since Siren King chose to escape to the vicinity of Putua flame, he would not escape to the space node above. This gave him a chance to kill him. Lu Ming immediately made a gesture, and the rolling black demonic qi seemed to converge a little, protecting his body in it. This was also a means of controlling demonic qi that he recently learned, but he only understood a little bit. He could only slightly converge and release the demonic qi out of the body, but he couldn't exert its real power. But this progress could also make it easier for Lu Ming to face Putua flame. After all, there was demonic qi protecting the outside. Under the offset of the two, the demonized body could avoid direct contact with the silver flame to avoid being seriously injured. After doing all this, he took out 2 heavy water droplets with a flick of his sleeves. After he rubbed his hands together, it turned into a dark blue water shield that covered his whole body. The water shield quickly turned blue-black under the fusion of the demonic qi. At this moment, after a long roar, the blue dragon plunged into the raging silver flame below. After a blur, it regained its human form. His white robe had been stained with blood and tattered. Many scars on his body were clearly visible. He looked quite embarrassed. As soon as Siren King finished his transformation, he waved one hand. The silver flame around him suddenly rolled up, and it turned into a silver flame spear in the air. Swoosh, it pierced through the air at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming made a gesture, and a blue-black giant claw phantasm broke out of the water shield. Boom, the giant claw phantasm immediately burst apart after colliding with the silver flame spear. Seeing this, Siren King's face changed slightly. He raised his arms abruptly, and the silver flame on both sides rolled up again. In the air, countless silver spears condensed and blasted at Lu Ming. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The purple patterns flashed all over his body. Under the protection of the blue-black water shield, he blasted towards Siren King instead of retreating. In the process of charging, his figure flashed like a ghost. He dodged most of the silver flame spears, and for the unavoidable flame spears, he even used the water shield that was infused with demonic chi from the heavy water droplet to resolve it. After a few flickers, Lu Ming appeared in front of the raging silver flame. After a roar, the black and blue water shield suddenly expanded, dodging the silver flame in front of him. Then, he jumped into it and fought with Siren King again. Due to the restraining effect of Putua flame on demonic chi, when the demonic chi around Lu Ming touched it, it would make a sizzling sound and turn into black smoke. Fortunately, with the protection of the water shield formed by the heavy water droplet, this process became a lot slower. Even so, Lu Ming could still feel a bone-piercing burning pain all over his body. Siren King on the opposite side was also desperately attacking him. According to the experience of the previous battles, Lu Ming knew that Siren King was on the verge of death. He was likely to escape to the space node in the next moment, so he must finish the battle quickly. He immediately ignored the burning pain around his body. He turned into a purple shadow and stuck close to Siren King. He channeled the demonic chi around his body to condense a series of demonic claws, attacking fiercely. At this moment, Siren King was obviously a little overwhelmed. While channeling the surrounding silver flames to dissolve part of the demonic claws, he barely twisted his body to avoid the vital parts. He desperately waved the crystal ruler to resist. As a result, after a few seconds, a blue-black demonic claw suddenly flashed into Siren King's waist with a bang. Then, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the purple light on his hand shone brightly. Strands of black demon chi on his arm turned into tiny black rays, and instantly gushed into his wound. Siren King immediately let out a shrill groan. As the blue light flashed around him, he turned into a blue dragon again. A dragon claw tightly grabbed Lu Ming's arm that reached into his body, and the dragon tail turned into a blue phantasm that swept at Lu Ming. Caught off guard, Lu Ming couldn't break free for a while. He could only desperately channel the demonic chi to condense on his arm and burst out layers of red scales to resist. Boom, when the blue dragon's tail phantasm collided with his arm, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. The next moment, he was swept away by a huge force and flew back for 100 meters, smashing through a stone pillar that was 100 meters high behind him. At this moment, the blue dragon looked at the glittering node in the air, and it spat out a yellow rune. After the pale golden rune condensed in the air, it turned into a silver electric arc that was as thick as a bowl and broke through the air. It was like a bolt from the blue, the electric arc flashed on the node. Under the silver light flashing on the surface of the white light curtain, a big hole of 10 meters was torn out. The blue dragon's figure immediately became blurred, then it jumped out of the silver flame and flew toward the hole. Still want to leave? Seeing this, Lu Ming snorted coldly. He made a gesture, and the purple spirit patterns on his body flashed wildly. He stomped on the ground with one foot, and after his figure turned blurred, he appeared in front of the cracked node before the dragon. He roared, condensing all his spiritual power and demonic chi on the other arm that was not injured, and he launched a palm. Poof! A black giant palm came out in an instant, and it hit the dragon in a flash. Although the blue dragon dodged desperately in the air, the black giant palm phantasm arrived almost instantaneously and pierced through its abdomen. After the dragon screamed, it fell from the air with blood splashing all over the sky, and it fell heavily to the ground. Lu Ming was still not at ease. He immediately retracted the water shield around him and turned into a heavy water droplet again. As he threw it, it turned into a 100 meters high hill phantasm. It directly pressed on Siren King's body, making his body twist wildly, and he finally stopped moving. When Lu Ming could no longer feel the breath of Siren King, he took a deep breath and slowly fell from the air. At the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in his ears again, and the scenery in front of him became blurred. From the first time Lu Ming entered the illusion to experience demonization, to mastering it, and finally successfully killing Siren King once, it took a total of more than 3 months. In the next 2 months, Lu Ming still took medicine and practiced day after day, and he practiced various tactics in the illusion. He fought with Siren King over and over again. Although he couldn't guarantee that he could kill Siren King every time, Lu Ming, who had the power of demonization, could easily seriously injure Siren King. And during this period, by constantly taking flawless grade cold condensing pills, his spiritual power improved abnormally rapidly. It was much better than before. On this day, when Lu Ming closed his eyes to adjust his breath, a faint sound came from his body. Lu Ming looked stern. He grabbed at his waist with one hand, and a white disc array appeared immediately. There was a row of small silver words on it. After Lu Ming glanced, he immediately murmured with his eyes narrowed, "Half a month later, the outer door major competition is finally about to begin." After he put away the disc array again, he didn't take any more cold condensing pills. Instead, he concentrated on meditating to adjust his breath, consolidate his spiritual power, and adjust his state to the best. A few days before the start of the major competition, Lu Ming left the cave house secret room and flew toward the Taiqing Gate. Sex Market. In the market, Lu Ming spent half a day going in and out of some shops and stalls, and he purchased a large number of talismans. Most of them were enhancement talismans. As for the elixir that might be needed during the major competition, he had dozens of golden yuan pills of different quality in his hand, so he naturally didn't need to think about it. Later, Lu Ming found 2 forging shops and sold the 2 superb spiritual weapons, Soul Destruction Fan and Black Hammer. He didn't expect the shopkeepers of the 2 shops to offer 1.5 million for the Soul Destruction Fan and 2 million for the small black hammer without hesitation after seeing these 2 spiritual weapons. Lu Ming was overjoyed, so he sold them to these 2 shops. In addition, because in the Green Sky Illusory Palace, he self-destructed the crimson flying sword in his hand in a critical moment, then he bought a gray upper-grade spiritual sword with 490,000 spirit stones from another forging shop. It had 26 enchantments. It wasn't that Lu Ming didn't want to buy a superb flying sword, but a superb sword was originally something that could only be found by luck. Moreover, he was now at a critical moment of sword cultivator. If he used the superb flying sword, it was likely to assimilate with the sword embryo spirit in his body. It would be very disadvantageous for him to infuse the true spirit flying sword in the future, so he would rather only use the upper-grade flying sword now. When Lu Ming returned to the cave house with a satisfied face, he walked into the forging room without saying a word and sacrificed his blood essence to refine a new spiritual sword again. A few days later, in Lu Ming's cave house, a gray light flashed. As the sword light faded, a man in a green robe holding a spiritual sword was revealed. It was Lu Ming. And what he was holding in his hand was the gray spiritual sword that he had recently purchased. Lu Ming pointed at the stone wall of the secret room, and the small gray sword made a deep low sound. It turned into a gray light and flashed away. At the next moment, a sword mark of several feet deep was cut on the stone wall of the secret room by the gray light. Slash. At this time, Lu Ming changed his gesture and pointed at the boulder in the secret room. After the small gray sword circled quickly in the air, it turned into a huge gray sword shadow and fell down. Bang, the boulder of several 10 meters high made a loud noise. Its corner was cut off by the gray light, and the place where the sword blade cut was neat. Just when Lu Ming was playing with the small gray sword in his hand with a smile on his face, a familiar voice came from outside the cave house. "Is younger brother Lu in the cave house? I'm here to visit." As Lu Ming heard the words, he immediately made a sword gesture with one hand. After the small gray sword condensed in the air, it flashed into his sleeve. "Brother Yin, please wait for a moment, I will come right away." After he sent a voice transmission, he patted his robe and walked out of the secret room. Then, he walked to the door of the cave house, raised his hand, and launched a green symbol. After the huge stone door buzzed, it slowly opened on its own, revealing 2 figures. It was Yan Ming and Shui Yun. "Brother Yan, junior sister apprentice Shui Yun, long time no see." Lu Ming cupped his fist slightly and welcomed the 2 in. Actually, we have been wanting to visit for a long time to exchange our cultivation experience. Unfortunately, Brother Lu has been cultivating behind closed doors. Recently, someone said that he saw you in the market, so he came to visit. Yan Ming also cupped his fist with a smile on his face. As he walked, he asked Lu Ming about the rumors of killing Yin Yang Herculean demon and entering the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Lu Ming did not conceal this. Except for the spiritual weapon that he seized and the reward that he got in the Green Sky Illusory Palace, he basically told the rest. The two couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded, and Shui Yun on the side even looked yearning. Not long after, the two came to the cave house hall under the leadership of Lu Ming and sat down. I didn't expect that in just a few years, Brother Lu has such a thrilling experience. By the way, I think Brother Lu will also participate in this major competition of the 8 branches, right? Yan Ming suddenly changed the topic and mentioned the major competition. The Outer Door Major Competition is a grand event of our 8 branches. Of course, I must participate. Speaking of this matter, I have been cultivating behind closed doors for a long time, and I rarely pay attention to the matters of the 8 branches recently. I don't know who are the powerful characters in the 8 branches now, and who else should I pay special attention to? Lu Ming immediately asked when he heard the words. Brother Lu, you are asking the right person. In this Piaohong courtyard, in terms of strength, senior fellow apprentice Zhou is the most outstanding now. In addition, after about 10 minutes, Yan Ming told Lu Ming one by one about the powerful characters he knew in the 8 courtyards. During the period, Shui Yan also added a few outer disciples who needed to be particularly wary of. When Lu Ming heard the words, he couldn't help but nod again and again. He interjected a few words from time to time. At the same time, he firmly remembered everything he heard. Thank you for this time. In this case, I won't be confused in the major competition. After listening, Lu Ming thanked him again. Brother Lu, you don't have to be polite. We are very optimistic about Brother Lu's performance in this major competition. As long as you can enter the top 10, you are very likely to be favored by the Jindan State seniors in the sect and join the inner door. By the way, junior sister apprentice Shui and I have to go to the market to prepare for the major competition, so we won't bother Brother Lu. See you at the venue 3 days later. After Yan Ming and Lu Ming exchanged a few polite words, they got up and left with Shui Yun. After Lu Ming bid farewell to the two, he returned to the secret room and quietly closed his eyes to rest. A few days later, when Lu Ming was meditating in the secret room, the disc array on his waist suddenly trembled slightly again, and a faint voice transmission came. The competition is about to begin. Disciples, please gather at Uni Peak as soon as possible. Lu Ming immediately opened his eyes, stood up, carefully checked the items in the Sumeru ring, and opened the map of Thousand Spirit Mountain Range. After glancing at it, he left the cave house and flew toward Tiani Peak. At the same time, in the sky above several nearby mountains, various escape lights appeared one after another. They were all heading in the direction of Uni Peak. After about 15 minutes, Lu Ming in a green robe appeared on the top of Uni Peak. It was a flat land with a radius of nearly 1,000 acres. This peak could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain range. It was 70,000 to 80,000 meters high, and the sky around the peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. It looked like a fairyland. By the time Lu Ming arrived, there were already 3,000 to 4,000 people gathered on the platform at the summit, and more were flying over. Most of these people were in their 20s, but there were also some older ordinary disciples. Occasionally, he could even see people wearing inner disciple costumes. In the center of the open flat land, 10 green stone arenas that were half a meter high and hundreds of meters long and wide could be seen. Behind the 10 arenas, there was another white jade platform with the size of an acre. There were some figures standing on it. 2 of them were dressed in a gray robe with a long beard. He was the dean, Jiang Zhong. Beside him, the one with the iconic inverted eyebrows was the deputy dean, Xianxia. The other one was an old man with yellow eyebrows with a haggard face and a beautiful woman in a colorful dress with a good figure. Lu Ming had seen them before he entered the small flame world that day. They were all the dean of other courtyards. As for the rest of the people, most of their auras were unfathomable. Obviously, they were also Jindan realm powerhouses. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he chose a corner and stood there quietly. Soon after, as more and more outer disciples came, the number of Jin Dan realm existences on the white jade platform also gradually increased. Some people directly drove the colorful clouds to land, and some came by flying boats and giant birds. Suddenly, a green rainbow came from the distant sky. After a few flashes, it landed on the white jade platform. After the brilliance faded, several Jin Dan realm existences appeared. Among them was a boy of 12 or 13 years old and a middle-aged man in a white robe with a green folding fan in his hand. They were Emerald Cloud Peak's master surnamed Lu and Hao Yue Boy. Next to them was a beautiful middle-aged woman in a green shirt who looked like she was in her 30s. After a brief conversation with some of the people they were familiar with, they appeared at a corner of the tall platform and also began to wait. After an hour, the entire top of the mountain was densely packed with people. On the white jade platform, there were more than 50 or 60 Jin Dan realm existences outside the 8 main courtyards. Of course, these people could not represent all the peaks of the Taiqing Gate. Only some of the branches that were interested in the competition would send people to watch. At this time, among the 8 courtyard masters, the beautiful woman with a good figure looked up at the sky and finally said with some impatience, "It's almost time." "Well, it's really late. Let's start." Seeing this, the short and fat man next to her said calmly. Jiang and the other courtyard masters naturally had no objection and nodded one after another. So the short and fat man took 2 steps forward, coughed lightly, and announced in a loud voice, "The decennial competition of the 8 courtyards is about to be held here today. Now, on behalf of the courtyard masters of the 8 courtyards, I will announce the rules of the competition." Although the short and fat man's voice was not loud, it resounded through the entire mountain, so that every disciple could hear it clearly. Suddenly, all the disciples quieted down and looked in the direction of the high platform. After looking around again, the short and fat man continued to announce, "The rules of this competition are roughly the same as in the past. All the outer disciples within the 8 courtyards can participate. The preliminary round is an elimination system. All the participating disciples will first draw lots to determine their opponents, and then fight in pairs. The winner will enter the next round, and the top 100 will be decided in this way. The semifinals will still adopt the elimination system, and the top 10 will be decided by drawing lots again. Finally, the top 10 will fight in turn. The specific rules of the round will be explained in detail after the top 10 are decided. In addition, those who enter the top 100 of the competition can get a certain amount of spirit stones and contribution points as rewards. Those who enter the top 10 will get more spirit stones and contribution points of the sect, as well as other rewards prepared by the sect. Therefore, I hope that everyone can do their best. In addition, during the competition, all disciples are responsible for their own life and death. However, all disciples who deliberately hurt their opponents in the competition will be punished severely. They will be sent to the 5 Mountains bipolar prison, and the more serious ones will be directly crippled of their spiritual power and expelled from the Taiqing Gate. As for the specific challenge rules of the competition, they are all explained on the stone wall on the other side of the arena. After half an hour, lots will be drawn. After half a day, the 10 arenas will start the competition at the same time. After the short and fat man said a lot in one breath, he took a few steps back and chatted with the other courtyard masters. The disciples on the mountain peak were immediately in a commotion. Although most of them knew the rules of the competition like the back of their hand, some people couldn't help but rush to the huge stone wall on the side and check it again. "Courtyard Master Jiang, I heard that your Piaohong courtyard can be said to be full of talents recently. I heard that in addition to the top 10 disciples Zhou Tianrui in the last major competition, there is another disciple surnamed Lu in your courtyard. He actually passed the trial of the Green Sky Illusory Palace." On the jade platform, the old man with yellow eyebrows said to Jiang Zhong meaningfully. "Not at all, Courtyard Master Chen is overpraising. I heard that there is a new disciple surnamed Lin in your Fengling courtyard. He is also a talented person, and he is also proficient in various ghost techniques. In addition, your nephew Chen Deng has long been famous. His attainments in array are even more unmatched. With the 2 of them, I think the Fengling courtyard will be able to shine in this major competition." Jiang Zhong smiled when he heard the words, and he said unhurriedly. When the others heard the words, most of them just smiled and said nothing. The beautiful woman pursed her lips with a smile on her face. The 8 courtyard masters naturally attached great importance to this major competition. The top 10 disciples in the major competition would not only get a lot of resources, but their branches would also be rewarded by the sect. They would get a lot of resources, which was crucial for the development of each branch in the next 10 years. If a disciple was lucky enough to win the championship, then there was no need to worry about the resources in the next 10 years. Another point was that the result of each major competition would directly determine their reputation in the sect and their own vital interests, so they naturally attached great importance to the result of the major competition. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Ming also carefully read the preliminary competition from the stone wall again. The preliminary competition was divided into 10 areas. Through a 2-on-1 duel, the last 10 people left would be the top 10 of the area, so the top 100 would be produced. After the top 100, they would draw lots again. It was still a 2-on-1 duel, so the top 10 would be decided. Later, Lu Ming hurriedly glanced at the pile of people, then he walked to the other side of the mountain, in front of a stone tablet with a height of more than 100 meters, to draw lots. At this time, the names of many disciples had already appeared densely on the stone tablet. After he shook the sect token at his waist toward the stone tablet, a green light flashed into the stone tablet. In the lower right corner of the gray light curtain on the surface of the stone tablet, the words of Piaohong Courtyard Lu Ming appeared in the position of the 9th area. 9th area. Lu Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, Yan Ming and Shui Yun walked out of the crowd and happened to see the scene of Lu Ming drawing lots. Hey, younger brother Lu is in the 9th area. Yan Ming looked at the stone tablet and said. It turns out to be junior fellow apprentice Yan, junior sister apprentice Shui. Have you two drawn lots? Lu Ming nodded and asked casually. We are here to draw lots, and we just met younger brother Lu. Shui Yun, who was dressed in a white shirt, said with a slight smile. As they said, the two took out the sect token and shook it toward the stone tablet. The same 2 green lights flashed out and went into the stone tablet. Then the names of the two lit up almost at the same time. Yan Ming was assigned to the 5th area, and Shui Yun was assigned to the 1st area. It turned out to be the 5th area. Yan Ming looked at his division on the stone tablet with a solemn expression. Lu Ming glanced at the stone tablet. In the 5th area, there were 2 names of the powerhouses mentioned by Yan Ming previously. Senior fellow apprentice Yan, the sect's major competition is just a practice. If you encounter a strong enemy, just treat it as a rare actual combat experience. Shui Yun on the side seemed to see Yan Ming's mind and comforted him. Yan Ming smiled bitterly and could only nod. Lu Ming once again carefully scanned the names of the 9th area on the stone tablet. After a glimmer of light flashed, he suddenly found that Zhang Xian's name was also among them. In addition to this person, there were 2 other famous disciples mentioned by Yan Ming. The others seemed to be unknown. However, each area had 10 seats to enter the top 100, so he might not necessarily encounter these people before entering the top 100. After drawing lots, Lu Ming said goodbye to Yan Ming and Shui Yun. He came to the 9th arena, found an open space with few people, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, on the high platform, the short and fat man of the 8 outer door masters suddenly stopped chatting with the people around him. He took a few steps forward and began to announce loudly, "The time has come. The preliminary round of the major competition has officially begun. All disciples, please go to the arenas according to the drawing lots and start the competition according to the order of the number." As soon as the voice sounded, thousands of disciples under the arena suddenly made a boom. In less than 10 seconds, they were divided into 10 groups of people, surrounding each arena. On the arenas in each area, there were already a deputy of the crystallization period, announcing the matchup and some precautions. Lu Ming was also standing in the crowd under the 9th arena at this moment. While listening to the deputy disciple on the stage, he glanced around and looked at the number of the sect token in his hand. There were more than 400 disciples in the 9th area, and he was number 362. There were more than 100 matches before, and there was only half a day left. He probably wouldn't be playing today. Next game, number 25 versus number 26. To his surprise, after merely 10 minutes, over 10 battles had already been decided, and this was far from what he'd expected when he judged that it wouldn't be his turn to enter the arena today. Most of the people who fought on the stage had similar cultivation. Most of them were at the intermediate stage of the condensation period, but their real strength was even more different. Some disciples who were too weak often didn't even have time to summon their spiritual weapons. They were defeated by the opponent's mystic arts in an instant, and the outcome was decided. Some disciples of the condensation period early stage encountered the later stage, and most of them just admitted defeat without even fighting. As far as the eye could see, the situation on the other arenas was more or less the same. Of course, there were also some disciples with the same cultivation and similar strength. They needed to fight fiercely for a while before the outcome could be decided. However, because it wasn't a battle of life and death, once someone was at a disadvantage or felt that they weren't a match for their opponent, they would take the initiative to jump out of the light barrier. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a gaze coming from behind him. He looked back with a thought. It was the muscular man with purple eyes, Xianxia. He was striding toward him from the 8th arena. After the Green Sky Illusory Palace, Brother Lu's spiritual power seems to have improved a lot. Xianxia stood in front of Lu Ming and said while cupping his fist. Didn't Brother Zong also break through to the condensation period later stage like me? Your strength must have increased a lot, right? Lu Ming smiled slightly. How can I dare to compare with Brother Lu? Brother Lu killed the Yin Yang strong demon alone that day, and he passed the Green Sky Illusory Palace's trial. His strength is already well known. Recalling the Green Sky Illusory Palace's trial, Xianxia couldn't help sighing and said so. It turns out that this person is the Lu Ming who claimed to kill Yin Yang strong demon by himself? Before Lu Ming could speak, someone beside him said. Suddenly, there were more than a dozen gazes around, looking at where Lu Ming was, and they whispered in 2s and 3s. At the same time, Lu Ming's expression moved. As he turned his head, he saw a chubby young man in a green robe looking at him with a spurious smile near the 8th arena. He was eating a big pancake in his hand. This person's gaze was extremely dignified. He actually gave Lu Ming a faint sense of oppression. He was not an ordinary person, but he had never seen this person before. This person was not in the list of powerful characters mentioned by Yan Ming. This made Lu Ming murmur in his mind, but he immediately recovered and continued to say to Xianxia, Brother Zong has overpraised me. I was just lucky. Brother Zhang's purple eyes talent is amazing. You will definitely gain something in this major competition. Xianxia smiled bitterly when he heard the words. When he wanted to say something, the previous duel on the 9th arena had been decided, and both of them left the arena. At the same time, the cold voice of the crystallization period deputy sounded, next match, number 31 versus number 32. Brother Lu, I will go first. Xianxia cupped his fist when he heard the words, and he immediately jumped onto the 9th arena in a few flashes. He was number 31. His opponent was a short young man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. He was only at the condensation period early stage. As a result, after just a few seconds, the short young man was sent out of the arena by Xianxia with a few punches before he could understand what was going on. Time passed little by little, and the matches were carried out in such an orderly manner. Within each area, cheers and boos came one after another. Those powerful characters who were favored by all parties would often cause the onlookers to exclaim as soon as they went on stage. Among them, in the 3rd area where Zhou Tianrui was, there were bursts of exclamations at this moment. It turned out that senior fellow apprentice Zhou actually defeated another condensation period later stage disciple with a simple move. Soon after, in the 2nd area, a woman in black clothes with a scar on her face also seemed to cause a burst of exclamations. Just a moment later, the woman with a scar on her face easily knocked out another young man to the ground with a ghostly movement. Lu Ming didn't care about this. He still calmly watched the battle on the arena while waiting quietly. In this major competition, he had already made up his mind to at least get a place in the top 10 in this courtyard. Of course, if it was possible, it would be better to win the first place. In this way, not only could he get a lot of resources, but if he was favored by a peak master in the sect, he could also directly become an inner disciple, avoiding the trouble of entering the inner door through other ways. Just when dusk came, it was finally Lu Ming's turn. Next game, number 361 versus number 362. After Lu Ming said this on the 9th arena, he jumped lightly and landed lightly on the side of the arena. The enchantment light curtain around him shrouded the entire arena. On the opposite side, a handsome young man in a gray robe in his 20s saw Lu Ming coming on stage, and he cupped his hands and said, "I'm Zhu Wutian of the Xiaoxiang Courtyard, please enlighten me, senior fellow apprentice." Piaohong Courtyard, Lu Ming. Lu Ming just said faintly. He scanned with divine thought, and the other party was only a disciple of the condensation period intermediate stage. "What, you are Lu Ming?" Zhu Wutian was shocked when he heard this. His face was full of vigilance. Lu Ming still stood in the same place with an unchanged expression. At this time, the crystallization period deputy in the air said start, and he flew out of the light curtain. The young man in a gray robe flicked his sleeve solemnly, and a yellow short fork flew out. After circling in the air, it turned into 10 meters in size. Lu Ming looked faintly at the short fork in the young man's hand. It was an upper-grade spiritual weapon with 25 enchantments, but he still stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't intend to make a move at all. "Even though Brother Lu is renowned, aren't you looking down on me a little too much by acting like this?" Lu Ming's inaction made the young man in a gray robe a little annoyed. He couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice. As soon as he spoke, he launched a few symbols at the flying fork in the air, then he pointed in the air. There was a thunderous sound, and the flying fork turned into a thick lightning that blasted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He made a gesture, and black mist surged up from his body. After he raised his hand, the black mist condensed into a giant black palm that whizzed at the golden lightning arc. Chi-chi sounds could be heard as the giant black palm and the lightning arc were locked in a stalemate for a while. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming seemed a little surprised. As his eyes turned fierce, he turned into a phantasm and disappeared. At the same time, with a boom, the lightning arc and the giant black palm burst apart in the air. Amidst the smoke, silver lightning bolts burst out. At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind the man in a gray robe. He raised his hand and launched a giant black palm print at his back. It was silent without any warning. The man in a gray robe had no time to react at all. The moment his protective aura was hit by the black palm print, it was broken. He flew out for 100 meters away with a scream and fell outside the arena. Because the short trident lost its connection with its master, it also fell onto the arena with a bang. From the moment the young man in a gray robe released the short fork to being knocked out of the arena by Lu Ming, it was only a matter of 3 seconds. Lu Ming of the Piaohong Courtyard wins. Seeing this, the crystallization period deputy in the air immediately announced loudly, but his eyes still couldn't help flashing a trace of Arthur. "Thanks for letting me win." After Lu Ming said softly, he jumped off the arena lightly. Under the arena, another tall and thin man who seemed to be in the same courtyard as the young man in a gray robe had quickly stepped forward to help him up. After a while, the young man in a gray robe disappeared from the crowd without saying a word with the help of the tall and thin man. After another hour, the first day of the preliminary competition came to an end. Lu Ming didn't stop. He made a gesture and blasted toward the cave house in a black cloud. Early in the morning of the next day, thousands of people gathered on Uni Peak again. But compared with the previous day, it was 1/3 less. After the first round of battles on the first day, nearly half of the people had been eliminated. Most of the people who came today had been eliminated yesterday, and they were just here to watch the battle. After all, if they could see some high-level battles, it would also be of great help to improve their future cultivation and combat experience. On the Jade platform, there were only about 10 people including the masters and deputy masters of the 8 courtyards. Compared with the first day, there were a few fewer people. The elders and masters of each peak had a few more people than the first day. Lu Ming came to the 9th arena early, found a secluded place, and continued to watch quietly. He scanned with divine thought and found that after the first day of battles, most of the remaining disciples were at the condensation period later stage. Only a few of them were at the condensation period early stage. In the battles that began soon after, the battles between the disciples at the condensation period later stage were obviously more exciting than the first day. The time spent in the battles was also much longer. After half a day, it was finally Lu Ming's turn again. Next game, number 362 versus number 364. The deputy disciple announced blankly. As soon as Lu Ming heard this, he immediately walked out of the crowd with a faint smile and jumped onto the arena. On the other side of the arena, no one came up for a long time. Number 364, where is Xuanmiao Courtyard's Pan Tianfeng? If you don't come up to the arena, it will be regarded as a forfeit. After waiting for a while, the crystallization period deputy's face turned gloomy. He raised his voice and said loudly. As soon as this remark came out, there was a burst of whispers in the crowd of onlookers. Don't rush, I'm here. Just at this moment, a seemingly graceful, pale, and chubby young man in a silver brocade robe appeared on the arena in a flash. As soon as this person stepped on the arena, it caused a commotion in the audience. It is said that although this Pan Tianfeng is at the condensation period later stage, his strength is not inferior to the cultivator of the crystallization period. I don't know if it is true or not. Brother, you are wrong. Although I don't know the true strength of this man, the Pan family is also a prestigious family in the sect. It is said that Pan Tianfeng has the cultivation of the condensation period later stage when he was only in his 20s. Most of the reason is that he relied on various precious spiritual power-enhancing elixirs provided by his family. While the audience was talking, Pan Tianfeng didn't even look at Lu Ming. He flicked his sleeve, and a small black hammer appeared in his hand. He said arrogantly, I'm Xuanmiao Courtyard's Pan Tianfeng. This junior fellow apprentice doesn't need to introduce himself. Today, I will use this victory to test my newly purchased spiritual weapon. Lu Ming didn't answer, but his pupils shrank as he looked at the small black hammer in the young man's hand. He was slightly startled. This small hammer was the item he sold for 2 million spirit stones in the market a few days ago, and the shopkeeper of the forging shop seemed to be surnamed Pan. After Lu Ming thought about it quickly, he looked at Pan Tianfeng on the opposite side, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing this, Pan Tianfeng on the opposite side couldn't help but be furious. He made a gesture and poured all his spiritual power into the small black hammer, then he flicked his wrist and threw the small hammer into the air. The small black hammer tremored violently, and it instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size with countless black runes flashing incessantly on its surface. As waves of violent spiritual energy rippled out in all directions, the spectators in the other areas were shocked and turned their heads to look at the ninth arena. Several Jindan stage experts on the high platform not far away seemed to have sensed the commotion in the ninth arena, and cast their gazes in the direction of the arena. As if feeling that he had become the focus of attention, Pan Tianfeng was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and launched several symbols in succession. After the black hammer let out a low sound, the black patterns on its surface gradually became clear. Lu Ming still stood where he was and did not make a move. He just stared at the giant hammer in the air with a faint smile. This small black hammer was a superb spiritual weapon with 30 enchantments. It seemed to be amazing now, but Pan Tianfeng only activated 20 of them. It seemed that if it was not because of the lack of spiritual power, it was not completely sacrificial refined in a hurry. At this moment, Pan Tianfeng let out a low shout. He leaped up, grabbed the small hammer in the air, and swung it fiercely toward the opposite side. Poof, there was a loud noise on the surface of the arena, and a large group of black hammer shadows emerged and rolled toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in the air more than 100 meters high, easily avoiding the attack. The black hammer shadow suddenly hit the light curtain at the edge of the arena. After a boom, it turned into specks of black light and dissipated, but the enchantment at the center trembled slightly. It could be seen that the power was great. Many onlookers were also shocked when they saw this. They looked at the small black hammer unconsciously with fear. Pan Tianfeng saw that Lu Ming avoided this attack so easily, but his face was flushed. Then he made a gesture and waved the giant hammer again. Under the flash of black light, a dozen hammer shadows flew out in one breath. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After a few blurred figures, he appeared in the corner of the arena, making all the attacks miss again. After another 3 or 4 attacks, Pan Tianfeng was already a little pale, and he was panting. Besides dodging frequently, Lu Ming didn't even cast his spiritual weapon. This hammer consumed a lot of spiritual power. Even Lu Ming couldn't bear it, let alone this man. This strange scene suddenly attracted a burst of laughter from the onlookers around the arena. You keep dodging and dodging, what kind of battle is this? Are you afraid of my superb spiritual weapon? Pan Tianfeng roared angrily when he saw this. That's right. When Lu Ming heard the words, he rubbed his nose and replied without thinking. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted a lot of onlookers, and they burst into laughter. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? Pan Tianfeng scolded angrily. His originally white and round face was flushed at the moment. He thought that he, the young master of the Pan family, was fooled by the person in front of him. In a rage, he took back the giant hammer and channeled all his spiritual power into it. The black giant hammer shone in black light. Okay. Lu Ming said simply, but he still didn't cast his spiritual weapon. He put his hands behind his back, but his expression seemed to be a little serious. Seeing this, Pan Tianfeng's figure flickered. He rushed straight to Lu Ming with the black giant hammer in his hand. With a move of Lu Ming's mind, just when Pan Tianfeng was about to rush in front of him, his figure deliberately slowed down, revealing a flaw. As a result, joy flashed in this person's eyes. He groaned and smashed the giant hammer in his hand at Lu Ming. It suddenly turned into a black shadow, rolling forward madly. But Lu Ming's body flickered slightly, and he flashed through the shadow of the hammer with an incredible movement. He appeared in another place strangely, making Pan Tianfeng miss his target. Pan Tianfeng's eyes widened when he saw this, but before he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. After a bang, he fainted and fell to the ground. Obviously, the previous few blows had drained all his spiritual power by the black hammer, and he could no longer support it. From Pan Tianfeng casting the black hammer to fainting on the ground, it was less than 10 minutes, and Lu Ming didn't cast his spiritual weapon from beginning to end. He didn't even take the initiative to attack, and he won. This could be said to be unprecedented in the history of the Taiching Gate Outer Door Major competition. And the onlookers were also a little dumbfounded. Of course, this was also because Pan Tianfeng's own spiritual power was accumulated by medicinal power, and his true spirit was too mixed. Otherwise, even if his spiritual power consumption was huge, he would never be so unbearable. In this match, Piaohong Courtyard's Lu Ming wins. As the voice announcing the result of the battle came, Lu Ming smiled slightly. His figure flickered, and he appeared under the arena. TSK, this Pan Tianfeng is a disciple of your Xuanmiao Courtyard, right? The glamorous woman said with a chuckle. The short and fat man on the side also looked embarrassed when he heard this. He couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. Pan Tianfeng's aptitude was not bad, but he was lazy by nature. Although his cultivation was obtained by taking a large number of elixirs, he had now reached the condensation period later stage. With several superb spiritual weapons and extraordinary techniques in his hands, the possibility of winning against ordinary disciples of the same rank was still quite high. However, he had never expected that this young man would take out a supreme-grade spiritual weapon that he obviously couldn't control. That was why such a mishap had occurred. The kid from Piaohong Courtyard is quite extraordinary. He can see the huge consumption of spiritual power of his opponent's spiritual weapon at a glance. Master Liang, this person is the new disciple, Lu Ming, right? The short and fat man coughed lightly and hurriedly changed the topic. Yes, it is this disciple. Liang Zhang'a replied solemnly. I heard that this person learned inner door techniques before, and he also showed his ability in the small flame world trial. I can see that he does have some ability today. The short and fat man said with flashing eyes. Liang Zhang'a smiled slightly when he heard the words, and he didn't say much. Seeing this, the short and fat man didn't say much, and he was silent with a thoughtful look on his face. Jiang Zhong kept twisting his beard and smiled without saying a word. The other masters and deputy masters on the side also had different expressions at the moment. Some of them didn't care about this matter, and they were paying attention to the situation of their disciples. On the other side, Hao Yue Boy also glanced at the 9th arena, and his eyes flickered a few times. The man surnamed Liu and the young woman next to him at the Emerald Cloud Peak were concentrating on watching the fierce competition on another arena. The battles on various arenas were still going on fiercely. Lu Ming just found a corner to sit quietly cross-legged, and he didn't care too much about the battles of others. In the afternoon, Lu Ming once again easily defeated a sword cultivator holding a small green sword. The opponent had just learned the sword controlling technique not long ago, and he hadn't even reached the minor accomplishment level. Lu Ming caught a gap with his experience and defeated him with one punch. As the second day of the competition came to an end, Lu Ming saw that he wouldn't have any more battles today, and he had no interest in watching other people's battles, so he flew back to his cave house. The third day of the competition was still going on nervously. Not sure if Lu Ming was lucky or his opponent was good. The opponent in the fourth game was a short young man who was only at the condensation period intermediate stage. This person didn't encounter a condensation period later stage disciple in the previous few rounds, so he was quite lucky. As a result, in just a few seconds, the short young man's protective aura was broken by Lu Ming's Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, so he hurriedly admitted defeat. As the competition progressed in an orderly manner, the situation of each division gradually became clear. There were only 20 people in the 9th district where Lu Ming was located. According to the rules of the preliminary round, there would only be 10 duels of 2 against 1 in the 5th round. As for the few people who had a bye, they could choose any one of the top 10 to fight. If they were to win, they would be able to take over the top 10's position. At this moment, Lu Ming was standing in front of the stone tablet that stated the battle situation. After scanning with divine thought, he found that his opponent in the last round turned out to be a muscular man in a blue robe who was mentioned by Yan Ming previously. He was ranked in the top 10 in the last major competition. Half an hour later, on the arena of the 9th area, Lu Ming and the muscular man in a blue robe were standing opposite each other. As soon as the deputy disciple on the side announced the start of the battle, the young man in a blue robe patted his waist without saying a word. 3 white smokes rolled out suddenly. After condensing, they transformed into 3 white bone demons. Each of them was 10 meters tall, and they all had the cultivation of the condensation period intermediate stage. As the young man in a blue robe groaned, the 3 bone demons suddenly spat out white smokes from their mouths. They strode toward the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned sharp. He made a gesture, and black mist rolled out from his body. With a dragon roar, the black mist on both sides condensed and turned into 2 mist dragons that blasted at the 2 bone demons. As soon as the 4 sides came into contact, the 2 black mist dragons broke through the white smokes and entangled tightly on the bone demons. The black gas around them was tumbling endlessly. The 2 bone demons were stagnant in the black gas, and they couldn't move. Although the man in a blue robe kept changing his gestures, the 2 trapped bone demons couldn't get rid of the bondage no matter how they struggled. The man in a blue robe's face changed slightly, but at this time, the remaining bone demon had already jumped not far from Lu Ming in a strange laughter after a few flickers. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out several green bone needles. Lu Ming seemed to be prepared for it. He snorted coldly and launched a heavy punch, scattering the bone needles in all directions. He went straight to the bone demon's face without stopping. The young man in a blue robe obviously didn't expect that Lu Ming didn't dodge at all. Instead, he faced it head-on. In a panic, he quickly wanted to channel the bone demon to dodge, but it was too late. He could only hear a deafening tiger roar, accompanied by a black giant wave that soared into the sky. A black giant tiger passed through the body of the bone demon. After a slight pause in the air, it revealed a pair of sharp front claws and pounced at the opponent. Seeing this, the man in blue robe's face sank. He flicked his sleeves, and 2 bone forks appeared in his hands. With a wave of one hand, a crimson flame spear condensed and rolled at the giant black tiger. After the flames in the air flourished, the giant black tiger turned into a few wisps of black smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming was slightly startled. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 2 bone forks in his opponent's hands. The red spirit patterns on the surface of one of them flickered non-stop, and there were wisps of flames lingering on it. The spirit patterns on the surface of the other sword were blue and were emitting white gas. This pair of bone tridents was a rare set of water and fire attribute spirit weapons. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he pointed at the air with one hand. The 2 mist dragons immediately tightened their bodies, and the heads of the 2 bone demons that were trapped immediately burst open. The headless bodies immediately turned into a pile of bones and collapsed to the ground. The blue-robed man was furious when he saw this. Although these three bone demons could be restored to their original state as long as they sacrificed a little after the battle, it would naturally cost a lot of money. But before the blue-robed man took any action, Lu Ming had already made a move. He shook his arms and pushed forward again. After the two black mist dragons circled in the air, they blasted at the young man in blue robe. Seeing this, the young man in blue robe chanted. The spirit patterns on the two bone tridents flashed wildly. They crossed and separated, launching a blue water column and a crimson flame. There was a sizzling sound in the air. The flame instantly circled around the water column, turning into red and blue. Lu Ming rubbed his hands, and the two black mist dragons suddenly merged into one in the air, turning into 100 meters long giant black dragon. It pounced at the red and blue water and fire columns. A loud noise, the crimson flame and blue water waves rolled out wildly in all directions, colliding with the black mist dragons in the air. They were in a stalemate for a while. The empty space of 100 meters in the center of the arena was filled with blue, red, and black energy at this moment. The sound of explosions was endless. Such a big movement made some Jingdan state powerhouses on the high platform look over. At this moment, Lu Ming flicked his sleeve. Golden light spots suddenly appeared around the blue-robed man, and a golden sand curtain flashed out, wrapping him in it instantly. It was the golden fallen sand that Lu Ming released secretly. As Lu Ming's gestures kept changing, the golden fallen sand spun rapidly. In the sand curtain, golden sand needles pierced at the blue-robed young man. The blue-robed man was caught off guard. He could only desperately channel the two bone tridents in his hands, casting a fire wall and a water wall to resist. However, although the power of this pair of water-fire bone tridents was amazing, they were obviously not good at close combat. Facing the tough golden sand thorns, it was obvious that this kind of defensive spiritual power consumption was astonishing, and it couldn't last long. The blue-robed man suddenly groaned, and the two bone tridents in his hands suddenly crossed. They suddenly transformed into a huge red and blue light flower, blooming around with him as the center. The golden sand curtain that was originally spinning crazily around him was slowly opened by the red and blue light flower. However, looking at the blue-robed man's forehead with blue veins bulging and his forehead full of sweat, it was obvious that this technique was also his trump card. At this moment, Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air and two beads suddenly appeared in his palms. He rubbed the two beads together and threw them into the air. Poof! A 8 meters high yellow hill phantasm appeared above the blue-robed man, and it pressed down. The huge light flower was already very strenuous to hold up the golden sand curtain. When it was pressed by the hill phantasm, it suddenly burst like the last straw. After a muffled sound, a burst of red and blue waves surged in all directions. As Lu Ming scanned with divine thought, he stopped his gesture. The golden fallen sand in the distance spun in the air, then it turned into a golden light and flew into his sleeve. The yellow hill phantasm also flashed and turned back into a black bead, blasting at him. When Lu Ming took back both spiritual weapons, all the fluctuations faded, and the figure of the blue-robed man finally appeared in the distance. At this time, his black robe was already tattered. There were wounds of different depths all over his body. The two bone tridents in his hands had also become dim. He looked embarrassed. "I admit defeat." The blue-robed young man glanced at Lu Ming, who was unharmed on the opposite side, and he could only whisper unwillingly, "Thanks for letting me win." Lu Ming cupped his fist faintly, then his figure flashed down the arena and walked away without saying a word. Lu Ming actually defeated the top 10 opponent in the last major competition in one fell swoop, which naturally caused a commotion among the spectating disciples. Seeing this situation, the other disciples who had a bye naturally didn't dare to challenge him, so they could only choose a few other people to start the final battle. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. He found an empty space nearby and quietly waited for the end of the preliminary round and the end of the entire preliminary round. But after watching for a while, his eyes suddenly fell back on the 9th arena. At this time, it was the purple-eyed young man, Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely on the arena. Obviously, he finally encountered a strong opponent in the crucial match to enter the top 100. His opponent was a chubby young man. This person's spiritual weapon was a black big seal spiritual weapon. It could change its size at will, and it made a low buzzing sound at the same time. Lu Ming's heart moved. He had some impression of this person. At the beginning of the preliminary test, this person was eating a big pancake as if there was no one else around, which attracted many people's strange gazes. Xianxia was channeling a brown long sword with a solemn expression at this moment. As he slashed, dense yellow sword chi blasted out, making a loud air-piercing sound. The momentum was quite amazing. This young man with purple eyes bloodline had obviously advanced to the condensation period later stage, and his strength had also increased a lot. However, in the face of the sword chi that surged at him like a tidal wave, the slightly chubby man cast a series of hand seals with a calm expression. He urged the black seal above his head to spit out a black light that looked like a water curtain in front of him. The dense yellow sword chi hit the light curtain. After a burst of rain-like sound, the black light curtain easily bounced the sword chi away. "Brother Wu, you only defend without attacking, are you looking down on me?" Seeing this situation, Xianxia frowned and asked. The chubby young man smiled slightly when he heard the words, and he didn't answer. Xianxia's eyes condensed, and a trace of anger flashed on his face. He made a gesture, and the yellow long sword in his hand shone brightly. As he pointed with his finger, a wide yellow sword chi blasted out. Then, he opened his mouth, and 6 purple lights flashed out, following the sword chi closely. As soon as Lu Ming's expression moved, he recognized that Xianxia was casting at the moment. It was the purple flying knife that was damaged when he fought with the Fire Spirit King in the small flame world. Now it seemed that Xianxia had managed to repair it. In the next moment, the yellow rainbow flashed and appeared in front of the slightly fat young man. With a loud boom, it actually slashed a crack on the black light curtain. The 6 purple lights that followed immediately penetrated the light curtain and blasted straight at the slightly fat young man's face. "Rise!" Seeing this situation, the chubby young man also shouted in a low voice with a solemn expression. He made a gesture with both hands, and the big black seal above suddenly disappeared in the distance. It appeared in front of the young man the next moment. As the black light curtain shone brightly, it bounced back the 6 purple lights and blasted at Xianxia instead. Xianxia's face turned gloomy. He made gestures with both hands. As his eyes flashed, the 6 purple lights turned back into 6 purple flying knives, and they flew back into his mouth again. The big black seal in front of the chubby young man suddenly expanded several times, becoming the size of a house. It pressed at Xianxia like a giant wall, making him unable to escape at all. Xianxia looked stern. The yellow long sword flew out of his hand and turned into a giant yellow sword, slashing at the big black seal fiercely. With a flash of black light, the giant yellow sword was instantly bounced away like a mayfly defending a tree. The black seal flashed with a brilliant light, bringing with it an extremely heavy pressure that pressed down upon them. Xianxia's face turned pale for a while. His hands kept making gestures like windmills. His eyes shone brightly, and a light purple light curtain appeared in front of him. The big black seal was blocked by the purple light, and it immediately paused for a moment. At this moment, the slightly fat young man shouted and pushed his hands forward violently. Xianxia's face turned red instantly. He couldn't hold it anymore. He was knocked back for 100 meters and landed outside the arena. "Thanks for letting me win." The slightly fat young man waved his hand and launched a symbol. The big black seal suddenly shrank into a small seal and flew back to his hand. "Xuanji Academy, Wu Ming wins," the deputy disciple under the arena immediately announced. Seeing this, Xianxia, who was under the arena, looked ugly for a while. However, his strength was not as good as the opponent, so he didn't say anything. After turning over and getting up, he turned around and left without saying a word. At the same time, the surrounding disciples were talking about the battle just now with excitement. Wu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the slightly fat man who was still on the stage, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This person's strength was stronger than he expected, especially the ever-changing big black seal. It was definitely not an ordinary superb spiritual weapon. He even had a lot of advantages in the arena. On the high platform on the side of the arena, the courtyard masters of the 8 courtyards also saw the battle just now. At this point of the primary selection, the people on the stage were already the core disciples of each courtyard. These courtyard masters also paid more attention to it. "Junior Sister Apprentice Xiao, your Xuanji Academy has a good seedling." I have never heard of this disciple named Wu Ming before. He must be a new disciple who entered the academy in recent years. The old man with yellow eyebrows of the Fengling Academy twirled his beard and said to the glamorous woman beside him. Senior fellow apprentice Chen has overpraised. Wu Ming still needs more training. Although the glamorous woman said modestly, the complacent expression on her face was still undoubtedly revealed. That Wu Ming is just relying on the spiritual weapon in his hand to take advantage of the narrow space in the arena. If it is an actual combat, it's hard to say. The short and fat man who hosted the major competition said with a sneer. A disciple who he had high hopes for just lost to a female disciple with a scar face under the beautiful woman's disciple in the second group. At this moment, he was feeling depressed, so he couldn't help but interject. In that case, you think that my disciple won unfairly. I wonder which of your disciples won fair and square, the beautiful woman said coldly. You. The short and fat man's face turned red. It was obvious that he had been poked in his sore spot. In the preliminary round, the disciples in his courtyard had lost more than they won. Even a few of the older disciples who had performed well in the previous competition had been repeatedly defeated and eliminated by strong opponents. For a moment, he couldn't find any words to refute. At the same time, Jiang Zhong stood by himself at the side with a smile on his face. The performance of the disciples of Piaohong Courtyard, so far, was still good. Not to mention the few senior disciples who had high hopes for them, they had already broken through to the top 100. Even Lu Ming, who had been in the limelight recently, had also made it to the semi-finals of the top 100. It could be considered an unexpected surprise. Of course, Xianxia, who was quite favored, just encountered a strong enemy and stopped outside the top 100, which made him a little regretful. With the end of the last battle in the arena, the 9th group had already decided the 10 disciples who could enter the semi-finals. Since Lu Ming defeated the young man in blue robe who was in the top 10 of the previous major competition, he had not received any challenges from others. Now, he naturally entered the top 100. Now, before the semi-finals, there would be no other battles for the time being. As he thought about it, he walked to other arenas, watching while walking. Congratulations to younger brother Lu for successfully entering the top 100 of the major competition. As soon as Lu Ming walked to the 5th arena, Yan Ming and Shui Yun walked over together. Yan Ming even cupped his fist and congratulated him. Senior fellow apprentice Yan has overpraised me. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said humbly. Younger brother Lu must want to watch the matches in other areas right now. I have seen a lot of powerful outer disciples in the past 2 days. I can provide some advice to junior fellow apprentice. After the three chatted casually for a while, Yan Ming suddenly changed the topic. Although the strength of Yan Ming and Shui Yun was not bad, in the sex major competition where there were many powerhouses, it was not enough at all. They were naturally defeated early, but because of this, they had a lot of time to watch the battles in other arenas. In this case, thank you, senior fellow apprentice Yan. Lu Ming had the same intention, so he did not refuse. Later, Lu Ming, accompanied by Yan Ming and Shui Yun, watched the battles around while listening to the two talk about some of the powerful disciples who had recently appeared in this major competition. He learned quite a lot. In the battles of the top 10 groups, except for the 9th and 7th groups that had already decided the top 10, the other groups had also reached a white-hot stage at this moment. In the last major competition, the old disciples who had been in the limelight finally began to show their considerable strength at this moment. There were all kinds of magical lights on the 8 arenas, and the applause of the onlookers was endless. Just when the 3 of them walked near the arena of the 3rd group, there were some escape lights flying over from the distant horizon, and they turned into a tyrannical breath and landed on the tall jade platform. These are also the masters and elders of other peaks. I think they came to watch the top 100. When it comes to the top 10, there will be more people. Yan Ming noticed Lu Ming's gaze and explained casually. Lu Ming nodded and didn't say anything when he heard the words. At this point in the major competition, the outstanding outer disciples could naturally see 1 or 2 of them. On the arena of the 3rd group, Zhou Tianrui, the young man in blue clothes of the Piaohong courtyard, was holding a round yellow gourd in his hand, fighting fiercely with a tall young man. The tall young man waved a big green flag in his hand. Suddenly, a dozen half-moon-shaped green wind blades swept out from it, shattering the khaki light in front of him. They blasted toward Zhou Tianrui without stopping. Seeing this, Zhou Tianrui patted the gourd in his hand calmly, and a yellow spiritual soil sprayed out. It circled around his body, then it condensed into a thick yellow armor. The next moment, there was a fierce slashing sound, and the green and yellow light kept shining. However, after the green light dissipated, there were only a dozen more white cuts on the spiritual soil armor on Zhou Tianrui's body. Other than that, it was undamaged. Seeing this, the tall young man's face became a little ugly. This person is actually an Earth Attribute Spirit Summoner, which is quite rare. Lu Ming looked at the battle in the arena and said noncommittally. Not only that, the yellow gourd in senior fellow apprentice Zhou's hand is also a superb Earth Attribute spiritual weapon. It seems that the other party is in trouble. Yan Ming said with a smile. As he spoke, Zhou Tianrui's body on the arena once again shattered several green wind blades. The yellow gourd in his hand suddenly turned upside down, and a yellow light flew out from it. It looked like a dozen thumb-sized beads. As soon as these yellow beads landed on the arena, they flashed and turned into yellow puppet soldiers. At a glance, each puppet was wearing the same spiritual soil armor as Zhou Tianrui. They were holding a 5 meters long saber. As Zhou Tianrui waved his hand, they rushed at the tall young man aggressively. Seeing this situation, the tall young man's face was extremely dignified. As his eyes flashed fiercely, his hands holding the flagpole suddenly emitted a strong green light. After he poured all his spiritual power into the green flag, the flag suddenly made a rustling sound. Go! The tall young man let out a roar, and a giant wind blade of several meters in size suddenly shot out under the wave of the big flag. It pierced through the chests of 5 or 6 puppets on the left side in a row before the wind force dissipated. Boom boom, there were several loud noises. 6 puppets suddenly fell to the ground, and their bodies turned into a piece of yellow spiritual soil. The tall young man's face was pale at this moment. Obviously, this giant wind blade also consumed a lot of his spiritual power, but the effect was still a little gratifying. However, at the next moment, when he waved the flag again and launched a giant wind blade to defeat several puppets on the right side, the gratified smile on his face instantly froze. Under a burst of yellow light, several piles of spiritual soil on the left side quickly solidified into the shape of puppet soldiers, and they joined the charge again. Furthermore, there wasn't a single wound on his body. At the same time, Zhou Tianrui behind the puppets raised his mouth slightly. He patted the yellow gourd in his hand and looked at him with a spurious smile. Seeing this, the tall young man's face was extremely ugly. However, facing the puppet soldiers that swarmed him, he had no choice but to wave the flag in his hand again and again to launch giant wind blades. But these puppets couldn't be killed at all. In less than 10 minutes, the tall young man had consumed most of his spiritual power, and he was gradually forced to the corner of the arena. At this moment, Zhou Tianrui, who was not far away, snorted coldly. He waved his hand and launched a yellow light at a group of puppets. The sabers in the puppets' hands abruptly slashed through the air in unison, and several saber projections that were around 5 feet in size each flashed through the air before intertwining to form a massive saber projection that was around 70 to 80 feet in size. The saber projection then hurtled toward the burly young man with an imposing aura. When the tall young man saw this, he was shocked. He stomped on the ground and retreated out of the ring. In the next moment, a deafening boom resounded. The giant blade light hit the protective enchantment on the edge of the arena, causing the shield to glow. After a few tremors, it returned to normal. Obviously, this shield did not restrict the people in the arena from leaving, but it could effectively block the various attacks of the people in the arena. Zhou Tianrui wins. When the deputy disciple's voice came, the figures of Lu Ming and the other 2 had already appeared next to the arena in the second division. At this moment, on the arena, a woman in black clothes with a scar face flew up and down with a pair of silver flying claws in her hands. She was fighting with her opponent like 2. Silver lightning. The opponent of this woman was a man in white clothes who used a pair of hammers. Facing the rapid attack of the woman with a scar face, he waved the 2 fiery red sledgehammers in front of him. The dense hammer shadows formed a solid fortress in the air. Even so, the forehead of the man in white clothes was already full of sweat. At this moment, there was a sizzle sound, a silver light flashed in front of the man like lightning. As the silver claw shadow flashed, the dense hammer shadows in front of him were scratched away. With a scream, the man in white clothes couldn't help but take a few steps back. On his left chest, there were 3 bloody scratches that were almost bone deep. Seeing this, the man in white clothes roared, and the 2 hammers in his hands emitted a burst of crackling dark red electric arc. At the same time, his body also emitted a strong red light. The 2 combined to form a spherical thunder barrier, protecting him in it. The woman with the scar face sneered. She bent her fingers and chanted. A layer of faint silver light suddenly covered her 10 fingers. The next moment, the woman with a scar face pointed out, and the 2 silver flying claws blended together in a burst of silver light. A tyrannical roar came out. The 2 flying claws shook and fused into a ball, turning into a silver leopard. Its body flashed and disappeared from the arena. The man in white clothes looked shocked. He immediately poured all his spiritual power into the thunder barrier around him. Just when the man in white clothes just raised the 2 hammers in his hands in front of his chest, a silver phantasm flashed and appeared in front of him. Boom! The thunder barrier was instantly torn open by the silver leopard's claws. With another flash of silver light, the leopard had already pounced in front of the man in white clothes. Several sharp claws flashed, and he flew out of the arena with a scream. At this time, the onlookers saw that the chest of the man in white clothes was already badly mutilated, and 2 deep scratches could be vaguely seen. On the arena, the woman with a scar face waved her hand as her eyes flashed. The silver leopard turned back into 2 flying claws and flew back to her hand. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhao, for showing mercy. Under the arena, the man in white clothes stood up with difficulty. He took out a hemostasis talisman and stuck it on his chest, then he cupped his fist and thanked the woman with a scar face. Obviously, if the scar-faced woman had attacked with a little more force, his heart would have been dug out. This woman with a scar face is Zhao Anin, a veteran disciple of Xuanji Courtyard. She showed great strength in the last major competition. The pair of flying claws is also a rare set of superb spiritual weapons. Yan Ming said softly beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He nodded slightly and silently memorized the woman's situation. After all, it was highly likely that they would meet such a strong opponent in the semi-finals or even the top 10. Half an hour later, in the 4th division, a very young man with snow-white hair stood empty-handed at the side of the arena. He didn't seem to have taken out any spirit artifacts. His opponent was a tall and skinny young disciple. In the air in front of the white-haired young man, there were dense wind blades, fireballs, water arrows, and boulders floating in the air. As he raised one hand, a dense wave was launched. With another wave, several wind blades and fireballs were condensed to fill the gap. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a trace of horror in his heart. This white-haired young man actually cultivated all these beginner spells to the perfect perfection stage. On the other side, the tall and thin young man was holding a triangular shield in front of him. Under the attack of the wind blades and fireballs, it emitted halos from time to time. At the same time, he was waving a long sword shining with blue starlight in his hand. Waves of blue sword lights crisscrossed, splitting the oncoming water arrows and boulders. The tall and thin young man could last until now, his strength was not weak. The triangular shield and the starlight long sword in his hand were also upper-grade spiritual weapons. But even so, he only had the power to resist, and he couldn't fight back. After the young man with a white hair once again released a dense water arrows and wind blades, which were resolved by the opponent one by one, he suddenly pulled up and down, and a green wind blade the size of a door suddenly blasted out. At the next moment, a dull sound came, and the giant wind blade hit the triangular shield head-on. The tall and thin young man was caught off guard. His body trembled violently, and the blood in his body was tumbling. As a result, before he could stabilize his body, another giant wind blade was launched from the hands of the young man with a white hair almost without any time interval. Seeing this scene, even Lu Ming was a little shocked. Although he could also launch this kind of giant wind blade, it was impossible to launch it so fast with his level of condensing seals. The tall and thin young man was also extremely shocked at this moment. He suddenly retreated. Obviously, he knew that he was not sure that he could withstand such a frequent giant wind blade attack. However, the next moment, he only felt that his feet were tight, and his figure stopped. At this moment, his feet were tied tightly by intertwined vines that were as thick as a wrist. Just when his complexion changed drastically, he saw that behind the giant wind blade in front of him, 8 head-sized fireballs followed closely. I admit defeat. The tall and thin young man immediately shouted in shock, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Just when everyone in the audience exclaimed, thinking that the tall and thin young man was about to be seriously injured, a strange scene appeared. The young man with a white hair just casually waved one hand, and the several giant wind blades and fireballs that followed in front of the tall and thin young man actually collapsed on their own in an instant. Seeing this, everyone in the audience couldn't help but take a deep breath, and they were a little dumbfounded. This round, Hokuin wins. The crystallization period deputy in the air also looked surprised. After recovering from his shock, he quickly announced. Under the arena, Lu Ming couldn't help but ponder. He began to recall the 3 most important matches that he had just seen. There was no doubt that whether it was Zhou Tianrui or the woman with the scar face, Zhao Anin, they were extremely powerful, and they had superb spiritual weapons in their hands. They faintly had the strength to compete with the crystallization period cultivator. However, compared with the two, the young man with a white hair gave him a greater shock. Judging from the degree of control of the 5 elements in the battle just now, this person's control of the power of the 5 elements had reached an incredible level. On the white jade platform, the courtyard masters of the 8 courtyards were also talking about the matches just now. In the last major competition, both Zhou Tianrui and Zhao Anin have emerged. 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Their strength has really improved greatly. It's true, but the white-haired disciple is a bit weird. He can actually cultivate the 5 elements to such a level. Brother Zhen, that white-haired young man is under your Xuanmiao courtyard, right? He really hid his strength well. Hearing this, several people immediately looked at the short and fat man standing in the middle. The short and fat man's face did not change at all. He said a few polite words, but he was puzzled in his heart. This white-haired young man was indeed a disciple of the Xuanmiao courtyard. He just joined the sect a few years ago, but he had been cultivating behind closed doors in the courtyard. He had only seen this disciple once or twice over the years, and he didn't care about him at all. He really didn't expect that this disciple would shine so brilliantly in the major competition. On the other side of the jade platform, the Jingdan realm masters and elders of the major peaks were also talking about it. They had naturally seen Zhou Tianrui and the other old disciples, but now more of their gazes were cast on the white-haired young man. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, what do you think of this person? The Haoyue boy turned to ask the man surnamed Lu on the side. This disciple seems to have extraordinary spirituality in the 5 elements. I guess, he should be some kind of natural spirit body. The man surnamed Lu pondered for a while and said slowly. Brother Lu is right. As far as I know, this disciple is very likely to be the rumored 5 elements spirit body. A Taoist in red clothes on the other side suddenly interjected. 5 elements spirit body? Hearing this, everyone present looked at the Taoist in red clothes in surprise. I also inadvertently read the classics of the sect before. This 5 elements spirit body has a very high understanding of all kinds of 5 elements. It is a rare physique for practicing the 5 elements. However, because the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, it is extremely difficult for them to coexist as one. Therefore, such a spirit body can only be encountered by chance. After the Taoist in red clothes smiled faintly, he explained to everyone. As soon as these words came out, many people present immediately had some thoughts. Just when the sky was about to turn dark, all the preliminary matches in all the divisions were over. The top 100 disciples in the 10 divisions were finally decided. Lu Ming, Zhou Tianrui, Zhao Anin and other 100 disciples were standing in front of the jade platform at the moment, and they were surrounded by thousands of disciples. They looked at the 100 people in the middle with different gazes. Some were envious, some were longing, some were reverent, and some were jealous. On the high platform, the short and fat man surnamed Shen, as the host of the major competition, suddenly took a few steps forward and glanced around. The unexpected performance of the white-haired young man in front of him made his face look much better. After a quick glance, he announced the end of the first round of the major competition to the people present. At the same time, he informed the top 100 disciples that the second round of the semifinals would begin tomorrow. As for the content of the semifinals, it was to select the top 10 disciples from the top 100. In addition, they would draw lots to divide everyone into 10 groups. Each group had 10 people, and the last person would advance to the top 10 through the elimination system. Today's major competition was naturally over. All the disciples immediately left the mountain. The outer disciples who could advance to the top 100 were naturally not weak. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless in the face of tomorrow's competition. As soon as he returned to the cave house, he immediately entered the secret room to meditate quietly. He wanted to adjust his physical state to the peak. Early in the morning of the third day, thousands of outer disciples of Taiqing Gate gathered on the top of Uni Peak again. Lu Ming and the other 100 advanced disciples came to the stone tablet for drawing lots under the arrangement of the deputy disciple. The deputy disciple just waved the token in his hand toward the stone tablet, and a green light immediately went into it. This time, Lu Ming was assigned to the 6th group this time. There was no familiar person among the 10 people in the same group. As for Zhou Tianrui, Zhao Anin, Wu Ming, and the white-haired young man Ho Kuan, they were assigned to other groups. Younger brother Lu's luck in grouping this time is not bad. As far as I know, there are no strong disciples in it. Yan Ming looked at the list of the 6th group and said slowly. In this way, younger brother Lu will surely advance to the top 10. Shui Yun's beautiful eyes flickered a few times. This is hard to say. Who knows if there is someone hiding his strength? Lu Ming chuckled and said indifferently. In this major competition, he had no intention of hiding his other strength except for the sword-controlling technique. Now he only had one thought, which was to try his best to get the highest ranking and see if he could have the opportunity to enter the inner door. In the following cultivation of his Tiger Dragon Hell prison, he had to use the Sky Wind Cave of the sect to refine his body, and only the inner disciple was eligible to enter the spiritual land. The semi-finals were still carried out on these 10 arenas. As Yan Ming guessed, there was no powerful person in the 6th group. Lu Ming used his tyrannical physical power and Tiger Dragon Hell prison to easily win several matches in a row. This disciple named Lu Ming's physical body is quite tyrannical. I'm afraid that ordinary spiritual weapons can't hurt him at all. However, he seems to be cultivating the Tiger Dragon Hell prison. How can an outer disciple cultivate the inner door technique? An old man in yellow clothes sitting on a mountain peak seemed to be a little interested in Lu Ming, and he couldn't help but ask. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, I seem to have some impression of this disciple. A few years ago, Senior Nun Yuqing of the Miaoying Temple once brought a Luing descendant to your Emerald Cloud Peak. After that, he was recommended by the Law Enforcement Hall to enter the outer door. It seems to be this Lu Ming, right? A woman dressed in plain clothes turned to the man surnamed Lu and asked. Yes, this Lu Ming had already cultivated the Tiger Dragon Hell prison when he joined the sect. After some consideration, the Law Enforcement Hall did not deprive him of this magical power. The man surnamed Lu nodded and replied. So that's how it is. This person's strength is not bad, and he has a good relationship with your Emerald Cloud Peak. Why didn't senior brother Lu take him in as a disciple? The yellow-clothed old man asked curiously. This child's Fali is indeed not weak. Unfortunately, his cultivation aptitude is too poor. He only has a 3 spiritual pulse constitution. The man surnamed Lu said indifferently. So it's 3 spiritual pulse. When the other seat lords heard this, they immediately lost interest. Although they all had a few spots to take in inner disciples, it was one thing to consider their current cultivation, but more importantly, it was a consideration of their future potential. After all, if a disciple's aptitude was too poor, no matter how many elixirs he took in the future, and no matter how good his secret skill cultivation method was, he would only get half the result with twice the effort. Under the circumstances where the quota of the various peaks was limited, they naturally did not want to waste it on disciples with such poor aptitude. As Lu Ming fought his way through, the battle of the 6th group finally came to the final battle. His opponent was a man in black clothes who manipulated 2 ape puppets. The strength of the 2 puppets was comparable to the condensation period later stage. Under the control of the man in black clothes, they turned into two black afterimages that shuttled quickly on the arena. Dense black fist shadows were launched in the air, almost drowning Lu Ming in it. The momentum dazzled the audience, and even Yan Mingxue secretly broke into a cold sweat for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming, who was wrapped in the fist shadows, looked calm. His figure flashed and moved like a ghost in the black mist. He easily avoided the fist shadows, and he launched a punch from time to time, knocking a puppet ape away. But the two ape puppets also seemed to have copper heads and iron bones. They just turned over and joined the battle as if nothing had happened. But the observant people found that after a few times, the aura of these two ape puppets was much weaker than before, and their speed was gradually not as fast as before. Just when Lu Ming once again punched the two puppets away at the same time, his figure blurred and appeared behind the man in a black robe like a ghost. At the same time, he waved his fists and launched the same pitch-black fist shadows. The man in black clothes didn't expect Lu Ming's movement to be so ghostly. The next moment, he only felt that the air around him was tight, and a terrifying fist energy instantly blocked all his retreat. In a hurry, he had to spit out a black light from his mouth, which turned into a layer of black light shield to protect himself. After a loud boom sound, another bang sound was heard. The black light shield collapsed in an instant under the blow of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison that was enhanced by the heavy water droplet. The man in black clothes was immediately knocked out of the arena with blood spurting from his mouth. At the same time, a shell-shaped black defensive spiritual weapon also fell to the ground with a clatter, and there were a few cracks on the surface. Winner, Piaohong Courtyard's Lu Ming. Although the black-clothed man's puppet was still on the stage, after it lost its master's control, the scarlet glow in its eyes had already dimmed and stopped on the spot. In addition, the black-clothed man had also fallen out of the stage. It was obvious that he had been utterly defeated. Lu Ming also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent and the two puppets were quite extraordinary. It could be said that they were equivalent to two quite powerful physique cultivators. They had excellent offense and defense. Ordinary cultivators of the same generation might not be able to do anything to them. Fortunately, he could also be regarded as a physique cultivator, and his physical body was stronger than the two puppets, so it was not difficult for him to win. And after he won this match, he finally entered the top 10. Congratulations to younger brother Lu for entering the top 10. It's more than top 10. Senior fellow apprentice Lu will probably be promoted to an inner disciple soon. As soon as Lu Ming walked down the arena, Yan Ming and Shui Yun immediately came up to congratulate him with a smile. Some other outer courtyard disciples nearby also looked over with envy. Lu Ming naturally said a few humble words about this, then he came to the fifth group arena on the other side and watched. But when Lu Ming saw the two people on the arena, he raised his brows. It was none other than Zhou Tianrui, who was very popular in this major competition, and the white-haired young man, Ho Kuan, from Xuanji Courtyard. The two seemed to be unlucky to be in the same group. As a result, only one person could be promoted to the top 10. At this moment, they were in the final duel to enter the top 10. On the side of the arena, Zhou Tianrui, who was covered in khaki armor, was urging the 8 Earth Spirit puppet soldiers in front of him to change the battle mode to resist the oncoming wind blades and fire arrows. At the same time, he was thinking with a solemn face. Although he had not seen the strength of the white-haired young man in front of him, he had already heard a thing or two from others. Since the beginning of the battle, the two of them had fought no less than 10 rounds. Although the white-haired young man's 5 elemental offensive techniques were not weak, and all of them had reached the perfected stage, the white-haired young man had been fighting steadily, and he commanded the puppets to defend himself tightly. Zhou Tianrui knew in his heart that as an earth attribute summoner, speed was not his strength. On the contrary, his defense and endurance were the strongest. Consuming the opponent's spiritual power and defending and counterattacking were the tactics that he had long decided. At this moment, the white-haired young man suddenly changed his gesture, and more than 20 fireballs appeared in front of him. They instantly merged into one, turning into a blazing fireball the size of a water tank. As soon as it was formed, bursts of heat waves swept in all directions. When Zhou Tianrui saw the power of the fireball, his face changed. He launched a few symbols, and the 4 puppets in front of him immediately shone in yellow light. They also merged into one, turning into a 10 meters tall puppet giant. In the next moment, the giant fireball came crashing down with a scorching sound, but the puppet giant was not afraid. It took a step forward and punched out with its millstone-sized fist. There was a loud boom. The giant fireball collided with the puppet giant, stirring up a strong airflow, flames, and soil pieces. The giant fireball burst open suddenly, and the puppet giant also turned into a pile of spiritual soil in the fire. Junior fellow apprentice's 5-element spells are really powerful, but it is still far from breaking my defense. Seeing this, Zhou Tianrui waved his hand with a sneer and launched a symbol at the spiritual soil in front of him. The yellow spirit soil trembled before gathering again. Within the span of a few breaths, it had transformed into the puppet giant again, and it flew toward the white-haired young man. Obviously, he saw at a glance that the white-haired young man's attack just now consumed a lot of spiritual power, and he couldn't launch the same attack again in a short time, so he took this opportunity to catch the opponent off guard. The white-haired young man frowned. His figure trembled slightly, and a layer of green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. After that, he swayed and pulled out an afterimage. He instantly retreated for a few meters, dodging the punch of the puppet giant. Seeing this, Lu Ming was also quite surprised. He saw clearly that the green light was the spiritual power effect of the body lightning technique. However, this most common wind attribute spell actually had such a great effect when used by the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man's figure was extremely flexible. After a few flashes, he easily got rid of the puppet giant, then he suddenly changed his direction and rushed toward Zhou Tianrui. Zhou Tianrui's face changed. He patted the khaki gourd in his hand. With a flash of yellow light, he cast out 4 earth spiritual puppets again, forming an 8-people battle formation to block in front of him. However, when the white-haired young man was less than a few 10 meters away from Zhou Tianrui, his figure paused slightly. He made a strange gesture with his fingers, and after chanting in a low voice, he waved his hand. Several colorful lights suddenly blasted out and landed beside Zhou Tianrui. The next moment, the colorful light rose from the arena ground, shrouding Zhou Tianrui and the 8 earth spiritual puppet soldiers. This is a talisman array? As Lu Ming's gaze condensed, he saw that the colorful light cast by the white-haired young man was actually a crystal-clear talisman. He was slightly shocked. The so-called talisman array was a product of the combination of talisman Dao and array Dao. Usually, to arrange a large array, such as the Gale array arranged by Chindeng in the Small Flame World, it required more than 10 people to cooperate with a large number of array flags, array discs, and other tools to complete. A small array also needed to be arranged. On the other hand, the talisman array could be completed with the help of some special engraved talismans. Although the power was generally not too great, it was easy to cast. But once the spiritual power in the talisman was exhausted, the array would automatically collapse, so it often couldn't last long. Zhou Tianrui's vision blurred, and he felt that the surrounding scenery suddenly changed drastically. It was no longer the arena, but the boundless sea in all directions. A huge wave came from all directions. Not good. Zhou Tianrui's face changed drastically. He couldn't see Ho Kuan's figure at all now, but fortunately, the puppets he released could still sense it clearly with divine thought. However, the situation of these puppets at the moment was the same as him. Every move was more than 10,000 kilograms. Damn it. After Zhou Tianrui calmed his mind a little, he had already discovered that although this temporary array had a certain trapping power, it had no attack power. As his mind turned sharply, he immediately patted the gourd in his hand, and another brown light rolled out. It desperately resisted the surrounding huge waves and began to break free from the array. According to his experience, this array was a water attribute trapping array, and he was good at earth attribute techniques. With such a restraint, he could break it with a little time. At the same time, after the young man with a white hair launched a dozen sets of chain talisman arrays in a row, his spiritual power was also greatly consumed. His face was pale for a while. After taking a deep breath, he crossed his arms in front of him and split them in half. A dozen fire snakes of 5 meters in size suddenly appeared in front of him. Intermediate grade spell, fire snake spell. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. What he didn't expect was that the young man in white clothes had even condensed the intermediate grade spell. Otherwise, he couldn't cast the spell so fast and manipulate so many fire snakes at the same time. In the next moment, the white-haired young man flicked several symbols at the fire snakes in front of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen fire snakes gathered in the middle, and they suddenly fused together, turning into a giant fire dragon of more than 300 meters long. It was lifelike as if it was a real entity. "Go!" the young man shouted, and the fire dragon actually let out a dragon roar. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it pounced toward Zhou Tianrui in the array. Wherever it passed, the temperature of the nearby space suddenly rose sharply, and everything was dyed crimson. Zhou Tianrui was in the trap array at this moment. Although he tried his best to channel the spiritual weapon, there was still a little time to break the array. Suddenly, he felt a strong spiritual power fluctuation. A red light flashed in the huge wave in front of him, and the ferocious fire dragon rushed out. The next moment, it slammed into him at lightning speed. A series of thunderous booms resounded. Zhou Tianrui and the earth spiritual puppet he summoned were swept by a crimson rolling fire cloud. They melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the arena couldn't help shaking violently. After the fire cloud rolled a few times, a somewhat charred figure appeared shakily on the arena. At this time, not only the 8 earth spirit puppets in front of Zhou Tianrui were gone, but the earth wall and the earth armor on his body were also shattered. He just glanced at the young man with a complicated expression. After a wry smile, he fell to the ground with a thud. The disciples under the arena were all silent. They were obviously shocked by the battle in front of them. Lu Ming's pupils also shrank when he saw this. He secretly wondered if he would be able to take on the fire snake technique after it was mastered. On the white jade high platform, the victory of the young man with a white hair, Ho Kuan, also caused a discussion among the Jin Dan realm powerhouses of various peaks. Many people also showed a surprised expression. This man not only has a rare spiritual body, but he also seems to be proficient in talisman array. A middle-aged man in a gray robe said with joy. Could it be that Brother Zhao has also taken a fancy to Ho Kuan? Another black-robed man with a chiseled face said with a smile. Listening to Brother Li's tone, do you want to compete with me for this man? The middle-aged man in a gray robe said solemnly with a tense expression. Brother Zhao must be joking. Although this man is a rare talent, our Tianjian Peak is a sword cultivator. How can we compete with Brother Zhao? The man in a black robe still had a smile on his face. Although the battle for the top 10 of the major competition had not yet officially begun, the real pellet state powerhouses of many peaks had already begun to compete secretly. They had already regarded those outer disciples with good strength and great potential as the candidates of their peaks. The talented disciple like the young man with a white hair, Ho Kuan, was naturally more popular. At the same time, on a mountain not far from Uni Peak, a man in a yellow robe with a golden hoop stopped Zhou Tianrui, who had just returned from the battle in a depressed mood. Are you Zhou Tianrui? The man in a yellow robe said lightly. Reporting to Senior, disciple is Zhou Tianrui. May I know Senior is? Zhou Tianrui was a little depressed at the moment, but after realizing that he couldn't feel the aura of the other party, he immediately cupped his fist and replied with a serious expression. Very well, I'm the elder of Taiyue Peak. I've long heard that you are an earth attribute spirit summoner. I wanted to go to Uni Peak to watch the battle in person, but I didn't expect to meet you here. The man in a yellow robe smiled when he heard the words. Junior strength is not good enough, so I failed to enter the top 10 of this major competition. I'm afraid I've disappointed Senior. Zhou Tianrui was surprised at first, but he immediately smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Young man, you don't have to be so frustrated after experiencing a small setback. I'm here this time to recruit you into my Taiyue Peak no matter what your ranking is in this major competition. I think you also know that my Taiyue Peak has many famous spirit summoners. Are you willing? The man in a yellow robe waved his hand to interrupt Zhou Tianrui, then he asked with a smile. Is what Senior said true? Zhou Tianrui was naturally overjoyed when he heard the words. He failed to enter the top 10 of the major competition, and the famous Taiyue Peak actually intended to recruit him into the inner door. He couldn't help but ask again eagerly. I'm the elder of the inner door. How can I lie? The man in a yellow robe didn't mean to blame this man at all. Instead, he waved his hand. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Zhou Tianrui hurriedly saluted. The depression on his face had long been swept away, and his face was full of excitement. The Peak Master is still waiting for me to go back. Let's go now. After the man in a yellow robe finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and rolled up a red glow. He carried the two of them and flew in a certain direction. This match, Xuanji Courtyard's Wu Ming wins. With the end of the last match, the top 10 of the major competition was finally announced. Lu Ming, Ho Kuan, Zhao Anin, Wu Ming, and 6 other outstanding disciples who stood out from thousands of outer disciples were standing in a row in front of the white jade platform, waiting quietly. At this moment, the thousands of disciples who had yet to leave were surrounding the white jade platform in 3 layers, making it impenetrable. They were all fighting to see the glory of the top 10 in the grand competition. Just as the short and fat man on the jade platform took a few steps forward and was about to announce the list of the next round of the ranking competition, suddenly a faint voice came. Wait. The voice was not loud, but it clearly passed into the ears of everyone present. Just when everyone looked up in surprise to find the source of the voice, a golden light flashed in the distant sky, and it blasted toward the mountain peak. After a while, it landed on the jade platform. After the escape light faded, a smiling young man appeared. He was 28 or 29 years old, wearing a somewhat large golden robe. The young man didn't look at the others, but he walked straight to the short and fat man. After cupping his fist, he handed over a golden token in full view of everyone, then he bowed his head and whispered a few words. The short and fat man was slightly startled when he heard the words. After carefully checking the token in his hand, he suddenly looked surprised, but after a little hesitation, he coughed lightly and announced, "Cough. Everyone be quiet. Now I announce that this disciple, Kim Tin-ti, who is the person in front of me, is qualified to challenge one of the top 10 disciples. Only the winner can stay in the top 10 and enter the ranking competition. This person did not participate in the previous competition. How can he be qualified to enter the top 10 with a token alone? Yeah, if everyone is like this, then what is the use of the previous preliminary and semifinals?" As soon as the short and fat man spoke, the disciples below were stunned for a while, and there was a lot of discussion. They were all very dissatisfied. However, when the short and fat man glanced coldly, accompanied by the terrifying spiritual pressure of the Jingdan powerhouse, all the disciples suddenly shut up, and the audience was silent. At this time, Hao Yue and others who were watching the battle behind the jade platform were also whispering. "Master Hao Yue, is it the Taihua token that this disciple took out?" A middle-aged man with a beard whispered in a surprised voice. "If I am not wrong, it is indeed this token. However, in the sect, there is someone who can take out the Taihua token that I don't know. Who is this Kim Tin-ti? Brother Hua, do you know him?" Hao Yue also looked puzzled and replied. "Even Brother Hao Yue doesn't know who this person is. I practice hard all day, how would I know?" The middle-aged man with a beard said with a wry smile. Many other Jingdan powerhouses, after a whisper, shook their heads one after another. Obviously, no one really recognized the young man in the golden robe. During the conversation, Kim Tin-ti had already unceremoniously chosen his opponent, a seemingly strong young man. I don't care. You can make an exception and have the opportunity to challenge, but if you think that the top 10 of the major competition can be fished in troubled waters, then you are wrong." When the strong young man learned that Kim Tin-ti challenged him, he immediately snorted coldly. "Hee, I just wanted to join in the fun on a whim." Jing Tianxi replied with a chuckle, as if he didn't care at all. His expression naturally made the strong young man on the opposite side even more furious. "Well, since both of you have no objections, the battle starts now. The winner can participate in the top 10 ranking." The short and fat man looked at Kim Tin-ti with a hint of doubt, but he still announced it. As soon as the voice fell, a deputy of the crystallization period reopened the enchantment of the middle ring. Kim Tin-ti and the strong young man immediately rose into the air and landed on the ring. After a while, on the number 1 arena. The crystallization period law enforcement didn't say much. He just gestured to Kim Tin-ti and the muscular young man to stand on one side. After giving a few instructions, he flew out of the enchantment in a flash. The muscular young man stared at the young man in golden robe in front of him. Seeing that the young man was still smiling, he recalled the scene where the young man pointed at him casually. A burst of anger came from his heart. The 10 fingers on both of his hands moved, and without saying anything, he spat out a streak of silver light from his mouth. After it circled in front of him, the silver light converged and floated in front of him. Surprisingly, it was 13 identical bone-piercing nails. Under the reflection of the sunlight, they reflected a glaring silver light. "Humph, I will let you taste the power of my soul-chasing, soul-capturing nail." Obviously, he held the idea of repelling the young man in golden robe with thunderous means, hoping to vent his anger in front of thousands of people at the scene. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at this set of bone-penetrating nails. Judging from the amazing breath they exuded, although they had not reached the level of the magic weapon prototype, the enchantment was definitely no less than 30 layers. And these silver nails were not only a set of spiritual weapons that could be obtained, but the design of a set of 13 nails was obviously not random. It was mostly for sacrificial refining, some kind of special enchantment. As Lu Ming turned his gaze, he found that the young man in golden robe opposite him looked extremely relaxed. He didn't seem to put everything in front of him in his eyes at all. The muscular young man naturally noticed a trace of disdain in the eyes of the young man in golden robe opposite him. As he was furious, he changed his gestures. After the 13 silver nails spun in the air, they turned into 13 silver nail lights. They blasted at the young man in golden robe in a burst of whistling sound. If you can really fully activate the enchantment on it, then it will be interesting. Now, TSK. Kim Tin-Ti sneered seeing this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand in a seemingly slow motion. His wide sleeve bulged, and an invisible wave suddenly flew out from it, sweeping up all of the oncoming silver streaks of light. The 13 silver nails changed their direction in the air, and they all went into his big sleeves in a flash. The muscular young man was startled when he saw this, but he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the 13 silver nails in an instant. His face suddenly became as pale as paper. As a result, before the muscular young man could react, Kim Tin-Ti raised his hand again. A giant golden hand phantasm condensed in the air and whizzed at the muscular young man. Only then did the sturdy young man react. He hurriedly turned his hand with a low roar. A green light flashed between his fingers, and a green copper bell appeared. With another shake of his wrist, it turned into a green shield to protect himself. At the same time, the protective aura around his body suddenly flashed. Obviously, he wanted to resist this blow head-on. But the next moment, the golden giant hand just patted lightly. The muscular young man only felt his body tremble. The light shield and protective aura on his body surface were hit by a huge force as if they didn't exist. He flew out of the enchantment light curtain involuntarily, but he landed firmly under the arena. There was no trace of injury on his body. This scene naturally caused all the disciples who were originally looking forward to the battle between the dragon and tiger to be dumbfounded. Kim Tin-Ti wins. The crystallization period deputy, who hosted the fight, appeared on the arena again and announced loudly, but his face was also full of surprise and doubt. On the jade platform, a group of Jin Dan state existences also looked at Kim Tin-Ti in surprise at the moment. Although the muscular young man was not the most favored one in the top 10, he naturally deserved to be ranked in the top 10. His strength was definitely not weak, but he was easily defeated by Kim Tin-Ti in one move. It was really incredible. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Although he had long felt that Kim Tin-Ti was not simple, he did not expect him to be so powerful. What made Lu Ming even more surprised was that he didn't see what mystic arts Kim Tin-Ti used to take away those spiritual weapons. If this method was effective on all spiritual weapons, then he naturally had to be extremely careful when he encountered this person in the future. At this time, the muscular young man finally reacted in horror. He quickly put away the green copper bell and said to Kim Tin-Ti with a wry smile, "Brother Jin's magical power is amazing. I'm not as good as you. I admire you. Thanks for letting me win." After Kim Tin-Ti smiled, he waved his hand, and 13 silver nails flew out of his sleeve robe and returned to the muscular young man's hand. After the muscular young man put away the silver nails, he cupped his fist and left Unipeak dejectedly. In this way, the top 10 was finally settled. Kim Tin-ti naturally replaced the muscular young man and stayed. He returned to the white jade platform with Lu Ming and the other 9 people. Very well, next I will announce the specific rules of the top 10 ranking battle in this major competition. The top 10 will adopt a rotation battle system. Everyone will fight with the other 9 people. The ranking will be determined by the number of wins. If there are 2 people with the same number of wins, the winner will be ranked first according to the number of fights between the 2 people. Today we will draw lots, and it will officially start tomorrow morning. Although the short and fat man was also thinking about Kim Tin-ti, he announced loudly. Because of the rotation battle system, everyone had a chance to fight with other opponents. It was just a matter of time, so it didn't matter who was first. The 10 people just went to the giant monument and shook the sect token, then the order of the fight was determined. After the draw lots, Lu Ming bid farewell to Yan Ming and Shui Yun, then he returned to his cave house to rest. Early the next morning, the most eye-catching part of the major competition held once a decade at Taiching Gate finally began. On Uni Peak, the original 10 arenas were now replaced by 5 arenas. They were lined up in front of the white jade platform, making the slightly crowded venue seem a lot wider. However, the number of people watching the battle was more than doubled compared to the previous preliminary and semifinals. Not only there were outer disciples, but there were also a large number of ordinary disciples who came to watch. After the short and fat man made another statement, the first round of 5 ranking battles among the top 10 began at the same time. At this moment, on the easternmost arena, Lu Ming stood on the side. He was facing a young man with sharp eyebrows of the Yuhing courtyard who controlled 2 praying mantises. Yan Ming also mentioned this person before. Although the 2 spiritual beast praying mantises that this person controlled were only at the condensation period intermediate stage, they were not as simple as ordinary spiritual beasts. They were a pair of mutated spiritual insects. Not only their speed was amazing, but their blade-like forelimbs were even sharper. They were even better than ordinary upper-grade spiritual weapons. Under the tacit cooperation of the 2 spiritual insects, their strength was no longer comparable to ordinary condensation period later stage. Moreover, they had been with this person for a long time, so they had already reached telepathy. Sure enough, as soon as the battle started, this person patted his waist, and 2 green smoke rolled out, turning into 2 mutated mantises that were a few feet tall and covered with green spirit patterns. As soon as these 2 spiritual insects appeared, they flashed fiercely. They suddenly turned into 2 faint green shadows that blasted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand, and black mist gushed out from his body surface. Then, his figure blurred, and he charged forward with a series of afterimages. The 2 giant praying mantises hissed. After their forelimbs moved, a cold light flashed and turned into a dense blade shadow that covered Lu Ming. Lu Ming twisted his waist, and his whole body elongated at once. He flashed through the blade net like a piece of paper. After a swoosh, he appeared above the young man with sharp eyebrows strangely. He raised his hand, and the 2 beads flew out and merged into one, turning into a small mountain phantasm that fell down. Even though the young man with sharp eyebrows had rich experience in fighting, he never thought that someone could appear in front of him at such a strange speed under the siege of his 2 mutated spiritual pets. He was even making gestures at this time, casting some kind of powerful mystic arts. He had no time to change gestures to dodge. He could only spit out a small green shield, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the shield. The small shield instantly became 10 meters in size. The green spirit patterns on the surface flashed constantly, covering the sky tightly. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After he moved his arm, a palm that was wrapped in black gas pressed down on the hill phantasm below with his 5 fingers. Boom, as the mini hill phantasm pressed down, the green shield immediately shook, and countless cracks appeared on it. The young man with sharp eyebrows groaned. After the aura on his body surface rolled up, he finally stabilized the green shield again. But at this moment, another loud noise came out, another huge force surged out from the hill phantasm. Not only did it crush the green shield on the spot, but even the young man with sharp eyebrows' aura protection immediately collapsed under this heavy pressure. His face was pale, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He fainted on the spot. Lu Ming was naturally grateful for the strange movement technique he practiced from the illusion, and he only focused on giving the mantis the attack command with the intention of a protracted battle. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would make such a quick move, which created a huge flaw in himself, so he was easily defeated. As a result, when the fierce battles on his 4 arenas had just begun, Lu Ming had already finished his battle. This inevitably attracted the surprised eyes of many real pellet state powerhouses on the Jade platform. "It's really a pity." The young woman in red sighed softly. In her opinion, with the current performance of Lu Ming, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 3 in the major competition. His actual combat experience and strength were no less than those inner disciples, but the 3 spiritual pulse aptitude could only stop him in this realm. After other Jin Dan realm powerhouses saw this scene, they also had different expressions, but no one showed any intention to recruit Lu Ming. Obviously, most of them had the same idea as the young woman in red. On the arena, Lu Ming waited for the crystallization period deputy to announce the result of the battle, then he kept his fist and jumped off the arena. At the same time, he glanced around and observed the other battles. On the arena closest to him, the 2 opponents were still confronting each other. The young man in a golden robe, Kim Tin-ti, stood calmly in the corner of the arena. He didn't seem to have any intention to make the first move. Opposite him was the fat young man, Wu Ming of Xuanji Courtyard. Previously, Kim Tin-ti's strange method of taking away the opponent's spiritual weapon with a wave of his sleeve seemed to make the fat young man very scrupulous. His fat face was replaced with a rare solemn expression. The 2 confronted each other face to face. It was completely different from the already dazzling fierce battle scenes on other arenas. "Since you don't make the first move, then I won't be polite." After about 4 or 5 breaths, Wu Ming finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His eyes suddenly revealed an ominous glint. With a low shout, he shook his sleeve and a small black seal flew out from his sleeve. Immediately afterward, he launched several symbols. After the small seal circled in the air, it grew to 10 meters in size with a flash of black light. It blasted at Kim Tin-ti. Seeing this situation, Kim Tin-ti still didn't cast any spiritual weapon. He just smiled and looked at the big black seal above him, then he waved his sleeve casually. A strange scene happened again. After the giant black seal spiritual light flashed slightly, it flew into his wide sleeve with a swoosh. The next moment, Kim Tin-ti raised his other hand gently, and a golden giant hand appeared above his opponent. With a slap, Wu Ming was sent out of the arena again. The battle that ended as soon as it started once again caused an uproar among the disciples outside the arena. Many people were full of unbelievable expressions. Wu Ming didn't react until he stood firmly under the arena. His face was also full of horror. Others might not be clear about it, but he himself had already added several kinds of defensive talismans to his body, and even wore a top-grade spiritual armor. However, in the face of Kim Tin-ti's giant golden hand, there was no defensive effect at all. Lu Ming's expression was solemn at the moment. His mind was racing as he thought about how to deal with this. While he was pondering, the intense battles in the other 3 arenas had come to an end. As Lu Ming expected, the scar-faced woman, Zhao Anin, and the white-haired young man, Ho Kuan, easily defeated the 2 disciples of Xiaoxiang Courtyard and Qingling Courtyard. The winner of the other match was a young man from the Hongjun Courtyard who was driving a huge bronze sword. He seemed to be a sword cultivator and a new dark horse. According to Lu Ming's judgment, the power of the imperial sword technique was not inferior to his. After the 10 of them rested for an hour, the second round of the competition began. As a result, as soon as the competition began, one of the arenas had already decided the winner. Kim Tin-ti once again used the rather strange magical power to keep away the opponent's spiritual weapon, then he used the giant golden hand to attack in the air. He won easily again. "Brother Zhen, can you see what mystic arts this disciple used?" On the Jade platform, the old man with yellow eyebrows saw that his disciple was also defeated in this way. His face couldn't help but turn slightly gloomy, and he asked the short and fat man on the side. "This person's technique is quite strange. Although our sect has several similar techniques, they have extremely high requirements for mental power. Almost only people of the Jin Dan state like us are qualified to practice it. This disciple's condensation period cultivation is not wrong. He must have learned other mystic arts that we don't know by chance." The short and fat man shook his head and replied, then he looked at the arena where Hokuan was with a solemn face. At present, among the top 10 disciples of the major competition, only Hokuan could not use spiritual weapon, but he could use the 5 elements spells and talisman to deal with the enemy. He might have a chance to win. At this time, on the arena where the white-haired young man, Hokuan, was standing, there were colorful halos in front of him. In a dazzling moment, colorful snakes came out from these glittering arrays. It seemed that he was casting some kind of 5 elements talisman array again. Hokuan's opponent in this round was the woman with a scar face, Xiaoanin, from the Xuanji courtyard. At this time, the woman's figure was as agile as flying. As her figure flashed and moved, the colorful snakes couldn't even catch a corner of her clothes. At the same time, a long and narrow silver light was also faintly dodging the snakes, getting closer and closer to Hokuan. Hokuan suddenly pointed at an array in front of him. 5 transparent snakes suddenly flashed out of it, and they disappeared in an instant. The next moment, around a cluster of silver light not far in front of him, there was a roar. 5 gray stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground and gathered in the middle, forming a cage. As the silver light faded, the 10 meters long silver cheetah finally appeared, but it was surrounded by the 5 stone pillars. Hokuan waved his sleeves without saying anything, and several talismans flashed out, disappearing into the 5 stone pillars one after another. With a buzz, the surface of the stone pillars, green, red, yellow, white, and black, the 5 kinds of runes representing the 5 elements suddenly wriggled slowly. The 5 stone pillars formed a 5 elements array of 10 meters in size. Surrounded by the stone pillars, the silver cheetah made bursts of roars. It seemed that it could no longer break free. At this moment, Xiaoanin acted as if she didn't hear it. She was still dodging the dense small snakes, but her hands seemed to be making some kind of gesture. The short and fat man on the jade platform couldn't help flashing a trace of joy on his face when he saw this match. Obviously, the strength of Hokuan's disciple had greatly exceeded his expectation. The beautiful young woman of Xuanji courtyard had a spurious smile at this moment. Her beautiful eyes were flashing, but no one knew what she was thinking. Just when most people thought that Xiaoanin had no chance of winning, there was a sharp and clear sound from the 5 elements cage on the field. The next moment, a 10 meters thick silver light soared from the top of the 5 elements cage. The top of the originally indestructible cage was punched out a big hole. In the air above the cage, after the silver light dissipated, a giant silver eagle was revealed. When it spread its wings, it was 30 to 40 feet in size. There were golden spirit patterns all over its body, and a pair of silver claws were unstoppable. There was a bright green light in its eyes. The silver giant eagle roared into the sky, then it retracted its wings and dived toward the young man with white hair. Seeing this, Hokuan was still expressionless. He raised one hand and launched several symbols at the 2 sides of the talisman formation. After a flash of crystal light, more than 10 white birds flew out of the talisman formation and flew toward the giant silver eagle. As the golden spirit patterns on the surface of the silver giant eagle flashed, the 2 wings flapped fiercely at the same time. Suddenly, several thick electric arcs swept out with 2 hurricanes. More than a dozen white birds that had just arrived turned into more than a dozen broken talismans after being swept by the hurricane. There was a series of loud rumbling noises, then, the hurricane mixed with electric arcs swept across the ground without stopping. It smashed the rune arrays in front of the white-haired young man into smithereens, turning them into colorful rays of light all over the sky. The young man with white hair was startled. He changed his gesture and was about to activate other talisman arrays. But at this moment, he felt a gust of wind above his head. The silver giant eagle suddenly appeared with the wind, and it grabbed down with its silver giant claw. In a hurry, Hokuan could only shake his sleeve and launch a golden talisman into the air, turning it into a light curtain that shrouded him in it. But after a loud noise, the golden light curtain was torn apart by the silver giant claw. The young man with white hair was completely exposed under the silver giant eagle. Just when everyone was looking forward to whether Hokuan still had another move, the young man with white hair's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly said 3 words with a calm face: "I admit defeat." Then, under the astonished gazes of many disciples, his figure flashed and he actually jumped off the ring by himself. Xiaoanin waved with one hand, and the silver giant eagle turned back into a pair of silver claws. She looked at the young man with white hair under the arena and frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. In this round, Xuanji Courtyard's Zhao Aning wins. After hearing the voice of the crystallization period deputy announcing the result of the battle, the glamorous young woman on the jade platform nodded in satisfaction. The short and fat man's face turned gloomy at this moment. He originally hoped that Ho Kuan, the dark horse, could win the top 10 ranking battle in one fell swoop. However, he was defeated by the Xuanji Courtyard's disciple in the second round, so he was naturally depressed. On another arena, the fierce battle between the young man in a green robe and his opponent was also in full swing. The young man in a green robe was naturally Lu Ming, and his opponent was Wu Ming of Xuanji Courtyard. In the previous battle, he was easily defeated by Kim Tin Ti. It didn't make Wu Ming feel much frustration. On the contrary, it seemed to arouse his remaining fighting spirit. At this time, his 10 fingers changed like a wheel, channeling the big black seal to release waves of black light like a water curtain. He was fighting fiercely with Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his own strange movement to dodge frequently to avoid the sweeping attack of the black light curtain, but he seemed to be unable to break through the interception for a while. According to his previous observation, the light emitted by this black seal could not only reflect the attack of general spiritual weapon, but it also seemed to be able to cause certain damage to the spiritual weapon itself. Just after Lu Ming avoided a black light sweep again, Wu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He spat out a cloud of blood essence, which turned into a blood mist and went into the black seal. After the giant seal spun in the air, it expanded several times in a flash of black light. It became the size of a pavilion. Its volume was even larger than when he fought with Xianxia. Wu Ming sneered and pointed in the air. With a hong sound, the huge black seal pressed toward Lu Ming like a small mountain. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. Obviously, he couldn't avoid it at this time. As his mind turned, he stomped on the air and leaped up. He didn't advance but retreated toward the black giant seal. At the same time, black mist surged out from his body. Under a burst of crackling sound, his arms suddenly expanded. A surprising scene happened. The giant seal that was falling rapidly suddenly roared and stopped above Lu Ming's head. In the billowing black gas below, Lu Ming actually used a pair of arms wrapped in black gas to lift the giant black seal in the air. Wu Ming's mouth opened slightly, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Although his Sanluo seal was a copy of an ancient magic weapon, the pressure when the enchantment was fully activated was something that a cultivator of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period could never bear. But Lu Mingzi in front of him, with just the power of his physical body, he was able to make it hang in the air and couldn't fall. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He shouted and lifted his hands up abruptly, then he bounced the giant seal up abruptly. His figure moved and disappeared in place. Wu Ming only felt a black shadow flashed in front of him, then Lu Ming appeared behind him like a ghost. After his arm turned blurred, he launched a punch. With such a lightning-fast blow, Wu Ming had no time to react at all. After a muffled sound, his protective aura was directly blasted open. At the same time, a huge force surged in an instant. The fat young man only felt a shock in his body, then he was directly knocked out for 80 meters away. He fainted as he blacked out. Boom! At the place where Lu Ming originally stood, a giant black seal fell heavily. Lu Ming's ghostly movement and terrifying strength naturally caused a burst of horror among the disciples watching the battle under the arena. In a corner, the young man in a golden robe, who was resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming with his eyes slightly opened when he heard the movement. In the remaining 2 matches of the second round, the young man with a huge bronze sword successfully defeated his opponent, and the man who summoned the mantis that Lu Ming encountered in the first round also defeated his opponent from the Clear Spirit Courtyard. After another half an hour, the third round of the competition began. In this round, the thin young man with a huge bronze sword on his back faced Kim Tin Ti. This time everyone present, without exception, turned their attention to this battle. With the experience of the previous 2 rounds, the skinny young man with the huge bronze sword on his back didn't hesitate to make a sword gesture as soon as he stepped onto the arena. The huge bronze sword on his back soared into the sky with a swoosh sound and instantly became more than 100 feet long. A monster sword intent gushed out from his body. Most of the disciples below the arena felt a chill in their hearts. Body and sword as one. The young man groaned. His figure became blurred and merged with a huge copper sword, turning into a 100 meters long green sword light that blasted at Kim Tin-Ti at lightning speed. The other's eyes lit up. Under the condition of becoming one with the sword, the spirit tool should not be able to be taken away. Kim Tin-Ti waved his sleeve again. The sword light suddenly dispersed, and a green light flashed into his sleeve. The young man with the bronze sword staggered and reappeared in the air, but his face was abnormally ugly. Seeing this situation, the disciples outside the arena couldn't help but look at each other. Many of the Jin Dan realm powerhouses on the tall jade platform also frowned slightly. Just when everyone thought that this battle was about to end, the young man with the bronze sword pondered for a moment, then he suddenly patted his head. A small yellow sword with a length of 3 inches rolled out. As soon as this sword appeared, there were traces of substantial sword shadows in the nearby air. At the same time, a sword-intent soared into the sky, exuding a dazzling green light that no one dared to look directly at. All the disciples on the mountain peak sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone even cried out the words Yuan Spirit Flying Sword. Since the young man with the bronze sword had released his trump card, he naturally wouldn't hesitate anymore. He pointed at Kim Tin-Ti with one hand and shouted go. With a whoosh, the small yellow sword shot straight at Jin Tianxi. Wherever it passed, the air distorted and blurred, and there was a faint feeling of scorching heat. This time, the young man in golden robe didn't wave his wide sleeve again. His figure blurred, and the small sword pierced through his phantasm. He actually avoided the opponent's sword attack for the first time. At this time, Lu Ming, who had already defeated his opponent and was looking at this arena, suddenly had a thought. It seems that the mystic art used by Kim Tin-Ti is only effective against spiritual weapons below the magic weapon prototype. The 9 skulls shield in my hand has been forged into a magic weapon prototype at this moment, so it should be able to deal with this person. Several Jin Dan realm powerhouses who were watching the battle on the other side also cast a strange look when they saw the young man with the bronze sword cast the true spirit flying sword. The bearded man of the Tianjian Peak was even overjoyed. He said that he wanted to recruit this man into the inner door to focus on sword cultivation. Just when everyone thought that the biggest dark horse in the tournament had appeared, Jin Tianxi still had a grin on his face on the arena. Seeing this, the young man with the bronze sword's face sank. He made a sword gesture, and the yellow flying sword turned blurred and blasted to the young man in golden robe again. This time, Jin Tianxi didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly waved his sleeves. Suddenly, there were thousands of rays of light, and 2 crystal lights flew out from his sleeves. In a flash, the small yellow sword was wrapped in it. The young man with the bronze sword was shocked. His sword gestures kept changing. The true spirit flying sword was shaken a few times by the opponent, but it couldn't escape. Kim Tin-Ti smiled slightly. He moved his arm, and a big golden hand instantly appeared and grabbed down. The young man with the bronze sword's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge it, but he suddenly felt that the surrounding air was buzzing. It became as hard as steel, and he couldn't move at all. By the time he reacted, he had already been caught by the golden hand and thrown out of the arena. After the young man with the bronze sword regained his balance, he had no choice but to admit defeat. In the face of Kim Tin-Ti's great power one after another, the other disciples were completely speechless in horror. The masters and other Jin Dan realm powerhouses on the high platform couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. For a while, no one discussed the matter related to the young man in golden robe. The other matches in the 3rd round also ended calmly. Zhao Anin and Ho Kuan won one after another. Wu Ming also ushered in his first victory in the major competition. Okay, today's competition ends here. Tomorrow will be the 4th round of the ranking match. Seeing that it was late, the short and fat man immediately announced. When the disciples heard this, they immediately bowed and dispersed. Lu Ming also flew back to his cave house without hesitation. The next morning, the 4th round of the competition was held as scheduled. This time, Lu Ming met Ho Kuan, the young man in white clothes from Xuanmiao courtyard. Lu Ming's figure flashed and stood on the arena. He looked at the young man in white clothes on the opposite side with regret. He naturally had some understanding of the power of Ho Kuan's 5-element spells and talisman arrays. Ho Kuan stood opposite him, but he still had an expressionless look. The match starts. The referee deacon was a withered old man. After activating the enchantment on the arena, he flew above the arena. As soon as he spoke, Hokuen's arms suddenly blurred, and he cast a dozen talismans around him. Up! The young man in white clothes shouted softly. Each talisman lit up with a yellow light. They connected together to form an oval defensive talisman array. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he stomped on the ground with one foot, and black gas rolled out of his body. At the same time, with a swoosh sound, he disappeared in the black gas. Seeing this, Hokuen was stunned, but he immediately reacted and raised his hands quickly. A dozen or so green wind blades shot out in front of him. Pung-pung sounds could be heard. After a blur, Lu Ming flashed in front of the young man in white with black gas all over his body. The black gas on the surface of his body suddenly turned into a few tentacles and swept all the wind blades away. Then, a pitch-black fist had already blasted on the top of the array. Hokuen's body shook. The yellow talisman array flashed wildly, rippling like water, but it did not break. At this point in the major competition, the disciples who could advance into the top 10 had a general understanding of each other's cultivation methods, spiritual weapons, and so on. Hokuen knew that the spells and talisman array that he was good at were not bad, but it was far from enough to deal with Lu Ming's ghostly speed. Therefore, he first set up a layer of defensive talisman array. Now it seemed that he obviously did the right thing. Otherwise, the power of the punch just now was enough for him to lose this match. Now, Hokuen turned a blind eye to Lu Ming in front of him. He waved his sleeves quickly, and a dozen five-colored lights blasted out, landing around Lu Ming like lightning. Lu Ming immediately felt that the surrounding scenery changed. He was already in a gray space, and he couldn't help but frown. This Hokuen's attainments in talisman array were really not low. The speed of his attack was far beyond his expectation. It seemed that ordinary means really couldn't defeat this person. Hokuen saw that he trapped Lu Ming at once, and he was immediately overjoyed. His hands became blurred again, and his 10 fingers turned like wheels. Talismans blasted out one after another. Outside the talisman array that trapped Lu Ming, he set up another 4 talisman arrays in succession before he stopped. With these 5 talisman arrays as barriers, it would take a lot of effort for Lu Ming to break out of the array. After doing all this, Hokuen quickly swallowed a medicinal pill and waved with one hand. The arena suddenly became abnormally hot. In a fiery red light, a fire snake twisted its body and appeared beside him. The disciples who watched the battle all the way from the preliminary round knew that Hokuen wanted to repeat the same trick when they saw this scene. He planned to use the great success stage fire snake mystic art again. Just when the disciples thought that the scene of Zhou Tianrui was about to repeat, the talisman array that trapped Lu Ming was shaking with a rumbling sound. At the same time, the surface of the talisman array was flashing wildly. In the talisman array, black gas surrounded Lu Ming. It was so thick that it was rolling violently like boiling liquid. After it rushed up from his body, it condensed into 2 black mist dragons and 2 black mist tigers. After Lu Ming ran the tiger-dragon hell prison with all his strength, he activated the power of 2 dragons and 2 tigers. Pung! A spider web-like crack appeared on the innermost 5-color light wall transformed by the talisman array, then it burst open. Lu Ming retracted his fist blankly. Hokuen's face changed. These talisman arrays were connected to his mind, so he naturally knew what was happening inside. His hand that was making gestures couldn't help but pause. At the next moment, there was a series of explosions. After the black gas rolled, a figure swept out from the chain of talisman arrays. There was a burst of low muffled sound in the space where he passed, and there were faint ripples in the air. The black shadow flashed again. Lu Ming had already rushed out of the talisman array and appeared in front of Hokuen. The black dragon on his body condensed under the billowing black gas, then it transformed into a black giant claw the size of a millstone. Its 5 fingers were like iron hooks, looking hideous and terrifying. It clawed at Hokuen without saying a word. Kacha! The khaki defensive array that Hokuen cast in a hurry shook violently like a wave under the black giant claw, then it shattered like a paper paste. The giant claw was unstoppable. After a flash, the dozen fire snakes that had just appeared in front of Hokuen were extinguished by the strong wind. Hokuen's fire snake mystic art was forcibly interrupted. Under the spiritual power recoil, his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then he suddenly fell to the ground. Squeak! The black giant claw stopped less than half a foot above Hokuen's head. Lu Ming frowned and waved one hand. The giant claw turned into a black gas and dissipated. Winner, Piaohong Courtyard Lu Ming. The withered old man also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene in front of him, and he announced loudly. The fight just now was only a matter of a few seconds. If Lu Ming couldn't stop in time, he really wasn't sure that he could save Hokuen. Below the arena, the way the disciples looked at Lu Ming was naturally different from before. If Lu Ming had won 1 or 2 matches in the top 10 ranking battles, it could be said that he was lucky. However, he had not lost a single match up until now, which was a clear indication of his strength. On the other hand, he'd practically always relied on his formidable body and ghostly movement techniques to directly crush his opponents, and he'd won extremely cleanly. Some of the disciples who didn't know the rumors about Lu Ming also couldn't help but talk about it and ask others about Lu Ming. On the jade platform, Jiang Zhong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He stroked his beard and smiled. As for the 3 Emerald Cloud Peaks Jin Dan stage experts, the man surnamed Lu only glanced at them indifferently. Hao Yue revealed a pensive expression, and the beautiful green-robed woman looked at Lu Ming with a curious expression. After this battle, the Jin Dan stage powerhouses of other peaks naturally regained some interest in him. When Lu Ming walked down the arena and sat cross-legged to recover his spiritual power, the other matches soon came to an end. The opponent of the thin young man with the copper sword on his back was Wu Ming. He first used the copper sword to cast the sword-controlling technique to block Wu Ming's big seal, then he cast the True Spirit flying sword and easily defeated Wu Ming. Zhao Anin and Kim Tinti also won 1 match each. In the 5th round, Lu Ming finally met the young man with a huge bronze sword. Since the ranking competition started, this young man with a bronze sword from Hanjun Courtyard, except for the time when he lost to Jin Tianxi, with his extraordinary sword-controlling technique and True Spirit flying sword, he won the other 3 battles within a short time. Brother Jiang, this person's flying sword technique is quite extraordinary, and he has the flying sword True Spirit. I'm afraid your disciple surnamed Lu will be in danger this time. The short and fat man turned to Jiang Zhong with a smile. Hokuen was just defeated by Lu Ming in his courtyard, so he was naturally not very comfortable. At this moment, seeing that Lu Ming encountered a formidable enemy, he couldn't help but gloat. The battle in the arena is ever-changing. How can a flying sword True Spirit control the outcome? Jiang Zhong replied faintly, and his expression remained unchanged. Hee, then let's wait and see. The short and fat man sneered. On the side of the arena, the young man with a bronze sword stood still. He made a sword gesture with one hand, and the huge bronze sword behind him suddenly soared into the sky and slashed at the air in front of him. With a whistling sound, a yellow sword shadow of several 10 meters long appeared above Lu Ming's head out of thin air, and it slashed down aggressively. Lu Ming seemed to be prepared for it. A golden light flashed in his sleeve, and the golden fallen sand rolled out. It condensed into a golden giant fist in a flash. The next moment, it blasted on the giant sword shadow. There was a loud rumble, the giant sword shadow collapsed, and the golden giant fist transformed by the golden fallen sand also cracked a few feet deep, then it turned into golden sand all over the sky with a bang. The young man with a bronze sword looked gloomy, and he launched a sword gesture. The huge bronze sword became blurred again, and it instantly turned into 8 yellow sword shadows. They slashed at Lu Ming from all directions. As soon as Lu Ming thought about it, he changed his gesture. The golden fallen sand in the air also split into 8 golden lights in a flash, and they went forward. The thunderous crackling sound sounded around Lu Ming one after another. However, no matter how fierce the sword light was and how it changed its direction, it couldn't break through the golden light formed by the golden fallen sand. The young man with a bronze sword finally looked gloomy. He didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a powerful spiritual weapon in addition to his own tyrannical strength. After he snorted, he waved one hand, and the 8 sword lights merged into one again. They turned back into a giant sword and flew back. Lu Ming's face turned cold, and he pointed. Swoosh! The golden fallen sand turned into a rolling golden light that surged forward. The young man with a bronze sword looked gloomy. He waved one hand, and a yellow sword light blasted out from his forehead. The soaring sword chi suddenly spread. It was the flying sword true spirit. As soon as the small yellow sword appeared, it immediately exuded an amazing light. With just a blur, it turned into layers of sword shadows that slashed at the golden light. Bang bang, there was a loud noise. Under the sweeping of a soaring sword essence, the golden light was immediately shattered, and it turned into specks of golden light that shot back. What a sharp sword light! This is the flying sword true spirit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand to keep the golden fallen sand. After the young man with a bronze sword urged the flying sword true spirit, it immediately hovered in the air. The soaring sword chi became stronger and stronger. It had an overwhelming momentum. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. Facing this flying sword true spirit that had already become a magic weapon prototype, he didn't dare to neglect at all. As he waved his sleeves, 4 yellow balls flashed and landed in the open space in front of him. After a bang, they turned into 4 golden puppet warriors. At the same time, a black gas surged out of his body. After a flash of light between his eyebrows, a huge mental power rolled out, forming an invisible vortex on top of his head. With a thought, the huge mental power of the mind imitation insect also surged into the sky. The vortex above Lu Ming swelled up. Its volume doubled from the original, and it began to emit white light. Split. As Lu Ming groaned, the mental power vortex suddenly split into 4, turning into 4 faint white lights that fell into the forehead of the 4 puppet warriors. With his current mental power, it had surpassed the ordinary cultivator of the early stage of the crystallization period. Coupled with the mental power copied by the mind imitation insect, even if it was split into 4, it was still a bit stronger than the ordinary condensation period later stage cultivator. The 4 beast puppets were driven by this powerful mental strength, and the core formation inside them began to rapidly revolve. Suddenly, 4 golden pillars of light rushed out of their bodies. The faint phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise emerged from the pillars. They spun in the air and transformed into a hazy golden light screen. This was the true magical power of the 4 guardian puppets. Perhaps the auction house didn't know that they had this kind of means at the beginning. If it weren't for Lu Ming accidentally pouring enough mental power into the 4 puppet cores at the same time not long ago, perhaps he wouldn't be able to discover it either. Seeing this, the young man with a bronze sword looked fierce. He pointed at Lu Ming in the air and uttered the word slash. The small yellow sword that was originally hovering in the air immediately became blurred, and it disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, after an astonishing fluctuation, a 300 meters long yellow sword shadow suddenly appeared above the golden light curtain, and it slashed down fiercely. Boom! The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire arena trembled incessantly. After the golden light curtain was slashed by the giant sword shadow, it suddenly dented with a loud noise like a tight rubber band, but it didn't burst open. The young man with a bronze sword's face changed. He knew how powerful this true spirit flying sword was, but it still couldn't slash this light curtain. At this moment, under the golden light curtain, the black gas on Lu Ming's body tumbled, and the 2 dragons and 2 tigers were condensed again. The next moment, amidst the dragon roar and tiger roar, a black fist wind accompanied by the 2 tigers and 2 dragons soared into the sky, hitting heavily on the giant sword shadow. It was as if the entire void had been struck by a thunderclap. Under the superposition of Lu Ming's punch and the rebound force of the golden light curtain, the giant sword shadow bounced up high. How is it possible? Seeing this, the thin young man exclaimed. Since he mastered the true spirit flying sword, he had always been invincible, there was nothing he couldn't slash. However, in this major competition, Kim Tin-Ti trapped the true spirit flying sword with a strange method, and now Lu Ming blocked his full slash head-on. This person was also a strong-willed person. After recovering from his shock, he immediately made a sword gesture. After the rebounded giant sword shadow trembled slightly, it was about to slash down again. But at this moment, a strange look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The young man with a bronze sword suddenly felt a chill behind him. A golden light flashed, and a golden palm penetrated his protective aura and went straight to his vital point. The young man with a bronze sword was also agile. As his figure flickered, he tried his best to dodge sideways. However, in the blink of an eye, the golden palm made a turn and slashed the young man's crotch. Not only did it send the young man flying, it also left a wound that was several inches long. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain, faintly revealing the white bones. After the young man with a bronze sword landed, he stumbled a few steps before barely regaining his balance. He finally saw clearly that there was a golden armor-ruined soldier behind him. He immediately roared in anger and shock. He was about to activate the giant bronze sword floating nearby to counterattack. "Stop it, you can no longer fight in your current state." A cold voice suddenly sounded in the sky, then a white light rolled down and wrapped the young man with a bronze sword's body, sending him out of the arena in a blur. At the next moment, the crystallization period deputy's figure flashed and appeared on the arena. After taking a deep look at Lu Ming, he announced loudly, "Winner, Piaohong Courtyard Lu Ming." After Lu Ming cupped his fist, he kept the 4 puppets and the yellow turbaned soldier talisman. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. In this match, he didn't really gain the upper hand. Facing the power of the true spirit flying sword, he could only adopt defensive means. If he didn't use the golden fallen sand to quietly send the yellow turbaned soldier talisman to the young man with a bronze sword at the beginning, and then launch a sneak attack, he would never be able to end the battle so easily. The 4 puppet soldiers just now are ingenious in structure. They can even release the protection of the 4 symbols. They should be made by the master of the nature work sect. "Brother Jiang, your disciple Lu Ming is really getting more and more interesting. Maybe he can win the championship in one fell swoop." The old man with yellow eyebrows looked at Lu Ming, who walked down the arena. After a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, he turned his head and said to Jiang Zhong, "Brother Chen has overpraised. It is his own fortune for this disciple to reach this stage." Jiang Zhong replied with a smile. As the only disciple of the Piaohong Courtyard to enter the ranking competition, Lu Ming had never been defeated in 5 rounds of competition in a row, which earned him enough face in front of other courtyard masters. "Humph." The red-clothed young woman snorted softly when she heard this. On the other side, the skinny middle-aged man dressed like a Taoist priest also had an ugly expression on his face. The young man with the bronze sword was a disciple from another courtyard. Just like that, round after round of competition, the disciples who were originally favored in the top 10 all had their own victories and defeats. At the end of the 7th round, Wu Ming and Ho Kuan both had 4 wins and 3 defeats. The young man with a bronze sword lost 2 games. Zhao Anin had a fierce battle with Kim Tin-Ti in the 6th round. Her silver flying claw was trapped by Kim Tin-Ti with a strange technique, so she lost 1 game. Currently, only Lu Ming and Kim Tin-Ti had maintained an undefeated record. However, in the next 8th round, Lu Ming and Zhao Anin stood on the same arena. Lu Ming's luck was good. He had not encountered Kim Tin-Ti so far, and Zhao Anin had won all the other games except losing 1 game against Kim Tin-Ti. Now it was the last 2 rounds. The result of this match was likely to directly affect the ranking of the top 3 in this major competition. Therefore, before the battle between the 2 began, it had attracted the attention of most people in the audience. Even the inner door Jin Dan realm powerhouses on the side had cast their eyes over. On the arena, Zhao Anin just cupped her fist slightly to Lu Ming, then she raised her hands without saying a word. 2 silver lights blasted out of her sleeves. After they intertwined in the air, they instantly turned into a silver cheetah. As soon as this beastkin appeared, it turned into a long and narrow silver light and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. He made a gesture. After the black gas tumbled on his body, his figure blurred and turned into a black shadow that blasted at the oncoming silver light. For a while, a silver light and a black light intertwined in the air. There were bursts of roars, and there were sharp roars from time to time, causing bursts of space fluctuations. In just a few seconds, the 2 strange lights had collided for more than 10 times before they separated to both sides. As the black shadow faded, Lu Ming's figure appeared. His body was still rolling in black gas, and his expression was as usual. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. He actually fought with the beast transformed by the superb spiritual weapon of the woman with a scar face for a long time with his bare hands, and he was still unscathed. This man's physical body and speed are extremely extraordinary. On the jade platform, the old man with yellow eyebrows, the principal of Fengling Courtyard, couldn't help but praise. The beautiful woman of Xuanji courtyard on the side was also quite surprised. Although Zhao Anin's pair of beast claws was still one step away from the prototype of the magic weapon, the beasts it transformed were all good at speed and attack. However, Lu Ming could actually rely on his powerful physical body to not be at a disadvantage in speed and attack. While talking, the expression of the woman with the scar face on the arena did not change at all. She made a gesture and spat out the word change. The silver cheetah that originally appeared above her flashed fiercely. The spirit patterns on its body flickered, and its body instantly swelled up. In a moment, a silver giant eagle with a wingspan of 40 meters appeared above the woman with the scar face. As Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, he flicked his sleeves. Under a flash of golden light, 4 golden armor puppets appeared around him. At the same time, his index finger tapped between his eyebrows. His mental power surged out, forming a huge vortex again. It split into 4 and went into the top of the 4 puppets. After the golden light beam flashed, the 4 guardian phantasms appeared above Lu Ming's head again. As the woman with a scar face's eyes flickered, she waved with one hand. The silver giant eagle suddenly flew out. After circling above the arena, it swooped down suddenly. Its iron hook-like eagle claws grabbed at one of the golden armor puppets. Lu Ming was shocked. This woman's eyesight is extremely accurate. She actually saw the weakest vermilion bird puppet in the 4 guardian array at a glance. He quickly waved with one hand, and the 4 guardian phantasms turned into a layer of golden light curtain again. It then condensed into a 100 meters long golden chain with the thickness of a bucket. It curled up like lightning. The next moment, the silver giant eagle let out a whine. Its body was tightly bound by the golden chain. Lu Ming waved his hands repeatedly, and the golden chain wrapped around the giant eagle again and again. In an instant, the silver giant eagle was wrapped into a gold and silver dumpling, and it was dragged down. Seeing this situation, the woman with a scar face suddenly looked gloomy. She changed her gestures at the same time. A long mournful hiss, the golden chain suddenly released an astonishing aura. Next, a dazzling silver light soared into the sky and the chain broke apart, revealing a ferocious 3-headed silver wolf. The wolf's body was covered with spirit inscriptions of red, blue, and green. Its body looked abnormally huge, at least 30 feet long. Its demonic eyes also showed 3 different colors, red, blue, and green. It looked very strange. As soon as the giant wolf broke free, the middle head suddenly swung, and a thick green light beam blasted straight at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming made a gesture with both hands. After the 4 guardian phantasms appeared again, they turned into a layer of golden light curtain and blocked in front of him. Boom. The sound of the green light beam hitting the golden light curtain immediately made a sizzling corrosion sound. After the golden light on the light curtain trembled for a while, it became a lot thinner. Seeing this, the woman with a scar face made another gesture without hesitation. The other 2 heads of the 3-headed silver wolf also opened their mouths and each spouted a red light beam and a blue light beam. The 3 strange lights gathered together and condensed into a dazzling light beam that was as bright as the day. It blasted directly on the golden light curtain. Boom, the golden light curtain trembled for a while. The red flame and blue ice on the surface flickered and intertwined. It only lasted for a few seconds, then it cracked open with a crisp sound. The 3-headed silver wolf stomped on the ground with its hind legs, and its figure suddenly turned into a silver light, pouncing straight at Lu Ming behind the light curtain. Lu Ming's face did not show the slightest horror, but he slapped 2 palms. 2 invisible giant forces immediately came out, forcing the 3-headed silver wolf to stop. It couldn't fall for a while. At this time, 2 black gas rolled out of the leather bag on his waist. After it condensed, it turned into Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. Go! Lu Ming bent his finger and pointed in the air. Bone Scorpion immediately blasted out in a flash. After a series of shaking, it raised a pair of giant pincers and slammed at the 3-headed silver wolf, knocking it back. On the other side, Demon Flying Skull also took the opportunity to get close to the silver wolf with a burst of strange laughter. It swung its head, and its green hair burst out, intertwining into a green net, entangling the silver wolf tightly. This disciple actually has such a spiritual pet of the condensation period later stage. It seems that its spirituality is not low. He is quite a talented person. On the platform, the beautiful woman of Xuanji courtyard couldn't help frowning slightly when she saw this. Seeing this, Jiang Zhong also flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The other Jindan state powerhouses who were paying attention to this battle also had different expressions for a while. The face of the woman with the scar face changed, and she kept making gestures. The silver light on the three-headed silver wolf suddenly lit up. After its body suddenly expanded, it tried to break free from the green hair. But the next moment, Demon Flying Skull immediately laughed. It shook and turned into 9 figures. Countless green hair blasted out, wrapping the silver wolf like a dumpling. Bone Scorpion shook its tail hook, and it also turned into dozens of black lines that penetrated the 3 wolf heads, making a clanging sound. Although this attack couldn't cause much damage to this beast, it made it roar endlessly, and it couldn't break free with all its strength. Seeing this, the woman with a scar face was also surprised, but before she could take out a white wooden ruler spiritual weapon. On the opposite side, Lu Ming suddenly rolled out a black gas, and he rushed out from the 4 puppets in a blur. After a few flickers, he appeared ghostly in front of the woman with a scar face. He flicked his sleeve, and the sky full of golden light transformed by golden fallen sand appeared. Zhao Anin's expression changed. She flicked her wrist repeatedly, and a dozen cold lights rolled out. At the same time, her body quickly retreated. A sneer flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He just grabbed in the air with one hand, and the golden lights turned into a big golden hand of several 10 meters in size. It slammed forward suddenly. The short ruler launched a dozen cold lights at the big golden hand, but it only splashed a little golden light. As the 5 fingers of the giant palm separated, it sealed all the space of the woman with a scar face. After just a blur, it caught up with the opponent who retreated backward. Bang! Even though Zhao Anin resisted desperately, the big golden hand still knocked away the spiritual weapon in her hand, and she was slapped out of the arena. Lu Ming of Piaohong Courtyard wins. The crystallization period deputy in the air immediately announced. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fist toward the woman with a scar face who was still unwilling, then he waved his hand to keep the 4 guardian puppets and golden fallen sand. Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion also let go of the 3 silver wolves at this moment. They turned into 2 black lights and went into the soul recovering bag. Even Zhao Anin is not this man's opponent. After Lu Ming won this match, it naturally attracted a lot of discussion from the disciples and the attention of the Jindan powerhouse on the Jade platform. However, compared to the previous few times, there were not many people who were surprised this time. To be able to manipulate the 4 guardian puppets so skillfully, this Lu Ming's mental power is not weaker than the ordinary early stage of the crystallization period cultivator right. The young woman in red showed hesitation on her face, but when she thought of Lu Ming's 3 spiritual pulse physique, she finally shook her head and sighed. If Lu Ming's aptitude was a little higher, even if it was just an ordinary 6 spiritual pulse, this woman would not hesitate to accept him as her disciple. However, it was not that there were no 3 spiritual pulse cultivators who advanced to the crystallization period in the history of Taiqing Gate, but it was the result of some wealthy families accumulating countless treasures, and they just stopped at the early stage of the crystallization period. With Lu Ming's current condition, this hope was too slim. After getting off the ring, Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged, took out a golden yuan pill, and began to recover his spiritual power. He had no time to watch the matches in the other rings. After an hour, the 9th round of the competition finally began. Lu Ming's opponent in this round was no doubt Kim Tinti. Both of them had won all their matches so far. The outcome of this last match would decide who would be the champion of the tournament. Therefore, although there were 5 matches going on at the same time, most of the gazes on Uni Peak were focused on them, except for a few disciples who were still staying on the other 4 arenas. Brother Lu has fought 2 fierce battles in a row. His magic power has not fully recovered yet. If I were to fight Brother Lu now, it would be too unfair. As soon as Kim Tinti stepped onto the ring, he looked up and down at Lu Ming, but he didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he said with a smile. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. Although Kim Tinti still had a smile on his face, his eyes gave a strange feeling as if he could see through the depths of his heart. This made Lu Ming's fear of Kim Tin-ti increased a lot, but he smiled non-committally on his face. He didn't answer the other party's words. Younger brother Lu can drive multiple spiritual weapons, and he is also good at manipulating puppets. His mental power is definitely far better than the cultivator of the same rank. How about you and I have a match of mental power and manipulation? I would like to apply to start the spirit competition in this ring. Junior brother won't object, right? Kim Tin-ti saw Lu Ming didn't speak, so he yawned and said so. When Lu Ming heard the words, his face didn't show the slightest surprise, but his heart moved. The previous 2 fierce battles did consume most of his spiritual power. Although he took the golden yuan pill to adjust his breath, the spiritual power in his body was still far from his peak. As for the person in front of him, all of his previous battles had been won with 2 or 3 simple moves. The strangeness of his cultivation method could be said to be unheard of, and he also did not have complete confidence in winning. In terms of mental power, regardless of whether the opponent also had a strong mental power or was proficient in other mental mystic arts, with his own mental power comparable to the crystallization period and mind imitation insect in hand, there should be no reason for him to lose. As for the spirit competition mentioned by Kim Tin-ti, Lu Ming also knew a little bit. It was just a more intuitive way to test mental power with the help of a special spiritual weapon. This way of fighting was rare among the low-rank cultivators, and it was more widely spread among the cultivators above the crystallization period. After all, the battle between the cultivators above the crystallization period and even the Jin Dan state would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, people with similar cultivation could often fight for a few days. If one of them couldn't hold back, the other party might be seriously injured. It was far from the spirit competition, which was convenient and stable. So Lu Ming was only silent for a while under the gaze of everyone, then he finally nodded and said, "Since Brother Jin is interested in this, I will naturally accompany you." Okay, younger brother Lu is really a straightforward person. Elder, please bring a set of 5 elements rule. Kim Tin-ti sneered and turned to an old man in yellow clothes next to the ring. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard the words. The old man in yellow clothes had a sallow face that looked a little ugly, but unlike the crystallization period deputy who was the referee before, he couldn't feel the aura of this person at all. When the old man in yellow clothes heard the words, a smile appeared on his ugly face, and he said calmly, "Since you two are willing to have a spirit competition, I naturally have no objection." As soon as he spoke, the old man in yellow robe flicked his sleeves, and 5 discs of the same size flew out. These 5 discs showed 5 colors of green, red, yellow, white, and black respectively, representing the power of the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. With a whoosh sound, the 5 discs flew to the middle of the 2. They lined up in a row and floated quietly. Before the 2 of them could do anything, the yellow-robed elderly man flipped his hand over to produce a small 5-colored flag, then tossed it into the air before disappearing into the center of the platform. At the next moment, a strange light soared into the sky from the place where the small flag disappeared. It extended to both sides and turned into a yellow light curtain. In this light curtain, there was a scene of a seemingly huge desolate land, and it expanded strangely to the surrounding, giving the onlookers a strange feeling of boundless space array. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart shuddered, and his face showed a hint of solemnity for the first time. Kim Tin-ti smiled slightly. He waved his hand and took the golden disc into his hand, then he sat cross-legged on the side of the light curtain. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he chose the crimson disc representing the fire attribute and sat cross-legged on the other side of the light curtain. Seeing that the 2 of them had chosen the disc and closed their eyes, the old man in yellow clothes immediately waved his sleeves and put away the remaining 3 discs. After announcing the start, he stood with his hands down and didn't speak anymore. Spirit competition, mental power competition. The disciples under the arena thought that they could see an exciting battle, but they didn't expect such a result. Immediately, a few people showed disappointment, but there were also many people who showed interest in this novel way of fighting. On the arena, Lu Ming tapped between his eyebrows, and the mental power in his sea of consciousness surged out and poured into the crimson disc in his hand. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light rose from the surface of the crimson disc and went directly into the light curtain above the arena. The 2 were connected together. After a burst of red light flashed in the desolate ancient desert, a huge crimson light man appeared. From a distance, it seemed to be more than 100 meters tall. At the same time, a golden beam of light also appeared on the other side of the arena. It was the golden disc in Kim Tinti's hand. Under the same flash, a golden giant that was quite similar to the Crimson Light Man appeared on the other side of the light curtain. The two giants stood opposite each other, their eyes flashing with daunting crystal light. Roar! The Crimson Light Man let out a roar and strode toward the Golden Light Man. The huge red fist was wrapped in a layer of crystal light, and it swung at the head of the Golden Light Man. The Golden Light Man ducked, and he also punched at the neck of the Red Light Man. The Red Light Man didn't dodge. He turned his hand and punched directly. Then the two behemoths suddenly fought together. The fight was extremely fierce. Suddenly, the red giant was careless, and half of its shoulder was slashed by a golden palm. Gotcha, it was cut off. The red giant let out a roar, and its body transformed into a giant red python. It coiled around the golden giant, and its huge fangs bit the golden giant's throat without any hesitation. With a flash of golden light, the golden giant also turned into a golden-winged bird and struggled out of the red python. It spread its wings and flew into the air. Then, it swooped down like lightning and pecked at the head of the red python. For a time, the two transformed into monsters of various forms. The golden and red lights in the light curtain fluctuated one after another. They were fighting fiercely. To a certain extent, the power of these monsters represented the strength of the controller's mental strength. As long as there was an endless supply of mental strength, the fight could be maintained. Once one was hit during the fight, it meant that the injured party's mental strength would be greatly depleted. However, so far, both sides had hit each other, but neither side showed weakness. Lu Ming and Kim Tinti were still in a stalemate. After the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, a sudden gotcha sound came from the light curtain. The golden giant bear opened its mouth and bit off the neck of the crimson giant wolf transformed by Lu Ming's mental power. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the arena, frowned slightly. The red light flashed in the light curtain, and the crimson giant wolf immediately turned into a stream of light and jumped back. The red light flashed again, and the wound on the crimson giant wolf's neck was restored to its original state. However, the red light on its body finally showed a slight change for the first time. It was a lot dimmer than before. This Kim Tinti's mental power is actually so powerful. Lu Ming frowned and his mind turned quickly. At this moment, more than half of his spiritual power had been consumed, but in the illusion, the giant golden bear formed by Jin Tianxi's spiritual power was still as brave as before, and it had defeated more than a dozen spirit beasts in succession. The strength of the opponent's divine sense was indeed far beyond his imagination. No wonder he was so confident in asking for the spirit battle. It seemed that he had no choice but to use the mind imitation insect. Lu Ming made up his mind and immediately separated a small amount of mental power to touch the mind imitation insect in his arms. After the mind imitation insect was slightly inserted, a surge of mental power surged out from his body and quickly entered his body. Then, it poured into his divine sense sea. Lu Ming's spirit was lifted and he made a gesture with one hand. The red light on the giant red wolf in the light curtain suddenly brightened and its body instantly expanded a lot. Huh? Seeing this, Kim Tinti couldn't help but let out a light sound. With a low roar, the giant red wolf suddenly rushed and threw the giant golden bear to the ground. Then, it shook its head like lightning and tore the giant golden bear's throat open. Seeing this, Kim Tinti frowned and slapped the disc in front of him with one hand. Pooh! The giant golden bear's body suddenly turned into a golden flame that burned fiercely. After it split to the left and right, a golden armored heavenly soldier walked out from it. This golden armored heavenly soldier was tall and sturdy. He wore a full set of golden armor and held a huge golden sword in his hand. He had a majestic appearance and was much stronger than the various monsters he had transformed into before. However, the light on his body had begun to dim a little compared to when he had just fought. Upon seeing this, the giant crimson wolf suddenly transformed. Its body instantly elongated and transformed into a crimson dragon. The next moment, the two huge creatures collided with each other. The red dragon wrapped around the golden armored heavenly soldier's body, but its body was also pierced by the huge golden sword, leaving a deep wound on its body. Who? The scarlet dragon opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet pillar of fire that struck the golden-armored man's chest. The golden-armored heavenly soldier had already grabbed the fled dragon's body with one hand, and with the other, he held the golden sword horizontally and slashed it horizontally against the pillar of fire. The seemingly astonishing pillar of fire was forcefully split open after a flash of golden light. The golden blade continued to slash at the fled dragon's head with unstoppable force. Clang! A crimson dragon claw grabbed the golden sword blade tightly. The golden sword light burned the crimson dragon claw until it made a sizzling sound. The finger that Lu Ming was pointing at his glabella trembled, and an enormous amount of spiritual power immediately surged forth. The crimson WYRM's neck blurred, and 9 identical WYRM heads manifested. The 9-headed fire WYRMs roared in unison, opened their mouths, and shot 9 pillars of fire at the golden-armored celestial soldier. Pung, pung. Consecutive sounds rang out, the armor on the golden-armored heavenly soldier's body was immediately shattered. Then, with a piercing sound, the 9 WYRM heads bit the golden-armored heavenly soldier's body at the same time. Hiss! The golden-armored heavenly soldier's tall body was torn into several pieces by the 9 WYRM heads. Each golden body fell heavily on the ancient desert, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. The golden light on the surface of the golden body dimmed a little. It was obvious that the attack just now had consumed a lot of Kim Tinti's spiritual power. At this moment, the 9-headed WYRM's body had also become a little fainter than when it had just been formed. It circled in the air, and its 18 giant eyes flickered as it stared at the golden-armored celestial god's body on the ground. It was obvious that if it made any strange movements, the WYRM would immediately pounce on it and tear it into pieces again. Brother Lu's spiritual power is indeed extraordinary. I admit defeat. Just as Lu Ming was waiting, Kim Tinti on the other side of the arena suddenly opened his eyes and said with a laugh. Then, he stood up, and the golden disc in his hand converged its light, cutting off the golden light beam between the light curtain and the celestial golden-armored soldier's corpse, and the illusion also instantly turned into golden light spots and dissipated. Although Lu Ming was greatly surprised, he also retracted his spiritual power and stood up with a frown. Although he had a slight win just now, he relied on the mental power of mind imitation insect to replenish his spiritual power. Besides, Kim Tinti obviously still had some strength left, so he still had the power to fight again. This naturally made Lu Ming look calm, but he muttered a little in his heart. Winner, Piaohong Courtyard Lu Ming. The old man in yellow took a deep look at the two and announced the result of the competition loudly. As soon as this statement came out, it meant that the first place of this major competition had been determined. The surrounding disciples immediately burst into an uproar. You did a good job. You can actually defeat 20% of my spiritual power. I hope that when we meet next time, you can be stronger than now. Kim Tinti's faint voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ear. He was shocked and hurriedly looked over. The young man in golden robe winked at him, then he flew up from the arena with a smile, turning into a golden light and flying away. There was an uproar on the mountain peak suddenly. Lu Ming looked up at the distant figure of Kim Tinti in the air, and his expression was uncertain for a while. Kim Tinti, the mysterious disciple who came out of nowhere, suddenly left, which naturally caused a commotion among the disciples under the stage. The Jin Dan stayed on the jade platform couldn't help but look at each other. Go and check the origin of Kim Tinti. Is he a disciple of any grand elder? After you find out, come and tell me quickly. In a corner of the jade platform, a middle-aged man with a grey long sword on his back suddenly spoke to a disciple next to him. After the inner disciple nodded slightly, he turned into a blue rainbow and flew in a certain direction. The same thing was happening to the peak lords and elders of the other peaks as well. After a period of noise at Uni Peak, the battles in the other 4 arenas also had results one by one. In front of the white jade platform, the 9 people including Lu Ming lined up again, and the surrounding disciples also gathered around at the moment. Their eyes were all looking at the high platform in the middle. At this moment, although everyone already had an idea of the result of the battle, they still needed to wait for the announcement at the last moment. After the short and fat man coughed lightly, he stood at the forefront of the jade platform again. As he waved his arms forward, the discussion around him suddenly stopped. Then, he cleared his throat and announced loudly, the major competition of the 8 courtyards that is held once every 10 years in the inner door and outer door is over. The top 3 are Lu Ming and Kim Tin Ti of the Piaohong courtyard, and Zhao Anin of the Xuanji courtyard. In addition, as the first place of the major competition, in addition to the major competition rewards set by the sect, Lu Ming will be qualified to choose an inner disciple mystic arts. At the same time as the short and fat man's voice just sounded, there was a burst of cheers from the surrounding disciples. Naturally, the disciples of the Piaohong courtyard had the highest cheers. After all, Lu Ming was the only disciple of the Piaohong courtyard to enter the top 10. At this moment, he won the first place of the major competition. Whether the people in the courtyard knew him or not, they were naturally very excited. At this moment, Lu Ming also flashed a hint of joy on his face. It was naturally a rare opportunity for him to learn an inner disciple mystic art for free. After all, even if he was an inner disciple, if he wanted to read an inner disciple mystic art, he needed to spend at least 100,000 contribution points of the sect. It was not surprising for some unpopular mystic arts to cost 2 to 3 million contribution points of the sect. Otherwise, the people of the law enforcement hall would not have asked him to pay 1 million contribution points within 100 years for the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, a technique that few people practiced. In addition to Lu Ming, who won the first place, who was qualified to read the inner disciple mystic art, the top 10 disciples in the major competition naturally had other huge rewards. Take Lu Ming as an example: 1 million spirit stones, 30,000 contribution points of the Taiching Gate sect, and a black light pill that could slightly increase the probability of breaking through the bottleneck of the crystallization period. Kim Tin Ti, who was ranked second, left for the time being. Zhao Anin, who was ranked third, was rewarded with 800,000 spirit stones, 25,000 contribution points of the sect, and another black light pill. The rest of the disciples who won the top 10 were reduced in turn, but the most valuable one was naturally the black light pill. This was also the main purpose of most outer disciples to participate in the outer door major competition. After all, once they succeeded in the crystallization period, they could immediately enter the inner door. As for the disciples who did not enter the top 10, but ranked in the top 100, each of them was rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones, 3,000 contribution points of the sect, and a bottle of elixir that increased spiritual power. In the process of the announcement of the short and fat man, some Jingdan state powerhouses who came to watch the battle jumped up from the spectator seats, turning into rays of different colors. Not long after, more than half of the dozens of Jingdan state powerhouses who gathered on the Jade platform had left. The 8 courtyards masters and others stayed in place without exception. Among them, Jiang Zhong and Liang Zhana looked at each other, and they both felt a little embarrassed. The top 10 disciples in the past 8 courtyards major competition, due to various reasons, not all of them could be selected by the masters and elders of the major peaks. Even if they were selected, they were often summoned privately a few days after the major competition. But the disciples who won the first place were almost all accepted into the inner door on the spot. There were even precedents of the elders of several peaks arguing on the spot for the first disciple. But now, these masters and elders left one after another. No one even looked at Lu Ming, who was ranked first this time, which had already explained their choice. As for the other disciples of Piaohong courtyard who wanted to congratulate Lu Ming, most of them were full of doubts. When the top 10 people of other courtyards gradually left under the escort of their disciples, Lu Ming secretly smiled bitterly. After bowing to Jiang Zhong, he also flew away in the air. Jiang Zhong wanted to step forward to encourage him, but seeing this situation, he could only shake his head. Liang Zhana also sighed, and he directly greeted the disciples of Piaohong courtyard and left the mountain together. Not long after, the news that Lu Ming was actually a 3 spiritual pulse body suddenly spread throughout the outer door. Many outer disciples were dumbfounded, and their jaws almost dislocated in shock. A few days later, Lu Ming continued to receive the news that the top disciples in the major competition were selected as inner disciples by the major peaks. Zhao Anin, the woman with a scar face, who was ranked third, was accepted by an elder of Liani Peak on the night after the major competition. The white-haired young man, Ho Kuan, was accepted by an old man of Yunhan Peak in the morning of the second day after the major competition. He concentrated on practicing the way of talisman. The young man with a bronze giant sword on his back was even more popular. 3 peaks sent people to invite him at the same time. Finally, after some hesitation, this person entered the Tianjian peak where the bearded man was. In addition, even the outstanding disciples who failed to enter the top 10 of the major competition but only entered the top 100 also entered the inner door. Zhou Tianrui of the Piaohong courtyard was one of them. Lu Ming was very calm about these news, but he still silently swallowed elixir and meditated every day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the end of the major competition. On this day, when Lu Ming was adjusting his breath in the cave house secret room, there was a flash of light outside the cave house. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s with an unusually strong figure appeared. This man had short hair and a tight suit. As soon as he appeared, a powerful aura surged out. Lu Ming, who was cultivating in the secret room, suddenly stood up. At the same time, a deep voice came directly from the door. Lu Ming, are you in the cave house? Let me in quickly. When Lu Ming heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He hurriedly walked out of the secret room with a hint of surprise and went straight to the cave house door. After a while, after he launched a symbol, the cave door slowly opened. I didn't know Senior was visiting, so I didn't greet you. Please forgive me. Lu Ming immediately cupped his fist and said respectfully to the strong man in front of him. Lu, you don't have to be so polite. I'm Zhang Mao of the Golden Peak. Although I didn't watch the major competition in person, I have heard a lot about your experience. This time, I mainly want to determine whether your qualification is suitable for practicing the physique refining technique of our peak. The middle-aged man said lightly with a calm face. Then, Zhang Mao didn't wait for Lu Ming to say anything. He suddenly raised his arm and grabbed his wrist. Suddenly, a heat current gushed out from the man's palm and went into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was shocked, but he immediately felt a hot air rushing around in his meridians. He knew that the other party was testing his technique. He immediately withdrew the spiritual power in his body and waited quietly. After a while, the hot air almost traveled through Lu Ming's body, then it once again shot out from Lu Ming's wrist and returned to the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man shook his head, but a hint of disappointment flashed between his brows. You are indeed 3 spiritual pulse. Although your physical body is strong now, you don't have any special talent and other special qualifications related to physique refining. It's really a pity. By the way, I have a book about physique refining experience here. It's my experience when I was at the condensation period. It's fate that we met today. I will give you this experience. I hope you can figure something out from it. As soon as he spoke, the middle-aged man raised one hand, and a crystal light flew out and fell into Lu Ming's hand. It was a pale yellow jade talisman. Thank you, Masters Junior Zhang. Although Lu Ming was already prepared, he was still very disappointed when he heard the words. He could only reply with a wry smile. After the middle-aged man nodded slightly, he waved his sleeve and left in a flash of golden light. Several other elders of various peaks, who were originally interested in Lu Ming, finally confirmed from Zhang Mao that Lu Ming was indeed 3 spiritual pulse, and there was no other spiritual body behind him. After some consideration, they really dispelled the idea of recruiting him. More than 10 days later, the news that Lu Ming won the first place in the major competition, but he was not accepted as an inner disciple in the end spread in the 8th courtyard again. For a while, there were various speculations and rumors about Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed unusually calm about this. After all, in Taiqing Gate, the condensation state disciples still accounted for the majority. Even if the 6 spiritual pulse or 9 spiritual pulse disciples couldn't break through the bottleneck of the crystallization period, or they could only stay at the early stage of the crystallization period after entering the crystallization period, it was also common. Even those disciples with Earth spiritual pulse and Heaven spiritual pulse were trapped in the crystallization period, and it was not unprecedented. On this day, when Lu Ming was meditating cross-legged in the cave house's secret room, there was a faint breathing sound in the summer ring on his hand. As Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, he immediately released divine thought into the summer ring. In the corner of the summer space in the ring, in the gourd imprinted with pale purple spirit patterns, an octopus that was only an inch in size was breathing in and out. The spirit stone placed on the other side was actually slowly releasing a trace of spirit into its mouth. The egg of the 8-clawed sea demon brought from the Yunchuan continent finally hatched. Seeing this, Lu Ming was startled. During this time, he had been busy for the major competition, so he almost forgot about this beast egg. With a flick of his wrist, the gourd and the octopus cub flew out of the sumeru space at the same time, and they fell into his hands one after another. Lu Ming immediately took a closer look and found that this 8-tentacles sea beastkin had 4 soybean-sized eyes. There were some densely packed pores on the 8 tentacles. From time to time, some mucus seeped out from them. Some pale pink spirit patterns were also faintly visible on its body. Lu Ming pointed at it with one hand, and he spat some obscure spells in his mouth, trying to communicate with it using psychic technique. However, after a while, he was disappointed. This octopus cub, probably because it stayed in the egg for too long, it had no spirituality at all. It had completely lost its wisdom, and now it only had the lowest instinctive reaction. Fortunately, this cub still knew how to absorb the natural aura in the spirit stone, otherwise even survival would be a problem. In the face of this situation, Lu Ming was naturally helpless. After thinking about it, he had to choose to put this cub into a spiritual beast bag. Then he took out a few intermediate-grade spirit stones and threw them into it. Then he put the spiritual beast bag back into the sumeru ring. He didn't care about it for the time being. The remaining thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence in the purple gourd had already turned into clear water, and it had completely lost its potency. Lu Ming could only empty the gourd and put it away. 7 days later, another crystallization period man pried open the door of Lu Ming's cave house. "Younger brother Lu, I'm the deputy of the law enforcement hall. I'm here today to give you the reward for the first place in the major competition. In addition, all the classics in the inner door scripture pavilion, no matter how many contribution points it costs, you can break the enchantment with this jade talisman to read one. Of course, there are no secret classics in the scripture pavilion. You must join the major branches before you can exchange contribution points from the scripture pavilion of the major peaks," the deputy said quickly. Then he handed a storage talisman and a green jade talisman to Lu Ming. "Thank you, senior fellow apprentice, for coming personally." Lu Ming took the storage talisman and the jade talisman and said a few polite words. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to cultivate the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, and there was no better magical power in the Tai Gang Sword Tactics to cultivate. At this time, if he could find a suitable inner mystic art for himself, it would be the best. "Since junior fellow apprentice has no questions, I will leave first." After the deputy cupped his fist at Lu Ming, he flew away on a white cloud. After Lu Ming watched the other party leave, he immediately returned to the cave house hall. After making a gesture, a white light flashed, and all the items in the storage talisman appeared on the stone table. It was a bag of spirit stones, a small golden jade pendant and a pitch-black jade bottle. Lu Ming immediately stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the golden jade pendant. With a thought, he took the identity token from his waist and touched it slightly. The surface of the golden jade pendant flashed with golden light, then it turned into powder and shattered. At the same time, the contribution points in the identity token immediately increased by 30,000 points. After Lu Ming put away the token, he picked up the pitch-black jade bottle and opened the lid. Suddenly, a strong sandalwood smell came out. As he scanned with divine thought, a black elixir with tiny silver patterns on the surface was lying quietly at the bottom of the bottle. This was the black light pill that could increase the probability of breaking through the bottleneck of the crystallization period. Even in the Tai Ching Gate, this elixir was very rare. If it was exchanged with contribution points, it was impossible to get it without 200,000 contribution points. At the same time, a large amount of spirit stones had to be paid. Even so, this elixir was in short supply. Often when the elixir master refined 2 or 3, it would be snatched up the next day. After all, there were too few elixirs that could increase the probability of breaking through the bottleneck of the crystallization period. After thinking about it, Lu Ming capped the bottle again, then he carefully put it into the sumeru ring together with the spirit stones. Then, he left the cave house without hesitation and flew toward the inner door scriptures pavilion. After 15 minutes, in a valley not far from the east side of the law enforcement hall, in front of a huge pavilion surrounded by layers of enchantments and covered with countless secret enchantments, a black cloud flew over. As it faded, Lu Ming in a green robe was revealed. Lu Ming glanced at the plaque of the pavilion and confirmed that this was the 10,000 Laws Pavilion known as the Inner Door Scriptures Pavilion. Then he strode in under the gaze of the two armored soldiers at the door. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he found a young man wearing a deputy disciple costume. After inquiring, he had a general understanding of this place. The entire 10,000 Laws Pavilion was divided into 4 floors. The first floor was the guidance hall. There were no scriptures. It was just for some disciples to communicate with each other. The second floor was a part of miscellaneous scriptures. The third and fourth floors were for the real inner door techniques. The third floor was for some of the more commonly used mystic arts, and the fourth floor was for some unpopular magical powers with strict requirements. After 15 minutes, Lu Ming had already appeared on the second floor of the Scriptures Pavilion. Here, there were more than a dozen ebony shelves, all of which were filled with pieces of jade slips, exuding dazzling brilliance. There were only a few people in the room scattered around the wooden shelves, concentrating on reading the jade slips. When Lu Ming glanced over, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Next to the third ebony shelf on the left, a graceful woman in a blue dress was holding a silver jade slips on her forehead. It was Callan. Just when Lu Ming was hesitating, the woman suddenly turned her head and looked over. After showing a hint of surprise on her face, she turned her beautiful eyes and put the jade slips back on the wooden shelf, then she walked straight to Lu Ming. "It turns out to be Brother Lu. I haven't seen you in these years. I didn't expect to meet you here this time." Before Lu Ming spoke, Callan said lightly, "It's indeed been a long time." Lu Ming looked at Callan, and after a complicated expression flashed in his eyes, he slowly replied, "I heard that fellow Taoist Lu crushed all the other disciples in the outer court competition and obtained first place. It's truly a cause for celebration. I knew that with Brother Lu's strength, it is only a matter of time before he becomes famous in the outer door." Callan suddenly thought of something, and said with a smile, "Obviously, although she was in the inner door, she was also quite familiar with the outer door major competition and other grand events of the sect. Junior apprentice Sister Jiaolan is too kind. I was just lucky enough to win by a move or two. However, your cultivation seems to have improved a lot." Lu Ming scanned with divine thought and found that this woman's cultivation was faintly close to the condensation period later stage perfect stage. She was even a bit higher than him, so he said with a wry smile. At the time of the gambling fight in the Valley of Fire in the South Sea region, this woman was only at the condensation period intermediate stage. But he relied on a lot of cold condensing pills to get his current cultivation. Now it seemed that the inner disciple's cultivation resources were really amazing. "Brother Lu, you must be here to read the inner sex cultivation technique manual, right? I heard that the champion of the grand competition will be able to read one for free." Jiaolan smiled faintly when she heard this. She did not say much about her own cultivation, but changed the topic and said, "Isn't Junior Sister Callan the same?" Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said noncommittally, "I have worked hard to accumulate contribution points of the sect for 2 years, and it's just enough for me to read a technique that has a little auxiliary effect on the crystallization period." Callan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she smiled slightly. "It turns out that Junior Sister Apprentice is about to break through to the crystallization period. This is really something worth celebrating." Hearing the words crystal period, Lu Ming was really shocked this time. How can it be so fast? However, a technique taught by my master is very suitable for my spiritual body, so my progress to the crystallization period is relatively fast. It is estimated that I should be able to break through the crystallization period bottleneck within 10 years. Callan didn't mean to hide it, and she said frankly. Lu Ming sighed again. The matter of breaking through to the crystallization period was still quite far away for him. After the two sighed with each other, they went to read the classics. After Lu Ming bid farewell to Callan, he went straight to the third floor of the Scriptures Pavilion and began to carefully select one by one. About 2 hours later, Lu Ming finally found an unpopular mystic art 3 shadowy mirages technique on the 4th floor of the Scriptures Pavilion. After facing Lan Shi and Siren King in the illusion, as well as various situations encountered in the major competition, Lu Ming was more aware of the irreplaceable importance of the mystic art in the battle compared to the spiritual weapon technique. Once this technique was mastered, it could be used on the user, making the figure hazy. As the level of the technique increased, it could also transform into a realistic afterimage to move with the user. According to the records in the Three Shadowy Great Technique Jade Talisman, this technique was divided into 4 levels. The first level could only conjure a hazy afterimage, and each level could conjure an afterimage. At the highest level of mastery, one could conjure up to 3 afterimages at most. When it was used in close combat, unless the user had a special spirit eye or his cultivation was far higher than the user, it was impossible to identify the real body. It could be said to be extremely practical in close combat. As Lu Ming thought about it, he scanned with divine thought again and found that this technique required 250,000 contribution points. Although it only required half of the contribution points compared to the previous spiritual technique See Heart Sutra that required 500,000 contribution points, it still cost more contribution points among the many mystic arts. After a little consideration, he took out the green jade talisman from the Sumera ring, launched a symbol into it, and shook it lightly on the purple jade slips of the 3 shadowy mirages technique. A layer of purple fluctuation appeared on the jade slips, then countless purple words swarmed out and went into the green jade talisman. Under the brilliance on the surface of the green jade talisman, the whole body suddenly turned lavender. Lu Ming put it on his forehead and scanned it with divine thought. After confirming that the technique was correct, he went downstairs with satisfaction. He went straight out of the scriptures pavilion and flew back to his cave house. He then entered the secret room and practiced the newly acquired magical power. In the following period of time, except for Lan Yanfei who visited him several times to ask about the sword embryo spirit, only Yan Ming and Shui Yun came to visit him once. In addition to continuing to take cold condensing pills and enter the illusion to practice, Lu Ming spent the rest of his time concentrating on cultivating the 3 shadowy mirages technique. As a result, Lu Ming's retreat lasted for 2 years. During this period, except for going to the sex market to purchase a batch of alchemy materials, he never left the cave house. 2 years later, he finally mastered the first level of this mystic art. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the cave house's secret room, pasting a purple jade talisman on his forehead, concentrating on comprehending the second level of the mystic art. At this moment, 3 escape lights flashed in the distant sky, and they landed at the door of his cave house. As Lu Ming raised his brows, he had already sensed the 3 vague spiritual pressures at the door of the cave house. One of them was very familiar, and the other 2 also faintly seemed to be at the crystallization period. I wonder if younger brother Lu is in the cave house? Just when Lu Ming was thinking about the intention of this man, Sha Tongtian's faint voice came into his ears. With a thought, he immediately put away the purple jade talisman, then he got up and left the secret room and the cave house. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Sha. May I know why you are here this time? Lu Ming said calmly. At the same time, he glanced at the other 2 people. Seeing that they were dressed like inner disciples, they stood behind Sha Tongtian but didn't speak. They should be the disciples of the Tianjian Peak with Sha Tongtian. I came here this time just to compete with younger brother Lu again to determine the winner. I will break through the bottleneck of the crystallization period soon. I may not have the chance to fulfill this wish in the future. I have always remembered the grievances between Jin Yuhuan and the Green Sky Illusory Palace that day. Sha Tongtian said faintly. When Lu Ming heard this, he didn't show too much surprise. Although he didn't want to be a busybody at this time, since the other party took the initiative to come to him aggressively, he naturally wouldn't avoid it. After narrowing his eyes, he agreed very simply, since senior fellow apprentice Sha has the intention to teach me, I naturally can't refuse. I will compete with brother Sha. That's great. Sha Tongtian sneered when he heard the words. After that, they didn't say much and turned into light as they flew toward the outer yard arena. About half a quarter of an hour later, in the outer court arena, there was an arena that was several hundred meters in size. There were 300 to 400 people densely surrounding it, and from time to time, there would be disciples flying in 2s and 3s. Judging from their costumes, most of them were outer disciples, and there were a few ordinary disciples. They all gathered here to see the battle between Lu Ming, the top one of the outer courtyard major competition, and Sha Tongtian, the inner disciple of the Tianjian Peak. Even Liang Zhanga was alarmed by this match. Under his interest, he actually hosted this match personally. When the enchantment around the arena turned into a light curtain and rose, Xianxia immediately announced in the sky, then he flashed out of the light curtain. Without saying a word, Xianxia patted the white leather bag on his waist. Swoosh, a clear water-like flying sword flew out of the leather bag with a flash of green light. After it circled in the air, it spun quickly and emitted a clear green sword chi. Lu Ming also flicked his sleeve, and the small gray sword shot out and was caught by him. As his sleeve bulged, spiritual power poured into it. Immediately, a gray sword light of a few feet rolled out, and it emitted a dazzling crystal light as it flashed. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes turned cold. With a groan, his figure suddenly turned blurred and rose into the air. He turned into a green sword light of 80 meters in size, blasting at Lu Ming. The momentum was extremely astonishing. It was even sharper than when he was in the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Lu Ming just shook his wrist unhurriedly, and the gray sword in his hand suddenly flew out with a low hum. It turned into a gray sword light that went at the incoming sword light. Boom! A loud sound rang out. After the two sword lights collided suddenly, they were in a stalemate in the air. Xianxia was shocked. He had been cultivating sword in retreat for the past 2 years. Now not only his cultivation had reached the condensation period later stage perfect stage, but his sword skills were also far from 2 years ago. He used the body and sword fusion technique as soon as he came up, trying to gain the upper hand. However, Lu Ming just used the sword controlling technique casually, and it was easily resisted. Bang, the green and gray sword lights flashed, and the two sword lights instantly bounced to both sides. As the green sword light faded, Xianxia's figure was revealed again. His face was gloomy. He made a sword gesture with both hands, and the green sword floating in front of him trembled slightly in the air, then it turned into dense sword shadows that blasted at Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming withdrew the small crimson sword. He chanted a few gray incantations and quickly made a sign with both hands. The black gas on the surface of his body rolled and his body instantly became hazy. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. After Lu Ming's body twisted strangely, he actually flashed out of the dense sword shadow safely, as if he was not injured at all. What kind of technique is this? Seeing this, Xianxia was naturally very surprised. For a moment, he couldn't figure out the situation in front of him, so he simply made a sword sign with both hands. After the dense green sword shadows not far away retracted, they turned into a green rainbow and flew back toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot and the hazy black light on the surface of his body shone. His whole body turned into a faint shadow that shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. Suddenly, he flipped one hand and a black sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, 7 or 8 white sword lights rolled toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The phantasm that Lu Ming transformed into suddenly became strangely long like a rubber band. Then, it twisted a few times in a strange manner and floated out of the dense sword light. Xianxia was shocked. When he wanted to use the small black sword in his hand again, his vision blurred. Lu Ming, who was originally 70 or 80 feet away, had pounced on him in a blur. Xianxia turned pale with fright. He hurriedly shook his shoulder and flew back more than 100 feet. Then, he circled around and floated down to the arena. As for Lu Ming, the hazy black light on the surface of his body dissipated. He just stood there without moving, only looking at Xianxia with a faint smile. When Xianxia saw this scene, even though he had always been a calm person, he couldn't help but have an uncertain expression. Then, he raised his hand and withdrew the other flying sword he had released. He said coldly, "Let's go. I admit defeat." Then, he took the initiative to jump down from the arena. After seeing Lu Ming's weird movement, Xianxia knew that he didn't have much chance of winning, so he simply admitted defeat. The surrounding disciples were unable to react to the sudden change in situation. It was only when they heard Xianxia's words that an uproar broke out. At the same time, the 2 crystallization period disciples who came with Xianxia under the arena, although their expressions didn't change, they saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes after looking at each other. Not only was Lu Ming's sword controlling technique not inferior to Xianxia, but his strange movement was even more unheard of. Even the 2 of them who had already reached the crystallization period couldn't completely see through it, so they were naturally surprised. Above the arena, Xianxia nodded and took the initiative to announce Ming's victory. Without saying a word, Sha Tongtian and his two companions immediately rose into the air and left the arena on their clouds. Although the expression on Lu Ming's face didn't change at all, he thought to himself that the three shadowy mirages technique was really useful. Now it was only the first level, and it was already so mysterious. I wonder what kind of amazing effect it would have after I cultivate the second level and cast a few realistic afterimages. As he thought of this, he bowed to Xianxia and also left. Not long after, the news that Lu Ming, who was the top one in the last outer courtyard major competition, easily defeated the inner disciple Sha Tongtian after 2 years of silence spread again among the disciples of Taiqing Gate. It naturally caused another sensation. However, Lu Ming didn't care about these things at all. After returning to the cave house, he entered the secret room again to continue to cultivate. Time passed slowly. Lu Ming had been in the outer courtyard for several years. During this period, except for occasionally going to the market, he almost never left the cave house, and he would not appear in front of other outer disciples at all. He no longer participated in the minor competition in the courtyard. In addition to refining elixir and practicing mystic arts every day, he also insisted on entering the illusion every day to hone himself. By skillfully using the first level of the newly learned three shadowy mirages technique, the demonized Lu Ming had a higher winning rate than before when he faced Siren King of the Jingdan realm. As time went by, Lu Ming gradually faded out of the eyes of many people in Taiqing Gate, leaving only some rumors related to him. After all, in an ancient sect like Taiqing Gate that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, it was easy to divert people's attention. 5 years later. In the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, clouds and mist were lingering. Thousands of tall and steep peaks were still standing quietly as if they had been standing for tens of thousands of years. In the air, from time to time, strange lights rose from various peaks and hid in another peak, leaving faint traces in the air. Somewhere in the back mountain of ethereal peak that towered into the clouds, there was an exquisite pavilion built against the mountain beside a crystal-clear stream where schools of fish swam. At this moment, the outside of the pavilion seemed to be covered with a layer of blue water ripple-like light curtain enchantment. In the pavilion, a rich purple light was constantly expanding rhythmically. When it touched the surrounding enchantment, it would set off a burst of blue ripples. Not long after, accompanied by a clear sound that shook the valley, a giant purple light beam suddenly rose from the pavilion, broke through the blue light curtain above, and went straight into the clear sky above. The surface of the light beam was wrapped in purple, like the hazy clouds in the sky. At the same time, in the air around the light beam, a huge cloud vortex swept up around the purple light beam. More than a dozen purple light balls could be vaguely seen in it. They were arranged in a certain trajectory and flashing like stars. Spiritual power condenses into crystals. Someone has advanced to the crystallization period. The Piamiao Peak disciples on the mountain exclaimed when they saw this. Some of them showed an envious look. Such a vast celestial phenomenon also attracted the attention of people from other nearby peaks. Some inner disciples walked out of the training place, flew to the top of several mountains near the Piamiao Peak, and pointed at it. On a wide platform on the top of a towering mountain adjacent to the Piamiao Peak, there were escape lights flying here from time to time, and they landed here. At this time, on the platform, there were more than a dozen people wearing inner disciple costumes gathered here. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that Ho Kuan, Zhao Anin, and others who entered the inner door after the major competition were among them. At this time, they were looking at the celestial phenomenon that appeared on the Piamiao Peak with a solemn expression. Among the crowd, there was a young man with a long and narrow face. His body exuded an amazing sword chi fluctuation. His spiritual power had reached the level of the crystallization period. It was Sha Tongtian. I don't know which disciple of the Piamiao Peak advanced to the crystallization period. He actually caused such an amazing phenomenon, but his true spirit power only condensed into 18 spiritual power crystals. It seems that his aptitude is very ordinary. This is really strange. The white-haired young man Ho Kuan's eyes flickered as he said so. In the past few years, senior fellow apprentice Sha seems to be quite diligent in and out of the Piamiao Peak. He often exchanges cultivation experiences with senior sister apprentice Callan. You should have some clues, right? Zhao Anin glanced at Sha Tongtian on the side and said faintly. Since this woman entered the inner door, she had cultivated some kind of technique to make all the scars on her face disappear. Now she looked a bit more beautiful. Sha Tongtian put his hands behind his back and looked quietly in the direction of the Piamiao Peak, but he didn't speak. Could it be, this crystallization period person is Senior Sister Apprentice Callan? Another inner disciple with thick eyebrows and big eyes nearby heard this, and he couldn't help but say in surprise. Senior Sister Apprentice Callan hasn't been in the inner door for a long time, but she has cultivated to the level of condensing the crystallization period so quickly. Ho Kuan obviously also heard of Callan's name, and he said in surprise. Callan has the heavenly succubus physique. She is a genius in cultivating illusion. When she was at the condensation period later stage, she had killed the cultivator of the crystallization period. 2 years ago, she had a fortuitous encounter, and her cultivation improved greatly. She broke through the perfect stage of the condensation period later stage in one fell swoop. That's why she can reach the bottleneck of the crystallization period so quickly. Sha Tongtian finally spoke, but his eyes never left the direction of the Piamiao Peak. Heavenly succubus physique, is it the best spiritual body to cultivate illusion? Ho Kuan's eyes flickered when he heard the words. He himself was the rare 5-element spiritual body in 100 years, so he was naturally interested in the equally rare heavenly succubus physique. Sha Tongtian didn't want to say anything more. Looking at the direction of the Piamiao Peak, a trace of infatuation flashed in his eyes. A few years ago, he accidentally saw Callan at a grand ceremony in the inner door. After that, he was shocked by the peerless appearance and strength of this junior sister apprentice. Since then, he had used various excuses to enter and exit the Piamiao Peak. However, Callan had always been indifferent to him, which made him sad. On a hidden tree on another steep mountain peak, Kim Tin-Ti was holding a silver gourd in his hand, drinking wine in big mouthfuls. He looked thoughtfully at the celestial phenomenon on the Piamiao Peak from time to time, but no one knew what he was thinking. A few days later, the news that the inner disciple of the Piamiao Peak, Callan, had successfully advanced to the crystallization period slowly spread in the Taiching Gate, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, Callan's stunning appearance had always been talked about by many male disciples. She was very eye-catching both in the inner door and the outer door. However, after this woman reached the crystallization period, she immediately went into seclusion for some reason. After a period of time, this news gradually disappeared. Half a year later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the cave house secret room, playing with a black jade pendant in his hand. There was a thoughtful look on his face. This jade pendant was dark in texture. It looked neither wood nor gold. The style was also very strange. The front was inscribed with a star pattern, but the back was inscribed with 2 seal characters of Big Dipper. This item was also one of the things Lu Ming found in the storage talisman after killing Yin Yang's strong demon. He scanned it with divine thought at that time, but he didn't find anything special about it. He thought this thing was just an ordinary magical weapon, so he put it in the corner of the Sumera ring without paying too much attention. However, a few days ago, when Lu Ming went to the scriptures pavilion to read the classics, he accidentally saw the records about this item, and he was taken aback. This jade pendant was actually an item with a great origin. It was the Big Dipper token issued by the most mysterious and ancient force Big Dipper Pavilion in the Middle Sky continent. This pavilion was said to be the oldest force that existed since the Archean era. If this rumor was true, it was much older than the 4 ancient sects such as Taiching Gate. In addition, the strength behind it was also unfathomable. It was even rumored that there was a powerful figure in the ethereal enlightenment realm. The Big Dipper Pavilion also called itself the Spiritual Strategy Pavilion to the outside world, claiming to know everything in the world. Although this statement was a bit exaggerated, the Big Dipper Pavilion was indeed well informed about the news of the entire Middle Sky continent. Most people who went to inquire would gain something. Since ancient times, the Big Dipper Pavilion had issued a total of 18,000 Big Dipper tokens. As long as one held the Big Dipper token, he would be a VIP of this pavilion. He could inquire about all kinds of news from it. Of course, he also needed to pay a lot of spirit stones as a reward. Moreover, this pavilion had always recognized the token but not the person. If there was no Big Dipper token, no one would sell news to it even if they had a great origin. Therefore, although there were a lot of Big Dipper token, and each major force had some, it was still very rare compared to the entire Middle Sky continent. It was extremely difficult for a casual cultivator to get one. The young man in green robe of the demon mystic sect actually had such a Big Dipper token, which was also a great surprise to Lu Ming. However, this thing happened to be of great use to him now. Lu Ming played with the jade pendant in his hand, and his face suddenly showed a hint of fierceness. 3 days later, Lu Ming flew out of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range in a black escape light without alerting anyone. In order to keep it a secret, he did not use the teleportation array of the sect, but he changed his appearance and went to a medium-sized market outside the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. After spending a lot of spirit stones and teleporting several times, he came to a black water market 1,000,000 miles away from the Thousand Spirit Mountain after half a month. The black water market looked very ordinary. It was less than half the size of the Changyang market he had stayed in before. The buildings in the market also looked relatively dilapidated and gray. Looking from a distance in midair, it looked like a pool of black water. At this moment, Lu Ming had transformed into a black-faced man and was walking on the streets of the market. From time to time, he would look at the shops on both sides of the road. After a series of twists and turns, he stopped in front of a gray 2-story attic. There was a gray plaque hanging on the door of the attic. The light was dim, and it was hard to see what was going on inside. It looked like an ordinary tea house. Lu Ming's divine thought swept over the board, and he immediately showed a hint of understanding. He then strode in without saying anything. The tea house was rather neat and tidy. There were a few tables placed in a simple manner. Behind the counter on one side, a man who looked like a shopkeeper was supporting his chin with one hand, looking drowsy. It was noon, and there weren't many customers in the shop. They were scattered around a few tables, minding their own business and drinking spiritual tea. "Sir, please come in and have a seat. Have a taste of our store 7-star spirit tea. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Just as Lu Ming glanced around, a young man who looked like a shop assistant came over and greeted him with a smile. Lu Ming scanned the shop assistant with divine thought, and his mind moved slightly. This young man looked ordinary, but he had the cultivation of the condensation period early stage. He might have cultivated a special concealment technique, but the spiritual power fluctuations on his body were very obscure. If it weren't for his mental power that was far beyond the cultivator of the same level, he might not be able to discover it. However, in this way, he was sure that he was not in the wrong place. This tea house was where a branch of the Big Dipper Pavilion was located. The Big Dipper Pavilion was usually mysterious. Ordinary cultivators didn't even know the existence of this pavilion. No one knew where its headquarters was. Lu Ming spent a lot of contribution points to find out the location of a branch in the Tianji Hall in Taiqing Gate. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Ming didn't beat around the bush. He directly took out the Big Dipper token and shook it in front of the young shop assistant. It turns out to be a distinguished guest. "Please take a seat on the second floor." The young shop assistant's eyes flashed. He recognized the Big Dipper token in Lu Ming's hand at a glance. The expression on his face changed immediately. He bowed respectfully, turned around, and walked to a staircase in the corner of the tea house. Lu Ming followed blankly. The young shop assistant led Lu Ming up the stairs to the second floor, came to the door of a room, and knocked 3 times on the door. With a squeak, the door opened automatically. "Mister, please go in." As the young shop assistant said so, he bowed again, turned around and walked downstairs, leaving Lu Ming at the door. Lu Ming frowned slightly. After taking a look at the room, he walked in cautiously. There were tables and chairs in the room. It looked like an ordinary family study room. There were 2 rows of large wooden bookshelves in front of a large screen, which were filled with all kinds of thick ancient books. It was very different from what Lu Ming expected. "Mister, please sit down." A middle-aged man in white clothes with a rather elegant demeanor walked out slowly from behind the screen. He glanced at Lu Ming, pointed to the seat next to him and said. Lu Ming sat down, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This person's aura was deep and restrained. He had the cultivation of the crystallization period. "What kind of news do you want to inquire about this time?" The middle-aged man in white clothes asked faintly after sitting down. I want to find the whereabouts and news of a person. Lu Ming said straightforwardly. Looking for someone? Since Mr. has the Big Dipper token issued by my Big Dipper Pavilion, you should also know the rules. I have to verify the token first, then please write the name and origin of the person you are looking for here. The middle-aged man in white clothes said calmly, taking out a piece of white paper and handing it over. Lu Ming immediately handed the jade pendant to the other party, and he took the white paper and wrote a few lines on it without thinking. At this time, the man in white clothes opposite also used some unknown method to verify the jade pendant. He also nodded and returned it to Lu Ming, then he took the white paper and glanced at it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming quietly left the Big Dipper Pavilion. At this moment, he had 300,000 spirit stones less, but he also got the news he wanted as he wished. After that, he didn't stay in the Blackwater market for long. He directly left the market and flew towards a certain place. 2 months later, in a desolate desert with few people, a bloody escape light galloped through the air. In the desert below, a silver light suddenly burst out and pounced at the bloody escape light in the air. Hey, what the hell is that? In the bloody escape light, a rough voice groaned. A bloody stripe flew out from it and slapped on the silver light. The silver light flew back at a faster speed than before as if it was severely injured. It was a 10-meter scorpion with silver light all over its body. The crimson light receded, revealing the figure inside. It was an extremely burly man in a crimson robe. He was standing on a crimson giant axe, and he was looking down with a baleful look on his face. If there were Taiching Gate disciples here, they would definitely recognize that this muscular man in red clothes was the blood axe frenzied demon who ranked 9th on the life and death list of the outer door of Taiching Gate. Poof, there was a fluctuation behind the brawny man, and a figure appeared like a ghost. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, a fist wrapped in black chi, carrying the power of Mount Tai, directly hit the back of the brawny man's head. Blood axe frenzied demon was shocked. He turned around like lightning, but it was too late to dodge. He could only hurriedly put his arms in front of his body. Boom! Blood axe frenzied demon was blown away by a blow as if a boulder of thousands of kilograms hit his body. He slammed heavily into the desert on the ground from midair. The black figure in midair shook slightly and landed on the ground instantly. As the black gas lingered, a young man with an expressionless face was revealed. It was Lu Ming. Damn it! A violent roar came from the splashing smoke. Blood axe frenzied demon grabbed the crimson axe and waved a fan-shaped bloody light at Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be prepared for it. As his figure blurred, he avoided the bloody light. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves, and 4 golden lights flashed out, turning into 4 golden puppets. Each of them occupied a corner, surrounding blood axe frenzied demon. Up! With Lu Ming's voice, a golden array suddenly formed, covering blood axe frenzied demon in the middle. The next moment, a dazzling bloody axe shadow slashed on the golden light curtain, but it only caused a golden light fluctuation. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you ambushing me here? Blood axe frenzied demon's face was stiff, and he looked coldly at Lu Ming outside the array. Lu Ming didn't have any interest in talking nonsense. He patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist. A black gas flashed, and demon flying skull was released. Countless green hairs pierced through the air and stabbed at the golden light curtain. On the other side, Bone Scorpion, which was knocked away, also attacked from the other side. Its tail hook trembled, and dozens of black lines were stabbed out. The golden light curtain could block the attacks inside, but it didn't hinder Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion at all, as if they didn't exist at all. Blood Axe frenzied Demon's face sank. He shook the giant axe in his hand, and a dazzling bloody light appeared on his body. It transformed into a series of axe shadows, easily crushing the green hairs and black lines. However, at this moment, a hazy gray sword shadow flashed, and a huge sword light of more than 100 meters slashed on the bloody axe shadow. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out. Most of the bloody axe shadow was shattered by the gray light, then the gray sword light slashed obliquely at Blood Axe frenzied demon with a shrill sword whistle. As Blood Axe frenzied demon shouted, the bloody axe expanded several times in the wind, blocking the huge gray sword light. But in this way, Blood Axe frenzied demon couldn't care about the defense around him. Bone Scorpion shook its tail hook, and more than a dozen black filaments flashed away. Blood Axe frenzied demon only felt that his arm was cold. There were more than a dozen black blood holes on it, and the purple-black venom was flowing out. His raised arm suddenly became soft and stiff. Blood Axe frenzied demon was also extremely valiant. After a violent shout, the bloody light on his body shone again. He spun like a top and waved the bloody giant axe in his hand. Bone Scorpion that had not withdrawn from the golden light curtain was blown away, and he launched a bloody axe shadow at the gray sword light again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He jumped into the golden array and held the gray spiritual sword. As he changed his gesture, the gray sword light suddenly lit up, blocking the bloody giant axe and slashing at Blood Axe frenzied demon again. For a time, the blood-red light and gray light in the golden array were faintly discernible. However, they were all covered by a touch of gold. One could only feel that the mana fluctuations here were abnormally violent. From time to time, there would be sword chi waves shooting out from it, flying into the nearby desert, stirring up sand and dust in the air. After a quarter of an hour, the golden light faded, and Lu Ming's figure was revealed in the array. His face was extremely calm, but he was holding the head of a muscular man with angry eyes in one hand. He waved with one hand and kept the bloody giant axe, then he turned into a black escape light and disappeared into the sky. Half a month later, Lu Ming quietly returned to Taiqing Gate with the head of Blood Axe frenzied demon and handed it over to the Life and Death Pavilion. The middle-aged man of the Life and Death Pavilion saw the head of Blood Axe frenzied demon, and his face suddenly looked shocked. After all, on the Life and Death list, the top 10 bounty hunters had the strength comparable to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Even the best inner disciple was not sure to kill them. Piaohong Courtyard's disciple Lu Ming, "Oh, it turns out that you are the champion of the last major competition. If I remember correctly, Yin Yang Strong Demon was also killed by you." The middle-aged man looked at the token in his hand and seemed to remember Lu Ming. He said with some realization. Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't answer. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't want to say more, the middle-aged man didn't say much. He took out a jade pen and transferred 60,000 contribution points over. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming paid a sum of contribution points to the Life and Death Pavilion to keep his name a secret. Then he left with peace of mind. A few years ago, he killed the Yin Yang Strong Demon and caused a sensation in the sect. If people knew that he killed the evil cultivator in the top 10 of the Life and Death list, he didn't know how many people would pay attention to it. This was what he didn't want to see. After returning to his cave residence and resting for a few days, Lu Ming once again secretly came to the Black Water Market. 5 months later, next to a huge lake tens of thousands of miles away in the south of Thousand Spirit Mountain Range, 4 golden puppets of 10 meters tall were surrounding a red-haired man with a gloomy face. They kept launching golden fist chi, and they were fighting with the red-haired man. Not far from the battle circle, Lu Ming and Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull were working together to deal with 3 condensation period later stage giant bee beastkin insects. The red-haired man tried his best to resist the attacks of the 4 puppets while controlling a black flying fork, trying to break through the blockade of the surrounding fist chi. Because on the other side, the 3 demonic bees were already covered with wounds facing Lu Ming and the 2 spiritual pets. They couldn't hold on anymore. It was a pity that these 4 golden armor puppets were terrifyingly tough, and they kept attacking desperately under Lu Ming's command. The red-haired man's flying fork could only leave a few marks on the puppets. He couldn't seriously injure the 4 puppets in a short time. He could only watch Lu Ming forcing his demonic bees into a desperate situation and killing them one by one. When the last wasp was covered by the golden sand curtain that turned into a large net, and it was slashed in half by the sword light, the red-haired man's face became a little pale. After 15 minutes, when Lu Ming left the giant lake, there was another head of demonic bee master who was ranked 8th on the Life and Death list in the Summer Ring. A year later, the famous dangerous place of the Middle Sky Continent, over the green smoke sea, 2 light clusters, one white and one black, were galloping back and forth at an amazing speed. At this moment, dense gray sword shadows suddenly flew out from the black light behind him. After another blur, they turned into a gray hurricane amidst the whistling sound and instantly engulfed the white ball of light in front of him. The white light cluster was wrapped in the gray hurricane, and it suddenly stagnated. After a series of crackling sounds came from it, a silver electric arc suddenly appeared on the surface of the white light cluster. As a result, the sword shadows in the hurricane shattered one after another after just a few seconds. Then the white light cluster flashed again and continued to blast forward. The black bald man at the back only paused for a moment, then it rolled up a black mist again and rolled forward. In this way, more than 10 days had passed in a blink of an eye. Taiching Gate Jr., you have been chasing me for 100 days. Do you think I, withered bone holy monk, am so easy to bully? In the white escape light ahead, a gloomy and exasperated voice suddenly came out, and it faintly revealed a sense of inadequacy. In the black escape light behind, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to this. He still chased the white light unhurriedly, and he launched several gray sword chi forward from time to time. These gray sword chi seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the white escape light in front of him except for making it slightly stagnant. After another half a day, the white escape light in front suddenly stopped. As the white light faded, a haggard young man was revealed. His eyes were sunken, but they were bright and full of expression. There was no hair on his body, and his flesh and blood had withered to the point of being bones. He wore a large scarlet-red robe, and under the cold wind, his skeletal body was faintly revealed. Such a strange appearance, if a timid person saw it, he would be scared to death. At the same time, the black escape light behind him faded, revealing a young man in green robe with an expressionless face. It was Lu Ming. Speaking of it, this 100 days of pursuit was really a helpless move for him. On that day, after he learned from the Big Dipper Pavilion about the news of Withered Bone Monk who was ranked third on the life and death list, he rushed to the Green Smoke Sea and forced him out of his hidden lair. Under the fury of the other party, he immediately fought with Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming knew that since this person could rank so high, he was by no means easy to deal with. His strength should be far above Blood Axe Frenzied Demon and Demonic Bee Master, but he still underestimated the other party. This person had a demonic flag in his hand. When he cast it, it could transform into 7 white skeletons. Each skeleton was the same height as this person, and their cultivation was also at the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming naturally cast Bone Scorpion, Demon Flying Skull, Yellow Turban Soldier, and 4 guardian puppets to fight with the skeletons, while he channeled the sword controlling technique to fight with Withered Bone Monk. As a result, the battle lasted for a day and a night. The strength of each of the 7 skeletons was not weaker than Lu Ming's spiritual pet puppets. They fought fiercely with each other, and this person's strength was also amazing. He had endless mystic arts, spiritual weapons, and talismans. The two had been fighting for a long time. Lu Ming finally found a flaw, channeled the body and sword fusion technique, and directly cut off the other party's head. However, Withered Bone Monk cultivated some kind of technique. After being beheaded by Lu Ming, he could actually force his white bones out of his body, and he instantly merged into a skeleton that was fighting with Bone Scorpion. This skeleton instantly grew a body of flesh and skin, turning into the appearance of Withered Bone Monk again. He then channeled his previous body to explode without saying a word. Lu Ming was caught off guard, and he also suffered some minor injuries. However, with the continuous supply of golden yuan pills, he finally spent a few days to kill the other party's other 5 incarnations. But Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion also suffered a lot of damage, so they were collected. When Withered Bone Monk only had 1 body left, he naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He immediately turned into a white escape light and fled. Lu Ming naturally chased all the way, and this chase lasted for 100 days. At this moment, he looked at Withered Bone Monk whose aura was obviously declining in front of him. He moved his fingers and launched the gray sword light again. The battle on the Blue Smoke Sea lasted for half a day. Lu Ming used all his means to exhaust this person's spiritual power through Golden Fallen Sand and sword controlling technique. At the last moment, he cast the 9 Skulls shield, then he used the 3 Shadowy Mirages technique to get close to him and killed him with his huge strength. When Lu Ming returned to Taiching Gate, he came to the Life and Death Pavilion with the head of Withered Bone Monk again. The deputy in charge of the Life and Death list stared at him like he was a monster for a long time before transferring 300,000 contribution points to Lu Ming's token. The head of Demonic Bee Esteemed was only exchanged for 80,000 contribution points. He now had more than 400,000 contribution points, which was more than some inner disciples. Before leaving, Lu Ming naturally reminded him not to reveal his name. Seeing the middle-aged man readily agreed, he left with peace of mind. Blackwater Market, in the Big Dipper Pavilion, Lu Ming once again sat in the secret room on the second floor, drinking tea quietly. This was the fourth time he came here, and he still wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the top 10 evil cultivators on the life and death list. "I'm really sorry, mister, the whereabouts of those people you asked us to inquire about are too secretive. Our pavilion can't get the exact news for a while." The middle-aged man in white clothes walked out of the inner room and said apologetically. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help sighing in his heart, but he wasn't surprised. These people on the top of the life and death list were all the top figures of the younger generation in the evil cultivators. They were usually secretive people. It was extremely difficult to see their true faces. The Big Dipper Pavilion was able to inquire about the whereabouts and clues of 3 of the top 10 people, which was already far beyond his expectations. "In that case, I will leave first, but if there are more whereabouts of these people in the future, I hope you can help me pay attention." As Lu Ming said, he stood up and said goodbye. "Of course, Mr. can rest assured," the middle-aged man in white clothes promised. Not long after Lu Ming left, a black shadow flashed from the side door, and a gloomy old man in black clothes walked out. This old man's white eyebrows drooped all the way to his chin, and his aura was vast and restrained. He was a Jin Dan stage powerhouse. "Greetings, Elder Gu." The middle-aged man in white clothes quickly stood up and bowed to him respectfully. "This disciple is not simple. The 3 evil cultivators he inquired about are now dead. The time sequence is consistent with the time he inquired about. He must have done it himself," the old man in black clothes said faintly. "He seems to be at the condensation period later stage, but he can actually kill Withered Bone Monk. He seems to have deliberately used mystic arts to change his appearance. I wonder if Elder Gu can see his origin from his technique?" the middle-aged man in white clothes said with a hint of surprise on his face. "This disciple is very careful. According to the information collected by the pavilion, he must be from the Taiching Gate. You first send someone to sort out his relevant information into a book and record it in the lucky book for future reference," the old man in black clothes said slowly. "Yes," the middle-aged man in white clothes responded quickly. Not to mention that in the Big Dipper Pavilion, some people were already paying attention to Lu Ming. Even in the Taiching Gate, the Blood Axe Frenzied Demon, Demonic Bee Master, and Withered Bone Monk, 3 people who were ranked in the top 10 on the life and death list were struck off one after another, and they were quietly erased from the life and death list. Some outer disciples who went here also quickly spread the news. For a while, the entire Taiching Gate was stirred up. Everyone was talking about it in surprise. After all, although the top 10 people on the life and death list were also at the condensation period, they had even killed the crystallization period inner disciple of the Taiching Gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ranked so high. Since Withered Bone Monk was on the life and death list, no one had shaken his ranking for more than a decade. Even some of the Jin Dan state powerhouses in the inner door knew the news, and they were curious about which outer disciple did it. However, the Life and Death Pavilion blocked the news of Lu Ming tightly. In addition, Lu Ming had gradually faded out of the sight of most people in the past few years. For a while, not many people suspected him, but they suspected that it was done by a condensation period inner disciple. In the cave abode, Lu Ming did not pay any attention to the rumors happening outside. Instead, he sat cross-legged and thought about his own matters. In the past 5 years, with the cold condensing pill, he had improved the cultivation of the condensation period later stage a lot, and he had also cultivated the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison to near great accomplishment. Unfortunately, because he was unable to enter the Heavenly Wind Cave, he was unable to truly cultivate to perfection. At the same time, he also spent a lot of effort on other god arts. Body and Sword as one, Finger Sword, and a few other god arts had all improved greatly. Moreover, the 3 shadowy mirages technique had been cultivated to the 2nd level of mastery, and he could already split out an afterimage. The 3 shadowy mirages technique could be said to have contributed greatly to Lu Ming's ability to kill Withered Bone Monk and the others. Now, he felt that the time was ripe to challenge the Spirit Void Tower. It was just that although this tower seemed to be open for anyone to challenge, in fact, every time he entered this tower, he had to pay an astonishing amount of contribution points. After all, every time he opened this tower, he had to consume an astonishing amount of resources. Although Lu Ming now had hundreds of thousands of contribution points, he was still carrying an astonishing amount of debt. In addition, other expenses after entering the inner door and the Heavenly Wind Cave also required a lot of contribution points. The contribution points he had were still not enough to make ends meet. Those evil cultivators who were ranked at the top of the life and death list were a good opportunity for him to earn contribution points. Otherwise, once he entered the crystallization period, even if he killed these evil cultivators, he wouldn't get a single contribution point, and it would immediately anger the truly powerful existence among the evil cultivators. After all, the life and death list was originally a tacit agreement between the Taiqing Gate and the major evil cultivator powerhouses. If the Taiqing Gate actively sent crystallization period disciples to kill the characters on the list, these evil cultivator forces would also retaliate on a large scale, and the Taiqing Gate would not be able to bear it. After all, the evil cultivators on the life and death list were only at the condensation state. This would be something that all the evil cultivators could not tolerate. And the three evil cultivators standing at the top of the Middle Sky continent were characters that even the four ancient sects were not willing to provoke easily. Since Lu Ming had made up his mind to challenge the Void Spirit Tower, in the next few days, he frequently went in and out of some attics where the sect's information was stored. He found a lot of information and prepared for it. There is actually such a restriction. In the cave house secret room, Lu Ming's divine thought slowly withdrew from a jade slips, showing a contemplative look on his face. It was clearly indicated on the jade slips that a special enchantment was set up in the Void Spirit Tower. No spiritual pet and puppet could be used. Without Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull, even the four guardian puppets couldn't be used. Lu Ming's strength could be said to be reduced by at least half. However, the Void Spirit Tower was to test the strength of the challenger, so it was normal to have such a rule. Wait, although this jade slip clearly states that spiritual pets and puppets can't be used, but Talisman Soldier is a kind of talisman, so it shouldn't be counted. Lu Ming thought about it and thought of this. In the previous battles, he didn't use the Rune Soldier many times. Most of them were just used as an avatar to attract others' attention or provide some simple assistance. He didn't regard it as the main combat power, and he didn't carefully explore its use. After Lu Ming thought so, he immediately immersed himself in the classics related to Rune Soldier, and he finally figured out that the secret talisman in his hand was the famous Yellow Turban Soldier talisman in ancient times. However, even if there were many classics collected by Taiqing Gate, there were not many records of this kind of ancient Rune Soldier. He only knew that there were not many ancient Rune Soldier talismans that could be passed down completely, and each one was said to have many mysteries. It was very different from the Rune Soldier forged by the major sect. After reading all the classics, Lu Ming showed a thoughtful look on his face, then he immediately left the scriptures pavilion. When he returned to the secret room of the cave house, he took out the Yellow Turban Soldier talisman and pointed on the talisman. Pure spiritual power was continuously injected into the talisman, and a vague golden armored soldier gradually took shape. At the same time, Lu Ming's mental power was also injected into the talisman, exploring the mystery in it. 1 month later. In the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, there was a light blue lake with dozens of acres near the Suling Peak. A black light faded, revealing a young man in a green robe stepping on a black cloud. It was Lu Ming. At this time, he squinted his eyes, staring at a towering gray tower more than 10 miles away. This tower was about 4,000 or 5,000 meters high. It was located on the top of an emerald mountain. The whole body of the tower was wrapped in a layer of gray mist. At the bottom of the tower, a bloody array of acres could be vaguely seen. It should be some kind of enchantment. On the side of the bottom of the tower, there were more than 10 people gathered in 2s and 3s. After a short pause, Lu Ming once again turned into a black escape light and blasted toward the Void Spirit Tower. The distance of more than 10 miles was only a blink of an eye for Lu Ming now. As the mountain approached, the Void Spirit Tower in front of him gradually became clear. The whole body of this tower was light gray. Each floor was about 50 meters high, and each floor was inscribed with runes composed of different colors of spirit patterns, and the number was not the same. Below the 36th floor, each floor had 3 green runes. Below the 72nd floor, each floor had 1 purple rune. Above the 72nd floor, each floor had only 1 huge black rune. At this time, the 33rd and 35th floor each had a green rune flashing constantly. The blood-colored formation that Lu Ming saw from afar was actually the blood-colored jade stones that were densely distributed hundreds of feet around the tower. The red halos within the jade stones were flashing, and each stone seemed to contain some kind of energy. He glanced again, only to see that the crowd outside the Void Spirit Tower was vaguely divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was slightly larger, and there was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She was actually Long Yanfei. Behind this woman, there were several people dressed as inner disciples. Their aura was faintly at the early stage of the crystallization period. The corner of their clothes were printed with the words Tianjin. These disciples seemed to be extremely respectful to Long Yanfei as if she was the leader. He had dealt with this woman many times before, but he only knew that she cultivated some kind of concealment technique. He couldn't sense her cultivation below her realm. Judging from this situation today, this woman was at least above the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. After Lu Ming touched his nose, he landed in an open space next to them. The woman had already discovered Lu Ming's whereabouts. Before Lu Ming spoke, she turned her head and said with a sweet smile, "Don't worry. Younger brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You didn't happen to be passing by, right? It turns out that senior sister apprentice Long is here. No wonder I felt a little familiar from a distance. I'm also here to challenge this Void Spirit Tower today." Lu Ming replied calmly. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Long Yanfei suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Several Tianjian Peak disciples behind her were also shocked at first, then most of them flashed with contempt. They obviously felt that Lu Ming was asking for trouble by challenging the tower with his condensation period cultivation. "Younger brother Lu, do you know that outer disciples need to pay 50,000 contribution points to challenge this Void Spirit Tower? This is not a small amount." Long Yanfei's crystal eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, she lightly reminded him. "I know this, but I heard that there will be rewards for passing the 36th floor. In addition to returning all the contribution points paid, there will also be a big reward." Lu Ming didn't care about the gaze of other Tianjian Peak disciples, but he said faintly. When Lu Ming said the 36th floor, Long Yanfei's face changed slightly again, and the expressions of several people behind her suddenly became a little weird. Younger brother Lu is right. If you pass the 36th floor, you can be directly accepted as an inner disciple. The inner disciple has a chance to challenge the Void Spirit Tower for free, so the contribution points paid will be returned. In addition, the 36th, 54th, 72nd, 90th and 108th floors of the Void Spirit Tower, as long as you pass it, there will be a lot of rewards. It's just that in recent years, there are very few people who can become an inner disciple by challenging the tower. Long Yanfei's beautiful eyes also flashed with a strange look, but she still explained slowly. "Senior sister apprentice Long is thinking too much. I'm just trying to challenge the tower this time. I don't expect to succeed in one try." Lu Ming's heart moved. He knew that this woman also had good intentions, but he said non-committally. When Long Yanfei heard this, the surprise in her heart eased a little. In her opinion, although Lu Ming was already one of the best among the condensation period disciples, there was still a big realm gap after all. If he wanted to challenge the 36th floor now, he was too arrogant. Of course, if this woman knew that Lu Ming was the mysterious disciple who killed Withered Bone Monk in the sect recently, it would be a different story. At this moment, one of the runes on the 34th floor of the giant tower lit up. Junior Fellow Apprentice Sha Tongtian has entered the 34th floor. Junior Fellow Apprentice Sha is worthy of being a sword cultivator. His strength is really amazing. Seeing this, the 2 Tianjian Peak disciples on the side said with a happy face. Several female disciples of Piamiao Peak on the other side heard this, but they just glanced at it alone, then they looked at the flashing runes on the 35th floor. Obviously, on this floor, there was another disciple challenging the tower, and it was most likely the Piamiao Peak disciple. But Sha Tongtian was actually challenging the tower, which surprised Lu Ming. After glancing at the runes that lit up on the Void Spirit Tower again, he said goodbye to Long Yanfei and walked straight toward the entrance of the Void Spirit Tower. Long Yanfei looked at his back. Although she did not intercept him, she also shook her head slightly. The other inner court disciples acted as if they didn't notice this at all. At the bottom of the Void Spirit Tower, in front of a dark gray stone tablet. Without saying anything, Lu Ming removed the outer disciple token from his waist and lightly shook it. A green light shot out from the token and instantly entered the stone tablet with a so sound. The contribution points on the token were surprisingly reduced by 50,000 points. At the next moment, there was a click, the crimson formation at the bottom of the Void Spirit Pagoda suddenly lit up, and several crimson rays of light swept out, enveloping Lu Ming. He then turned into a ball of crimson light and disappeared into the pagoda. Seeing that Lu Ming really spent so many contribution points and entered the pagoda without hesitation, the disciples of Sky Sword Peak and Ethereal Peak looked over in surprise. After all, not being able to break through the 36th level was equivalent to paying 50,000 contribution points for nothing. Even an inner disciple would have to weigh the pros and cons first. From their point of view, Lu Ming's 50,000 contribution points were wasted. Meanwhile, in the center of the first floor of the Void Spirit Pagoda, a blood-colored light cluster flashed out of nowhere, and it faded, revealing Lu Ming's figure. As soon as he calmed his mind, he immediately began to carefully observe everything within the tower. This place was slightly similar to the Green Sky Illusory Palace. It was a rather spacious hall that was about an acre in size. The surrounding walls were engraved with dense black runes. The entire hall was so high that the top could not be seen, and it was as bright as the day. At this moment, a deep wolf howl sounded. In the corner of the hall, more than 1,000 meters away from Lu Ming, a gray shadow flashed, and a giant gray wolf appeared, looking at Lu Ming with a hideous face. However, there was not a single strand of hair on its unusually coarse grayish-white body. It was just a puppet beast. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. After scanning with divine thought, he found that this wolf only had the strength of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle. He moved his arm without saying a word, and he had already launched a punch in the air. With a soft bang, the giant wolf's body immediately turned into pieces and burst open. The next moment, its corpse disappeared like the phantasm in the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Seeing this, Lu Ming praised in his heart. This Void Spirit Tower is really mysterious. The puppets transformed are exactly the same as the real thing. The mystery seems to be even better than the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about it, a green glow suddenly rolled up from the soles of his feet, and he disappeared in place instantly. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a hall that was quite similar to the first floor. In the distance, there were two praying mantis puppets with the strength of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle. As Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, he launched two heavy punches, shattering the two praying mantis puppets in an instant and turning them into spiritual light spots. With his current strength, he was naturally unimpeded all the way. Every time he passed a floor, the Void Spirit Tower would directly teleport him to the next floor. At the same time, the runes of the corresponding floor outside the Void Spirit Tower would also light up. On the third floor, Lu Ming encountered three giant python puppets with the strength of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle. On the fourth floor, it was replaced by four humanoid puppet soldiers with the strength of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle. On the fifth floor, there were four ghosts with the strength of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle, but they were far more powerful than the puppets on the first four floors. On the sixth floor, there were four lizard beasts with the strength of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle. Not only their wisdom was no different from the real beastkin, but they were also extremely fierce. Their strength was far beyond the ordinary cultivators of the early stage of the Spirit Apostle. They were almost comparable to the late stage of the Spirit Apostle. On the seventh floor, it was replaced by a puppet tiger beast with the strength of the Spirit Apostle. In this way, as the level increased, the level of the beastkin and puppets that appeared on each floor also increased correspondingly. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming reached the 18th floor in one breath, in the spacious hall that was the same as before, for Crimson Fire Lion beastkin of the Spirit Apostle later stage were surrounding him. Lu Ming carefully looked at these four flame-like beastkin, but he frowned slightly in his heart. Although the four beastkin in front of him were only at the spirit apostle later stage, judging from the flame aura they exuded, they were not weaker than the condensation period early stage. Moreover, the four beastkin seemed to be in a state of mind connection. Their actual strength should be comparable to the condensation period intermediate stage. According to the information he had previously inquired, the Void Spirit Tower had a total of 108 floors. Every 18 floors was a realm, and every 6 floors was a small realm. The last floor of each realm had 4 beastkin, but their overall strength was far superior to the same realm on the previous floor. The combined strength of the 4 beastkin was comparable to the next realm. Roar. A few angry roars interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. As soon as the golden flames in the eyes of the 4 fire lions flourished, they turned into 4 clusters of flames and blasted at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the black spirit patterns on his arms flashed wildly. His figure became blurred and disappeared out of thin air. Bang bang, 2 sounds sounded almost at the same time when the other 2 clusters of flames missed their target. The other 2 clusters of golden flames were swept by a black shadow, and they burst open, turning into spiritual light spots. The next moment, in the corner of the hall, a black phantasm flashed out. It was Lu Ming. He, who was proficient in using the 3 shadowy mirages technique, killed these 2 fire lions of the spirit apostle later stage in an instant. However, he glanced at his bare fists blankly. There seemed to be some burn marks on them. At this moment, the other 2 fire lions roared and turned into 2 clusters of flames again. They merged in the air and turned into a fireball of 10 meters in size. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He turned his figure strangely and launched a palm in the air. After the sound of dragons and tigers came out from his body, a black giant palm phantasm flashed and appeared. Suddenly, in the hall, there was a boom, and the fireball burst into little red flames. Outside the Void Spirit Tower, the runes on the 18th floor suddenly dimmed, and the runes on the 19th floor lit up. Seeing this, Long Yanfei flashed a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a slight pause, she looked at the 2 runes on the 35th floor that lit up at the same time. Inside the Void Spirit Tower, in the hall of the 35th floor, a streak of azure sword light that was over 100 feet in length flashed past, piercing through the chest of a skeleton that was 6 feet tall. However, just before the skeleton turned into crystal light spots and disappeared, the bone axe in its hand also turned into a white light and slashed on the sword light. After the sword light flashed wildly a few times, it became a little dimmer. After hovering in the air, it condensed into a young man in a brocade robe. It was Sha Tongtian. At this moment, he was holding a sword in one hand and an upper-grade spirit stone in the other. His face was abnormally pale, and he was panting heavily. Obviously, he was out of spiritual power. Not far in front of him, the other 2 huge skeletons flashed with a gray light in their hands. 2 gray bone spears of 10 meters long suddenly condensed. As they were thrown, they turned into 2 gray lights that blasted at him at lightning speed. The bone spears turned blurred in the air, and they turned into dozens of identical spear shadows. With a sharp sound, they arrived in an instant. The corner of Sha Tongtian's eyes moved slightly. He gritted his teeth and made a sword gesture again. He turned into a green sword light and rushed out. He immediately dispersed the few spear shadows that had already arrived in front of him, and he circled around to avoid the rest of the bone spear phantasms. He blasted toward one of the skeletons. With a swoosh, a green light flashed through the skeleton's body. The 30 meters tall skeleton burst apart and turned into little spiritual light spots. But under the impact of the explosion of the green sword light, a figure also appeared in a flash. Before Sha Tongtian stood still, another skeleton flashed to him. With a strange laughter, it struck at Sha Tongtian's back with a bone hammer in its hand. Sha Tongtian cursed in his heart. He wanted to cast another spell to avoid it, but he suddenly felt the spiritual power in his body stagnated. He felt a pain in his back, and he was instantly knocked out. He gritted his teeth, took out a few talismans from his brocade robe, and blasted them at the skeleton. He made a gesture and uttered the word explode. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The huge skeleton was instantly drowned in the fire, and there was no more sound. At this moment, with a poof, Sha Tongtian felt a pain in his left shoulder. It was pierced by a white arrow. Not far away, the last huge skeleton had a huge bone bow in its hand. It was maintaining the posture of shooting an arrow. The next moment, after Sha Tongtian smiled bitterly, his eyes turned black, and a green glow rolled up from the soles of his feet, outside the Void Spirit Tower. A green glow rolled out from the 35th floor of the tower. As the glow faded, Sha Tongtian's figure was revealed, and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn it, I was so close. Sha Tongtian's face was pale, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. After turning over, he hurriedly took out a black bottle from the storage amulet around his waist, poured out a golden elixir, and swallowed it. The 35th floor has 4 ghosts of the condensation period later stage. Their real strength has exceeded the early stage of the crystallization period. In addition, you can't use all spiritual pets and other puppets in the tower, and Sword Cultivator consumes a lot of spiritual power. It's already very good that you can climb to the 35th floor in one go. Long Yanfei glanced at him and said faintly. Sha Tongtian smiled bitterly, and he didn't say anything more. Just at this moment, several other ethereal peak female disciples on the side cheered. Following their gazes, they saw that the rune on the 35th floor of the Void Spirit Pagoda had dimmed, and the rune on the 36th floor had suddenly lit up. Junior Sister Apprentice Callan actually reached the 36th floor in one fell swoop. Among the several female disciples, a woman in a white shirt said cheerfully. Long Yanfei also looked at the 36th floor with some emotion when she heard this. Sha Tongtian's pale face also showed a surprised look at this time. His eyes flickered, no one knew what he was thinking. The other person in the tower was actually Callan. The other 3 inner disciples of other peaks also whispered for a while. They seemed to be discussing about Callan. Just when Callan had already reached the 36th floor, Lu Ming also came all the way to the 26th floor. From this floor, Lu Ming felt that the hall seemed to be a lot more spacious. It was about a few miles in radius. At this moment, what appeared in front of him were 2 condensation period intermediate stage puppet warriors. The 2 puppets seemed to cooperate quite tacitly. One of them was holding a 30 meters long blue giant sword, and the other was holding a 10 meters crimson giant shield. Although they were puppets of the condensation period intermediate stage, Lu Ming still didn't take them seriously. The gray spiritual sword in his hand trembled, and several gray sword chi rolled out. However, these 2 puppets flashed one after another, barely dodging Lu Ming's sword controlling technique, and they galloped toward Lu Ming amidst the clacking sound. Lu Ming snorted coldly. A murderous look appeared in his eyes. His figure suddenly blurred, and he appeared in front of one of the puppets holding the giant sword. This puppet seemed to be quite smart. It didn't take any attack, but its figure flickered and retreated. The other puppet holding the crimson giant shield appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. Lu Ming changed his gesture, grabbed in the air, and launched a giant black palm phantasm. Boom, a burst of black mist rose into the sky with a hint of red halo. It was the red glow released by the crimson giant shield. There were only 3 shallow claw marks on the giant crimson shield in the puppet's hand, but there were no signs of serious damage. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. If he forcibly used the sword controlling technique now, he should be able to easily defeat the enemy, but it would also consume a lot of spiritual power. Now that he was close to the 30th level, he must save spiritual power consumption. After all, after defeating the puppets in the hall, they would immediately be teleported to the next floor to continue fighting. After Lu Ming rolled his eyes, he had already made up his mind. He made a gesture again, and his figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he once again appeared in front of the giant blue sword-wielding humanoid puppet. However, the puppet still didn't even have the will to fight. It turned around and tried to run, but at the same time, a crimson shadow was rapidly closing in on it. At this moment, an invisible spiral-shaped sword chi shot out from Lu Ming's finger. It was the finger sword secret technique that Lu Ming had secretly prepared. Boom! An invisible sword chi flashed and pierced through the head of the humanoid puppet. At this time, the puppet was still in a running posture. Its body stagnated for a moment, then it exploded into specks of spiritual light. At the same time, the other puppet holding the crimson giant shield had just arrived, but it was already a step too late. After Lu Ming succeeded in his attack, his figure had already appeared a few 10 meters away in a flash. He took out a golden yuan pill from the storage ring and consumed it. He then took out an upper-grade spirit stone and placed it in his palm to restore his spiritual power. Just when Lu Ming wanted to delay some time, the humanoid puppet that was mainly defensive and didn't have much offensive means actually took the initiative to pounce at Lu Ming with a hint of madness. Its speed was more than twice as fast as before. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but flash a strange expression in his eyes. In desperation, he made a gesture, and a black mist rolled out of his body. His figure flashed like a ghost, avoiding the giant crimson shield in his hand, then he slashed at the back of the puppet's neck. Boom, the humanoid puppet exploded before Lu Ming's palm blade hit it. As Lu Ming was startled, he immediately released black gas to protect his body, and he retreated quickly. At this moment, he only heard a muffled sound in his ear. The green light under his feet rolled up, and his vision went dark. When he saw clearly again, he appeared on the 27th floor. About an hour later, on the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower, another fierce battle was in full swing. At this moment, in the hall, there were layers of blue ripples everywhere. Between the blue lights, more than a dozen phantasms in blue robes were quickly dodging the dazzling crimson flames that shot at them. Suddenly, a monstrous fire wave of more than 100 meters high came from behind the blue phantasms, faintly shrouding all the phantasms in it. At this time, the layers of blue phantasms suddenly retracted, revealing a blue slim figure, then a talisman shot out of her sleeve. After floating in the air, it turned into a pale golden shield, shrouding the woman in it. The next moment, the crimson giant wave had already rolled over. Rumble. After the pale golden shield only trembled slightly, it stabilized again. The giant wave rolled backward, and as it converged, a half-lion and half-tiger beastkin appeared right above the woman in blue clothes. It let out a dull groan. After its eyes flashed, it opened its mouth and launched a silver lightning arc that was as thick as a bowl. The woman in blue clothes was startled. She quickly channeled the spiritual power in her body into the pale golden shield around her body. Pung! The pale golden light shield only lasted for a moment before it shattered inch by inch. The woman in blue clothes made a gesture, and her figure turned into a blue light that shot backward. However, at this moment, 3 red hurricanes of several tens of meters high were set off in the air, and they instantly blew behind her, blocking all her retreat. After a while, a green rainbow flashed out of the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower, and it directly hit a big tree not far from the Void Spirit Tower. Bang, a muffled sound. After the green light dissipated, a woman in blue clothes slowly slid down from the tree. It was Callan who was kicked out of the tower. It was just that this woman's originally beautiful face had no trace of blood. Her beautiful eyes were closed tightly, and her aura was even more sluggish. Junior Sister Apprentice Callan, are you okay? Among the crowd outside the tower, a woman in white clothes appeared in front of Callan in a flash. She took out a white talisman and tore it on her chest. A layer of soft milky white glow suddenly appeared. After a few flashes, Callan's face showed a touch of blood again. At the same time, Sha Tong Tian also appeared beside the two in a flash, and he also took out a healing talisman and injected it into Callan's body. After that, several disciples of the Piaomiao Peak also came one after another. Thank you, Senior Sister Apprentice Yen. I really didn't expect that each of the 4 condensation period later stage beastkins on the 36th floor has the strength of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, and they have 4 attributes. When they were slightly defeated, they even used the transformation fusion technique and directly turned into a pseudo-pellet state liger beast. All my techniques have no effect on it. Callan didn't seem to be seriously injured. With the help of the woman in white clothes, she sat up straight and said with a hint of pity. Junior Sister Apprentice Callan, you just recently broke through to the crystallization period. It's already quite good to be able to go all the way to the 36th floor. Senior Sister Apprentice was teleported out after only reaching the 34th floor. The woman in white clothes comforted softly, and she glanced at Sha Tong Tian on the other side. I really don't know what kind of monsters those disciples who passed the 36th floor in the condensation period are. Callan sighed softly. After Sha Tong Tian saw that Callan was fine, he turned his gaze and stared at the rune that lit up on the 34th floor of the Void Spirit Tower. Senior Sister Apprentice Long, besides me and Callan, who else is also challenging the tower? He actually reached the 34th floor? Sha Tongtian suddenly asked. At this time, many people suddenly remembered that there was another person who was challenging the tower, and he was just an outer disciple of the condensation period. Younger brother Lu is only at the condensation period later stage. In such a short time, he actually reached the 34th floor. His strength is indeed outstanding. He deserves to be the top disciple in the outer door major competition. Long Yanfei also showed a hint of surprise when she saw this. What, you said, it's Lu Ming? Sha Tongtian's eyes opened fiercely, and his face changed slightly. Callan was also shocked when she heard this from a distance. Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at the giant tower. She had just challenged this void spirit tower, so she still had a fresh memory of everything inside. Especially after the 30th floor, each floor was more difficult. In addition, there was little time for her spiritual power to recover. With her early stage crystallization period cultivation, she was still a little overwhelmed. Lu Ming was still at the condensation period, but he actually reached the 34th floor, right when everyone was whispering in discussion and guessing exactly who the person challenging the pagoda was. A scene that caused everyone to be extremely astonished occurred once more. The runes on the 34th floor of the Void Spirit Tower suddenly dimmed. Instead, the spirit patterns on the 35th floor lit up again. There was a commotion among the inner disciples. In the lobby of the 35th floor of the Void Spirit Tower, Lu Ming was holding an upper-grade spirit stone in his hand. He stood in place with a vigilant face, recovering his spiritual power. The 4 giant ape puppets on the 34th floor already had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, and when the 4 gathered together, they were already comparable to the early stage crystallization period. Although with Lu Ming's current strength, it was not too difficult to deal with 4 puppets of this level. He only used golden fallen sand and heavy water droplet to win easily, but he still consumed more than 10% of his spiritual power. In order to recover as soon as possible, he quickly took out a golden yuan pill from the Summer ring before he was teleported over. At the same time, he quickly absorbed the spirit in the spirit stone. Lu Ming raised his brows. Suddenly, he felt 4 spiritual pressures of the condensation period later stage perfect stage coming from not far in front. After a while, a cloud of gray mist appeared in front of the hall. In the undulating mist, 4 tall figures could be vaguely seen galloping toward him. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and saw it clearly. The 4 tall figures turned out to be 4 humanoid skeletons. Each of the skeletons was more than 20 feet tall, and their white, thick bones were exposed to the air. Their eyes shone with a bright green light, and when they breathed in and out, there was a faint trace of white yin qi coming out of their mouths. These 4 tall skeletons seemed to stand irregularly in a square, vaguely forming some kind of weird battle formation. But if this is the case, as long as one of them is broken, its power will be greatly reduced. Lu Ming quickly made up his mind. He flicked his sleeve, and a sound came out. The gray sword fell into his hand, and he channeled all his spiritual power into the sword. At the next moment, the small sword suddenly shone in gray light. Circles of fine spirit patterns emerged one after another. The 26 enchantment arrays were all activated. With a slight tremble of one hand, the small sword suddenly left his hand. It released a gray halo in the air and grew to 80 meters long. Lu Ming made a gesture in his hand and whispered the word go. A clear sound was heard. After the sword light trembled slightly in the air, it turned into a cold light that rolled at the skeleton. Facing the sword light that was launched instantly, the 8 giant eyes of the 4 giant skeletons shone with green light. Hu Bugue opened his mouth at the same time, each spitting out a black and white light ball. They intertwined and condensed into a light ball of 10 meters in size, clashing with the sword light. Poof! As soon as the sword light touched the light ball, it trembled, and the light dimmed instantly. It became extremely slow at once. And the 4 giant skeletons shook their arms one by one, each pointing at the light ball in the air. Boom, the light ball burst open in an instant, rolling up a wave that drowned the sword light. Dang, a crisp sound rang out. A small sword that was a few inches long fell from the sky, as if it had completely lost its spirit. Lu Ming's face changed. He grabbed in the air with one hand, and the small gray sword bounced up and shot back again. The light balls that these skeletons spat out seemed to have a restraining effect on the sword control technique. In this way, the imperial sword technique that he relied on seemed to be useless. Once the battle dragged on, the consumption of his spiritual energy would increase, and it would be extremely disadvantageous for him to pass the 36th round. At this moment, the light ball intertwined with black and white light flashed in the air and blasted toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He pointed at the black and white ball of light with one hand, and an invisible sword chi shot out from his fingertip. Bang! The black and white ball of light unexpectedly exploded in the void. He couldn't help but exclaim lightly when he saw this scene, and a trace of happiness flashed in his eyes. It seems that although this imperial sword technique can't do anything to this golden flame, the finger sword technique is quite effective. Lu Ming thought until here, and he immediately made a gesture. The black gas on his body's surface surged, and it instantly transformed into another phantasm. The two phantasms whizzed at the four skeletons at the same time. After they spun around, countless fist shadows immediately punched at the skeletons. Although these four giant skeletons were huge, their movements were not slow. They could dodge Lu Ming's attack every time. At the same time, the green light in their eyes flowed, and they spat clusters of black and white light balls from their mouths at Lu Ming again. It was just that after these skeletons were attacked by Lu Ming's ghostly movement, their formation was obviously messed up. Those black and white light balls couldn't be condensed together, so their power was obviously much weaker. Lu Ming dodged a wave of black and white light balls with a flash again. He appeared on the side of a giant skeleton in a blink of an eye. He condensed the sword chi with one finger, and a spiral sword chi shot out. However, something that he didn't expect happened. The other skeleton flashed out and raised its hand. A bone shield appeared in front of it to block the incoming attack. Boom, the bone shield suddenly burst apart, the two giant skeletons were knocked back by the recoil, and the sword chi also collapsed and disappeared under this block. These four giant skeletons really have a tacit understanding with each other. If I can't kill one of them first, once they use the battle formation again, I am afraid it will be more difficult to deal with. After Lu Ming turned his mind like this, his figure flashed to a dead corner that the four skeletons couldn't see. Then he suddenly seized the opportunity to urge the small sword in his sleeve. After a sword chi burst out from his body surface, he instantly turned into a sword light of a few 10 meters long, blasting in the direction of one of the giant skeletons. This time, Lu Ming didn't hold back at all in the body and sword fusion attack. After a flash of gray sword light, it pierced through a giant skeleton's head like lightning. Following a resounding boom, the white skull exploded, and its bones crumbled into specks of spiritual light that dissipated into nothingness. After the gray light faded, Lu Ming's figure holding the gray sword was revealed. After killing one of them, it didn't intend to use the body and sword fusion that consumed a lot of spiritual power. Otherwise, even if he killed the remaining three giant skeletons, he still couldn't pass the 36th floor. The remaining three skeletons seemed to feel the disappearance of their companions, and they were furious. As the black and white light flashed on their bodies, they exuded a spiritual pressure close to the crystallization period, and they pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming snorted coldly. After his figure blurred, he rushed directly at one of them. At this time, the three skeletons transformed a white bone spear in their hands, and they threw it at Lu Ming. The white bone spear turned blurred in midair, and it was divided into more than 20 identical bone spears, charging at Lu Ming densely. Lu Ming twisted his waist, and after a blur in the air, he split into two again to avoid the bone spears in front of him. He changed his gesture, and 5 transparent sword chi blasted at 5 of the bone spears. Suddenly, there was a loud whistling sound. After a moment, the two phantasms transformed by Lu Ming flashed and pierced through the body of another giant skeleton. At this moment, this giant skeleton suddenly turned its head and looked at Lu Ming in the gray light ferociously. The light in its eyes suddenly turned blood red. Boom! A loud sound resounded in the hall. This skeleton actually exploded. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. After his body became blurred, he retreated 80 meters away like a ghost. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted behind him, and another skeleton appeared in a flash. At the same time, a white bone hammer had appeared in the skeleton's hand, and it raised its hand to bring the hammer crashing down heavily. Lu Ming forcibly twisted his body in the air and barely avoided the hammer. He then pointed at the skull of the skeleton with one hand without looking back, and a spiral sword chi was launched. Bang! At such a close distance, the giant skeleton couldn't dodge. Its head also exploded in an instant, and its body also turned into a little spiritual light. From the moment the three skeletons attacked Lu Ming, to one of them self-destructing and the other being shot in the head by Lu Ming's finger sword, it only took a few breaths of time. At this time, there was only one giant skeleton left, and Lu Ming consumed some spiritual power in a split second. Just as he frowned slightly, he shook his sleeve, and a golden sand rolled out. He then sat on the ground and took out an upper-grade spirit stone to replenish his spiritual power. The remaining giant skeleton seemed to have fallen into madness. It let out a series of strange roars and madly rushed in Lu Ming's direction. At the next moment, Lu Ming made a gesture, and a golden sand array suddenly appeared beside him, wrapping him tightly and trapping him in place. It turned out that he planned to use the technique of multitasking. While channeling the golden fallen sand into a trap array to trap the last skeleton, he was buying time to restore spiritual power through elixir and spirit stone. Lu Ming took out a golden yuan pill from the Sumera ring and swallowed it, then he held the spirit stone in one hand and kept absorbing spiritual power. Through the previous 30 floors, he already knew that there seemed to be some kind of enchantment in the Void Spirit Tower. Once the challenger didn't pass the current level for a long time, the magical beasts in the current level would become more and more violent. Their strength would increase greatly, and they would even self-destruct to hurt the enemy. As time passed, bursts of black and white flames in the golden fallen sand continued to impact the golden sand wall, making the original golden light looming and a little unstable. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and a black and white glow soared into the sky from the golden sand. After it rolled away, it revealed a skeleton whose aura had obviously reached the early stage of the crystallization period. It was holding a huge bone axe, and the green flames in its eyes were rolling violently. It roared and rushed straight at Lu Ming. "It's almost time." As Lu Ming smiled slightly, his figure flashed and appeared behind the giant skeleton strangely. The gray spiritual sword in his hand trembled, and a large amount of gray cold light was launched, at this time, outside the Void Spirit Tower. After such a long time, it seems that younger brother Lu is also trapped on the 35th floor. Long Yanfei looked at the flashing runes on the 35th floor, and she said with a frown, "The giant skeleton on the 35th floor is quite powerful, and it is very tacit. My sword controlling technique at that time didn't have much effect on them." Sha Tongtian also looked at the 35th floor of the Void Spirit Tower and said solemnly. Other inner disciples also whispered when they heard this. Obviously, most of them thought that Lu Ming couldn't pass this floor. At this moment, the runes on the 35th floor suddenly dimmed after a blur. Just when everyone thought that Lu Ming would fail and be forcibly teleported out of the Void Spirit Tower, the runes on the 36th floor lit up after a while. Whether it was Long Yanfei or other disciples, they were all taken aback. Sha Tongtian's face turned gloomy, and his hands in his sleeves couldn't help clenching. Seeing this, Callan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange expression. In the hall of the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower. The layout of this place was similar to the previous hall, but the area had reached the size of 100 acres. On the floor of the hall, there was a green rune inscribed every few 10 meters. It was obviously some kind of special enchantment. A pu sound rang out, breaking the silence of this place. A spatial fluctuation rippled in the air, and a green light rolled out, revealing a man in a green robe holding a small gray sword. It was Lu Ming. About the situation of the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower, he had also inquired about it before he planned to challenge the Void Spirit Tower. But now the outer disciples didn't know the appearance of these 4 condensation period later stage beastkins. Even Yan Ming, who had a lot of friends, only knew that the strength of each beastkin on the 36th floor was comparable to the crystallization period. Other than that, he knew nothing. Lu Ming's left hand had already held the 2 fused heavy water droplets, and the small gray sword in his right hand was already buzzing as soon as it appeared. Just as he released his powerful mental power and scanned around, 2 amazing spiritual pressures suddenly came from behind him. A blue water column and a crimson fireball blasted at him at the same time. Lu Ming rushed into the sky without saying a word, avoiding the water column and fireball. The next moment, a strange scene happened. The water column and fireball seemed to have spirituality. When Lu Ming jumped up, they suddenly circled and flew toward the space where Lu Ming was. Slash! Lu Ming shuddered in his heart. The spiritual sword in his hand trembled, and a sword light of 80 meters rolled out. Rumble! 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 The blue water column and the crimson fireball were forcibly slashed apart by the sword light. Lu Ming turned around, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the two beastkins, one blue and one red, not far away. They were a pair of 30 meters long giant tiger beastkins. One of them was shrouded in blue light, as if there was a layer of faint blue mist covering its entire body. Moreover, it was emitting traces of chilliness. The other one was wrapped in raging crimson flames, occasionally spitting out wisps of flames. There should be 4 demonic beasts on the 36th floor, then the other 2. Just as Lu Ming separated a strand of his divine sense to search for the traces of the other 2 monsters, there was a loud whistling sound in the void in front of him. An invisible hurricane instantly appeared and turned into countless wind blades that shot towards him. Lu Ming frowned and shook his right hand. Immediately, the heavy water droplet flashed a blue light, and a layer of dark blue water shield suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, blocking all the wind blades. At the same time, after the hurricane rolled to one side, it suddenly condensed into a giant white lion. Puff! Another golden electric arc as thick as a bowl struck down from the sky. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve without thinking, and a gray sword light soared into the sky, instantly destroying the golden lightning arc. But at this moment, there was a faint fluctuation below. The red and blue giant tigers flashed like ghosts, and they opened their mouths at the same time. A red flame and a light blue icicle were spurted out. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. His body shook, and he disappeared in a blur. Instead, a yellow hill phantasm pressed down. Before it really fell, it shattered the fireball and icicle. The 2 giant tigers were shocked, and they hurriedly jumped away. At this time, there was a swoosh. Lu Ming flashed in the air again, and he punched at the place where the lightning arc was previously struck. An invisible force rolled over, and there was a thunderclap. All of a sudden, a golden thundercloud appeared in the seemingly empty void, and countless golden lightning bolts surged out of it, striking toward the gray rainbow in a frenzy. Lu Ming's face changed. He made a gesture with one hand, and there was a crackling sound in his body. His figure instantly grew by 10 meters, and there was rolling black gas surging out of his body. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. 100 meters long black mist dragon rushed out of the lightning arc and went straight to the thundercloud. A thunderclap, a golden light flashed in the golden thundercloud, and a thick lightning arc ejected out. After another flash, it appeared next to the white giant lion and condensed into a golden giant lion. The beastkin on the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower turned out to be a pair of giant lions and a pair of giant tigers of 4 attributes. Poof, the black mist dragon also dissipated out of thin air after pouncing on the remaining thundercloud. After the black gas on Lu Ming's body rolled back, he also revealed his figure, but there were still some faint golden lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of his body. His green robe also had some holes of different sizes. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked at his clothes. Then, he looked at the 4 beasts with an even more dignified gaze. Compared with the 4 giant skeletons on the 35th floor, these 4 wind, thunder, water, and fire beastkin were 2 to 3 times more terrifying. When the lion roared and tiger roared again, Lu Ming took a sigh of relief. He flicked his wrist and launched a dozen gray sword chi at the 4 beastkin. Half an hour later, outside the Void Spirit Tower, Callan looked at the runes lit up on the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower, and her eyes flickered. Senior Sister Apprentice, is that person really only at the condensation period later stage when he went in? Callan suddenly turned her head and asked the woman in white clothes beside her. Of course, this can't be wrong. Originally, I also thought that this person was simply asking to be humiliated by challenging the tower. I did not expect that in just less than half a day's time, he had already made it all the way to the 36th level. It seems that he is even a little faster than Junior Sister. The white-clothed lady also had a thoughtful expression as she replied. On the other side, Sha Tongtian and Long Yanfei naturally didn't leave. They also looked at the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower solemnly. Lu Ming, who was in the tower, naturally didn't know the situation outside. He didn't even know that Callan had also reached the 36th floor not long ago. At this time, he was turning into two phantasms under the blessing of the three shadowy mirages' great technique. He used his strange movement to fight with the four beastkin with the small grey sword and finger sword. Unlike the previous battle with the giant skeleton, these four beastkin had various attributes. Once he entered within 10 meters of them, he would be affected by the protective aura of different attributes. At this moment, Lu Ming's clothes had been torn by the wind blades. There were also some faint scars on his face, and there were also traces of burns and frostbite on his arms. At this time, it had been more than half an hour since Lu Ming entered the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower. Although his body was full of scars, the four beastkin were also injured under the surprise close-range attack of his strange figure and finger sword. Their aura was much weaker than at the beginning. If he persisted for a while, it was very likely that he could defeat them one by one. Lu Ming thought until here. Lu Ming once again took out an upper-grade spirit stone from the Summer ring and swallowed a human-grade golden yuan pill at the same time. For him, the more spiritual power he could recover, the greater the chance of winning, so he didn't hesitate to use the elixir worth hundreds of thousands spiritual yuan. As soon as he finished doing all this, transparent wind blades blasted at him again with billowing flames. It was the roar of the two giant tigers not far away. At this moment, the four beastkin were entangled together because they were all injured. It was a little more difficult for Lu Ming to defeat them one by one. Lu Ming immediately gave a low shout and stomped on the ground with one foot. The black energy on the surface of his body surged up. With a so sound, his whole body disappeared with a roll of black gas, causing the wind blades and flames to miss. In the next moment, two phantasms flashed above the blue giant tiger, and dense grey sword shadows surged down. As the ice attribute giant tiger roared, the blue spirit patterns on its body surface flashed wildly. Bursts of cold air condensed in the air around it, forming a light blue crystal clear ice shield. As the sword shadows hit on it, there was a burst sound like rain hitting a fence. With a loud bang, the ice shield shattered into blue light. However, right at this moment, a crimson pillar of fire that was as thick as a bowl swept over from the side, sweeping up all of the descending sword projections and extinguishing them. It was the nearby red giant tiger that spouted flames. The other golden thunder lion lowered its body, and thunder roared from its body. Several thick arcs of lightning swept into the air. The two phantasms in the sky just twisted their waists, then they suddenly disappeared in the lightning arcs. In the next moment, Lu Ming once again transformed into two phantasms and appeared next to the red giant tiger. After a groan, he held a heavy water droplet in each hand, and layers of crimson scales burst out on the surface of his fist. He punched out fiercely. An ear-piercing roar, the crimson-red aura on the surface of the crimson fire tiger immediately shattered, and its body was blown away like a ball. At this moment, there was a whistling sound, and the dozen wind blades released by the white giant lion blasted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had to give up his original intention of chasing. His figure shook and flew back for 100 meters, then he landed lightly on the ground again. At this time, the four beasts in the distance suddenly jumped together again, and they roared at the sky at the same time. The spirit patterns on their bodies flashed wildly, and there was a soaring beastkin aura that swept out, forming a grey hurricane that engulfed the four beasts, completely covering their figures. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He made a gesture with one hand, and a powerful mental power swept out. Then, when it came into contact with the hurricane, it was bounced away by an invisible force. It couldn't go in at all. He raised his eyebrows and raised one hand without thinking. A giant wind blade of 10 meters long instantly condensed in front of him. After a tremble, it turned into a green light and blasted out. Then, something strange happened. The giant wind blade hit the hurricane in an instant, but it disappeared into it like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no longer any sound coming out. Lu Ming's face changed. He made another gesture with one hand, and a dozen dense fireballs appeared at the same time. They whizzed toward the opposite side. The same scene appeared, a dozen fireballs hit the hurricane, and they also disappeared into it with a flash. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. Lu Ming's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. After letting out a long breath, he flicked his sleeves, and 2 heavy water droplets were thrown out. After spinning in the air, they merged into one and transformed into a small yellow mountain phantasm that was 100 meters tall. After a blur, it suddenly appeared above the hurricane and pressed down fiercely. End of chapter 601. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.